Chapter 101 Inheritance. Mu Chengxi kicked the door open, and everyone looked up to see 6 sword cultivators fighting fiercely, while Xiao mercilessly whipped them from behind. Ming Xian gradually got into the fun of deceiving along with them, occasionally bursting into wild laughter from behind. The two of them, huddled together, didn't look like righteous disciples. Instead, they resembled the petty villains in storybooks who had achieved success. The confused members of the Song family were momentarily stunned. Excuse me. Are we here to rescue these poor cultivators from peril? If that were the case, they could understand why Changming's sect rushed over in such a hurry. Which one is your junior sister and junior brother? Another cultivator looked at Mu Chengxi. Is it the one being beaten the hardest? Mu Chengxi fell into an odd silence. No, she's the one hitting from behind. After a moment, the man managed to squeeze out. You guys, your personal disciples really know how to play. Point 1 was capturing their Song family's heir, using the emperor to command the lords, while the other was waiting to be rescued, chasing after 6 golden core cultivators. Was this generation of personal disciples really starting to play so dirty? Xiao, Song Hanxing saw this scene and paused slightly, feeling an unexpected calmness. His temples throbbed. What are you doing again? At the moment the door was slammed open, Xiao turned around and met the shocked faces of 10 people outside. She tilted her head and asked nonchalantly, "Is there something going on?" In the stillness of the night, with so many cultivators gathered here, were they about to hold a collective meeting? Song Hanxing's face darkened. As well, he deeply felt that these people from Changming's sect were intentionally here to torment him. His expression twisted for a moment as he glared at the Song family cultivators behind him. What are you looking at? Everyone get lost. What was Xiao doing? Why wasn't anyone saving those 6 golden core cultivators? So that's why they can take first place in 2 major competitions. There's a reason for it. A cultivator who had just been indignantly criticizing Xiao for causing trouble shyly touched his nose. Truly worthy of being our first. Mu Chengxi was taken aback by his shamelessness. Who did he think he was, calling her our first? Weren't you just saying that our Xiao only knows how to cause chaos? He raised an eyebrow, deeply feeling that the Song family members were indeed all cut from the same cloth in being shameless. Mu Chengxi's words were just casual, but Yun Ke felt somewhat insulted. Her face flushed as she felt a rare embarrassment for what she had just said. She opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. Yun Ke had never easily envied others or wanted to compare herself to anyone, but ever since Xiao appeared, not only did Song Hanxing ignore her, even her master's attitude had subtly changed that he even occasionally sighed when looking at her. Yun Ke lowered her eyes, suppressing the emotions swirling within, preparing to give that old man a response upon returning. She wanted to learn the sword and reclaim the praises that were rightfully hers. The group from the Song family came and went in a hurry. One moment, it seemed like a world war was about to break out, and the next, they had all vanished without a trace. The speed was astonishing. Xiao surveyed the various expressions of her senior brothers and took the opportunity to send a voice transmission asking Ming Xian to stay behind while the others went out to talk, to avoid being overheard by the 6 scattered cultivators inside. The outdoor environment was chilly. What are you and Ming Xian up to? Mu Chengxi pointed. We were just trying to escape, and you 2 managed to capture 6 golden cores. Those were golden core cultivators, not Foundation establishment ones. 6 people, each with a sword, were enough to make the 2 of them drink a potful. How did they manage that? It wasn't capturing, it was intimidating. Xiao organized her words. They thought Ming Xian was that ghost cultivator and chose to abandon the dark for the light, but it's only temporary. So my suggestion is to send them to jail once the mission is over. Her explanation was rather vague. Those scattered cultivators weren't fools. How would they believe Ming Xian was a ghost cultivator? The few of them were filled with questions. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. Yu pondered for a moment. Let's leave here first and plan for the long term. The few golden core cultivators should be kept as well. They still have their uses. Given Song Hanxing's stinginess, he wouldn't lend them people. Let's have Ming Xian stay and keep an eye on them. After all, the second senior brother was afraid of ghosts, and assigning him this task would make it easier because the shadow cast by Xiao and the ghost infant chasing them was too deep, leading them to believe in Ming Xian's identity. Compared to human cultivators, ghost cultivators were more unpredictable and ruthless. A slight misstep could lead to death. No one dared to provoke Ming Xian, fearing that the ghost infant would swallow them if it became displeased. Ming Xian looked at the trembling 6 and felt exhilarated. In the past, he was targeted by 6 golden cores in the secret realm, but now he had 6 golden cores listening to his commands. After temporarily parting from Ming Xian, Xiao was still contemplating how to complete the mission quickly. With so much time passed without any movement, perhaps she could try to provoke that ghost cultivator to make them reveal themselves. Her son had been taken by her, and Xiao didn't believe the other party could sit still. It was only a matter of time before they came knocking. Xiao had thoroughly achieved her goal today, drawing the entire enmity of the Song family onto herself single-handedly. She was not worried at all, even calmly thinking about another matter. What was the opportunity for the female protagonist to obtain the inheritance? Was it innate talent? Not necessarily. Yun Kei's talent might not be the best, but her luck was definitely the best. She was the only one. If that sword cultivator's last trace of soul was about to dissipate, in a moment of desperation, they would definitely pass the inheritance onto whoever was available. Moreover, Yun Kei was also a personal disciple of the 5 sects and a righteous disciple, making her even more trustworthy. As for where Yun Kei obtained her inheritance in the novel, Xiao truly couldn't figure it out. She only remembered that the moment the female protagonist gained her opportunity, she successfully helped the Song family resolve their troubles, thus completely winning over Song Hanxing to her harem, captivated by her beauty and wisdom. Song Hanxing was a standard young master from a prominent family, focused on team interests, and had little regard for beautiful wastes. If Yun Kei could obtain the inheritance and become a genius dual cultivator of sword and talisman, it would indeed warrant him to look at her with higher regard. At a night, with clouds covering the moon, the surroundings were quiet. Yun Kei tried to call out the other party's name in her heart. The Song family had lost many cultivators in the past, and some powerful beings could remain for hundreds of years without their souls dissipating. She had encountered an old man these past few days who repeatedly said he wanted to give her an opportunity. Yun Kei did not agree immediately, but now she didn't want to hesitate any longer. "Senior," she softly called, "are you still there?" "I agree to your proposal," Yun Kei said. "I am willing to accept your inheritance." A thin old man finally floated slowly to Yun Kei's front and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Yun Kei nodded without hesitation. "I've thought it through. After all, my inheritance has always gone to the one with the strongest qualifications." He initially considered finding Yun Kei because she had decent qualifications, and also because she was a personal disciple of the 5 sects. He didn't have much time left and could only pick one from a bunch of mediocre candidates. Now it was different. So many personal disciples had suddenly arrived at the residence. He would definitely want to find the best. "What?" This development was unexpected for Yonk, and her voice nearly caught in her throat, her beautiful eyes wide open. "Senior? Are you joking?" It turned out that the other party was indeed not joking, because the next second, aside from Zhou Xingyun, all the sword cultivators fell to the ground, unconscious. Zhou Xingyun. What happened? This series of changes shocked Shuiyu. They all died. He instinctively shook Xiao and kicked Mu Chongxi, only to find that a group of sword cultivators had fainted. Most of those who fainted are sword cultivators. Shuiyu looked at his senior brother. "Aren't you going to faint too?" "Are you kidding me, senior brother?" Zhou Xingyun looked at the fallen sword cultivators and guessed a bit. He tugged at the corners of his mouth. A sword cultivator is selecting a successor. As for why he didn't faint, because those selecting successors typically chose sword cultivators without families. For instance, the Zhou family had their own inheritance, so he naturally wouldn't be included. Meanwhile, when Xiao, who had fainted, woke up in a daze, she almost thought it was another realm. Mu Chongxi, who woke up with her, pinched her arm. "Does it hurt?" Xiao shook her head. "No, but why the hell did you pinch me?" With a blank expression, she kicked him, and Mu Chongxi didn't dodge. It didn't hurt anyway. He thought for a moment. It's a dream. A dream? Xiao pondered as she looked at the gradually waking people, most of whom were from the Song family, and there was also Yak. Counting them, they were basically all sword cultivators. Oh no, is this the place of inheritance mentioned in novels? Xiao remembered this was one of the female protagonist's opportunities. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, so many people ended up here. Xiao didn't know which link had gone wrong to let so many people in. Compared to this, she was more curious about whether the female protagonist, who had a halo of charm, could still gain recognition in front of so many people. Xiao felt it was a bit difficult. With a natural sword bone in front of her, the other party might not even look at anyone else. As everyone gradually woke up, Xiao, wanting to avoid drawing attention, pulled Mu Chongxi to find a corner to hide and lay low. The two squatted together, heads close together. What if everyone fainted? Could there be danger outside? Xiao suddenly thought of something. Her originally calm expression froze for a moment. In the past, She could have confidently guaranteed there would be no problem, but just recently, she had offended that ghost cultivator and ended up taking her son away. Mu Chongxi's expression, along with her silence, gradually cracked. What did you do again? Yi Xiao felt a little guilty, her tone vague. I didn't do anything. I'm just an honest person, don't you believe me? Mu Chongxi snorted. Without thinking, he knew Ming Xian and Yi Xiao must have been secretly stirring up trouble again, he just didn't know what they were up to this time. While the two were bickering, Yunk was anxiously searching for the old man from before. She was almost going crazy. Wasn't it agreed that she would be chosen as the successor? Why did so many people come in midway? Many people present were confused about the situation, and the duo from Changming sect squatting in the corner attracted even less attention. When Mu Chongxi was about to fall asleep waiting, a sudden transmission of sound rang out, and he suddenly opened his eyes to see an old man appearing in front of him, holding a sword and smiling slightly. Little ghost, I have an inheritance to pass on to you. Will you consider inheriting my future legacy? The old man looked at him with a smile, his tone coaxing. This sword technique is only for you. Why only for me? Mu Chongxi, based on his years of reading, looked at the old man warily. Are you trying to harm me? The old man, seeing him silent, Mu Chongxi pointed at the technique in his hand. Or is it that to practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself? Yi Xiao opened her eyes and felt a sense of resolution the moment she saw the old man. The female protagonist's golden finger was indeed intercepted. After all, in the sword path lineage, the root bone was of utmost importance in the cultivation world. There were only 2 natural sword bones. If not given to Mu Chongxi, who else could it go to? Yi Xiao saw the two talking and didn't interrupt, but later she realized something was wrong and quickly nudged Mu Chongxi with her elbow. She noticed that while Mu Chongxi was talking to the old man, everyone was looking over, and they all had a look of bewilderment as they stared at the two. Yi Xiao found it strange had no one besides her and the 4th senior brother ever seen this old man. Mu Chongxi suddenly came to his senses. What's wrong? Yi Xiao pointed at the people looking over and whispered, it seems like only the 2 of us can see him. You need to tone it down, don't react too much. If others noticed something was off, it would be disastrous. Seeing the 2 huddled together whispering again, the others were speechless. What? Do you Changming sect have endless topics to discuss? Yi Xiao lowered her voice, but the old man next to her could still hear. She didn't bother to disguise the fact that she could see him and openly discussed it with Mu Chongxi. This senior should be a sword cultivator who failed to ascend and perished. Yi Xiao gestured for him to take the initiative. He is selecting someone to inherit his legacy. Wait, the old man had originally focused all his attention on Mu Chongxi. After all, a good seedling with a natural sword bone was simply heaven sent, while he hadn't even spared a glance at the girl next to him. His gaze shifted directly to Yi Xiao, his tone slightly surprised. You can see me? Yi Xiao was taken aback and sincerely asked, isn't it that ordinary people aren't qualified to see you? Is this even a matter of qualification? The old man couldn't help but widen his eyes, examining Yi Xiao closely. That kid has a special natural sword bone physique. What about you? You can actually see him. Indeed. Mu Chongxi was also extremely curious what kind of qualification did Yi Xiao have. For so long, Yi Xiao's qualifications had remained a mystery. The outside world had nearly debated it to death, without a conclusion. Many speculated it was upper grade, or even top grade, and if the Changming sect folks found out there was a heavenly grade, wouldn't they go crazy with delight? Some elders from the 5 sects only recognized root bones, not people. For example, that old man Yunhen, when faced with Yi Xiao's unique ability to cultivate 3 paths, only talked about the grade of root bones, looking down on disciples with lower quality root bones with a high and mighty attitude. Just listening to it was irritating. Isn't she the best? At that time, the elder and Qin Fanfan were guessing back and forth, yet not one of them guessed correctly. Not necessarily. The old man pointed at Yi Xiao's chest. The heavenly quality should be quite obvious on top of the innate sword bone, but your spiritual root looks very weak. He hadn't even considered this little girl at first. Her spiritual root was too inconspicuous. Anyone present would seem to have better talent than her. If Yi Xiao couldn't see herself, he would have suspected something was wrong. Yi Xiao touched her spiritual root within her body. Indeed, it had always been small. I have a thunder spiritual root. Yi Xiao recalled that her spiritual root seemed smaller at the beginning, and after the 2 heavenly thunders struck, it grew a little. Thinking of this, she pondered, does it relate to the grade of the spiritual root? Heavenly grade thunder spiritual root. The old man leaned closer to Yi Xiao, intrigued, and clicked his tongue twice. You must come from one of the 5 sects, right? Don't the elders and sect masters know about your uniqueness with such a good heavenly spiritual root? Xiao looked completely bewildered about her situation. She shook her head. I don't know. The key issue was that the testing stone couldn't detect it. The old man before her was a cultivator who had failed to ascend 100 or even 1,000 years ago, far more knowledgeable than those elders. He stroked his beard. Or is it that heavenly spiritual roots are becoming increasingly rare in the cultivation world, leading to no one considering them? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for the 5 sects to be unaware. I don't know. Xiao now seemed like a fool who didn't know anything. She had been in the cultivation world for a year. At most, the sect master had never mentioned heavenly spiritual roots, so how could she understand these things? Then, Senior, how can I help my spiritual root grow? It will grow as you improve your cultivation. If that's not enough, if you can withstand it, being struck by heavenly thunder more often will also benefit the growth of your heavenly spiritual root. Okay. Xiao thought of the thunder crashing down and felt a bit of a headache. I understand. So, it's basically asking her to get struck by lightning more often. As time passed, the situation outside underwent tremendous changes. Xiao and Zhou Xingyun were guarding the unconscious people. The moment they fainted, several unfamiliar auras attacked from behind. Zhou Xingyun quickly grabbed the 2 unconscious junior brothers and sisters and dodged to the back. Dark, ghostly energy formed several skulls, mixed with cold laughter, echoing ominously in their ears. Zhou Xingyun narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "That laugh is really unpleasant. My assessment is that they are not as good as Ming Xian and Yi Xiao," Xiao said. However, as soon as the characteristic ghostly aura attacked, Zhou Xingyun and Xiao exchanged a knowing glance and quickly retreated with their unconscious junior siblings. It was a joke. Ghostly energy was easier to distinguish than spiritual or demonic energy, and the only one in the Song residence with this characteristic was that ghost cultivator. A gaunt woman in the shadows coldly watched this scene, wrapped in black clothing, exuding a chilling aura. She lowered her head and patted the boy's head, saying faintly, "Little Chi. Domain." The ghost cultivator initially did not intend to show herself, planning to wait for this annoying group of cultivators to leave before taking action. However, the situation was quite favorable now, with so many sword cultivators unconscious and a ghost infant in hand. She was confident she could deal with them. With so many golden core stage cultivators, if she devoured them all, even latest stage nascent soul cultivators would be nothing to fear. Inside the place of inheritance, after Xiao finished asking about everything regarding the heavenly spiritual root, she wisely fell silent, preparing to return to the sect and have her master look into it further. Are you done asking? Then I'll give this kid the sword technique and inheritance. He pointed at Mu Chengxi. No matter how rare the heavenly spiritual root was, it was still not as precious as the innate sword bone in the eyes of sword cultivators. I'm done asking. Xiao nodded. Since being brought in, she had sensed that this senior's goal from the beginning was her 4th senior brother. Mu Chengxi leaned closer to her ear, mysteriously saying, "You have a great memory. When I learn it, I'll demonstrate it for you. We can practice together in class then." They're all brothers. What's wrong with learning from each other? Xiao gave him a thumbs up. To be rich and noble, do not forget each other. What are you two whispering about? The old man waved his hand, signaling Mu Chengxi to hurry over. He was there to deliver the inheritance, not to hold a meeting with a group of sword cultivators. The rest of you can leave. There's nothing for you here. With a wave of his hand, when Xiao gradually woke up, she found herself being carried through the air, like a little chick being held by Zhou Xingyun. She looked dazed for a moment. "Senior brother, Zhou Xingyun, you're awake." Xiao touched her face and sincerely said, "The wind is as cold as a stepmother's slap. Hitting my face, it's hard not to wake up." Everyone present was almost awake, with only her 4th senior brother still unconscious from receiving the inheritance. Is this the domain? She vaguely felt it was familiar. Xiao had only been in there twice. Once was unfamiliar, and the second time was already quite familiar. How did you get in? Were they dragged in by Little Chi? In fact, among the many cultivators pulled into the domain, Xiao and Zhou Xingyun were the ones captured the fastest. They didn't even know what they did wrong. That ghost infant relentlessly pursued them. Forced to act, Zhou Xingyun threw Duan Chun out with a sword, but it missed and only angered Duan Chun, who refused to move no matter how Zhou Xingyun called it. Zhou Xingyun clicked his tongue lightly. "If I had a sword in hand just now, we definitely could." Xiao looked expectantly. "Escape from this place." Zhou Xingyun paused. "Die a little later." Once the domain was activated, even having a sword in hand would be useless. Besides, there was a nascent soul stage ghost cultivator watching them closely. With the mother and son working together seamlessly, it's no wonder even the Song family couldn't handle them. Weren't we told that the ghost cultivator was very secretive and vigilant? Xiao racked his brain, unable to understand why the ghost cultivator appeared the moment they arrived. And it chased them like a mad dog, refusing to shake them off. Xiao paused, not expecting their reaction to be so intense that it was within her expectations for the ghost cultivator to appear, which mother wouldn't mind when her son's heart changed. She silently swallowed the thought. Isn't that a good thing? Because she could clearly feel the anger from those around her that a certain Song family cultivator, trying to suppress his urge to curse, said, I really want to know which genius did this. Who could provoke the ghost cultivator right from the start? Not just him, others present also wanted to question. Who the hell is so amazing? The culprit, Xiao. Outside the domain, the woman frantically began to grab those golden core stage cultivators, preparing to devour them all. You ruined my plans and still dare to appear before me. That night, the ghost cultivator suddenly discovered that the little ghost she had raised was trying to break away from her, saying he had found a new mother, which infuriated the ghost cultivator, leading her to indiscriminately attack these female cultivators. She waved her hand, and several strands of black mist spread out, wrapping tightly around Yunke, slowly tightening, and the suffocation made the girl's face turn red as she cried. For help, senior brother. Song Han turned back and saw this, seeing his brows slightly furrowed, and he quickly unleashed an attack talisman, swift as lightning, severing the chains and saving Yunke in the process. That it's not that they care much for their fellow disciples with the death of the direct descendant in the residence. The Song family has a hard time explaining to the outside world. You are the evil spirit that has committed many atrocities, Song Hanxing said, his fingertips pinching a talisman, his expression cold. You dare to come out after taking lives. The ghost cultivator cast a sneering glance at Song Hanxing that he originally didn't want to bother with the young master of the Song family, knowing that killing him would anger the old timers. But he had to save someone. Xiao Qi, she said coldly. The boy looked at her, then silently extended his domain beneath his feet, and at the same time, they both fell into a pitch-black domain. Sounds of a baby crying echoed, sending a chill down Song Hanxing's back, and as he turned, he was struck hard by a wave of ghostly energy. He spat out blood in a panic and was about to curse when he heard a familiar voice. Oh, you've come in. He looked up and saw Xiao and Zhou Xingyun leaning against each other, holding defensive artifacts. They turned their heads to glance and spoke in a flat tone. Welcome to our big family. At this moment, Song Hanxing just wanted to curse. He didn't understand why, after several days of tranquility, things had suddenly gone wrong, causing the ghost cultivator to go berserk. What about the nascent soul experts from your Song family? Xiao asked, lightly stepping on the air with one foot, while dragging the still unconscious Mu Chengxi, dodging the ghostly energy attacks coming from within, and asked without looking back, let them come out to save people. Song Hanxing suppressed the blood surging in his chest, and replied coldly, I've sent a message through the jade slip, but it will take time. Inside the domain was entirely the ghost cultivator's territory. The continuous attacks and the eerie hands occasionally reaching out from the ground kept everyone on edge, as if facing a great enemy. But at this moment, no one dared to act rashly. They couldn't win the fight, they could only barely buy time. Provoking the ghost cultivator would not benefit them either. Fellow Taoists, while everyone was thinking of ways to buy time and waiting for reinforcements, the sword cultivators who had taken the bounty from Xiao and later got tricked spoke up. How dare she, a mere nascent soul, be so arrogant? With so many of us, are we still afraid of her? There were dozens of golden core cultivators, and they even had direct disciples among them. After speaking, the man glanced at Ming Xian, placing deep trust in him. What are they thinking? Can't they see that their ghost cultivator boss hasn't said a word? A mere pawn dares to show off in front of them. Yes, a pawn. In their eyes, that nascent soul was just a pawn. Only the ghost infant in the domain was the true boss. Not at all, Xiao said, momentarily dazed. Why do they dare to look down on the nascent soul? One nascent soul, with the domain in hand, was more than enough to handle a dozen golden cores. Ming Xian fell silent, wondering why. Because that was the confidence given to them by Xiao. Hey. A crisp female voice rang out, and Xiao, hands behind her back, said with a smile, Are you all having fun? Take me with you, she said in an extremely flippant tone. Anyone with eyes could hear the provocation in her words. The ghost cultivator's expression turned cold, and the oppressive feeling in the domain intensified, causing some weaker cultivators, like Yunke, to nearly kneel under the pressure. If it weren't for Song Hanxing protecting her, she would have been the one screaming the loudest. She's joking, Xiao said, pulling Xiao back and pressing down her head. I'm going to have a meeting with her. Song Hanxing. Even at this time, you guys haven't forgotten to hold a meeting, huh? With so many golden core cultivators present, a Dan cultivator like Xiao really couldn't do much. He pulled Xiao, saying, don't mess around, junior sister. I know you want to complete the task, but don't rush to finish it yet. The boy's voice was clear, and he pressed his lips together. That nascent soul ghost cultivator, you know, above the nascent soul, the specific situation is unknown. A mother and child, one with a domain, the other at the nascent soul stage. Killing us is like killing a chicken. Zhou Xingyun rarely agreed. Although he had provoked the opponent at first, it didn't stop him from becoming the big brother at this moment, giving a lecture in a brotherly manner. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The ghost cultivator wanted to catch them all in one trap, but in Xiao's eyes, the opponent was clearly the one in trouble. In the midst of the conversation, several talisman arrays shattered one after another. Song Hanxing's face turned pale. The talisman array he set up was crushed mercilessly the moment before it was completed. The gap in realms and the formations in the domain couldn't play much of a role. Xiao watched as countless blades and lights flickered. She casually threw out a few talismans and stepped forward to test the opponent's strength, mainly because up to this point, no one knew the ghost cultivator's level. The highest cultivators, Song Hanxing and Zhou Xingyun, were only at the late golden core stage and couldn't see through the opponent's depth. After exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, Xiao felt somewhat uncomfortable under the suppression of the nascent soul, suppressing her blood energy, and quietly asked, "Have you figured out what level of cultivation they are?" She was assessing whether these people, along with the ghost infant's domain, could defeat the opponent. If they couldn't win, Xiao would have to think of another way to buy time and trap her in the domain. Mid-nascent soul, Zhou Xingyun said, raising his hand to cut off the eerie ghost hands on the ground. In this domain, none of us are their match. If we can take out that little ghost, we can give it a try. Take out. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiao could keenly sense her adopted son's mood darkening. Oh, she looked at the nervous crowd, fell silent for a moment. It's okay. That ghost infant is nothing to worry about. You say it's okay, so it's okay. One cultivator, already anxious, retorted, Who do you think you are? Xiao ignored him and looked at the inconspicuous little boy hiding behind the ghost cultivator, waving her hand. Xiao, come here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the boy paused for a moment, then immediately leaped over, affectionately rubbing against her, his voice tender, Mom. Everyone stunned into silence. Chapter 103, Heavenly Spiritual Root. What is that? Song Hanxing's face twisted for a moment. I'm asking you, Xiao, what is that? A ghost infant? Could it really be the ghost infant that had been troubling the Song family for a long time? Ghost infant. Xiao's words confirmed his guess. This domain is his home, have you forgotten? It seemed Song Hanxing was stunned. Xiao pushed past him. That's not the point. The young man pointed at Xiao. As soon as he entered the Song residence, that little ghost focused on you, right? Xiao nodded. Xiao instinctively wanted to keep Xiao away from the child. Ghost infants were unpredictable creatures and might be in cahoots with that ghost cultivator. He's very dangerous. Zhou Xingyun also spoke up. Xiao deeply understood. After all, he had chased her down wanting to bite her. Ming Xian noticed their topic was gradually going off track. Amidst the busy battle, he turned back and shouted, Stop chatting, brothers. Don't you know? He threw out talismans to block the attacks below and casually tossed a heavy bomb. She has contracted the ghost infant, in other words, no matter who goes against them, this little ghost won't turn against them. At that moment, some were confused, some turned their worries into joy, and others were cursing. Song Hanxing was among those cursing if he remembered correctly. This little ghost had its own domain, so why hadn't he been contracted and was picked up by Xiao? The woman didn't expect him to walk over and call out to a stranger girl. Her expression turned cold. Xiao, come here. Xiao pointed at the little ghost lying on her shoulder, grinning mischievously under the nearly cannibalistic gaze of the ghost cultivator. Your son is so cute, he's mine now. The woman's expression darkened, and in an instant, she was furious, with ghostly energy surging around her, transforming into several strands attacking them. Once Xiao joined the battlefield, the situation underwent a dramatic change. The ghostly hands that had been intermittently harassing them vanished, replaced by a sense of ease. Within the domain, and the slowed speed returned to normal. What are you standing there for? Attack her. Yi Xiao's first sneak attack was deflected, and she immediately tightened her grip on the bamboo shoot she had snatched and decisively slashed sideways, dispersing the black mist. With the support of the talisman formation here and Xiao Qi assisting her, she felt like a fish in water. Even if she couldn't win, she wouldn't be completely passive. Moreover, she had been suppressing her mid-foundation stage for a long time, and she could try for the later stage as well, but for now, Yi Xiao planned to lay a solid foundation. First, it was an undeniable fact that her spiritual root was weak, so she could only take it steady. Ming Xian was the most stable among them, although he had been stuck for a long time. He was now at the early Golden Core stage, and dealing with a mid-Golden Core talisman. Cultivator posed no pressure for him. Zhou Xingyan casually snatched a sword from a cultivator, his voice calm. Borrowing your wife for a moment, The sword cultivator, losing his wife's sword, immediately broke down. Your mother. In the next second, the man swung his sword like cutting water, creating a neat cut on the ghost cultivator's body. He quickly swallowed back the words he was about to say, and when Zhou Xingyan looked over, he awkwardly laughed. Your mother is healthy, and everything is going well. Yi Xiao followed closely behind. Elder Duan always held back during her training, but the ghost cultivator wouldn't. She had to dodge frantically, constantly improving her swordsmanship and changing her usual sword style. Zhou Xingyan was the busiest, saving one after another. Yi Xiao truly witnessed the gap between the nascent soul and golden core stages. If it weren't for Xiao Qi, they would have been completely dominated. By the way, if your Song family powerful figures capture the ghost cultivator, who gets the final reward for completing the task? She swallowed a few recovery pills and suddenly remembered this matter. Song Hansheng, without thinking, said, of course, it's ours. The generous price showed they were not short on money, but they were not foolish either. A few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a pile of talismans. Yi Xiao swiftly cut through the ghostly energy with the bamboo shoot, scattering it into several streams that relentlessly pursued her. This was troublesome. That's Ain's spirit, formed from resentment, indestructible and unscattered. She sneered. Indestructible and unscattered? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes, recklessly using her strength to close the distance, suddenly raising her hand to deliver a materialistic iron fist to tell her that she believed her. Nonsense. Then you try it. See if your mouth is tougher or my fist. Explaining ghosts to a modern person, Yi Xiao only responded with more forceful and merciless punches. She didn't dodge and was hit squarely. Several confinement talismans fell, but the woman easily broke free, sneering. What about the talismans? As she spoke, her palm curled into claws, and she fiercely clawed at Yi Xiao, who decisively rolled away to evade and quickly started flinging talismans from her pouch while running. And calling out to the others, hurry up, brothers, where are your talismans? Quickly throw them out to calm her down. I've provoked her to the point of insanity. It was fine if she didn't run, but once she did, the ghost cultivator chased after Yi Xiao frantically. That Yi Xiao, Song Hansheng noticed this scene felt eerily familiar, and as the ghost cultivator closed in, he ran while cursing. How does she always manage to accurately provoke the final boss? First it was the monster, then the demon clan, and now the ghost cultivator summing it up. This person is toxic, Shuiyu. He also wanted to know, with Yi Xiao attracting the vast majority of the firepower, the burden on the others lightened. Zhou Xingyan attacked alone, while the other sword cultivators provided cover for the talisman cultivators. Both humans and ghosts were showing off, while only Yi Xiao was taking hits. Her stepping on the breeze is practically smoking. Ming Xian felt extremely sympathetic. Yi Xiao dodged a few attacks with stepping on the breeze while using the surrounding formations to restrain the ghost cultivator. She understood the formations, and with the constant changes around her, the woman really couldn't catch Yi Xiao right away. The woman's expression darkened. She initially thought it would be easy to deal with, but unexpectedly, a foundation cultivator was even harder to handle than a golden core. Mu Chengxi, who had woken up midway, was still a bit dazed. The spot he was lying in was relatively safe, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the chaotic scene within the dark domain, with some cultivators lying sprawled on the ground. Awake? Shuiyu glanced over, tossing a recovery pill from his pouch, replenishing their spiritual energy. Hurry up and help. They're fighting over there. Without wasting words, Mu Chengxi drew his sword, sweeping away the ghostly energy, using stepping on the breeze to land in front of the opponent, his sword shadow flickering as he struck down with lightning speed. The reason for the inheritance being an inheritance was that it could be recalled immediately upon closing one's eyes, without needing to comprehend it oneself. Although it was somewhat awkward, it could be done without a teacher. Letting Mu Chongxi learn. With his aptitude, one time was enough. The ghost cultivator's pupils contracted slightly, and she was momentarily caught off guard by the boy's domineering sword energy, narrowly dodging it. In the next second, Zhou Xingyun followed closely and pierced through her eye in the domain. As the woman was restrained, the other sword cultivators were no pushovers. They could dodge Mu Kongxi's fierce sword moves, but they couldn't escape Zhou Xingyun's silent strike. Zhou Xingyun indeed held back a bit. This was the Song family's territory, and the person had to be handed over to the Song family's master. They only needed to capture the opponent. The moment the woman was injured, the domain silently dissipated. The sky was slightly brightening, and a lingering chill surrounded them. There were quite a few injured cultivators, but overall, this mission was a perfect success. Finally, Yi Xiao, exhausted, collapsed on the ground, her arms crossed under her head, lazily saying, "So tired." But there was nothing to be done. This family would fall apart without her. Sigh. The girl had a light expression, her fair skin making her look exceptionally obedient, clearly the kind of appearance that the righteous path favored. But thinking of her endless, underhanded tricks, the sword cultivators' faces darkened. They only realized after the fight that they had been deceived. Damn it. That woman was the true ghost cultivator of the Song residence. Moreover, the more they looked at Yi Xiao's face, the more familiar it seemed. Not long ago, she had just chatted with a guard. Unbelievable. Yi Xiao. The deceived sword cultivator stepped forward, his tone somewhat tearful. "I've heard so much about you." To be honest, they had long heard that this direct disciple was different from others, but that was merely hearsay. Not all cultivators watched the grand competition. He had a face full of betrayal, sighed. "Now I understand why you deserve to take first place twice." This was all Yi Xiao's due credit. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, waving her hand. "Thank you for the compliment. It's my honor." Yi Xiao, I speak for myself. Stop being glib. Ming Xian was also extremely tired. He slapped her shoulder impatiently. "Let's go. The Song family master wants to see us." Everyone was exhausted, lying on the ground for half an hour before the high-level powerful figures from the Song family slowly arrived. "Is this the speed of your Song family? 5 minutes of charging, 2 hours of traffic?" Yi Xiao kicked Song Hanxing's calf. "By the time you got here, the grass on our graves would be 3 feet high." Song Hanxing. He knew he was in the wrong and unusually kept silent. Yun Kei's gaze, however, was fixed on Mu Chongxi. "You have obtained the inheritance," she said with certainty. That sword did not resemble the swordplay of the Changming sect. "Ming Xian, what's wrong? Are you jealous?" Yi Xiao chimed in. "Jealous that his talent is higher than yours?" "Shui, you criticized her. What you're doing is wrong." With each retort, Yun Kei felt her face flush. No. She was anxious to explain clearly that inheritance should belong to her. But with the few from the Changming sect turning things upside down, it seemed as if she was the one being petty. Zhou Xingyun also glanced at Yun Kei and said lightly, "If a person can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven." Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Song Hansheng had no choice but to clean up the mess for Yun Quebec. He said coldly, "My father wants to see you. Let's go." The few followed behind Song Hansheng, casually chatting. The noise made Song Hansheng impatient, and he quickened his pace. That he truly thought that this group from the Changming sect was unlike any other. They could exhaust a person with their chatter. After winding through several turns, they entered the main hall, where only the head of the Song family awaited them. The group exchanged glances and bowed politely. Disciple of the Changming sect, Yi Xiao. Disciple of the Changming sect, Ming Xian. After introducing themselves, the head of the Song family looked thoughtfully at Yi Xiao and asked kindly, "May I ask, who dealt with that ghost cultivator?" Seeing that no one else was stepping forward, Yi Xiao had to stand up. "I did." The head of the Song family was taken aback, not expecting it to be her. He pondered for a moment and then clapped his palm heavily. "You are the Yi Xiao who overwhelmed the Wenjin sect during the competition." The competition was a place where a group of talented teenagers made their names. Although the team competitions did not reveal the strength differences among the sects as clearly as individual matches, the most important aspects were cooperation and strategy. Clearly, the Changming sect left a deep impression in every match. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, a prodigy indeed. Unlike certain people, he said, his face pulling down as he cast a gloomy glance at Song Hansheng. Only knows how to cultivate, without thinking at all. The usually diligent Song Hansheng, who resembled a busy little bee, was taken aback. Feeling that Yi Xiao had indeed been a great help, the boy maintained a neutral expression, suppressing his urge to retort. His father had been double standard for quite some time, especially fervent about geniuses. Every time a family produced a prodigy, his father would sit in their house for an entire evening, endlessly boasting and turning into a lemon with jealousy. After listening to a series of meaningless remarks, Xiao and the others finally received the spirit stones they had been eager for. The head of the Song family was exceptionally warm throughout, especially towards Xiao. Once the members of the Changming sect had left, his smile faded, and he quickly asked, Han Sheng, what do you think of that little disciple from the Changming sect's talisman? Drawing skills? Song Han Sheng felt a bit constrained. Haven't seen it. He only knew that her talismans were quite cheap, but to see Yi Qiao's talisman drawing skills, he would have to wait for the individual competition. Indeed, she is a variable, the head of the Song family pondered. You should pay more attention to her. That child has caused quite a stir these past few days. To win first place twice in the competition and deal with a ghost cultivator shows considerable ability. Fortunately, that Yi Qiao only has a medium-grade spiritual root, meaning she can master it, but not truly excel at it. Song Han Sheng, I know. His tone was slightly cold. Wait for the fourth round. She'll be done for. At that time, they would join forces with the other 3 sects to target her. After descending the mountain, the 5 people in different outfits walking together were quite eye-catching. Yi Qiao lazily strolled with her hands behind her back. How should we explain Xiao Qi's situation when we return to the sect? Just say we brought back a disciple for the master. That would surely scare Qin Fan to death. Just tell him the truth, Mu Chengxi said ambiguously. I think I know how to practice that inheritance sword technique. Yi Qiao, do you want to join me? No, you keep it for yourself. This is what you deserve. Yi Qiao patted him, expressing some hypocritical concern for Mu Chengxi. Remember to report to Elder Duan later. You can go to class and take the beating. Yourself, she wouldn't accompany him. Now, the elders were extremely lenient towards her and would no longer chase her down to scold her for no reason. Yi Qiao felt a long-lost sense of high treatment from the alchemists and talisman masters. It was simply delightful. The group returned to the competition courtyard, and Yi Qiao hurried to find Qin Fan to inquire about the situation regarding heavenly spiritual roots in the cultivation world. The other senior brothers had all gone to sleep, and despite feeling sleepy herself, Yi Qiao asked several people before finally finding his trace. Master. She knocked on the door and walked in. I have a question to ask you. Seeing that it was the talented disciple of their sect, Qin Fan's irritable mood softened. Ask. Yi Qiao pondered for a moment. Do you know much about heavenly-grade spiritual roots in the cultivation world? Huh. Qin Fan did not react immediately. What did you say? He was currently polishing his treasured sword, and upon learning that the 5 divine beasts had returned to the sect after completing their task, Qin Fan felt a long lost headache. Although they had brought him glory in the competition, this group together was anything but ordinary chaos. During their absence, the Changming sect had experienced a peaceful time. Yi Qiao watched her master polishing the sword with an expression as if he treated it like his wife, paused, and asked, Master, heavenly spiritual roots. Have you heard of them? If I haven't heard of them, she shrugged. I'll just go to the library and look for myself. Heavenly spiritual roots. Qin Fan paused in his polishing. Why did you suddenly think to ask about this? Chapter 105. Do not hurt our sect's genius. Duan Yu pulled a few hairs from his beard, calming down for a moment. Really? Yi Qiao nodded. Really? Duan Yu, damn. No wonder he said why Yi Qiao was so useless. It turns out he only studied for a year. Mu Chengxi has this effect after a year. He must be laughing in his dreams. Not to mention Mu Chengxi, even Yi Qinghan, who only studied for a year, couldn't reach Yi Qiao's level. A genius. Or rather a genius who was delayed, made Duan Yu's heart ache even more. So, in the latter half of the night, he hit Yi Qiao even harder. Yi Qiao leaned back hurriedly, dodging a punch thrown by the other. Is this how you treat a genius? Duan Yu, who told you to have such high talent? Unfortunately, others didn't know Yi Qiao's swordsmanship level. Otherwise, he could show off Yi Qiao to others. On the first night back at the sect, only Yi Qiao was injured. Achieving a unique situation. Xiao Qi was taken away by Mu Chengxi yesterday. The next morning, seeing Yi Qiao with dark circles under her eyes, having been beaten all night, he raised an eyebrow. What were you doing in the middle of the night? Digging graves? Yi Qiao smiled bitterly. I was being taught swordsmanship by Elder Duan all night. Oh, Mu Chengxi didn't react much. Then you really should practice. After all, Yi Qiao's swordsmanship is indeed a shortcoming. Ming Xian simply sat down on the spot, rubbing the boy's head. Can we bring him with us this time into the secret realm? At this time before dawn. A group of diligent little bees were already practicing swordsmanship on the back mountain. Xiao lay down on the ground, thinking it probably wouldn't work. This domain thing, if really brought out, not only would the elders be unhappy, but that group of direct disciples would definitely be the first to oppose it. Then leave it for the master to take. Shuiyu lowered his eyes, but Qin Fanfan has always believed that as long as they are alive, it's good enough. Xiao Qi was unhappy. I don't want to. I can secretly hide on you. He looked at Yi Xiao with a pitiful expression. Ghost energy quietly falls on a certain part of the clothing, not too easily noticeable, plus he has a domain, so he can remain undetected. Yi Xiao, you can try it first. Xiao Qi quietly turned into a mass of black mist, then spread out around Yi Xiao's clothes and quietly hid completely. So it really was hard to detect anything unusual. Not bad. Ming Xian gave a thumbs up, then it settled. At most. We won't let him out once we enter the secret realm. Isn't this more reliable than Qin Fanfan taking care of the kids? Let's go. We should first ask the sword sect how it will work. After hiding Xiao Qi, they still had to rush to the courtyard where the major sect's direct disciples were gathering. As each sect gradually returned to the courtyard to prepare for the next secret realm, it's worth mentioning that these direct disciples didn't sleep at night and began to think about how to disturb their opponents. After all, there is still some time before the fourth round. Since that's the case, why not take the opportunity to annoy the opponents? Some direct disciples were preparing drugs, while others were banging wooden fish at night. Yi Xiao, who was awakened, wished she could grab a brick and smash it on their heads to wake them up. A few nights ago, it was quite lively. When Xie Chushua heard about it, she smiled. It's okay. Soon they will be even livelier. Yi Xiao caught up on several naps, and when she woke up, she found that at this time, other sects' courtyards should have their candle flames dimmed. But today, for some reason, they were all bright. She pushed open the door, and the others were gathered together, each with a candle lit and a book in hand. That collective appearance of intellectuals made Yi Xiao feel quite unaccustomed. She rubbed her arms, her voice slightly hesitant. What are you all doing? Memorizing. Ming Xian knew she had slept for several days and was unaware of what had happened. There's an assessment tomorrow. Those who fail will be openly punished. Sent to the flower pot. Huh. This was no less than a thunderclap for Yi Xiao. Come on. The books have all been prepared by the little master uncle. Shuiyu leaned back, starting to recite miserably. Tonight, no one gets to sleep. Yi Xiao, are you serious? Her eyes widened slightly. Was there such a thing in the cultivation world before? There wasn't. Zhou Xingyun looked increasingly disheartened, his tone downcast. Possibly because he saw the disparity in intelligence among the cultivation world's direct disciples, adding to his frustration. So frustrating, but it's no use. Not just them. The other sects were the same. That night, everyone stopped poisoning and disturbing their opponents, all burning the midnight oil, studying and memorizing. Seeing so many direct disciples frantically memorizing overnight was quite satisfying for the elders. This is the spirit that our cultivation world's direct disciples should have. Diligent and eager to learn. But why do we still have to memorize when we are already cultivating? Is this reasonable? Yi Xiao was almost exhausted from memorizing. And even though she had a good memory, it was still tough to get through these books in one night. As she memorized into the early morning, Yi Xiao even gradually began to lose her mind, holding her KFC in her arms. She felt pleased that KFC would soon have to take an exam like them, and that it should find a better school. KFC. That night, all 5 sects' direct disciple courtyards were brightly lit, each group gathered together asking questions and reciting. Yi Xiao even thought of using some underhanded methods to try and pass notes, sharing answers. The next morning, everyone had not slept all night, and Yi Xiao had to take 3 assessments in one go. In the alchemist assessment, since the alchemists were all good students, Yi Xiao really couldn't find a group to cheat with. Comparing the calmness of the alchemists, when she arrived at the sword cultivators assessment, she found those sword cultivators all in a state of panic, and Yi Xiao strangely found her group. In the assessment class, Yi Xiao brought her books into the venue, and with Mu Chongxi, the two quickly passed answers and notes to each other. Chu Xingji, who was already annoyed by the questions, saw their actions and immediately knocked on the wooden table, silently saying, "Count me in." You, asking for our Longming sect's notes while you're questioning the sword sect? Dream on. Mu Chongxi sneered back. Chu Xingji exclaimed, "Elder." Yi Xiao quickly threw him a note to shut him up. The 3 of them cooperated and passed notes to each other, gradually forgetting themselves in the process, to the point where they didn't even notice the Grand Elder of the sword sect approaching from behind. "What are you doing?" Yi Xiao instinctively replied, "Cheating." As soon as she said that, She felt a chill on her back, turning around to see the elder's solemn face. Oh no. Yi Xiao, Chu Xingji. Mu Chengxi, 0 points. Yi Xiao, ah. The three were so angered they felt like groundhogs. Sitting at the back, Yi Qinghan finished answering the questions and glanced at the three who were acting up. Her voice. You guys should stop yelling. It's always so noisy wherever the Longming sect is. Yi Qinghan had been exposed to swords since childhood, so she didn't find it difficult at all. Zhu Yu was also a good student, so only the three of them in the sword cultivator group suffered. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing the sword cultivator assessment, she still had to go for others. The talisman cultivator courtyard was also not peaceful. Several explosive talismans were flying around, and she almost got blown up as soon as she stepped in. Are you guys fighting? Ming Xian smiled slightly, fingers flipping through talismans, just friendly sparring. As soon as the words fell, various talismans exploded, dazzling to behold. Yuqing sect and Longming sect had long-standing grudges, both throwing talismans at each other under the guise of sparring, while also testing each other's strength. A few feuding talisman cultivators gathered together, nearly demolishing the courtyard. And in a moment of dust flying, everyone looked covered in dirt, as if they had just come back from coal mining. As expected, apart from a few exceptional good students like Song Hanxing and Yi Qinghan, the whole group was deemed to have failed. A bunch of people stood there with flower pots on their heads, yawning in unison, and their neat appearance left passing cultivators stunned. What are they doing? Are these a few direct disciples? Practicing a new technique? It was the first time seeing so many living disciples from the 5 sects, which was a bit exciting. The various disciple uniforms intertwined together created a beautiful scene. This public punishment for failing didn't harm Yi Xiao. She was too sleepy to care. But really, they are like brothers in the sect. Even with flower pots on their heads, they are in groups, making outsiders think that the 5 sects are currently harmoniously united. Passing by, Shuiyu couldn't help but laugh at this scene, almost unable to stand up straight. Ming Xian was extremely jealous. You really deserve it. Why aren't you here? Shuiyu shrugged. Who told you not to attend classes? The passing cultivators began to discuss. Yi Xiao and Qin Huai are close together. What does this mean? It's love. Nonsense. Mu Chengxi is also close to Chu Xingji. When those two meet, just watch who strikes first. I was in a pretty bad mood today, but seeing them made me smile. Are all disciples just uneducated? Not really. There are exceptions, like the one from the Song family, the one from the Yi family. Zhu Yu and Si Miaoyan. Aren't they all good students? Exactly. So is Chaming sect toxic? 4 out of 5 are here, as they all wore flower pots. Some even started fighting. The 5 sects have never gotten along, and gathering together made it easier for trouble to arise. While Yi Xiao dozed off, Mu Chengxi and Chu Xingji, both in the golden core stage, began to fight. The others quickly stepped aside. Mu Chengxi had been looking for someone to practice with after obtaining the inheritance, and Chu Xingji was at a similar level. Their clash sent ripples through the air, and the sword energy almost swept toward the nearby onlookers. The commotion attracted other disciples who were not present. Yi Qinghan squinted, just in time to see Mu Chengxi's sword strike, and asked, "New sword technique?" Yi Xiao remained silent, not revealing anything about the inheritance. But that didn't stop Yin Kei from speaking up, her voice soft. It's an inheritance from a senior. You don't need to learn it. You just know how to use it. So it's taking shortcuts. Yi Qinghan looked somewhat disdainful. In the same realm, Chu Xingji could fight Mu Chengxi to a standstill. But if there was an inheritance, Chu Xingji would be at a disadvantage. Mu Chengxi's attacks had been unsuccessful until he used the new sword technique to gain an unexpected advantage, while Chu Xingji was fierce, each strike directly targeting his face. Having studied the Qingfeng technique so thoroughly, it seems that the sword sect practices swordsmanship day and night for a reason. Yi Xiao stroked her chin. Who told you to only know these 2 moves? Yi Qinghan scoffed. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, feeling looked down upon. They probably researched our methods extensively. Ming Xian clicked his tongue. They've been figured out. Yi Xiao pondered softly, as if realizing something. However, she thought their sword technique was manageable and she could learn it, as long as Mu Chengxi kept practicing for a while longer. Ultimately, the sparring between the two ended in a draw. Chu Xingji smiled as he walked in front of them, silently mocking. Is the Changming sect only capable of the Qingfeng technique? Yi Xiao? The named Yi Xiao glanced at him and asked, do you want to fight? Just to spar. The disciples present have been curious about you for a long time. Their understanding of each other's strengths was vague. Chu Xingji only remembered that she was quite fast, and her learning was eclectic. He hadn't seen any other remarkable qualities. The commotion from the sparring between disciples was quite loud, and most people's reactions were stunned. Yi Xiao? How dare she fight Chu Xingji? In a spar? Chu Xingji would suppress his cultivation, and since Mu Chengxi had only managed to reach a stalemate, how could Yi Xiao dare to accept? Chu Xingji and Mu Chengxi had begun fighting. When Qin Fanfan received the news, he wasn't surprised. Isn't that normal? I sensed it during the competition. These two fools would eventually fight. The main thing was that Yi Xiao had joined in. Damn, Qin Fanfan still didn't know Yi Xiao's true strength. But the experience from battles between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages was different. Wasn't that courting death? Qin Fanfan jumped up and rushed to the training ground. How dare you, Sword Sect, harm our genius? Si Miaoyan looked puzzled. Fighting is prohibited during the competition. It's not even time for the individual matches yet. However, this year's once-in-a-century individual matches could be summarized as a contest of grievances between the disciples. With Yi Xiao's participation, it stirred up grievances among all 5 sects. Whoever could successfully take revenge would depend on the strength of the respective disciples. Song Hanxing sarcastically remarked. That's how our sword cultivators are. Just fight. It'd be best if you overturn the training ground and both sects lose points. Yi Qinghan's expression was indifferent. He pursed his lips. I'm also curious how someone who can master 3 paths handles swordsmanship. Yun Ke softly agreed. Of course, it can't compare to senior brother Chu. Although this statement was mixed with a bit of personal grievances, what Yun Ke said was also true. Yi Xiao's Qingfeng technique flowed smoothly. Clashing with Chu Xingji's fierce sword energy, and in the same realm, she couldn't compete. Zhu Yu frowned. Yi Xiao's sword technique looks quite clumsy. It's no wonder she's being pressed. It's strange. After all, Yi Xiao entered the Yueqing sect at a young age and has been learning swordsmanship for over 10 years. Yi Qinghan had no reaction to this result. She only knows the Qingfeng technique. They had studied the Qingfeng technique overnight, focusing on speed, striking without leaving traces. As long as they captured the speed and patterns of their sword strikes, it would be easy to find flaws. But it still felt like it wouldn't end so easily. Yi Xiao missed several strikes in a row, causing Chu Xingji to laugh mockingly. Ming Xian didn't understand the competition between sword cultivators. But he could tell that Yi Xiao was at a disadvantage. What was Yi Xiao trying to do? Mu Chengxi and Yi Xiao often trained together. Logically, if she found she couldn't hit, she wouldn't keep using the Qingfeng technique so many times. After several missed strikes, Yi Xiao dodged 2 sword shadows like blades. And as Chu Xingji approached, she turned her wrist, deflecting his attack with a gentle move. A sort of Qingfeng and bright moon. Chu Xingji had seen it before and easily blocked it. However, his expression changed as he adjusted his sword stance, preparing to strike directly at Yi Xiao. The momentum was fierce. Yi Xiao had seen him strike before. She knew that Elder Duan's kick was not in vain. She dodged to the side, initiating her attack with the first move of the Qingfeng technique. Chu Xingji noticed it, smirking, seemingly indifferent, already readying his defense, expecting Yi Xiao's effort to be in vain. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the girl suddenly changed her sword technique. The sword sect's initial move caught him off guard. At the moment Chu Xingji raised his hand, she used the same sword stance he had just employed, bringing a momentum that could tear through the sky, landing on the end of his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of his long sword breaking in half, Yi Xiao flipped and stood up from the ground, using the tone he had mocked her with, lightly saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Chapter 106. The fourth secret realm. The surroundings fell silent, and Chu Xingji, who had his sword broken in front of a large crowd, widened his eyes. Yi Xiao, although it was just a common for a sword cultivator, having their sword broken was akin to having their face pressed to the ground. In a fit of anger, he threw a punch directly at Yi Xiao. She spun around to dodge and kicked downwards, but unexpectedly, Chu Xingji feinted and struck down towards her abdomen with the other hand. Yi Xiao grabbed his arm and, at the same time, flipped him over. Mu Zhongxi immediately jumped up, his eyes shining. Yi Xiao is awesome. Hit him, side kick, turn around. Look at Yi Xiao behind you. Ming Xian also joined in. The scene was lively. Yi Xiao and Chu Xingji exchanged glances, wanting to continue, when the voice of the elder from the sword asking sect suddenly rang out from behind. Have you all had enough? The previously lively group fell silent in an instant. Can't you go a day without causing trouble? The elder from the sword asking sect, seeing this scene, was truly frustrated. It was one thing for the assessment to be a mess, but to still be able to cause trouble was unacceptable. He pointed at everyone present and said, "In a few days, the secret realm will open. I hope you all can behave yourselves and reflect properly. Especially those who didn't use their brains and ended up being overturned in the last 2 days, yet still have the face to watch the fun. The other 3 sect's direct disciples felt somewhat insulted. He waved his hand, looking at the silent disciples, and coldly said, "Disperse." Xiao had a fight and walked away feeling refreshed, no longer caring about the flower pot, heading back home. When Qin Fanfan arrived, it was already too late. He followed the group of disciples back to the courtyard while asking, "I heard you guys got into a fight? What was the result?" After all, Chu Xingji was also a rival, so it was good to test the waters in advance. Xiao was a bit proud. I won against him. Although it was partly because Chu Xingji underestimated her, and her initial move caught him off guard. In terms of the result, Xiao still won. Qin Fanfan chuckled, not believing it. Even Mu Zhongxi might not necessarily win against Chu Xingji, but there was no need to say that. Little Xiao. Qin Fanfan walked behind the team with his hands behind his back. You've been stuck at this level for so long. Is it that you can't break through? Or are you at a bottleneck? For gifted disciples, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was usually easy. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the golden core stage back then as easily as drinking water, and at that time, the lightning tribulation caused quite a stir in the cultivation world. I can break through, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, but my spiritual root is too weak, and the speed of breaking through is not proportional to my current spiritual root. She needed to let it grow a bit more. As it stands, besides getting struck by lightning, there was no other way. Most of the direct disciples in the cultivation world at the golden core stage had already faced their lightning tribulation, and other cultivators had basically broken through to the golden core stage as well, and the next would be the nascent soul stage lightning tribulation. The cultivation world wasn't full of nascent souls, and Yi Xiao couldn't even find someone to get struck by lightning with. Qin Fanfan appreciated her steady behavior, acknowledging that being too eager could indeed lead to an unstable foundation. After a period of noise, the following night gradually returned to calm. Each sect's courtyard quieted down. Analyzing the conditions of the next secret realm, it felt like the difficulty of these major secret realms was constantly increasing. Not just Yi Xiao felt this way. Other disciples felt it too. The further they went, the harder it became. Ming Xian lightly tapped the map given by the sword-asking sect with his fingertip, saying the next secret realm was called the Shrub Forest, which not only had demon beasts but also many mutated trees that could eat people. If those captured didn't break free in time, they would be devoured and assimilated. The most troublesome aspect of this secret realm wasn't the demon beasts, but the plants there. The benefits of having a fire-type spiritual root came into play, as at least some plants wouldn't dare to provoke them. When encountering danger, they could crush their identity tokens to escape. In the once-in-a-century grand competition, many talents had perished in this secret realm 100 years ago, and only later was it discovered that crushing the identity token would allow one to be teleported out. Ming Xian drew a lot of fire control talismans and handed them to them, advising that if the situation seemed wrong, they should use them to calm the plants. And if that didn't work, just run. There was no other way. He could only wish them good luck, especially Yi Xiao. It was hard to say for others, but she would definitely be the one targeted the most. Sigh. It's so hard to stay alive. Yi Xiao sighed as she leaned on the table. Ever since she got the alchemy furnace, her speed of refining pills and producing them had more than doubled. The high saturation of spiritual energy was stored in porcelain bottles, which she distributed to several senior brothers. After all, the next secret realm, no matter how one looked at it, was not very friendly, especially for Yi Xiao, who was at odds with the whole world. Shui looked at the pills she refined and smiled slightly. If the Bai Shui sect knew about your level, they would probably come to poach you. The main issue was that Yi Xiao had previously used a pot to refine in the secret realm, and that strange thing was something no one had seen before, making it hard to judge her level. If I had known earlier, Yi Xiao looked up and said casually while pointing to the ground, if I had known they were so rich, I would have gone there back then. It's regrettable that she was young and naive, deceived by 5 steamed buns. 3 days later, all the direct disciples packed up and took a flying boat to the site where the secret realm would open. Early in the morning, the sky was just brightening, and the cultivators outside were all yawning and swaying, while only the sword-asking sect stood straight like young poplars. As Mu Zhongxi walked, someone slapped the back of his head. Stand straight, Duan, you scolded from behind. Mu Zhongxi replied, but she isn't standing straight either. Why don't you say anything about her? He pointed at Yi Xiao, who was too sleepy to lift her head. Duan, you said, can she be the same as you? Why is there a double standard? Xiao, long time no see. A cultivator outside greeted her warmly. Promise us you'll live with a smile. We believe in you. Even if you offend all the direct disciples, you can still live well. Xiao, who was caught in a survival gap, just entered and heard these words. She had originally drawn a lot of talismans before entering the secret realm, and her head was a bit dizzy. After hearing these words, Xiao raised a brilliant smile and waved her hand, just as she was about to tell them it was no big deal. Looking up, she saw several other sects not far from her. Every gaze was cold and chilling. If looks could kill, she would probably be dead by now. Xiao turned her head nonchalantly, pretending not to see, while her mind was racing to think of countermeasures. Mingxian poked her. What to do? If you can't find a team this time, you might really be targeted to death. In the previous matches, the hate value wasn't on Xiao, mainly because no one regarded a Foundation establishment disciple as a threat. But now it was different, in terms of hate value. Who among those present had a higher one than Xiao? Mingxian stroked his chin, appearing to think, and slightly elongated his tone. I'm wondering who the unlucky one is that will have the fortune of teaming up with Xiao. Among the 5, one of them would definitely be left alone. Xiao hadn't been left alone for 3 consecutive times. She didn't know what would happen this time. Chapter 107, The King Among Dogs. How could teaming up with her be unlucky? Meow meow, hearing their conversation, interjected, but that's the joy of being led by the first. Miaoyan hurriedly covered her mouth. Don't say that. They wanted to join in as well. Not long ago, Yi Qinghan and the others had a meeting with the 3 sects excluding the Changming sect. Upon seeing Xiao, they planned to crush her identity token first and deal with the rest later. This meant that on the first day, Xiao would be the target of all the direct disciples. Meow Meow, with her mouth covered, was forcibly dragged into the secret realm. On the other side, the other 2 sects were also attacking Xiao to gain some enjoyment. Chu Xingji said, that damn Xiao ambushed me. When we enter the secret realm, let's take her out first. I've already thought of a name, he said. We'll call ourselves the Avengers. Suzhua, that's a good name. Don't change it next time. Saying this, he patted Chu Xingji and pulled his junior sister into the secret realm. Chu Xingji touched his head, feeling that he was being mocked. After they entered, Xiao slowly stepped into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the sun was shining brightly, and what greeted the eyes was a fresh expanse of green, along with wooden houses woven from plants. The lush trees were exceptionally tall. Everything was fine, except for one thing that felt a bit off. Xiao stood in place, deeply adjusting her stance, and waited for quite a while. Then she looked left and right, trying to find her teammates. Xiao walked while calling out, Shuiyu, Mingxian, Muchongxi, Zhou Xingyan, where is everyone? She crouched on the ground, pushing aside the wildly growing weeds, but after a long time, she didn't see any senior brother squatting in the bushes. Xiao calmed down for a moment and finally accepted the reality. She was alone. People outside were already laughing madly. Ha 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 ha, you have your day today. Alone, right? This is your karma. Xiao, what does it mean to be against the whole world? This is what it means to be against the whole world. Not even a brother in arms to share the beating with you. Just go wander alone. Xiao didn't need to think to know that the people outside were having a blast. She observed her surroundings, then scanned with her spiritual sense. And after confirming that there wasn't much danger, quickly set up a defensive formation to avoid having an enemy jump out halfway to chase her. What comforted Xiao a bit was that she still had the little phoenix accompanying her. The little phoenix lazily glanced at her, its tail held high with pride. Huffed a sound. Now you know how good it is, right? Xiao hugged it and curled up in the formation, determined not to go out. As long as no one found her, she would be the one who could survive to the final circle. In the secret realm, pairs of 2 were required to go down, while others, unlike Xiao, wouldn't be constantly worried about someone coming to take revenge. So their first move was to head to the monster beast's lair to search for the location of the beasts. The first few hours were still calm, but after that, when Mu Chongxi was halfway through killing a beast, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. A vine came at him like lightning. Mu Chongxi turned his sword to cut it off. What the hell? A mutated vine. Shuiyu released the poison in his hands, and the branches and leaves quickly withered. Be careful. It was then that they noticed that the green vines had all grown around them at some point, subtly wrapping them all up. As a sword cultivator, Mu Chongxi naturally took the lead to clear the way, but he quickly came back, gritting his teeth. As soon as I went over, I was slapped away. He rubbed his shoulder, and there were too many of them. He couldn't cut them all down. When did the vines in this secret realm become so powerful? Shuiyu thought for a moment and contributed his own alchemy furnace. If it doesn't work, you just shrink into your shell as soon as you go in. No matter how strong you are, I will remain unmoved. You attract the firepower, and I'll take the opportunity to throw out medicine. Mu Chongxi twitched the corner of his mouth. Then I'll give it a try. Sure enough, at critical moments, Yi Qiao's method was effective. These vines. Have they gone crazy? Not just the Mingming sect encountering the same situation. Other sects were too. Yi Qinghan and Chu Xingji were walking together, preparing to find someone to rendezvous with when the originally quiet vines suddenly whipped over. Dust flew everywhere, and the places where the two dodged left deep cracks. Damn. Chu Xingji, what the hell? Although it was mentioned before entering the secret realm that there would be some mutated plants, those were supposed to be rare. As long as one was careful to identify, there wouldn't be any major issues. There had never been a situation where all plants mutated as soon as they entered the secret realm. Yi Qinghan frowned. This doesn't seem like a mutated monster vine. It's more like a cultivator with a wood-type spiritual root is manipulating them. That makes it even more bizarre. A wood-type spiritual root can easily manipulate vines, and their cultivation level must be at least in the nascent soul stage. How could someone above the nascent soul stage appear in a major secret realm? Is the cultivation restriction in the secret realm just for show? Yi Qinghan's brows were tightly knitted, not understanding what exactly went wrong. A day later, when Yi Qiao woke up from her sleep, she found that no one had come to provoke her, and the entire secret realm was in a quiet state. Yi Qiao sat in the formation, resting her chin in thought for a moment. Yi Qinghan? Song Hansheng. Qinhuai? Duan Hengdao? Are you all dead? Her voice was definitely loud enough, at least in a secret realm. Moving around randomly like this would surely bump into a few close disciples. And Yi Qiao hadn't concealed any aura, so it was impossible for there to be no one at all. How strange. Why is there not a single person? Only the cultivator at Yi Qiao's Shadowstone's perspective was unclear and asked loudly, what exactly happened? Why are so many close disciples gone? Even if they didn't fight, they would have met by now, right? You all look at Yunkei over there. On the other side, Yunkei was also alone for the first time. She hugged the treasure-hunting beast in her arms, signaling it to hurry and find some good stuff, so she could collaborate with the cultivators from other sects later. The treasure-hunting beast was a good thing. She had obtained quite a few opportunities relying on it, and this time was no exception. Although the other party was a bit reluctant, it could only dawdle for a moment due to their contractual relationship, then stepped forward, leading her through the lush trees. The little beast dashed quickly, and Yunkei hurriedly stumbled after it. In the midst of her zigzagging, she became completely confused. Not far away, a large open space was marked with intricate rune patterns, deep brown marks. Yunkei mustered her courage, took a step forward, and found that the protective formation had not been triggered. Her heart was pounding, and she hurriedly jogged over, only to see a pearl in the center of the formation that was continuously absorbing energy. She had a premonition that this was a good thing. The girl bit her lip, struggled internally for a moment, then decisively took it and left. At that moment, all the cultivators outside began to curse madly. The origin pearl of the secret realm. The origin pearl is used to suppress those with high cultivation levels to avoid a massacre situation. No one above the nascent soul stage is allowed to enter the major secret realm, and before the major secret realm opens, the 5 sects will have people guarding outside, only allowing close disciples to enter and exit. However, once the origin pearl is taken, the suppression of realms is completely ineffective. Then in the next second, all kinds of powerful beings could mix in. Especially those close disciples still in the secret realm had no idea what was happening. Did she not know that it was the origin pearl? The strangest thing was how she managed to take it without triggering any protective barriers. This Yueqing sect's close disciple is toxic. I really felt something was off about her since the beginning of the competition. She has all the good stuff. The upper echelons of the cultivation world should thoroughly investigate this close disciple. I suspect her spiritual roots aren't even hers. What kind of person is this? The high-level figures in the cultivation world also fell into a brief chaos. With so many close disciples in the secret realm, each disciple cultivated with countless efforts and time. Any disciple getting into trouble is a huge loss for the cultivation world. Send people into the secret realm to notify them. Hurry up. Those watching the competition are definitely not just cultivators. There are also many demon cultivators. Especially those demon clans have been eyeing the close disciples of the cultivation world. If they take the opportunity to enter, how can those still in the golden core stage defend themselves? People can't get in. The secret realm has already closed. The demon clan has spirit tools that can forcibly enter the secret realm, but those spirit tools can only be activated once and accommodate 2 people inside. I guess they are all in the nascent soul stage. Elder Chungfeng of the Chungfeng sect said, things happen too quickly. It will take us 2 days to open it again. Who knows if it will be in time? In just one night, the situation changed dramatically. While everyone was still searching for the demon beasts and their disciples, most of them were caught off guard, except for Xiao, who was lazily hiding in the formation. Sleeping. She was exceptionally good at hiding. First, she found an inconspicuous spot to conceal herself, surrounded by talismans, and then she hid her aura within the formation. A cultivator joked, this must be what they mean by the one who is reckless among the reckless is the king among dogs. At this moment, Xiao was quite confused, extremely bewildered. She looked at the quiet secret realm, wondering what was going on. Were they all trying to isolate her? Xiao sensed that those disciples weren't so childish, but she still stayed put, afraid to move. What if it was just a trick? Xiao restrained herself and waited for several hours. Something was off. No matter how much those sects hated her, it was impossible for a whole day to pass without any increase in the number of demon beasts on the jade slip. Either Yi Qinghan and his group were stealthy ninjas, enduring for a day just to wait for her, or something significant had happened in the secret realm. As she thought this, Xiao walked out of the formation, expanding her divine sense to observe her surroundings. It was eerily quiet, deathly still. After pondering for a moment, she could only lower her head and walk towards the inner area of the secret realm to find out where those missing disciples had gone. Xiao was still alive, which undoubtedly rekindled some hope among the cultivators and elders outside. However, they also thought not to be too pessimistic. After all, wasn't Xiao still in the secret realm? Could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator really save the day? Hey, maybe she could. Chapter 108. Every escape counts. The entire secret realm was silent. After wandering around, Xiao hadn't encountered anyone. Along the way, she dealt with a few fleeing demon beasts effortlessly, but when she checked the jade slip, the numbers were still unchanged. The vast secret realm was deathly quiet. Lowering her head, she noticed a bow and arrow discarded not far away. Xiao bent down to pick it up. Meow Meow could use a spiritual bow. She remembered clearly that something must have happened here, as the trees around were broken and askew. The corners of her lips slightly tightened. Something indeed had happened. Initially, Xiao thought it was just idle talk. How could anything happen in such a secret realm? Only entry was allowed, and no one else could come in apart from the disciples. But now it seemed that something she was unaware of had occurred. Xiao Qi. Xiao discreetly connected with Xiao Qi, instructing, if there's any danger, pull me out. Okay, the boy replied softly. In the secret realm, external props were not allowed. But since something had happened, those regulations no longer mattered. If it weren't for the fact that none of her 4 senior brothers were visible, and she was worried about their whereabouts, given Xiao's laid-back nature, she would have already activated her identity token to escape the moment she sensed something was off. Sigh. Indeed, this home would disperse without her. Looking at Xiao wandering alone in the secret realm, some cultivators had mixed feelings. Although it was an untimely moment, she was still the most reliable at a critical time. The lonely team of disciples now only had Xiao left. A few others were still unaccounted for, but they would likely be caught soon. With nascent soul cultivators capturing people, most areas of the secret realm were almost covered. No one could hide like Xiao, who could sleep soundly while sticking talismans for concealment, making it easy to catch her. The more laid back she was, the luckier she seemed. Look at Song Han Sheng and Yi Qinghan. Despite their efforts, they were the first to be caught. Their hard work only earned them special treatment from the demon race. Following the traces of the battle, Xiao searched for the whereabouts of other sections. The vines blocking her path were burned to ashes by KFC, and the tangled vines that were wildly whipping the ground were incinerated mercilessly by Phoenix's true fire before they could even touch her. KFC acted too quickly, and upon noticing the burned plants, the demon race's saintess, who had been searching for the whereabouts of the other disciples, abruptly turned back. Someone. This time, the demon race had only sent her and one other nascent soul cultivator. The demon race had been closely monitoring the competition, especially those disciples. The better their talent, the greater the threat they posed to the demon race in the future, with those with top-tier spiritual roots at the top of the list. The arrival of 2 nascent soul cultivators in such a secret realm was akin to a crushing situation, especially since those disciples were still unaware, making them easy targets. Most of the 5 sects had been captured, and Yi Xiao shouldn't have burned that vine. Run. The cultivators outside were anxiously watching. They were about to be caught. Just as the words left their mouths, the demon race's saintess appeared at the spot where Yi Xiao had just been, squinting her eyes as she swiftly chased in Yi Xiao's direction. Almost at the moment the two were about to collide, Yi Xiao was instantly pulled into a domain by the elusive Xiao Qi, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qi's mother was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, and his domain was also above the nascent soul stage, making it easy to detect unfamiliar auras. Mom, that person outside is at the nascent soul stage, the boy reported obediently after observing for a while. A nascent soul? No wonder she couldn't sense any fluctuations in aura. Yi Xiao patted his head, murmuring, how could a nascent soul enter? Xiao Qi shook his head. He was just an inexperienced child. Yi Xiao calmed her chaotic thoughts. The only thing she could confirm was that something had happened in the secret realm, and a nascent soul cultivator had infiltrated with ill intentions, targeting the disciples of the 5 sections. Yi Xiao rummaged through her mustard seed bag for concealment talismans, only to find 2 left. These talismans were difficult to draw and not very reliable, easily exposing her. After exiting the domain, Yi Xiao found a safe spot to hide. Estimating the range of the nascent soul's divine sense and keeping a certain distance from her, when the woman sensed something was off, she let Xiao Qi pull her into the domain. With their cooperation, they smoothly followed her to the barrier where the disciples were imprisoned. Yi Xiao saw the disciples in the barrier from a distance, her breath momentarily catching, almost exposing herself. Qin Huai from Chengfeng sect, Song Hansheng from Yueqing sect, Yi Qinghan from Wenjin sect, and her senior brothers were all trapped in the barrier, tightly bound. Yi Xiao didn't expect that while she had just slept for a while, so many of them had been wiped out. Suppressing her thoughts, she glanced at everyone, relieved to see they were still alive. She applied the invisibility talisman, reached out, and snatched the mustard seed bags that the demon race had thrown aside from the disciples. Once she secured them, Yi Xiao immediately stuffed a dozen mustard seed bags into her domain and ran away without looking back. The audience was astonished, even at this moment. She still didn't forget to grab the mustard seed bags. Heads could roll, blood could flow, but the mustard seed bags couldn't be discarded. Qin Huai, initially distracted because Chengfeng's sect had been caught last, had stayed behind to buy time for Duan Hengdao and Shun Ziwei to escape first. Now both were missing, and he could only silently pray for their safe escape. Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently shifted to a nearby spot. He was stunned to see a pile of mustard seed bags had completely vanished. Damn, is it haunted? What are you looking at? Ming Xian poked him. Qin Huai pointed at the base of the tree. The mustard seed bags we left there, which were thrown by the demon cultivators, have all disappeared. Ming Xian was taken aback, instinctively glancing over. What is going on? Forget about that. Song Hanxing pressed his lips together, his wrists bound, his expression slightly grave. Breaking the formation outside was easy, but the internal spiritual energy was locked, and we could only rely on someone to rescue us. This kind of situation had never occurred before, so we could only wait for the elders to come up with a solution. Si Miaoyan let out a soft sigh. At times like this, she just hoped that at least one person could escape. Running back would be a death sentence, which was unnecessary. Yin Kei was scared to tears, silently looking down and weeping. Miao Miao saw her crying, bit her lip, and her eyes turned red as well. In the past, the elders had also been watching closely. And the current situation was different. There was no good end in the hands of the demon clan. After the demon clan's saintess returned, she carefully counted the captured disciples, then impatiently stepped on one of them, coldly asking, "Which of you is missing?" She suddenly exerted force on her toes, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. The other party let out a muffled groan, but said nothing. The girl sneered and ruthlessly kicked him away, asking, "What about you?" She looked at Song Hanxing. "I don't know." Song Hanxing replied expressionlessly, "We're not familiar. With so many disciples, who would remember who? The only ones not captured yet were Yi Xiao, Duan Hengdao, and Shun Ziwei. Although they would probably be captured soon, Song Hanxing was still unwilling to reveal anything. No matter how much he disliked Yi Xiao, it didn't mean he, as a righteous disciple, was willing to associate with this group of evil beings. Song Hanxing softened his tone. "We only have a few disciples in total. If those who haven't been caught aren't foolish, they've probably already run away. Who would be bold enough to turn back?" Yi Xiao usually ran away like a rabbit, and with the other party's keen personality, she would have slipped away long ago. "A few less," the demon clan saintess said coldly. "Are you going to speak or not?" Their identity tokens had all been taken away, and as soon as these two Yuanying stage figures entered, they acted without delay, too late to even squeeze them. Not a few. Mu Chongxi feared she would get even more furious and start hitting the other cultivators, so he jokingly suggested, "Why don't you count again?" Sword cultivators could take a beating, but that didn't mean talisman and pill cultivators could. Just 2 kicks could knock them out. The girl stared at him for a moment, seeing that these people were being stubborn, then turned to the others who were bound. "It's fine. Which of the 5 sect's disciples are missing now?" she asked each one, knowing there would be a loose-lipped one. The girl acted ruthlessly, stepping hard on Yi Qinghan's chest, causing a pain as if her organs had shifted. "I don't know," Yi Qinghan said. "I haven't seen them." Qin Huai also turned his head. She laughed in anger, finding them quite stubborn. The other elders watched with worry, but were also somewhat relieved. This was how the righteous children should be. They might argue and make noise, but at crucial moments, they wouldn't betray anyone. However, just as he felt relieved for a moment, the next person to be asked was Yun Ke, who weakly said, "Yi Xiao." The girl said, "Oh," signaling her to continue. Yun Ke added, "The disciple Yi Xiao from Changming's sect. She wears red clothes and has a bird by her side. The characteristics are very obvious." There are also 2 disciples from Chengfeng's sect, wearing golden outfits. At this moment, all the disciples turned their incredulous gazes towards her, and Song Hansheng almost spat blood. "Where's your backbone?" Yun Ke felt a bit ashamed under their collective cold stares, but still softly explained, "If I don't say, she won't let it go. She will definitely continue to act, and I can't bear to see you all get hurt. So you're going to drag someone to their death?" Not just him, but the other 4 sects thought the same. Although they didn't get along, they couldn't let the others come over to accompany them, right? There was no need for such a neat group capture. However, no one at the scene expected that Yi Xiao would actually not leave. Not only did she not leave, but she also boldly turned back to steal their mustard bag before going off to cause trouble elsewhere. This time, both demons entering the secret realm were at the Yuanying stage, intending to capture all these dozens of disciples in one fell swoop. The demon clan Saintis went to look for people, while the other man was responsible for sweeping through the secret realm, searching for those hidden disciples. The 2 weapon cultivators were easier to catch. They weren't as troublesome as sword cultivators who required effort. But what was most annoying about weapon cultivators was those strange magical artifacts, each one making it hard to defend against. Duan Hengdao shone the rebirth mirror at him, causing the demon youth's eyes to sting. When he opened his eyes again, the other party had already hidden away. He walked step by step through the forest, constantly expanding his consciousness, and soon found Duan Hengdao's hiding place. The youth tilted his head, dodging the golden beads that would automatically track him, and with a palm, he struck heavily at Duan Hengdao's back. Duan Hengdao had many artifacts, but after breaking one, he coughed up blood in a panic, wanting to escape again. The demon wouldn't give him that chance. He stepped closer, reaching out to choke Duan Hengdao by the throat. Having been worn down by Duan Hengdao, he had run out of patience and was ready to directly kill him. As for the demon lord, bringing him back dead would be fine too. The youth's attack was filled with heavy killing intent, using lethal techniques. Duan Hengdao's face turned pale, with nowhere to escape. In the next second, before he could even touch Duan Hengdao, the other party unexpectedly disappeared right before his eyes. The demon was taken aback. Where did he go? Duan Hengdao's eyes widened as he watched the other party approach him, and in that moment, he thought he was done for. He was pulled into the pitch-black domain by Yi Xiao without him knowing, and his first reaction was that the underworld was indeed cold enough. But when he looked up, he caught sight of Yi Xiao's familiar face, and also saw a timid little boy standing behind her. Duan Hengdao's heart finally settled, nearly moved to tears. Yi Xiao? This person was reliable, though also unreliable, but seeing her in this situation made his heart strangely calm. Yi Xiao replied. She had been following Duan Hengdao for a long time, but hadn't found an opportunity to save him before. Duan Hengdao looked at the surrounding environment, pressed his lips together. Is this a domain? You've comprehended a domain? He didn't know much about Yi Xiao, having been taken flying once in the small secret realm, and after spending time with her, the more he felt that she could always bring hope countless times. Yi Xiao chuckled. You overestimate me. A Yuanying stage domain is something I can't learn. Duan Hengdao waved his hand. It's fine. Sooner or later, you'll have to learn it. Yi Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Good eye. She felt the same way. After the other party's aura finally disappeared, Yi Xiao brought Duan Hengdao out of the domain together. Little Chi's domain could only pull someone in for a short period. If it lasted too long, he couldn't hold on. To avoid exposing their location, the two had to be cautious on their way. The Chungfeng sect elder was so frightened that he sat back down. This child Yi Xiao, it had to be her. At crucial moments, it had to be Yi Xiao. It was just that she was too challenging for the heart's endurance. Who would have thought this child had such an opportunity? If he wasn't mistaken, the one who saved the two was the domain, a rare thing indeed. The sword sect elder frowned. Saving one is a good thing. Why aren't these two kids quickly crushing their identity tokens? What are they dawdling for? If one could escape, that was the sentiment of countless people. Those kids were quite loyal. Elder Xiao sighed, his eyes filled with a heavy sense of gravity. But this wasn't the time for the sect competition. This was real training. It was the kind where one could accidentally die. The several demons hadn't killed anyone. Perhaps the demon lord had orders to capture them alive. It made sense. If they didn't capture them alive, how could they negotiate with the cultivation world? But that didn't mean those kids were absolutely safe. Chapter 109. A person's favorable wins to be safe. Yi Xiao gave one of the remaining 2 concealment talismans to Duan Hongdao. She waved at him and took him to the place where she had previously slept. There was a concealment formation set up in advance, which those who did not understand formations could easily overlook. So you slept here and escaped the disaster? Duan Hongdao entered the formation, the corners of his mouth twitching. So the benefit of slacking off is probably to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world from now on? Yi Xiao nodded and asked him, who else hasn't been captured? Every person we can save counts. We can think of ways to help the others later. Shenziwei, Duan Hongdao said. My second senior brother ran away with me. That man was chasing after me just now, and now that I've escaped, he probably turned around to chase my second senior brother. Yi Xiao pondered. It seems that it's not a total rout after all. Just as Yi Xiao was thinking about what to do, Duan Hongdao, sitting cross-legged in the formation, also became energized. He swept away his previous lethargy and said enthusiastically, look, it's just the 2 of us left alive now. Let's go save them together. Listen to me. Yi Xiao didn't expect this person to still be in his second adolescence phase. She cleared her throat. If you see those 2 in the nascent soul stage, just grab your sword and go for it. Then shout something like you are all younger brothers. Duan Hongdao was extremely excited. Then we can achieve ultimate victory. Yi Xiao replied. Then we would die with a bit more dignity. Duan Hongdao. The cultivators outside couldn't help but chuckle. Although the situation is serious, I still want to laugh when these 2 come together. This pair indeed had a hint of humor in them. Some direct disciples had already given up hope, while others still believed in the light. Yi Xiao could really chat. Was she that lonely? What time was it? Duan Hongdao scratched his head. I'm serious. The elders haven't made a move yet. It seems difficult to enter after the secret realm opens. Now it's just us left. If we don't come up with a plan, I'm worried they will directly take people back to the demon clan. By then, it will be hard to rescue them. Yi Xiao shook her head to deny it. They won't leave now. If you disappear in front of them, they will have to find the one causing trouble. From their perspective, they can't explain why 3 direct disciples are missing. Moreover, how high is the nascent soul stage? Letting a foundation establishment cultivator rescue a direct disciple in front of them will definitely make them stay an extra day to find Yi Xiao. What Yi Xiao needed to do was to delay them from leaving the secret realm and wait for the elders to send someone over. She had just gone to check the barrier trapping the direct disciples. Song Hanxing had said that it couldn't be broken from the inside, only from the outside. Yi Xiao briefly explained her thoughts. The first step to rescue people was to break the barrier. Okay, Duan Hongdao had a bit of research on this. You hold them off while I go rescue them. But breaking the barrier with spiritual power might cause a commotion, and I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Theoretically, as long as the force is strong enough, it can break the barrier. So could she consider borrowing the power of technology? She took out a drawing paper from her mustard seed bag and grabbed a wolf hairbrush to directly sketch out a design. Soon, a shape resembling a power drill appeared on the paper. Yi Xiao's drawing skills were always quite good. After finishing, she blew on the paper. Can this be refined? Duan Hongdao was already used to her strange creations. He nodded yes. For a weapon refiner, as long as they had a vague concept, they could make it. Moreover, Yi Xiao had drawn it in great detail, labeling what materials to use. Then you can try this out to see if it can open the barrier. After dividing the work, Duan Hongdao began to draw in the energy to forge the power drill, with the determination to save all direct disciples. He worked hard as if he had been injected with chicken blood, completing it in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The power drill had a silencing spell carved on it, and placing a thunder-type crystal on it would generate electricity, making it quite powerful. Although it wasn't a magical artifact, it looked quite high-end. Xiao patted him on the back. Thank you for your hard work. She took out the bamboo shoot and casually removed the seal on it. Next, they split into two groups. Here's a concealment talisman. When things get chaotic later, you sneak in to break the barrier, and I'll leave the rest to you. Duan Hengdao pressed his lips together and sincerely said, Thank you, Xiao. The cultivators outside cheered. Just go do it. The rest is up to Xiao. If I had such a direct disciple leading the way when I entered the secret realm, I would cry and hug her thigh. First, Xiao and Duan Hengdao split into two paths. Xiao opened the map, which indicated that the beast nests were mostly inhabited by golden core stage beasts, and they were the kind that moved in groups and had fixed territories. The locations of higher-level beasts above the nascent soul stage were also specially marked. But no direct disciple dared to provoke such beasts. They could easily kill someone in an instant. She tied the bamboo shoot to the red bird and stuck a demonized talisman on it, which she had found from Song Hanqing's mustard seed bag. Yuqing's own loved to draw such talismans. He was insidious, but one had to admit that they were indeed useful in critical moments. The red bird dashed out crazily, attracting the beasts away. Xiao seized the time to stealthily scout the beast nests, with a clear target in mind, the nascent soul stage beast nest. To save people, she needed to stir up the water first, but the commotion caused by a large-scale beast tide was terrifying. If she wasn't careful, she might lose her life. Xiao held on to her KFC and quickly stepped on the wind-treading technique, heading towards the nascent soul stage's lair. This bold action caused quite a stir outside. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to recreate the first scene with that stick attracting the beasts? But those two are in the nascent soul stage. They can't possibly be afraid of such a small-scale beast tide. What if the nascent soul stage beasts noticed her? She would be done for. There was no Zhou Xingyun to save her here. No, what is she going back for? At this time, she should run. If she can escape one, it's worth it. Otherwise, how could she face so many direct disciples who gave her time? What was Xiao trying to do? After waiting for a while, the beasts in the nest seemed to have sensed something and all rushed out as if dogs had caught the scent of bones. As the sky darkened slightly, the entire secret realm stirred with significant turmoil, resembling the first scene in the secret realm. But back then, Xiao had a purpose in attracting the beasts. This time, she tied the bamboo shoot to the beast, and the beast went wild, rampaging throughout the secret realm, causing chaos comparable to a large-scale beast tide. Xiao looked left and right, ensuring there were no beasts in the nests before unhesitatingly reaching out to take all the nascent soul stage beast eggs. She searched one nest after another, only taking the eggs and nothing else. After finding the eggs, she tucked them into her arms and walked away nonchalantly. She left. What the heck? Taking nascent soul stage beast eggs? What a bold move. How could she be so reckless? Her recklessness wasn't a new thing. Remember, your Xiao is infinitely audacious. If confidence is the peak, then Xiao's confidence is unmatched. The secret realm caused such a huge commotion that the two nascent soul stage beings sensed it immediately. The holy maiden of the demon clan frowned. A beast tide? Trouble. She cursed under her breath. 3 were still missing, especially that one from Changming's sect, called Xiao. The holy maiden of the demon clan narrowed her eyes. But in this situation, Xiao should have already squeezed the identity token and run away, right? I don't believe she would dare to stay. Unless she doesn't want her life anymore. Song Hanqing, who was trapped in the barrier, moved his wrist. For some reason, he felt that this demon clan seemed to have a grudge against Xiao, and he couldn't help but ask, do you know Xiao? Is Xiao's reputation so renowned that it has reached the demon clan? It can't be that serious, right? The girl immediately shot him a cold glance. I am the holy maiden of the demon clan. She was truly furious about the Longming clan member who had impersonated her back then. This time, she came to the secret realm mainly to confront that person. Song Hanqing, excuse me. So, this Xiao is indeed troublesome. She can offend people wherever she goes, and now enemies are surrounding her from all sides. Even from the demon clan. On the other side, Shen Ziwei had narrowly escaped the chase, his legs trembling in fear. The gap between the nascent soul and golden core stages was completely crushing. If it weren't for his concealment artifact, he wouldn't have survived this long. Moreover, the beast tide came at just the right time. Shen Ziwei didn't understand why the demonic beasts were in chaos. But the presence of a group of them could disrupt a person's aura, buying him some time. The boy's face was pale, trembling as he hid in a thicket, already somewhat paranoid. At the slightest noise, he thought it was the demon clan coming to kill him. The cultivators watching side, still too young. After all, he hadn't been in any sect. So, he should learn from Xiao. She walks with confidence, carrying a few nascent soul beast eggs, completely indifferent to others. Not to mention, Xiao could chat with people without changing her expression. Shen Ziwei was unaware of the outside world's opinions of him. He was genuinely terrified. No matter how chaotic the competition was, it wouldn't cost lives, but demonic cultivators would attack with lethal intent. His body was covered in wounds, with one gory injury deep enough to see bone. The boy held his breath, hearing footsteps, cold sweat pouring down, his heart pounding like a drum. Almost convinced he was going to die there. However, after waiting for a long time, the other party didn't approach. Shen Ziwei opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure. His voice was dry and somewhat distorted, swallowing hard as if he had sand in his throat. Xiao? You're still alive? Xiao rolled her eyes. Otherwise, would I be dead? Why was everyone so surprised to see her alive? Finding Shen Ziwei had been quite a challenge. This person really knew how to hide. After a round, it was thanks to Xiao Qi's strong divine sense that she found him hidden in the grass. Shen Ziwei also realized his words were ambiguous. His face pale as he weakly added, I didn't expect you to still be in the game. After all, she had been targeted by 4 sects from the start. Let's go. Xiao tossed him a pill. We need to save people. Shen Ziwei caught it and quietly muttered a thank you. Although he had cursed Xiao countless times with Qin Huai, in the end, she was still the most reliable. At this moment, Xiao's bamboo shoot had no idea which beast's belly it had fallen into. Fortunately, her contract with the bamboo shoot was a life contract, and she easily sensed its presence. She stuck a speed-up talisman on it, combined with her wind-treading technique, intercepting the position of the red bird in advance. It flew fast, with beasts chasing from behind, and Xiao didn't dare to get too close. Instead, she pulled out the meow meow spirit bow she had picked up earlier from her mustard seed bag. She cautiously pulled the string, preparing to shoot down the red bird that was tied with the bamboo shoot. However, she couldn't draw it back. Shen Ziwei saw her actions, and, though unsure of what she intended, explained in a flat tone, cultivators typically can only use their own artifacts. As a qualified craftsman, he recognized at a glance that this was the spiritual bow of the Baishui sect. Others can't pull it back. You might as well. Xiao infused her spiritual energy, and as he finished speaking, the girl tilted her head, her fingertip pulled to a full moon. An arrow shot through the clouds, hitting the demonic beast flying midair. She swiftly caught the falling bamboo shoot, and just as those beasts were about to pounce, she pulled Shen Ziwei into her domain. At that moment, Shen Ziwei's mind momentarily crashed. He felt that since meeting Xiao, every step of the unfolding events had been somewhat unexpected, leaving him unsure of what to be shocked about. What is this place? How can Xiao use someone else's spiritual bow? And what is she doing now? This is a domain. Xiao made a tiny gesture, a little trick. Shen Ziwei looked at her with "Are you kidding me?" expression. A little trick? A little trick can pull someone into this cursed place. Xiao could only touch her nose and ask, do you have any artifacts left in your mustard seed bag? We might be able to use them to calm those 2 nascent souls. No, my mustard seed bag was taken. Mentioning this made Shen Ziwei a bit downcast. During the escape, he had wanted to crush his identity token, but it had been severed by that young man, and his mustard seed bag had also fallen. If it weren't for Shen Ziwei having the heart protector mirror at that moment, he could have been torn apart the next second. Xiao clicked her tongue. She thought she was miserable enough, running around, but it turned out someone was worse off than her. It's okay, I have some. Xiao waved in front of him, revealing over a dozen personal mustard seed bags in her hand. With a smirk, she calculated well. Once they rescue them, all of these will be hers. These were all she was entitled to. Wow. Shen Ziwei's eyelids twitched. He maintained a dumbfounded expression, picking up the mustard seed bags, opening and examining them one by one. This is my 3rd junior brothers. This is my eldest senior brothers. This is from the Yueqing sect. This is from the Baishui sect. And this one is from Yiqing Han, right? The more he spoke, the more complicated his feelings became. Xiao, tell me the truth. What were you doing while we were being chased? We were all targeting you at the beginning. Why are all 5 sects' mustard seed bags being looted by you alone? Why? The cultivators witnessing the situation on both sides fell silent. This is what they call Xiao's personal windfall? Chapter 110. Well, I still have a mental illness. I didn't do anything. Facing Shen Ziwei's barrage of questions, Xiao was unyielding and said, I went to steal their mustard seed bags. During the day, I acted crazy, and at night, I was sneaking around. Do you know how I've been surviving these past few days? Shenziwei, this person is toxic. Stealing mustard seed bags and still being so confident about it. However, Yi Xiao's words made sense if she didn't take them. The other personal disciples tied up wouldn't be able to take them either. Shenziwei, I have one last question. How did you use the Bai Shui sect's spiritual bow? It was one thing for a sword cultivator to not use a sword and wield a broken stick every day, but she could even use a spiritual bow. So, aside from not studying swordsmanship, she could do everything else? Yi Xiao winked at him, humbly saying, I'm the kind of person who isn't proficient in anything but can do a bit of everything. Shen Ziwei's mouth twitched. I can see that. She could draw talismans and refine pills. Although he wasn't clear about her level in these areas, there was no doubt she knew a lot. Yi Xiao had been walking alone in the secret realm, bored without anyone to chat with. She shook the spirit bow in her hand. Speaking to the onlookers, wait until I show you what it means to look to the northwest and shoot the heavenly wolf. Many cultivators chuckled at this. As long as you can save them, you're my dad. Yi Xiao? A fan from another sect shouted excitedly. The higher-ups of the 5 sects should check on Yun Quebec. Who does she think she is? The Yueqing sect is at least a reputable sect. And Song Hansheng has more backbone than she does. Song Hansheng, though cunning, was arrogant enough to look down on any scattered cultivators in the secret realm. But at critical moments, he didn't lack the backbone that a righteous disciple should have. The little girl was timid and afraid. That was understandable. Miao Miao is also afraid. Yet she hasn't said anything. Perhaps those from the mortal realm lack this kind of awareness. After all, they came from halfway. Among the direct disciples who came from halfway, besides Yi Xiao, there is only Yun Quebec. However, Yi Xiao also grew up in the Moonqing sect since childhood, a proper sect disciple. The only one who truly came from the mortal realm is Yun Quebec. Every direct disciple is sent to the sect at a young age, bearing great responsibilities for the sake of the common people, which is something every righteous sect disciple must possess. The sect and the cultivation world provide resources for them, and in the future, they must live up to this responsibility. Otherwise, why are they always referred to as the future of the cultivation world? The voices of the cultivators are not loud, but everyone present is a powerful being above the transformation stage, and they can easily hear clearly. The other elders feel embarrassed for the Moonqing sect at this moment. Can they still accept such a direct disciple? Although what those cultivators said was a bit harsh, it was not without reason. Their sect does not need a direct disciple who sells out their teammates at a critical moment. An elder from the sword-asking sect gritted his teeth. After all, she has a top-notch spiritual root. Just endure it. The top talents in the cultivation world are already scarce, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Cultivating one requires countless efforts. It is impossible to simply abandon her. Perhaps, if they adjust their perspectives, she could still be salvaged. Yuan Hin also looked a bit awkward. I will educate her well when we return to the sect. Ever since Yun Ke embarrassed him during the grand competition, trampling the sect's reputation underfoot, he has been ridiculed constantly. Yun Hen is a person who values face greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought for Yun Ke's spirit plants back then. Now, he has not earned much face, but instead, the sect is being roasted over the fire. Just listening to the discussions around him darkens his expression further. Given the atmosphere of the Moonqing sect, those considering joining in the future should think twice. With Yun Ke as a direct disciple, who knows when she might drag you down into the secret realm and sell you out. Sold out, all sold out. So friends are just meant to be sold out by her, right? He initially planned to join the Moonqing sect during the next recruitment of disciples. But now he thinks the Changming sect seems quite good too. Yuan Hin does not even consider giving the position of direct disciple to Yi Xiao now. Her talent is indeed quite good, a genius with triple cultivation, but the cultivation world looks at spiritual roots. And those with low-grade spiritual roots find it difficult to break through. Up to now, Yi Xiao is still stuck in the foundation establishment stage. How could he want such a disciple as a direct disciple? Yun Hen only regrets not stopping Yi Xiao when she went down the mountain. How could she have ended up in the Changming sect? She was clearly a disciple of his sect from the start. Are you crazy? Song Han's voice was filled with the impulse to spit blood when Yun Ke spoke. What benefit would it bring you to capture Yi Xiao and the others? Although he felt that given Yi Xiao's character, she should have retreated upon sensing danger. What if she didn't manage to escape? Yun Ke continued to argue. Saying it out loud wouldn't cause any loss. Besides, I grew up in the mortal realm. The girl's eyes shimmered with emotion as she pursed her lips. Unlike you who were born in a celestial gate, with top-tier resources, my spiritual root is inherently damaged. Beside her, Chu Xingji could no longer hold back his temper. How could she betray her teammates like this? Does she owe anything to those direct disciples who endured so much without a word? His hands were tied, but it didn't matter. He still had his feet. The young man stomped her down hard, meeting Yun Kei's narrowed gaze with a cold smile. You say your spiritual root is damaged, but I have a mental illness. Yun Kei, you owe us all an apology for being such a direct disciple. Come on. Chapter 111, it's you again. Does Yun Kei's spirit match the beating he took? Just now, the demon cultivator Kukuka beat him up, and Chu Xingji didn't say a word at a critical moment, but he endured the beating. Unable to withstand the betrayal from Yun Quebec, cherishing the fairer sex is something other cultivators might consider, but for a sword cultivator, his wife is his sword. He doesn't think about these things, and he stomped down mercilessly. Yun Kei screamed in pain, clutching her abdomen, her face pale and the lingering hatred still there. Chu Xingji, Yi Qinghan said, now is not the time for you to act. Even if what Yun Kei did was immoral, it would be dealt with by the elders and the sect leader later. If he acted privately and was seen by outsiders, it would inevitably cause discussions. Chu Xingji's expression softened a bit. He knew that while the grand competition was one thing, privately beating up disciples from other sects is a matter of morals. But he couldn't take it. She was the one who provoked me. She keeps saying her spiritual root is damaged, as if that makes her right. Direct disciples must bear their responsibilities. Someone like Yi Xiao should be dealt with properly. She has never dropped the ball at critical moments. Songhan, Chu Xingji said. She has been foolish for so many years. It must be tough for you to be with her, right? Songhan did not want to speak. Yun Kei mistakenly thought Yi Qinghan was helping her. She bit her lip and smiled gratefully at him. Yi Qinghan looked down at her, pursed his lips, and showed no sign of emotion, waiting for her to take the initiative to apologize when they got outside. Yun Kei's smile froze on her face. Why? Isn't senior brother, Yi always protective of her? Yun Kei didn't understand. She just mentioned the whereabouts of a few other direct disciples. How did she provoke everyone's anger? If Yi Xiao were present, she would probably understand at a glance where the problem lay. Yi Qinghan, as the first in the righteous path, particularly appreciates those who are upright and kind. He initially looked down on Yi Xiao for being clever. Now that Yun Kei has turned around and betrayed her teammates, Yi Qinghan is likely to have completely lost any feelings for Yun Quebec. In the original story, Yi Xiao didn't intervene, and Yun Kei only needed to show her kindness and beauty, and being different was enough. She didn't even need to do anything. A group of direct disciples would naturally be enamored with her. But now, even Su Zhuo and Zhai Chun, who usually like to defend her, have rarely fallen silent, leaving her alone in embarrassment. Yi Xiao and Shun Ziwei acted separately. She was responsible for setting up the formation while Shun Ziwei was in charge of activating it. When the time comes, she will hold down a nascent soul, and Shun Ziwei and Duan Hengdao will go save people. What are you hiding in your arms? He pointed at what Yi Xiao was holding, hesitating to speak. Yi Xiao, an egg. She had packed the egg in a box and sealed it with a talisman. You hold on to this. If you get chased, protect it tightly. If there's danger, tear open the talisman and pretend to dig into the box. If they keep chasing, throw the box away, got it? The demon tribe likes to collect things, and Yi Xiao had spent time in the demon tribe before, so she knew this well. Shin Ziwei was already numb. He nodded awkwardly. Got it. When you finish saving people, remember to let them run separately and try to delay until the elders send someone into the secret realm. After Yi Xiao finished instructing, she gave Shin Ziwei the last concealment talisman and formed a formation on the spot. The slight fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby quickly attracted the attention of two demon cultivators. Yi Xiao sensed the unfamiliar aura approaching. Her movements quickened while she observed the surroundings, hoping to delay until the formation was set. The excessive consumption of spiritual consciousness caused a headache, constantly stimulating Yi Xiao's nerves. A piece of the Vajra talisman in her arms shattered, and two pressures from the nascent soul stage pressed down on her instantly, nearly forcing Yi Xiao to her knees. She swallowed the taste of blood. It had been so long, and she still hated the feeling of being forced to kneel under pressure. A single pressure from Yun Hen was enough to make her kneel. Now she was being forced to kneel again. A foundation establishment? The two who came thought they were hallucinating. They initially thought at least she would be at the Golden Core stage, but unexpectedly, she was only in the middle of foundation establishment. Yi Xiao gradually reined in her speed of setting up the formation, discreetly hiding her gestures for forming the array, attempting to stall for time verbally. So Yi Xiao chose to introduce herself. My name is Yi Xiao. These two demons might not be interested in her cultivation level, but Yi Xiao guessed that some from the demon side would be interested in the things she had done before. Sure enough, the girl in black tilted her head and coldly smiled. Yi Xiao? Oh, so you are the one impersonating me. Yi Xiao, damn. I've run into the real deal. That's my affection for you. At the moment Yi Xiao completed the formation, she retreated half a step, leading the person to the center of the formation, and smiled slightly. Holy maiden, do you feel my passionate love for you? Looking for death. The girl was enraged, her hand clenched tightly, and under the suppression of her nascent soul stage. Yi Xiao couldn't move. A punch came crashing down towards her head, and hidden in the shadows, Shun Ziwei seized the opportunity to launch the formation. In an instant, chains formed, and the domain unfolded simultaneously. Under the double assault, the demon Holy Maiden was dragged in before she could evade. In the pitch-black domain. No wonder I couldn't find you. It turns out there was this opportunity. She squinted, tilting her head, but against absolute cultivation suppression, clever tricks were useless. She flashed behind Yi Xiao, her palm filled with surging demonic energy aimed at Yi Xiao's abdomen and struck down hard. A burst of flames forced her back half a step, and her palm burned painfully, her gaze turning icy. Phoenix. Hey. Getting anxious, are we? After dodging. Yi Xiao spoke mockingly. Is my love not passionate enough? In the domain, Xiao Qi was the true master. No matter how powerful her nascent soul was. Yi Xiao wouldn't confront her directly. The other side couldn't do anything to her here either. Outside, the battle was equally fierce. Seeing a companion being dragged in, the demon youth's previously disdainful expression slightly softened, staring intently at Shun Ziwei. Dare to come back? He leaned down to pursue, his blades aimed to kill. Shun Ziwei ran for his life, his heart racing as a blade was about to fall on him. He trembled with anxiety, remembering Yi Xiao's instructions. He reached into the box to pull out the talisman, breaking another life-saving artifact. Shun Ziwei's throat felt dry, terrified to the extreme. It's gone. If the artifact breaks again, there will be nothing left. Gritting his teeth, Shun Ziwei awkwardly threw the box over. The youth reached out to catch it, squinting. Identity token? Or some treasure? Otherwise, why would this direct disciple risk their life? His first instinct was to dig into the box. He picked up the box, instinctively stuffed it into his mustard seed bag. The demons loved to collect good things, regardless of whether they would use them. Taking them was enough. After doing this, the youth lifted his blade and was about to continue attacking Shun Ziwei when several demonic beast auras appeared nearby. In the blink of an eye, 3 demonic beasts came charging at him. Their appearance was as if he had just cooked their uncle. The demon youth was stunned for a few seconds, unable to dodge, and was violently knocked away by one of the beasts, nearly shattering his bones as he sprawled on the ground, spitting out blood. What the hell? Shun Ziwei, huh? Which sect's general is so fierce? Damn, right from the start, 2 nascent souls were drawn away. Is it the first day of watching the competition? That's my Yi Lang Lang. The other side couldn't help but say, impressive. This person has single-handedly stirred up the hatred value of the entire secret realm. The beasts that had their eggs stolen were furious, raising their hooves to stomp down hard. The demon youth could only wield his blade to fight, mistakenly thinking he had provoked such high-level demonic beasts in the secret realm, completely unaware of the box's significance. One nascent soul was held back by Yi Xiao, while another was entangled by the 3 nascent soul-level demonic beasts, providing a great opportunity for the stealthy Duan Hengdao and Shun Ziwei to save someone. Duan Hengdao quietly emerged, took out a power drill, and diligently began to drill the barrier, creating a small crack. The inside couldn't be broken open, but the outside was still very fragile. As spiritual energy flowed in, all the direct disciples who had given up struggling opened their eyes in unison. The scene outside was already chaotic, with the great demonic beasts restraining the demon cultivators, and the other demon Holy Maiden was nowhere to be found. The direct disciples were also stunned. What development is this? What development is this? Duan Hengdao? Shun Ziwei? Qin Huai had mixed feelings, not expecting those two to turn back to save people. And even more surprising was that his usually naive and sweet junior brother could have such abilities. Qin Huai looked at these 2 junior brothers. I underestimated you. To hold back 2 nascent souls at the same time and save them. Duan Hengdao couldn't understand what his senior brother was saying and quickly said, run. Split up and run. Those demonic beasts can't hold on for too long. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side quickly caught up. Shui Yu, quick-witted, pulled Mu Chengxi, and mimicking Yi Xiao's previous tactics, picked up a pebble and threw it with incredible speed. The demon cultivators were momentarily stunned, thinking it was a life-saving artifact, instinctively dodging to the side. Immediately, others followed suit, picking up stones to throw. By the time they realized they were just pebbles, they were so angry they almost laughed. This generation truly lived up to its reputation, each one more cunning than the last. At the critical moment, it was still Yi Xiao's idea. Chu Xingji began to run for his life. I won't insult her anymore. The mustard seed bags were all torn apart by the demons, probably lost, and they had very few usable items left. Learning from Yi Xiao, they improvised and threw stones, buying a bit of time for a few direct disciples to escape. Mu Chengxi ran without looking back. You don't understand this. The Changming sect may no longer be the Changming sect of the past, but you, Yi Xiao, will always be you. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao was not there, so she just fled at the critical moment. Suge was sneered. Zhou Xingyun said blandly, mind your own business regarding our Changming sect. How can you say that without conscience? Zhai Chen added, what use is it to protect her? He truly felt that Yi Xiao was ungrateful, leaving without a second thought when she was at Yueqing's sect, showing no regard for her master's nurturing grace, and later trampling Yueqing's sect's face into the ground during the competition. He thought she had some feelings for Changming sect. But now Duan Hengdao and Shun Ziwei, both artifact cultivators, could come back to save people, while Yi Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Ming Xian found it unbelievable. Is our junior sister going to stay behind to die with you? Then we might as well live in silence together. On the other side, Yi Xiao was in a war of attrition with the demon Holy Maiden. After stalling for enough time, the domain could no longer hold, and both were released. She avoided the opponent's attack in advance, but the next second, green vines grew around her at a frenzied speed. Yi Xiao's ankles were bound, and as Qin Deji was about to spit out a fire to help her, the girl raised her hand, forcibly suppressing it with demonic energy. The little red phoenix struggled to get up, but ultimately failed. The Phoenix clan did not dare to offend easily, but suppressing it was not a problem. Yi Xiao was about to scatter a fire talisman in her hand, but someone was faster than her. 2 talismans flew in, bursting into bright flames that wrapped around the vines, instantly reducing them to ashes. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned and briefly made eye contact with Song Hanxing not far away. Seeing that they had all been rescued, she felt slightly relieved and quickly said, thank you. Song Hanxing shook his head, finally understanding why only one nascent soul was present while the other demon Holy Maiden was nowhere to be seen. From the very beginning, it was not Duan Hengdao who dominated the battlefield and saved so many direct disciples, but Yi Xiao. Song Hanxing took a deep breath, feeling numb. It's you again. Chapter 112. You went to steal again. Song Hanxing's arrival undoubtedly alleviated Yi Xiao's increasingly dire situation. The arrival of these 2 disciples made the demon clan saintess raise her eyebrows slightly. She coldly cursed them as useless, unable to keep even one person under control, allowing them to escape. One was at the late stage of Golden Core, and the other at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The only one who could somewhat resist the demon clan saintess was Song Hanxing. The young man formed hand seals with his fingers, evading the relentless attacks while setting up formations one after another, with Yi Xiao constantly providing cover for him. 2 small black pellets shot out from his fingertips, hitting the approaching demon clan saintess. Those were magical artifacts Yi Xiao had stolen from the demon clan, and they were quite powerful despite being inconspicuous. With 2 hits, she was indeed struck. The demon clan girl's attack suddenly faltered, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen. She raised her eyes, and, the more she looked, the more familiar the artifacts Yi Xiao had thrown out seemed, her expression turning slightly cold. How could a disciple of the righteous path produce such a disaster? She remembered why the artifacts had seemed familiar. Many had inexplicably gone missing from their demon clan's treasury. So this Yi Xiao not only pretended to be fierce, but also took along local specialties when leaving. Did she really think their magical artifacts were so easy to take? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her attacks became increasingly vicious, aiming to deal with the highest cultivation level, Song Hanxing, first. His formations constantly disturbed her, preventing Yi Xiao from capturing him, and instead, she had been worn down to this point. Vines suddenly burst from the ground, hitting Song Hanxing hard. The diamond talisman was completely depleted, and as a talisman cultivator, he was fundamentally different from sword cultivators. Once close combat ensued, he was at a disadvantage. He felt a pain as if his internal organs had shifted, his mind going blank for a moment. Song Hansheng was a beat too slow. The fire talisman ignited just in time to evade the vines, but his body was violently thrown away, landing near the edge of a cliff. The demon clan saintess's expression turned cold as she raised her palm to strike down again. She had changed her mind. It didn't matter if she caught them or not. Leaving one alive would suffice for negotiations with the 5 sections. The rest of those annoying righteous disciples were unnecessary. The disparity in cultivation was too great. If Su Xingyun were present, they might have been able to fight back, but as a talisman cultivator, with no protection, Song Hansheng was destined to be slaughtered. In the moment before he fell into the abyss, he gripped the edge tightly, his face pale. Below was an unfathomable abyss. Falling meant certain death. He wanted to live. Xiao, not far from him, saw this scene and cursed inwardly. She was actually fine, at most suffering a bit. With Xiao stealthily reminding her of the enemy's attack positions, barely managing to stay on the offensive. She never expected that instead of targeting herself, the saintess would attack Song Hansheng. Xiao hurriedly flew over and grabbed him, urging, "Quick, get up." However, in the next second, none of them could escape as the demon clan's saintess mercilessly struck down, sending them both plummeting into the abyss. Outside, there was a moment of silence. "Damn it," some sighed. "I realize I misunderstood Xiao before." She actually managed to grab Song Hansheng. After watching the competition for so long, Xiao had always been quite polite. She played around, but at most, she would trick the rival sects and never stoop to such despicable means of leaving someone to die. Disciples of the righteous path were naturally straightforward and upright. The path is emotionless, but not heartless. If Xiao had hesitated even slightly, Song Hansheng would have fallen. They had significant grievances, and considering the sect competition, Song Hansheng posed a considerable threat. If it were me, I might not have acted as decisively. But Xiao grabbed him without hesitation. "Next, I want to name a disciple. Those who understand, understand. Let me ask a question. If they fall, can they still survive?" A strike from a nascent soul cultivator is no light matter. Without elixirs, it could truly lead to death. It's hard to say. This abyss is known as the polluted land, where all sorts of unseemly evil entities might thrive, and it's rare to see a cultivator survive after falling. The competition site was already in chaos, with all sorts of comments, and some were even shouting that this time the righteous path's disciples might be completely wiped out, causing considerable panic, to the point that they had to ask the Sword Sect's sect leader to step in and forcibly suppress the situation. Seeing Song Hansheng fall, the previously unmovable Yunhen suddenly stood up, his expression unusually anxious, unable to sit still. When could they go in to save him? He was his chief disciple, the one he was most proud of. Watching the two fall was a significant blow to all the elders. Qin Fanfan also grew anxious. Grabbing the clothing of the Changfeng sect elder, her tone turning cold. "With so many disciples inside, your Changfeng sect has studied magical artifacts for so many years, and you can't even open a secret realm?" The Changfeng sect elder's face turned pale and then flushed. His disciples were also inside. The two artifact cultivators had no self-defense capabilities. If it weren't for Xiao saving someone earlier, they might have been in trouble by now. Therefore, he couldn't retort against Qin Fanfan, as Xiao had indeed saved his sect's disciple. His face darkened, and he could only vent his anger towards Yunhen, saying, "In all these years, there has never been a case of someone taking the source pearl away. Forcing the opening of the secret realm in such a short time is impossible." The outside was chaotic. The elder seats and sect leaders' seats were also in disarray. The atmosphere strange and filled with gloom. An elder from the Sword sect looked serious, sighed slightly, and signaled everyone to calm down. "In all this time, the righteous path has lost many disciples along the way. It's not a small number. We should take it lightly. If possible, we hope no disciple runs into trouble. Losing one would be a great loss for the entire cultivation world." It was not their disciple who had fallen. Qin Fanfan was also going crazy, and her little disciple was different. The cultivation world places great importance on talent, and spirit roots are even more so. Xiao's spirit root was one of the few heavenly grade ones. If she really ran into trouble, it might cause upheaval in the cultivation world. Elder Duan still managed to remain somewhat calm, suggesting they look at the other sects. Their recording stones had also shattered. After falling down, what exactly happened had become a complete mystery. Qin Fanfan took a deep breath, hoping that this child would be smart enough to survive with Song Hansheng until they could rescue them. Meanwhile, Xiao, unaware of the turmoil outside, found the mustard seed bag she had obtained earlier functioning at the moment she fell with Song Hanxing. The defensive artifact was an umbrella when opened. She tightly gripped the handle and managed to pull Song Hanxing along. Initially, they were plummeting down rapidly, but their speed slowed, and they eventually landed safely on the ground. It was a close call. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Her confidence in grabbing Song Hanxing was based on her certainty that with so many disciples' mustard seed bags in her hands, they would likely not encounter any major issues. As they fell rapidly to the abyss, the spiritual energy was completely consumed by the miasma at the bottom. Song Hanxing couldn't control a sword and had no magical artifacts for protection. If Xiao hadn't pulled him in time and they hadn't landed safely with the artifact, the result of the fall would have been nothing but bones. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Song Hanxing's back as he watched Xiao, who was forging ahead, his heart still racing from the brush with death. He felt dazed, and after a moment, slowly said, "Xiao, thank you." Xiao, who was assessing the surroundings, turned back, raising an eyebrow slightly. The kind of person Song Hanxing was, who would usually look down on others, actually thanked her. "It's nothing. You helped me earlier too," she replied while using her weapon to clear the way. Song Hanxing pressed his lips together, keeping pace with her, and explained, "I thought you wouldn't save me earlier." He was too shocked to regain his composure. They didn't talk about the competition. In this small secret realm, there were also grievances between them. And Song Hanxing never expected her to come over. If Xiao hesitated for even a moment, he would fall and end up shattered into pieces. Xiao thought for a moment, "When I was fighting that demonist just now, you could have chosen not to come out." Since Song Hanxing didn't choose to escape, Xiao naturally couldn't just watch him fall. It was rare for the two of them to meet without any cold sarcasm. Song Hanxing recalled the artifact she used to grab him earlier and casually asked, "Where did you get this umbrella?" The Mingcheng sect probably doesn't have the money to buy artifacts, or did Xiao spend a fortune to buy it herself? Xiao was taken aback. "Oh, you mean this?" She shook it, saying it was found in Duan Hung Dao's mustard seed bag. Xiao had returned Shun Ziwei's mustard seed bag to him when he left, but she hadn't returned Duan Hung Dao's yet, planning to give it back when she rescued him. Who would have thought she hadn't had the chance to return it before falling into this cursed place with Song Hanxing? Song Hanxing. He was silent for a moment, accurately finding his own mustard seed bag from the one Xiao was holding. He pointed at those mustard seed bags. Word by word. "So, you went and stole things again?" Xiao smiled. "Don't say it like that. If I didn't take it, you wouldn't have been able to either." It was a painful truth, but Song Hanxing had no retort. If Xiao hadn't obtained so many mustard seed bags, he would have met a cold end at the bottom of this bottomless cliff. Around them, a mass of black mist swirled, and Xiao could feel the mist trying to invade their bodies, devouring the spiritual energy in their dantian. After a while, she felt a bit fatigued and frowned. "This mist will consume the spiritual energy inside." Song Hanxing cursed under his breath. Filled with disdain, "What kind of cursed place is this?" The sound of dripping water was murky, and Song Hanxing was somewhat depressed. His tone laced with barely concealed disgust. "In a place like this, I would never come again in my life. It's dirty, cold, and eerie. How could a secret realm have such a place?" Xiao ignored his complaints, observing the swirling mist around them, and rummaged through Duan Hung Dao's mustard seed bag for a defensive artifact. After figuring out how to use it, she manually activated it, and the two of them backed up against each other, enveloped by the protective layer. How long can this artifact last? Xiao had no research on artifacts. Song Hanxing glanced at it a couple of times, roughly estimating, and curled his lips in disdain. 15 minutes. Those useless disciples from the Chungfeng sect have researched so many defensive artifacts, and this is their level. Xiao suddenly felt that there was a reason why Song Hanxing could offend every sect's disciples on average. This was the most harmonious moment between the two. But this harmony wouldn't last long. The artifact shattered in an instant, and the mist gathered again, surging towards them as if trying to swallow them whole. Song Hanxing was already prepared, activating the formation he had set up earlier to shield them inside, blocking most of the attacks. He thought they would be safe. But after a brief lull, slender spider silk suddenly fell towards the formation's barrier. Xiao damn. The spider with 8 legs had blood-red eyes, staring at the two of them like a predator hunting silently, ready to pounce at any moment. After encountering the ugly beasts of the nascent soul stage, it couldn't disgust her anymore. Why is there such a thing at the bottom of the cliff? a torrent of evil energy and various sinister creatures. Unlike her, who spent her days slacking off and skipping classes, Song Hansheng spoke quickly and lightly. Every secret realm has this. The bottom of the cliff is filled with this evil energy, sustaining these creatures. These evil beings can only grow in places like the bottom of cliffs. If Xiao didn't have the mustard seed bag from the Bai Shui sect, which contained pills to replenish spiritual energy, their only fate would be to end up as mere bones. Song Hansheng couldn't help but marvel. She really was something else. Who steals mustard seed bags? And it actually came in handy. If anyone else had come to save him today, they would both be waiting to die together. As they walked, they caught sight of many scattered, eerie white bones. Song Hansheng quickened his pace. We need to find a way out. Otherwise, their fate would only be the same as that pile of bones. Xiao pondered for a moment. I'll try to fly with the sword. After saying that, she tossed her bamboo stick to the ground, adjusted her posture, and stood on it. Soon, the stick soared into the air. Xiao's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to call Song Hansheng to join her, it suddenly went out of control mid-air, and she was thrown down halfway. Xiao fell awkwardly, landing in a star shape. She cried out in pain and lay on the ground, calming down for a moment. All right. It seems that flying with the sword really doesn't work. If it could, those skeletal owners would have been out long ago. Song Hansheng scoffed. You can't control it. Let me do it. He also began to skillfully imitate Xiao, reaching into Duan Hung Dao's mustard seed bag to find a flying artifact, putting it on, and trying to escape from the bottom of the cliff. In the end, Song Hansheng, who fell in the same manner as Xiao, also calmed down. Neither the artifact nor the sword flight works. Do we have to fly up ourselves? Chapter 113. A huge misunderstanding on the other side. The separated disciples were practically scattering like birds and beasts. Zhou Xingyun and Shui Yu ran together. And all the life swords of the sword cultivators were in the mustard seed bags, which was the most frustrating part. Outside, people surrounded the other sects, pointing and discussing. Xiao has a mustard seed bag. She should have given it to Duan Hung Dao first, and then to those disciples. At least with a mustard seed bag, there would be a chance to counterattack. It wouldn't be this one-sided situation. But what if Duan Hung Dao's plan failed? Would the mustard seed bags be sent back to the demon clan? Holding onto it was the best choice. At least it could ensure that the mustard seed bags wouldn't be taken by the demon clan. The disciples were all running for their lives. And no one knew Xiao had a mustard seed bag. By now, Xiao should have already escaped. At least one of our sect members got out. Ming Xin panted, scattering the few talismans he had left. At least they weren't completely wiped out. I wonder if my father would buy me the most expensive grave if I died. Shui Yu glanced at him. Stop thinking about it. You're dead. Just rest in peace. You're so mean. Mu Chongxi clicked his tongue. Why crush a young man's last wish? After discussing for a moment, several sword cultivators chose to block these two nascent souls to let the other disciples escape. The talisman cultivators stayed. Yi Qinghan said, use whatever talismans you have. Quickly set up the formation, and let the alchemists and artifact cultivators go first. The alchemists and artifact cultivators had everything they could use in the mustard seed bags. It was useless to stay. The talisman cultivators could still set up formations. Yun Ke instinctively wanted to escape, but was mercilessly pulled back by Ming Xian. The boy's clear voice rose slightly, his peach blossom eyes staring straight at her. What are you running for? You're not a talisman cultivator, are you? Who wants to die with you? Yun Ke's emotions completely unraveled. Why do I have to stay? Do you think the disciples before didn't have this awareness of sacrificing themselves? What kind of disciples would they be? Chu Xingji scoffed. This is the cultivation world. Yun Ke bit her lip, holding back tears. What about Xiao? She has already run away. Why can't I run? She used to run faster than anyone. Why is she the only one being criticized? She felt so wronged. Everyone is selfish. Why should she be expected to selflessly dedicate herself? Chu Xingji was briefly choked up. If she could run, why didn't she? Shen Ziwei was taken aback. And who told you that Xiao has run away? This is truly a huge misunderstanding. Unable to find a way to fly up for the time being, the two could only continue deeper in, trying to see if there was an exit. Xiao, so many withered bones. It seems many people have died. They must all be scattered cultivators. When Song Hansheng said this, there was disdain for loose cultivators in his words. Xiao was speechless. At a time like this, could you please put away your class discrimination? Song Hansheng snorted coldly. Xiao reached out and pulled over the KFC that had jumped down with her. The two exchanged glances and focused their attention on the only phoenix that could fly up without obstruction. Hey, 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 KFC. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at it. Can you grow a bit bigger and take us both up? It looked at Yi Xiao with a gaze that seemed to say, are you crazy? She could tell with her toes that it was impossible. The KFC was small, and the two of them would likely crush it. Others might not think of riding a demon beast to fly. After all, mounts and demon beasts were different. It was proven that practice makes perfect, although Yi Xiao was often taken up and down by the red bird. She also demonstrated to everyone with her flashy moves that it was indeed possible to ride a demon beast to fly. Yi Xiao stroked her chin, starting to think of other ways to get out. Since there were spider demon beasts here, I guess there must be other demon beasts as well. Song Hanxing's expression was blank as he coldly said, just say what you want to do. After hurting each other for so long, every time Yi Xiao spoke, it was never good news. How about this? Let's divide the work. Yi Xiao clasped her hands behind her back and smiled slightly. You set up the formation to protect me. I'll use the bamboo shoot to attract those demon beasts. Pick one that can take us up and deal with the others on the spot. How about it? Song Hanxing laughed in anger. Are you in a harem choosing consorts? Picking a demon beast. But I have to say, this method is feasible. Wait. What's going on with that group of direct disciples from Changming sect? The numbers on the jade slips of Changming sect have changed. Who did that? They were all captured on the first day, and now all the direct disciples were busy fleeing. The numbers hadn't moved for a long time. But just when everyone was worried about the situation of those kids, the numbers unexpectedly changed. The numbers of Changming sect shot up to first place. The first place. The Jiangwen sect originally had about 100 demon beasts, while Changming sect was previously in fourth place with 60, a round number. It was obvious who did it. Now Changming sect firmly held first place and was on the rise. Are they crazy? Which direct disciple is so reckless? Fleeing, yet still has time to deal with demon beasts? At the bottom of the cliff, as soon as the bamboo shoot was taken out, in no time, the demon beasts swarmed up. As expected, their cultivation levels were not high, and they all looked bizarre. Yi Xiao frowned. Did they grow randomly because no one could see anyone in this place? Song Hanxing didn't understand this cold joke. His tone was icy. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and pick. This one. Yi Xiao clicked her tongue, pointing at a green bird not far away. Too fat. Yi Xiao, that black one. Too ugly. Yi Xiao, you're so picky. Other demon beasts. Although they couldn't understand, they became surprisingly angry and agitated. While the two engaged in this pointless conversation, Yi Xiao activated her sword technique. Although there was a realm difference between her and those golden core demon beasts, with Song Hanxing beside her setting up formations for assistance, they managed to control the situation temporarily. In the end, Yi Xiao chose a red bird and casually threw the bamboo shoot into the field, pointing at the golden core demon beast. It's grown this big. Isn't it just meant for us to ride? Song Hanxing, it's the one. Quickly deal with the other demon beasts so we can ride it out. Song Hanxing's mouth twitched. You really are something. You go. He took a deep breath. I'll draw some defensive talismans. The formation won't hold for long. The talismans were running low, and since they didn't need to flee, Song Hanxing simply began to channel energy on the spot, connecting his consciousness to the wolf hairbrush and starting to draw talismans. Talismans were very useful at the bottom of the cliff. The two had used a lot, and now they were indeed not enough. Yi Xiao nodded upon seeing this, and didn't he disturb him, choosing to deal with the demon beasts that had been attracted. After all, she had a lot of space in her mustard seed bag. If she couldn't win, she could still rely on pills, talismans, and magical tools. For the first time, Yi Xiao experienced the joy of being a resource dog. Song Hanxing's movements in drawing talismans were swift. Several hours passed, and his complexion had paled considerably. Seeing him looking so miserable, knowing it was the result of overextending his consciousness, Yi Xiao used the bamboo shoot to fend off the approaching demon beasts and kindly asked, "Can you still continue like this?" She usually overextended her consciousness when drawing talismans, then would wake up to draw again, feeling dizzy after finishing, repeating the cycle. Song Hanxing, I can. After saying that, blood trickled down from under his nose. He expressionlessly wiped away the blood stain. His head could be severed, blood could flow, but he couldn't lose face. After all, he was the most outstanding talisman master of the Weching sect. Forget it. Yi Xiao looked at his familiar scene of excessive blood loss, falling unconscious at any moment, and after a moment of silence, said, I'll draw instead. She activated the bamboo shoot with the clear wind technique, and with another clear wind move, The area immediately cleared out. You just need to set up the formation to block these demon beasts. I'll draw the talismans. Dealing with demon beasts was easy. The difficult part was drawing talismans. Talisman masters needed a quiet environment and full concentration to succeed. Song Hansheng's skill was unquestionable, surprisingly. He hadn't failed a single time in this environment. Xiao sighed. The reason the chief was the chief wasn't without reason. Can you draw talismans? Song Hansheng glanced at her. No one had seen Xiao's talisman drawing skills. Her level was still a mystery. At such a critical moment, a talisman that could save lives could easily shatter with a small mistake, and the success rate was extremely low. When Song Hansheng first encountered this type of talisman, it took him a long time to figure it out. The benefit of having two talisman masters was that when one was overextending their consciousness, the other could step in. Xiao, I can. After saying that, she couldn't help but question her life for a moment. Did she look like the kind of talisman master who was so idle that she could only set up formations and couldn't draw talismans? Song Hansheng's consciousness was also straining. He threw his wolf hair brush to her and urged, please hurry up. Everyone's talent in drawing talismans is different. If the speed is too fast, a small mistake can easily ruin it. So talisman masters with slightly poorer talent need to draw each stroke carefully. He didn't expect Xiao's talent to be particularly fast, but at least not as slow as Yun Quebec previously. Yun K's speed of drawing a stroke and then resting almost drove Song Hansheng to a stroke. Chapter 114, Looking Northwest. Shooting the heavenly wolf, Xiao drew energy from the surroundings, I know. Of course, she knew to be faster, but this environment was too chaotic, making it easy to fail in drawing talismans. The wolf hairbrush was easier to use than hers. As soon as Xiao held it, she felt the difference from a top-grade spiritual tool. She blinked. This brush of yours, isn't it a top-grade spiritual tool? Song Hansheng's fingers formed talisman seals without looking back. It's a supreme grade. The price of a supreme grade spiritual tool was so high that Xiao couldn't even imagine it. Holding the brush, she couldn't help but exclaim, a rich young master. I'm impressed. No wonder Song Hansheng looks down on people every day. As they spoke, Xiao connected her consciousness to the wolf hair brush, calming her mind to focus on the talisman paper. Defensive talismans were the hardest to draw. She had never done it before. In the past, it was always her second senior brother who drew defensive talismans and distributed them to them. This was Xiao's first time drawing a defensive talisman. She repeatedly recalled the common characteristics of Ming Xian and Song Hansheng when they drew defensive talismans. While defensive talismans had some similarities, their general drawing methods were different, and the styles of the two sects were also distinct. Xiao was bold and wanted to try combining both methods. Since it was her first attempt at modifying a talisman, she wasted 3 sheets in just 3 minutes. Song Hansheng's indifference turned into a complete death stare. What are you doing, Xiao? 3 minutes wasted on 3 failed attempts. He hoped Xiao would draw the talismans faster. She was indeed quick now. But look at any talisman master who fails once in drawing a talisman. Xiao replied, don't mind my success rate. Just tell me if it's fast enough. Song Hansheng sneered. If Xiao was a slacker, then Song Hansheng was definitely a good student. Previously, he criticized Yun Ke for her inadequate talisman and formation skills every day, and now Xiao was even worse than Yun Quebec. He wasn't scolding her not because he had good manners, but because there were too many demon beasts around, leaving him no room to vent. Xiao knew that Song Hansheng was on the verge of exploding, but she ignored him, repeatedly rehearsing in her mind before picking up her brush for another attempt. This time, it went smoothly, and she successfully connected the strokes. Song Hansheng glanced back and, seeing her success, retracted his death stare and scoffed. I thought you had become a waste like Yun Quebec. In his eyes, Xiao was one of the few he considered to have decent talent. Taking the opportunity, Xiao touched his valuable wolf hairbrush and coldly replied, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. She drew a talisman, and Song Hansheng picked it up to study it. At first, he thought it was a talisman from the Changming sect, but upon closer inspection, he bizarrely saw the shadow of the Yueqing sect. Yet, the overall drawing style leaned more towards the Changming sect. The combination of the two unexpectedly appeared very harmonious. Song Hansheng furrowed his brows tightly. You failed 3 times, and this is what you came up with. In the cultivation world, no one had tried to combine the two successfully. After all, every sect's talisman method was different, handed down by their ancestors. Mixing them up like this was completely disrespectful to the ancestors. So what? Xiao picked up the talisman she drew and tested it. The defensive effect was indeed much better than a single one. The Changming sect focused on speed, allowing them to quickly counter attacks, but their defensive capabilities were lacking. The Yueqing sect had better defensive effects, and combining the two created a new talisman. Has no one tried this before? Xiao encouraged him. It's quite useful. You could try it too. Song Hanxing shot her a look. No one ever disrespected the ancestors like this. Nor did anyone learn talismans from one sect, and then go to learn from another. And you combined both so openly. If others saw this, they would simply call it heresy. Xiao felt embarrassed. It did seem a bit unethical to learn someone else's talisman and then say such things in front of their chief disciple. After her first success, the subsequent attempts went much more smoothly, with each talisman drawn in one stroke. Her speed was so fast that Song Hanxing, who had been watching from the beginning, gradually became numb. He could also draw talismans in one stroke, but in such an environment, it was easy to lose focus. Moreover, Xiao was combining talismans from two sects, this rebellious and unconventional approach, and she could actually succeed in one stroke. Xiao, Song Hanxing crossed his arms and laughed. What level is your spiritual root? Xiao guessed he would ask this. Thinking of the disdain and evaluations from the outside world regarding her spiritual root, she retorted. Medium-grade spiritual root, do you believe it? Stop pretending. Song Hanxing looked at her coldly. Keep pretending. What medium-grade spiritual root can draw talismans in one stroke? At least high-grade or top-grade. If you didn't believe it, why ask? Xiao rolled her eyes. Her spiritual sea was broad, and drawing didn't take that much effort. When she could no longer keep going, she let Song Hanxing take over. The two of them alternated seamlessly in drawing. When her spiritual sea couldn't hold out anymore, she took the Dan medicine from the Bishi sect to replenish her energy. After completing a batch of talisman papers, the demon beasts outside had mostly been eliminated. Let us go. Xiao kept drawing and was starting to feel sore in her wrist. She jumped up. We're out. Song Hanxing quickly stood up as well. He didn't want to stay in this filthy place for another second. The secret realm was filled with vines everywhere. A young demon from the demon clan easily shattered the defense and attack formations with just 2 simple strikes, and as several formations collapsed in succession, Suju's face turned pale as he approached. Chu Xingji casually broke a branch and tossed it to the sword cultivators present. Make do with this. We don't have any other weapons now. The Dan and weapon cultivators ran first, leaving behind a few with some resistance to buy time. Ming Xian's formation was the last one, and he wanted to hold on a bit longer. The consequence of forcibly doing so was that he spat out blood from the backlash. Ming Xian was still formidable. Naturally, he wouldn't have been assigned to set up the last formation otherwise. He held them off for a quarter of an hour, but it wasn't enough. He hoped the Dan and weapon cultivators would make it out. In the cultivation world, there weren't many Dan and weapon cultivators, and the direct disciples were even rarer. They didn't want to see any of them get into trouble. Mu Chongxi and Zhou Xingyun were together, while Yi Qinghan and Qin Huai teamed up. 2 direct disciples held off 1 nascent soul. All the talisman masters were left behind, and Yun Ke was forced to join in. Her formation skills were quick, so her presence was still useful. This was the only consolation for outsiders. Ming Xian formed seals with his fingers, being lifted around by Zhou Xingyun. It was easy to catch one by one, but a group was a bit tricky. The young demon squinted his eyes. Who saved you out? As he spoke, he swung his knife fiercely at Chu Xingji. Chu Xingji's breath hitched, almost getting his throat cut. Mu Chongxi, who was closest to him, pulled him away. The Changming sect was undoubtedly the fastest in terms of speed. The elder from the Jianjian sect broke into a cold sweat, suddenly standing up, his hands trembling slightly. That was close, my disciple almost. Next time, they would make them run in training. The talisman masters had prepared in advance before entering the secret realm, each drawing many fire control talismans, which were now in their mustard seed bags. Faced with the overwhelming vines, those who reacted slowly were already bound and tightening, not trying to capture the direct disciples, but rather to strangle them alive. Miao Miao. Si Miaoyan's face changed drastically. Mu Chongxi wielded the branch like a sword, the sharp sword energy cutting through the vines. This move wasn't from the Changming sect, but something he had learned from his recent inheritance, using objects to form shapes, using spirit as a sword. The sword energy slashed down, breaking the vines in response. However, it was simply impossible to save everyone. Gasping for breath, Mu Chongxi saw that more and more Dan cultivators and slow-reacting weapon cultivators were being captured. Talisman masters were also not spared. In the process of setting up formations, the vines seized their ankles, lifting them into the air. The Changming sect's methods had once been looked down upon, as speed alone was useless, but in this situation, their methods were indeed the best for running. None of the four had been touched by the vines. But being forced to this extent by two nascent souls was not pleasant for anyone. Ming Xian's breathing became rapid. In this extreme environment, his formation speed had skyrocketed. But it was still not enough. Too slow. They couldn't hold on for even a quarter of an hour before breaking. Damn it. Chu Xingji fell to the ground with a knife wound, spitting blood. How did the nascent soul stage get in here? A blow from the nascent soul stage was unbearable, costing half his life. Moreover, this was the grand competition of the 5 sects. How could a nascent soul stage enter? Yun Ke unconsciously clenched the source pearl she had secretly obtained, which contained dense spiritual energy. Once absorbed, it was not impossible to push even a nascent soul stage. But she hadn't expected that her unconscious action would create today's situation. The demon clan saintess felt somewhat troubled. Xiao had been knocked down by her and should already be dead. Even if she wasn't dead, she couldn't get out. She had underestimated this group of righteous little sheep. 3 late golden core sword cultivators and a group of talisman masters were difficult to deal with. She had to be grateful that she had taken away their mustard seed bags at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the 5 sects joining forces would not find it impossible to deal with 2 Yuan Ing stage cultivators. To avoid prolonged nightmares, the demon clan's saintess moved her fingers, causing vines to entwine and form a massive net that enveloped everyone inside, leaving no survivors except for the one named Yun Ke. The others were to be dealt with quickly to report back. Understood. The moment the vines blocked the exit, the surroundings darkened, and Mu Chongxi attempted to burn them with fire, but their 3 fire spiritual roots from the Changming sect were too weak, while they could push back the vines. Opening an exit was wishful thinking. The exit was completely sealed. Shuiyu also tried, but it was futile. Since they couldn't escape, staying together was the best choice. Zhou Xingyun and Yi Qinghan, with their domineering sword techniques, stood in front and protected several alchemists. Miao Miao was deeply moved. Wu, if I can survive, I will definitely give you all elixirs. Lu Yun nodded crazily. I will never say you sword cultivators are poor again. Chu Xingji's mouth twitched. You really don't need to say that. The scene of the 5 sects joining forces was indeed rare. The cultivators outside couldn't help but stand up, all staring at the recording stone, their tense breaths held cautiously. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were all slaughtered. The vines kept shrinking, gradually encircling them, clearly intending to trap them all to death inside. The sword cultivators had no swords, and the talismans of the talisman cultivators were not present. Their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Faced with this situation, it all seemed hopeless. Shen Ziwei was the only one with a mustard seed bag, but it was also empty. All defensive artifacts had been used up, and a few offensive artifacts were taken out for the sword cultivators. They would hold on for as long as possible. Shen Ziwei desperately calmed down, not knowing when the elders would arrive. At this moment, everyone felt a hint of despair in their hearts. Yun Ke looked at the shrinking vines, her scalp tingling. For a moment, she wanted to take out the source pearl, but she ultimately suppressed the impulse, deciding to wait until it was truly impossible to take it out. Her luck had always been excellent. Every time she encountered danger, she managed to escape. And Yun Ke felt this time would be no exception. In the lush and eerie secret realm, the rapidly growing vines were visible to the naked eye. And Yi Xiao and Song Hanxing saw them from afar. Over there, Song Hanxing pointed in the direction not far away. They should all be there. This was the first time Song Hanxing rode such a strange flying beast. At first, it was quite uncomfortable. Compared to his awkwardness, Yi Xiao appeared particularly at ease. Even when being tossed around during the journey, she stubbornly tamed the beast. Yi Xiao pulled the red bird, urging it to steady. Hurry up. The entire secret realm was eerily quiet, with green vines wrapping everything inside, completely blocking the entrance from afar, making it impossible to enter. Yi Xiao patted the KFC chicken, sending it to fly over and burn a hole in the top. It's your turn to perform. This was the moment for the KFC chicken. With a blast of phoenix flame, it quickly burned a small hole in the sky, just big enough for 2 people and 1 bird to pass through, and not easily noticed. As the hole opened, Yi Xiao immediately directed the bird to fly down. Quick, go save them. The focused crowd had no idea that a hole had opened above them. The red bird shook its head in anger and reluctantly dived. Sitting on the bird's back, Yi Xiao had a clear view of the standoff below. She gathered spiritual energy at her fingertips and pulled it to a full moon. 3 vines extended and grew longer. About to catch the slowest one, she aimed at the direction of the vines, letting the KFC chicken spray fire on the arrows, holding her breath and focusing. She released 3 arrows simultaneously. The spiritual arrows wrapped in flames shot straight towards them. They broke through the air with unstoppable force. In an instant, the vines quickly recoiled. The arrows approached so fast that everyone was astonished. What the hell? This exclamation came from the audience outside. The elders, who had been silent and subdued, suddenly stood up one by one, startled by the unexpected turn of events. What is that? The elder from the Baishui sect felt it was familiar. He clenched his fist tightly. Isn't that Miao Miao's spiritual bow? Miao Miao? But isn't she here? All 5 sects were present. Where did those arrows in the sky come from? Everyone, as everyone was puzzled, a clear and familiar female voice rang out. Hi hi hi. How's it going? My move northwest look, shoot the wolf. Isn't it cool? Chapter 115. Famous in battle, everyone turned to look at the voice above. Xiao was riding the fire-red bird, holding the spiritual bow, a slight smile on her lips as she winked at them. Next to her sat Song Hansheng. Hi hi, your first is here to save you. It wasn't Miao Miao. It was Xiao. The last sentence completely shattered the remaining silence in the air, and the cultivators outside erupted in excitement. Northwest look. Shoot the wolf. Awesome Xiao. She didn't die? What the hell? Not only did she survive, but she also brought the wives of the sword cultivators and the things for the alchemists. Xiao was truly incredible. So cool. Your first is here to save you. The elders also stood up, not knowing if it was because of the excitement outside or something else. But they inexplicably felt a surge of excitement, and that kid Song Hansheng. The two sat together. Song Hansheng quickly tossed down a talisman, using a fire talisman to burn the alchemist who was bound by the vines. Xiao followed up with 2 arrows, effectively tripping the demon clan saintess chasing them. Her expression turned cold as she saw these 2. You didn't die? Logically, with such a high cliff, the chances of surviving without being able to adjust one's posture while controlling the sword were slim. Look, it's Xiao. Miao Miao, who had almost been caught again due to running slowly, noticed the spiritual arrows and the rapidly shrinking vines. Her pupils trembled as she looked up to catch sight of the figure. Hearing the voice from earlier, Chu Xingji was about to turn around and curse whoever was so arrogant, but the next second, he saw his Xianyuan sword ruthlessly drop from the sky. The young man instinctively reached out to catch it, his wrist moving as he invoked the sword technique of the sword sect, drawing the sword from its sheath. Frost and chill filling the ground. With one downward stroke, he forced back the approaching demon clan. Sword cultivators needed swords even more in battles. Without a sword, nothing was convenient. What Xiao dropped was not just a sword, it was a savior. What the hell? It's you? Xiao. Chu Xingji grabbed the sword, looking up at the familiar face, stunned. So you really didn't run? Previously, the direct disciples from the Yueqing sect had been brainwashing them, mocking Xiao for leaving. He had basically believed it, but it turned out she hadn't left. Everyone shared the same question in their hearts. Where had she been? She looked worn out. Having come with Song Hansheng, Ming Xian wiped the blood residue left from excessive formation consumption from his ear, his heart shattered. Why are you back? I was just glad that someone from our sect got out. Of course, I came back to save you. Qin Huai almost blacked out when he saw Xiao. She really didn't run? But what use was it for Xiao, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to come back? Qin Huai barely defended against the attacks with a branch in hand, yet he was still heavily injured. His breathing was rapid, and his voice was hoarse. Did you and Song Hansheng come back to die together? Die? What bad luck. Without even looking up, Xiao sat on the big bird. Rushing past him, open the door, open the door. The Changming sect is delivering wives. Xiao threw Zhou Xingyun's Duanqing and Mu Chengxi's Xiaoxi down to the sword cultivators below, shouting, I've brought your wives. What wives? Mu Chengxi was taken aback, then saw Xiao holding a large pile of swords, immediately recognizing his Xiaoxi among them, along with Zhou Xingyun's Duanqing. Xiao began tossing them down one by one. The swords had a bond with their owners, and as soon as they were thrown, they swiftly returned to their respective sword masters' hands. At that moment, the situation changed. Originally dispirited, the sword cultivators felt rejuvenated upon gripping their swords, their attacks sharp and fierce. Even the demon clan saintess was slightly flustered, gritting her teeth. Xiao, I underestimated you. To survive after falling off a cliff. Xiao smiled slightly. You just underestimated me. First, take care of those 2. The demon clan saintess's expression darkened. issuing a command, and her partner moved. A young demon swiftly appearing behind them. With a fierce slash, Yi Xiao's defensive talisman drawn at the cliff's edge shattered. He raised his hand, ready for a second strike. But the next moment, Song Hanqing's talisman hit him at the same time. The young man's eyes were cold as he silently uttered a word, break. The seemingly ordinary talisman ignited with his words, instantly spreading and engulfing him, causing the young demon to feel a searing pain in his palm, followed by a scream. The demon's eyes turned vicious, and in a fit of rage, he struck at Song Hanqing, die. A strike from the nascent soul stage, wrapped in thick, demonic energy, was about to hit his chest. Song Hanqing's breath hitched. He was prepared to endure the blow. However, at that moment, the talisman in his arms began to heat up, quietly lighting up to form a seal that dissipated the attack into ashes. Song Hanqing was slightly hoarse, logically, for a close-range attack. The defensive talisman shouldn't have been able to establish protection in time. But after Yi Xiao combined the two, both the thickness and speed of the defense had greatly increased. Just enough to handle the close-range attack. With no one obstructing him, Yi Xiao rode the bird and soared through the sky, giving Song Hanqing a great opportunity to perform. Previously, he had been targeted relentlessly, either being attacked up close or ambushed, but today he finally felt the power he had before encountering Yi Xiao. As if he could summon the wind and rain. The fans of Yueqing's sect outside reminisced. I remember back in the day, before Song Hanqing met Yi Xiao. He stood at the highest point, looking down on the top disciples of other sections. It was proven that Song Hanqing's talismans were far more lethal than Yi Xiao's. The demons were continuously bombarded with talismans, becoming increasingly frantic, revealing more and more flaws. Mu Chongxi and Chu Xingji exchanged glances and immediately targeted his wounds ruthlessly. After seeing the power of his talismans, Yi Xiao sighed and sincerely said, "Thank you for not killing me back then." As Song Hanqing threw down talismans, he also needed to keep an eye on the movements of the several nascent souls to avoid being ambushed. Below, Ming Xin cursed, "Damn it, Song Hanqing. Your talismans blew up on me." Song Hanqing replied. Si Miaoyan watched these sword cultivators showcase their skills and bit her lip, feeling for the first time that their alchemists were so useless. She stood with Xueyu, sighing, "What can we do? Besides being protected, we can't help at all." "Just watching." Lu Yun chimed in. "Without a spatial pouch, we are all useless. It's important to have self-awareness." "Don't say that." Xueyu dodged a vine coming at her face, smiling slightly. "Although we seem useless, the truth is, we really are." Miao Miao's eyes sparkled. "What about Yi Xiao? Our big daddy, since she can deliver swords to the sword cultivators, maybe she has a spatial pouch for us alchemists too." Just as she finished speaking, third senior brother. After throwing the life swords to the sword cultivators, Yi Xiao quickly rummaged through the area to find Xueyu's spatial pouch. Of course, at this moment, the spatial pouch should be given to her own senior brother first. Lu Yun? Miao Miao's eyes widened. "No way? There really is." Si Miaoyan was stunned to see Xueyu's spatial pouch. What on earth has she been doing? Why is her progress always different from ours in the secret realm? Damn. The audience outside was also going crazy. Wow. Wow. A celestial being has descended to save us. Isn't this a celestial being coming down to save us? Amazing, my Xiao. The spatial pouch was filled with a bunch of personal disciples' items. Yi Xiao hadn't given Duan Hongdao anything earlier, considering that if they failed to rescue, having the spatial pouch in hand wouldn't be too bad. As expected of you. Xueyu's eyes lit up as she took out her spatial pouch, quickly sorting and distributing all the pills along with the Bai Shui sects to the sword and talisman cultivators. While riding the bird in the sky, Yi Xiao threw the spatial pouches like crazy. Yueqing sect's talismans, Bai Shui sect's pills, and Chengfeng sect's magical tools were all in her hands. All the personal disciples were stunned. Chu Xingji, Bai Shui sect's pills, Yueqing sect's talisman formations, Chengfeng sect's magical tools, Wenjin sect's sword techniques. Wow, Yi Xiao. You really should die. Yi Xiao raised her eyebrows. In the realm of cultivation, you should inquire about who your father is. I have no backbone. I'll first call you father out of respect. Duan Hongdao wailed. Father, hurry up and give us the spatial pouch for Chengfeng sect. It's urgent. First give it to our Yueqing sect. Su Zhua also started shouting. What do you think you are? Lu Yun retorted without mercy, who was Yi Xiao's partner in the third match. It was us alchemists. We are her teammates. Yi Xiao had thrown all the spatial pouches into her small qi domain. She was quite busy, distributing this and that. Hearing Duan Hongdao's words, she wasn't afraid of offending anyone and boldly went over. Here I come, here I come. Sons, your father has arrived. Qin Huai unceremoniously slapped Duan Hengdao on the back of the head. Get a grip. Yi Xiao didn't waste any time, throwing the spatial pouches to each sect, finally giving one to Yueqing's sect. After Su Zhuo received the pouch, he glanced at Yi Xiao, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Now, it was time to test our cooperation. Each talisman cultivator had drawn a large batch of fire talismans, just in case. Ming Xian ignited a talisman at his fingertips, watching the flying vines. Seeing a few talisman cultivators wanting to throw theirs, he urgently stopped them. Wait. Don't control it, let it run wild. Based on Ming Xian's experience of burning the library with Yi Xiao back then, chaotic spiritual fire would be even more powerful. After hearing Ming Xian's words, the talisman cultivators hesitated for a moment, moved their fingers, and let the fire talismans automatically spring up, instantly causing chaos within the vines. They looked up to see various spiritual fires swirling above their heads, igniting the net woven by the vines. The demon clan saintess's face turned ashen. Yi Xiao. She was already furious. Wood-type spiritual roots were most bothered by fire. The net she had woven to capture this group was disrupted by Yi Xiao. The reason the personal disciples were called personal disciples was not only due to their strength and talent, but also because they were resourceful. Yi Xiao's spatial pouch resolved everyone's urgent needs, and the personal disciples, who had been fleeing and dodging earlier, now had the courage to turn around and fight back. The dazzling array of magical artifacts and patterns, constantly consuming drugs to prolong life, the various talismans flying and exploding. Who can withstand this? Even in a war of attrition, 2 Yuanying stage cultivators might find it difficult. These direct disciples can still take drugs when their spiritual energy is depleted, but they don't have any pills. The holy maiden of the demon clan, with her Yuanying stage pressure spreading, turned into an afterimage and suddenly gathered her palm, slamming it onto Yi Xiao's back. With Yi Xiao's foundation-building cultivation, there was no way to dodge. Moreover, this palm strike was delivered without holding back. A full-force attack from the Yuanying stage that the talismans could not block. In the blink of an eye, Shuiyu unfolded a landscape map, intertwining totem illusions with formations. The holy maiden of the demon clan was caught off guard by the scene, transformed by the illusion. Her movement paused for just 2 seconds, and Yi Xiao quickly seized the opportunity to dodge. After a missed strike, the girl gritted her teeth in frustration. From a situation of overwhelming dominance to being forced to retreat step by step. The young demon also had a gloomy expression. We should have found that Yi Xiao from the start, but we overlooked her. In reality, who would pay attention to a foundation-building cultivator? There are only 2 days left until the secret realm ends. The young demon pressed his lips together, gripping his large knife tightly. The elders should be finding a way to open the secret realm soon. At this moment, should they retreat? Retreat. The holy maiden of the demon clan gritted her teeth. What other choice was there? No one could be killed, and each was more difficult to deal with than the last. Seeing them trying to leave, Yi Qinghan and Zhou Xingyun drew their swords to stop them. Duan Heng's sword was unsheathed, cutting through the water. Countless sword shadows intertwined chaotically. Being grazed by a sword shadow would result in a bloody wound. The holy maiden of the demon clan also had defensive artifacts, shattering several in succession. Her gaze was fierce as she reached out to strike Yin Quebec. With a sudden force, she locked onto the girl's slender neck. She had tried to capture the direct disciples before, but they cooperated too well. It was this Yun Ke who slipped through the net, successfully capturing Yun Ke. The holy maiden of the demon clan did not look back as she said to her partner beside her, Go. If I had known, I wouldn't have dealt with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao frowned. Didn't she remember that Yun Ke had quite a few hidden cards? That treasure-hunting beast of hers probably found many good things for the female protagonist. How could she be so easily captured? Yun Ke's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that this demon clan member did not intend to take her life. She moved her fingertips. In fact, the matter of taking the source pearl should have been seen by the outside world already. If she really stayed here, the source pearl would surely not end up in her hands, but rather be handed over to the sect. She would inevitably face criticism from those outside cultivators and elders. It was better to be captured by the demon clan. Chu Xingji's sword light followed closely. Seeing Yun Ke being captured, he stopped the tip of his sword forcibly, forced to retract his momentum. Damn. What is wrong with you, Yun Ke? Being caught at such a critical moment. Just as the two were about to leave the secret realm with Yun Ke, Ming Xian, who had been silent all along, moved his fingertips, seizing the opportunity. 4 talismans flew out, Activating the four-direction formation, a brilliant golden formation rose from the ground. In the instant it locked down the surroundings. Duan Heng's golden rope automatically flew up, and without hesitation, Chu Xingji swung down towards her. Yun Ke screamed as she was pushed out by the holy maiden of the demon clan to block the knife. At the critical moment, the quick-reacting Yi Qinghan caught her. No harm done. Yun Ke's face turned pale. Senior brother Yi. Thank you. On the other side, the two demons were completely unable to avoid the encirclement of the sword cultivators and talisman cultivators. The binding rope in Duan Heng's hand flew out, quickly tying them up. When the two still wanted to struggle, Xueyu swiftly handed over the sealing spirit pill, forcibly stuffing it into their mouths. It was effective for 2 hours. For safety's sake, they would feed them once an hour. During the action, everyone was sweating coldly, afraid that something would go wrong along the way. Duan Heng licked his dry lips. Let us end this. When the dust settled, it was finally over. Damn, that scared me to death. Not to mention the direct disciples. Even the outside cultivators collapsed to the ground. From being attacked and counterattacked, it only took one Yi Xiao. This time, Yi Xiao could be said to have made a name for herself in battle. Chapter 116. Saving the world. The two artifact cultivators teamed up to bind the two demons with their artifacts, to avoid any mistakes along the way. Several pill cultivators took turns feeding them sealing spirit pills. When would the elders come in? They would probably arrive early tomorrow morning. So what exactly happened? Chu Xingji seized the time for revenge, kicking the two demons hard. How did your group of Yuanying stage cultivators get in here? Logically speaking, even if they entered the secret realm, they should have been suppressed to the Jindan stage, and wouldn't be able to reach such a vastly different realm as the Yuanying stage. Yun Ke was too weak to speak, gripping the source pearl tightly, finding a secluded spot to quietly absorb the energy inside. The pearl could forcibly suppress the cultivation entering the secret realm, and the spiritual energy surged to an incredible level. As soon as a bit of spiritual energy entered her body, she could feel her realm loosening. Xueyu shook his head. I don't know. What exactly happened still needed to wait until they got out, to ask the elders for clarification. The secret realm finally opened the next day. Everyone was too scared to sleep the whole night, guarding those two demons. When they saw the secret realm open, they immediately rushed out impatiently. Yi Xiao, carefree, slept the soundest and strolled leisurely at the back of the line. As soon as they came out, an apple came flying towards her. Yi Xiao caught the apple perfectly and took a bite, confused. What is going on? What had she done wrong to make the audience hate her so much? Sorry, I threw it wrong. The girl who threw the apple, seeing it was her, nervously said, I meant to hit Yin Quebec. Yi Xiao took another bite. It's quite sweet. The other party immediately exclaimed, Yi Xiao is eating my apple. Yi Xiao casually walked away while munching on the apple, leaving the elders to clean up the mess left by these kids, such as the source pearl hidden in Yun Ke's hands. Seeing that everyone had come out safely, the cultivators also breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Who would have thought that these kids would cooperate so well at a critical moment? A bunch of reckless little brats. Qin Fanfan laughed and scolded. Don't say. This competition has made me a bit excited. Normal. Elder Xiao chuckled, youthful vigor, charging forward without considering so much. After Yi Xiao walked out and saw all the elders present, she raised an eyebrow. Just a quick question. Does the ranking from the competition still count? Up until now, Changming sect was first, Wenjian's sect was second. If it counted, then regardless of the outcome of the next team match, Changming sect would still be first. It counts. The elders of Wenjian's sect nodded, considering it a compensation for Yi Xiao's heroic act of saving the world. Originally, the secret realm was supposed to be interrupted midway, and logically, there should be an extra round. But who let Yi Xiao turn the tide at the crucial moment? Giving first place to Changming sect was not unjust. Song Hanxing scolded Yun Ke as soon as he exited the secret realm, asking coldly, you at least have a top-tier spiritual root. Don't you have any basic self-defense capability? If it weren't for the quick reactions of the other direct disciples, you would have really been caught by those two demons. I didn't do it on purpose. Yun Ke's eyes suddenly turned red. You've always looked down on me. I've never seen you protect me. Song Hanxing, who had cleaned up her mess countless times. Ming Xian lazily leaned against Yi Xiao, speaking nonchalantly. Isn't she just talking nonsense? What kind of person does Song Hanxing think he is? A dog passed by him, and if it accidentally glanced at Song Hanxing, it would be met with a disdainful look. Song Hanxing was also so angry that he spoke without thinking. Why should I look up to you? Because of your talisman drawing skills that took half a year to draw a single talisman? Since you are also a direct disciple, why don't you reflect on where you are worse than her? He pointed at Xiao. Xiao waved her hand. No. What was she doing? This was the first time Yun-Kei understood what it meant for fortunes to change. She had been the center of attention before, and now she was being compared to Xiao. After emerging from the secret realm, a group of direct disciples gathered for a meeting, and the elders were so disturbed by the noise that they had a headache. They clapped their hands to signal for silence. Yun-Kei stays. The others can leave if they wish. Wow, Yun-Kei stays? This was going to be lively. Everyone wanted to join in on the excitement, so no one was willing to leave. Being stared at by so many people made Yun-Kei feel a sense of panic. As if she were sitting on pins and needles, she pinched her palm and barely managed to calm down. Where's the origin pearl? The elder from the Jin sect stared at her, his voice suddenly dropping. Take it out. Yun-Kei didn't want to give it up and pleaded. Elder, I've already taken it out. What do I need to return it for? She hadn't triggered the barrier, which could only prove that it should belong to her. Others couldn't take it even if they wanted to. When Xiao heard about the origin pearl, she tilted her head in thought. Had it been mentioned in the original text? It should have been, but it seemed that in her memory, there was no mention of the demon clan. Nor did it escalate to this level. The female protagonist directly reached the nascent soul stage after obtaining it. Such a rapid advancement. Who wouldn't call her a peerless genius? Yun-Kei feigned calmness. The Changming sect has collapsed the secret realm before. I only took the origin pearl and didn't cause any losses. Seeing that she was still arguing, the elder from the Jin sect's voice turned icy. That was a collapse. The secret realm will seek a suitable vessel to reappear after 100 years. After you took this away, the secret realm lost its boundary suppression, and any random nascent soul can come and slaughter. What will happen to the loose cultivators entering the great secret realm then? If there are casualties, will you take responsibility? The innocent members of the Changming sect bowed their heads again. They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand. The elder from the Bihue sect coughed, hinting, Changming sect should reflect on why you are always involved. And also Xiao. Bringing a contract holder with a domain into the secret realm without permission is a violation of the rules. She was named and criticized. Don't do this again next time. A contract holder with a domain was brought into the secret realm, and the elders were so lighthearted about it. It was unfair. Suzhua frowned. She brought a contract holder with a domain into the secret realm. The number of demon beasts should be voided. I already criticized her by name just now. The elder from the Jin sect shot Yun-Kei a cold glance. Oh right. The number of demon beasts for the Yueqing sect this time is zeroed out. The mistakes made by Yun-Kei would be borne by the Yueqing sect. It was impossible for the Changming sect to be voided. The elder humorously retorted. Without Xiao, do you really think you could have come out on your own efforts? Didn't she just give you a mustard seed bag? So many direct disciples present saw it, and the ones who saved you were 2 artifact cultivators from the Changfeng sect. The elder waved his hand, not wanting to say more, and decided to review the recording stone when they returned, not mentioning this for now. Yun Quebec. The pressure from the Jin sect's patriarch inclined solely towards Yun Quebec. The oppressive feelings surged towards her, forcing Yun-Kei to kneel down. Do you know what mistake you made by taking the origin pearl? Yun-Kei had never been forced to kneel under the pressure of an authority figure before. Now, just lifting her head, she could see Xiao standing beside her, looking at her calmly. She only felt increasingly humiliated. Kneeling under pressure. Shuiyu's voice was clear, and his eyes blinked slightly. This is the first time I've seen this. I've knelt before. Xiao didn't expect this kind of behavior to be quite uncommon. She glanced at Yunhen. The previous Lord of the Cloud often did this. Goodness. Qin Fanfan immediately turned her head. What did she do wrong? You make her kneel? Her direct disciples had always been raised with freedom. Xiao was taken in halfway, but even those taken in shouldn't be bullied like this. What kind of serious mistake warranted being forced to kneel under pressure? Yunhen didn't expect the fire to burn him as well. At this moment, Xiao was in the center of the topic, and all the cultivators outside were listening intently. How could he possibly have the face to say it was because he snatched a spiritual herb from her that he forced her to kneel? How embarrassing. Song Hanxing was also puzzled. He always believed that Xiao disregarded the grace of nurturing and chose the Changming sect over the 2 positions in the Yueqing sect's inner gate because she wanted to be a direct disciple and thus left without looking back. Yunhen didn't dare to answer. Xiao shrugged. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, she said for him, maybe it's because I brought a spiritual plant back, and the Lord of the Cloud wanted to use it for his little disciple, but I didn't want to give it, so he forced me to kneel. Xiao. Yunhen's face turned cold. This matter will be discussed later. The more they talked, the worse it became for him. The patriarch of the Jian sect lightly pinched his brow, casting a surprised glance at Yunhen, not expecting that Yi Xiao and the Yueqing sect had such a story behind it. All right, where's the origin pearl? Yun Quebec afraid that Yi Xiao would reveal more. Yunhen hurriedly changed the topic, looking at Yun Ke and saying in a deep voice, "Take it out." Yun Ke pressed her lips together, kneeling on the ground, wanting to buy more time, but the other elders wouldn't give her that opportunity. The pressure continued to bear down on her. The sound of her delicate bones cracking made her face turn pale suddenly. She wanted to speak, but couldn't find her voice. Meeting the Jian sect patriarch's slightly cold gaze, she instantly understood this was a threat to her, and with trembling hands, Yun Ke returned the pearl. But the pressure did not relent. The other party said, "Continue kneeling. What is the punishment for selling out a companion in the rules of your Yueqing sect?" Song Hanqing. He specifically named the good student from the Yueqing sect, recited. Song Hanqing withdrew his gaze. Light punishment is contemplation in the forbidden area. Severe punishment is expulsion from the sect. Expulsion from the sect was definitely not going to happen. With the great competition approaching, where would they find another direct disciple? I will give everyone an explanation. Yunhen felt uncomfortable under the condemning gazes of so many elders. He was extremely disappointed in Yun Ke, not understanding why the once exceptionally talented disciple had turned out like this. To this day, he couldn't help but think, if Yi Xiao were still here, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Was the root of the spirit really that important? Yi Xiao completely understood. It turned out that the two nascent souls entering the secret realm were orchestrated by the female protagonist. With things being this way, would they still not be expelled from the sect? Qin Fanfan knew that these children all had opinions and were all indignant. He sighed. Now we can't find other top-grade spiritual roots. If we really abandon her, wouldn't that benefit other sects? Top-grade spiritual roots. We can't just say we don't want them. Oh, Yi Xiao understood. She began to draw inferences. So, in our cultivation world, the higher the spiritual root, the more impressive. I have a heavenly spiritual root. Does that mean I can just kill her without any problem? After all, having a high spiritual root is powerful, right? Qin Fanfan. That makes sense. What nonsense. However, Yi Xiao wasn't wrong. In the cultivation world, indeed, the higher the spiritual root, the more impressive. Yi Xiao's heavenly spiritual root. When her golden core's thunder tribulation descends, the elders would probably know it well. Yun Ke was forcibly taken away, and the other direct disciples saw that there was nothing more to watch, so they gathered in small groups, trying to recap the events of the secret realm. Junior sister. Ming Xian pinched her face, puzzled. How did you end up playing with Song Hanqing? Yi Xiao really could team up with anyone, but teaming up with the Yueqing sect looked a bit strange. She pushed him away. It just happened to be a coincidence. Along the way, Yi Xiao pointed out Ming Xian's actions. Also, don't pinch the face of the first place. It's very expensive. Mu Chengxi chuckled. Oh, look who's pretending now. Shuiyu. Isn't the first place the Jian sect? They remembered that at the beginning, the Wanjian sect was leading by a large margin, and later, a group of people formed a team to escape. Logically, the first should be the Wanjian sect. That's right. Chu Xingji, hearing the commotion from the Changming sect, casually squeezed in. Shouldn't we be the first? He had specifically checked before. Yi Xiao took out a jade slip for them to admire, which displayed the points ranking. Did you see? This is the territory I fought for you all. The first place was prominently labeled with the words Changming sect. Wow, your majesty is brilliant. Mu Chengxi flattered, even though he didn't know what had happened, but it was right to compliment her. Ming Xian shot him a glance. Your father will break your legs. As a prince, he called her your majesty quite naturally. It's fine. Mu Chengxi waved his hand, unaware of the matters in the cultivation world. After Yi Xiao mentioned it, the disciples who were about to disperse instinctively glanced at the ranking. It really was the Changming sect in first place. How did you get first? Yi Qinghan's gaze shifted slightly, her voice flat. And where were you when Shun Ziwei and the others were rescuing people? At that time, all the disciples were present, and she was the only one who had disappeared. I was, of course. Yi Xiao paused slightly, feigning depth, saving the world. The other disciples had already started rolling their eyes. Keep bragging. Really? Yi Xiao expressed her dissatisfaction with their attitude, slowly saying, otherwise, how do you think you got released? She was quite busy this time, though she was always busy. Ming Xian pressed down on her head. Where's the recording stone? Who has it? Let us see what happened. At that time, she was riding a big bird, rushing about in a place they didn't know, doing who knows what. I have it. Zhu Yu took it out. Is this gathering of disciples for a meeting? Of course not. Their relationships weren't that good. The main purpose was to review what happened in the last secret realm, specifically regarding Duan Hongdao, Shinziwei, and Yi Xiao, the three who had gone out. Shall we watch together? Zhu Yu asked for the opinions of those present. All the disciples nodded. Yi Qinghan said, let us take a look. Chapter 117. I don't want to see you these days. The cultivators knew full well who the protagonist and focus of this session was. As soon as the recording stone was opened, Yi Xiao's perspective unfolded, showing her entering the secret realm and rummaging through the grass to find teammates. Shui Yu and the others looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Didn't he expect it? Finally, your turn to be alone. Yi Xiao in the recording also realized this tragedy, standing there for a moment with a weary expression before quickly adjusting her mood and starting to set up formations. She found an inconspicuous place and hid in it. Clearly, Yi Xiao initially planned to survive until the 5th day, so she went to sleep. Song Hanqing frowned. I get it. You relied on this method to not be discovered? The aura in the concealed formation was retracted, and the other disciples were busy catching demon beasts and chasing Yi Xiao, naturally not concealing their auras. The next two nascent soul cultivators who entered quickly caught her. By the time Yi Xiao woke up from her sleep in the recording stone, the situation had already changed. Stepping out of the formation, she walked deeper inside and picked up a spiritual bow belonging to Miao Miao. Oh, so my spiritual bow was here. After exiting the secret realm, Yi Xiao returned the spiritual weapon to her, and at that time, she was still confused about where her spiritual bow had come from. After picking up the spiritual bow, Yi Xiao unceremoniously stuffed it into her mustard seed bag and also took away the mustard seed bags of the disciples trapped in the barrier. When the recording stone played to this point, the case was completely solved. So that's how it was. Qin Huai's voice suddenly raised. That ghost was you? Watching a bunch of mustard seed bags disappear in front of him, his first reaction was to think it was haunted. Oh, come on, Yi Xiao replied. What else could it be? Su Zhua immediately accused. You took the mustard seed bags. Why didn't you return them to us immediately? Why wait until the end? A group of disciples gathered to watch the recording stone, and the result was inevitably a noisy situation where they started arguing. Song Hanqing, annoyed, unwillingly explained. She came out with me later. You were there at the time. Were you blind? Moreover, returning the mustard seed bags also takes time. Yi Xiao was dragging a nascent soul cultivator alone. Where would she have time to deliver them? Although Song Hanqing didn't like Yi Xiao, he could still speak sense. Su Zhua didn't want to hurt each other with Song Hanqing, so he held back and didn't retort, suppressing his anger and continuing to watch. After getting the mustard seed bags, Yi Xiao immediately retreated. The recording stone played on, and the expressions of the disciples became a bit strange when they saw Yi Xiao saving Duan Hongdao. She saved Duan Hongdao? Then why wasn't she present when they opened the barrier? This was where everyone was puzzled. If she had been there, they wouldn't have thought it was Duan Hongdao's idea. After all, who could compare to Yi Xiao in terms of flair? As they continued to watch, Shui Yu signaled for them to be quiet. The next part showed Yi Xiao and Duan Hongdao collaborating, one drawing diagrams and the other refining tools, eventually creating a strange artifact. Ming Xian remembered very clearly that it was this strange item that silently pierced through the barrier, allowing spiritual energy to flow in. Duan Hongdao explained, this strange weapon was drawn by her. I just followed along to make it. She had many peculiar items, each with its own unique use. Later, Yi Xiao tied a bamboo shoot to a demon beast, causing a considerable beast tide, and after attracting the nearby nascent soul demon beasts away, she went alone to scout the demon beast's lair. Shinziwei also realized. I thought so. That's why there was a beast tide. If it weren't for that beast tide, I probably would have been sacrificed before Yi Xiao even arrived. Later, he was also saved by her. Shinziwei recalled the scene at that time, still feeling a bit scared. Yi Xiao's appearance undoubtedly gave him a tremendous sense of security. She was a lifesaver. As the recording stone played on, the previously noisy disciples fell silent. Yi Xiao had only 2 concealment talismans. One was given to Duan Hongdao and the other to Shinziwei. After coming up with the idea, she even led away a demon ray sanctus, who said Yi Xiao lacked the spirit of her fellow disciples by fleeing first. She was too dedicated to her fellow disciples that it led her to this. Yi Xiao. Qin Huai withdrew his gaze, looking at Yi Xiao with a complicated expression. I admit, I initially held a prejudice against you, but now I've changed my mind. You are indeed impressive. He said lightly, be careful next time. I won't show you any mercy. Yi Xiao, I saved you. Is this how you treat me? Chu Xingji gradually fell silent, realizing it was you again. Why is it that among the disciples, there's always someone who stands out? And that person must be Yi Xiao? Shen Ziwei used the beast egg Yi Xiao had given him to open the barrier, buying some time for Duan Hongdao. The next scene showed Song Hanxing and Yi Xiao falling off a cliff together. Now, all the last doubts of everyone were gone. No wonder the two didn't come out until later. It turned out that no one had it easy. The breaking of the recording stone marked the complete end. Later, it was basically guessed. The girl drew her bow, the spiritual arrow shot straight. Who wouldn't say it was impressive? Zhu Yu sighed, impressive. Yi Qinghan was left speechless, slightly nodding at her. Thank you. Without Yi Xiao, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fourth round would have ended in total defeat. His gaze was faint, and he declared in advance, but in the individual competition, I won't show mercy. Yi Xiao clicked her tongue, saying there was no need for him to show mercy. The top 10 could go to the sword cave to choose their destined swords. But Yi Xiao already had her sword and didn't want to go in at all. However, all direct disciples had to participate in the individual competition, so she had to join, which meant it was only a matter of time before she faced Yi Qinghan. Si Miaoyan sincerely said, thank you. Song Hanxing had already expressed his gratitude earlier, so he remained silent. Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and smiled slightly at Si Miaoyan, saying it was okay. No matter what others wanted to admit or not, Yi Xiao did save everyone. Without her, it was uncertain whether this group could survive. Su Zhua felt embarrassed and turned red in the face, standing nearby stammering for a long time, trying to organize his words, fearing that Yi Xiao would come over to mock him. But seeing that Yi Xiao paid him no mind, Su Zhua felt a kind of indescribable frustration. The forums in the cultivation world had been abuzz these days, with her becoming famous overnight. Although her cultivation was low and her spiritual roots weak, she was the only one who saved the entire secret realm at a critical moment. Everyone was already discussing it. I really didn't expect her to dig out the demon beast egg. I was stunned when I saw that. I thought she was crazy. All right, give me that stick of hers. I wouldn't have thought of it either. Seeing so many direct disciples being captured, I could only feel anxious. This has nothing to do with cultivation levels. If Yi Qinghan came, he would just fight to the death with those two from the demon clan and then reunite with the other direct disciples inside the barrier. Haha. Regardless of whether we can win or not, our direct disciples in the cultivation world always emphasize unity. By the way, did the one from Yueqing's sect die? Don't think about it. The 5 sects will definitely protect him. A top-quality water spiritual root in the golden core stage is rare, but there will definitely be punishment. Meanwhile, the forum was in an uproar, and the direct disciples were far from settling down. The nightmares of the past few days were no less than having elders sitting in their courtyard for an entire afternoon, repeatedly droning on about Yi Xiao. The direct disciples recently felt nauseous at the sight of Yi Xiao. The secret realm was just one last round before the individual competition, and in the courtyard of Changming's sect, Elder Xiao was still discussing the individual competition with Duan Yu. Do you think Yi Xiao can make it into the top 10 of the sword cultivators ranking? Uncertain, Duan Yu replied honestly, there are too many in the golden core stage. Although Yi Xiao is a genius, geniuses also need space to grow, and the time left for her is simply too short. If she had a few more years, it wouldn't be so tense. With just one round left, she needed to raise her cultivation to the golden core stage. Otherwise, there would be no hope at all. They had been practicing together these days to try to reach the golden core stage as much as possible. It wasn't that he wanted to pressure Yi Xiao. It was simply that there was no time left. From Yi Xiao's current situation, it seemed she couldn't defeat anyone, and anyone could exchange a few moves with her. Elder Xiao frowned. Isn't it said that she defeated Chu Xingji? Duan Yu. She did win, but it was by using clever tricks. Chu Xingji was too foolish and didn't expect Yi Xiao to change her starting stance, catching him off guard. If Yi Xiao wants to compete fairly with these sword cultivators, improving her strength is key. On the other side, Yi Xiao, who was completely unaware that she was being closely monitored, was spending time with Shui Yu. With the individual competition approaching, there was only a month or two left, and Shui Yu was repeatedly refining pills. During this time, Yi Xiao was also observing Shui Yu. His movements in making the pill seal were more fluid than hers. The young man's brows and eyes were shrouded in mist, and his speed of transformation was faster. The number of pill seals he produced was several more than when she first saw him. 10 pills, pure white and round, fell into her palm. Yi Xiao sniffed. Solid spirit pill? Shui Yu rarely refined this. Why the sudden interest? Shui Yu glanced at her. It's for you. Huh. For me? Xiao put away the alchemy furnace, looking relaxed. You're suppressing your realm. Yi Xiao was taken aback, nodding, not expecting her third senior brother to notice. But there was nothing to deny. Yes. Why? Xiao asked, afraid of instability? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Mainly because the spiritual root is too small and can't keep up with the breaking mirror speed. Too small? Can't keep up with the breaking mirror speed? This was the first time Xiao had heard such a strange analogy. Then what level is your spiritual root? Heavenly spiritual root. Yi Xiao spoke before he could. The elder said I should be struck by lightning more, hoping it can grow. Otherwise, I have to suppress it. This was the most frustrating thing for Yi Xiao. Xiao was taken aback but didn't doubt Yi Xiao's bragging. It was just that a heavenly spiritual root was indeed extremely rare. Yi Xiao, he said with a smile in his voice. I realize that the outside world's speculation about you is still a bit conservative. What top quality or extraordinary? You are a heavenly grade. Thinking this, he tossed the pills to her. Try it. It's for you. It can help solidify your spirit, so you don't end up with chaotic internal spiritual power from suppressing for too long. If you suppress it for too long, it's easy to go into demonic deviation. Moreover, Yi Xiao's situation is quite difficult. In the cultivation world, golden core stage cultivators were already rare, let alone those in the nascent soul stage. Further up were all ancient monsters. Breaking the mirror could take decades or even a century. So where would the lightning tribulation come from for her? A heavenly spiritual root. It was rare to see one in 100 years. And now that one had finally appeared, it was being delayed. Xiao tentatively suggested, if it doesn't work, let senior brother try harder? For the nascent soul stage lightning tribulation, with Zhou Xingyun's talent, it wouldn't be a problem to be struck for 3 days. Forget it. Yi Xiao recalled Zhou Xingyun's state over the past few days. He looked even more listless than her. I can't rely on Zhou Xingyun. Xiao agreed. With that effort, it's better to rely on the hard-working Yi Qinghan from the neighboring Asking Sword sect. Yi Qinghan is already in the late golden core stage, just 2 realms away from the nascent soul. Moreover, his breaking mirror speed is extremely fast. The outside world is saying he might be the first 18-year-old nascent soul genius in the cultivation world. Oh, Yi Xiao turned her head, her tone lively. Then how about we go next door to find Yi Qinghan to hang out? Xiao pursed his lips. We're just going to communicate our feelings. The two planned to go to Asking Sword sect together to communicate their feelings, and along the way, they ran into a few direct disciples. Their courtyards were all next to each other, so usually, they would see each other often. However, as soon as the other party saw Yi Xiao, they immediately turned and vomited. Yi Xiao? Did I make him sick? Yi Xiao came to such a deep conclusion. Xiao's mouth twitched. Not to that extent. Then why did he vomit as soon as he saw me? Xiao shook his head, intending to ask about the main matter. Where's your senior brother? He.s. in cultivation. The boy who turned and vomited had relieved his nausea and, upon seeing them, asked coldly, what are you doing here? We came to communicate our feelings. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she pulled Xiao in casually. And the other party couldn't stop them, only watching helplessly as the two swaggered inside. Yi Qinghan was indeed in cultivation, with spiritual energy continuously gathering and swirling wildly around the Asking Sword sect courtyard. The purer the spiritual root, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, forming small whirlpools that continuously flowed into the young man's body. Yi Xiao touched the spiritual energy flowing away from her fingertips. The surrounding spiritual energy had been drawn away by him. The spiritual energy in the courtyard where the direct disciples lived was usually the most concentrated, helping them cultivate. But the speed of spiritual power generation was no longer sufficient for him. Xiao speculated. He probably wants to break through to the nascent soul stage before the 5th round starts. Is that necessary? Yi Xiao said. His cultivation is already very high. Xiao spoke softly. If the sword sect wants to take first place, they can only win in the individual competition. There's no chance in the team competition. All 3 first places were taken by Yi Xiao alone. It's not easy to secure first place among the sword cultivators in the individual competition, especially with many powerful loose cultivators around. If you want a safer bet to secure first place, you can only risk breaking through to the Yuanying stage. Yi Qinghan has been stuck at the late stage of the Jindan for quite a while now, so trying to break through to the Yuanying stage in just over a month isn't impossible. As the number 1 in the sword path, Yi Qinghan is expected to achieve great things by the entire cultivation world. Yi Xiao interrupted his absorption of spiritual energy with a friendly smile. Yi Qinghan, are you going down the mountain together? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and upon hearing the familiar voice, turned his head to see Yi Xiao. He thought she had gone mad and frowned. No. When did their relationships get good enough to go down the mountain for training together? Although she had saved them. Yi Qinghan was a principled person. During the competition, everyone other than his sect's direct disciples was considered an enemy. Oh, if you don't want to go, then don't. Yi Xiao wasn't afraid of being beaten and continued to smile, asking, when do you plan to break through to the Yuanying stage? Yi Qinghan thought she was mocking him for not breaking through to the Yuanying stage for so long, his tone turning slightly cold. This month. What exactly do you want to say? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, giving him a thumbs up. I wish you success. You have ambition. Then I have hope for my breakthrough too. Yi Xiao had never appreciated Yi Qinghan's hard work this much before. Yi Qinghan lowered his eyes, not wanting to engage with her anymore. In the past few days, several courtyards had reported breakthroughs, proving that practical combat was always more effective than training. The Mingxian realm had also loosened up. By the time Yi Xiao and the others returned, he had stabilized his aura. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. Looking at Mingxian, mid-Jin dance stage. You broke through too? Almost all the disciples in the secret realm had improved by a level, except for the silent Yi Xiao, with the outside world blaming her spiritual root for it. Mingxian replied, yeah, just as he was about to say something. He looked up and saw Yi Xiao following closely behind Shuiyu, looking as if she had turned into a lemon. Mingxian leaned back strategically. You haven't broken through yet? Yi Xiao lay down on the ground. No. Why? Mingxian stroked his chin. I see the elders and junior uncle training you pretty harshly. The saying about having more skills and more paths was true, with Yi Xiao's focus on swordsmanship, alchemy, and talisman making. There was no reason for her progress to be so slow. Mu Chongxi knew her spiritual root situation, stroked his chin, and concluded that she could break through, but needed something to assist her. Given how long she had been stuck, she should be able to break through more than one realm with her extensive practice. What kind of assistance do you need? Let's go find it. Mingxian was indifferent, crossing his legs casually. Thunder tribulation, do you have it? Shuiyu shot him a glance. Full of disdain. Mingxian paused in his leg swinging. I really don't have it. But the young man changed his tone, clenching his fist and hammering it into his palm. We can mooch off someone else's. He heard that Yi Qinghan had been working hard lately. When the time comes, just mooch off him, right? Mingxian remembered she could absorb heavenly lightning. If someone helped her withstand the thunder tribulation, what could be wrong with that? Yi Qinghan should be grateful for the great kindness of their Changming sect. At that moment, the three of them reached a consensus. Instead of improving themselves, they might as well rely on Yi Qinghan. The trio happily high-fived. Mu Chongxi looked at his three senior siblings, who exuded a vibe of slacking off, and puffed up his cheeks in dissatisfaction. I want a high-five too. Mingxian lazily extended his hand to give him a light tap. Let's go visit Yi Qinghan in a few days. After all, once in the secret realm, their cultivation would be suppressed. At most, in the individual competition, Yi Qinghan would dominate with his Yuanying cultivation against a group of direct disciples. It didn't matter to them. Winning the team competition was enough. They were indifferent about the individual competition. After hearing the plans of the four, Zhou Xingyun fell silent for a moment, quietly covering his face. He had heard of parents wanting their children to become dragons, but this was the first time he heard of wanting Yi Qinghan to become a dragon. Yi Qinghan, who was expected to achieve great things by the Changming sect, was still cultivating. He had been absorbing spiritual energy for several consecutive days and opened his eyes to see his courtyard occupied by people from the Changming sect. Yi Qinghan twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to hold back. Are you all sick? Why are you all staring at me? Whether he broke through to the Yuanying stage had nothing to do with them from the Changming sect. Were they going to break through with him? No sickness. We just heard that you plan to break through to the Yuanying stage. Mu Chongxi sat cross-legged beside him. Our Changming sect is all about companionship. We are here to accompany you in your breakthrough. Zhou Xingyun found a good spot to hang himself and nodded in support. Shuiyu fiddled with a spirit plant. Do you need pills? Free of charge. Hey. Mingxian sighed exaggeratedly with his charming eyes. What can we do? We're just a bunch of warm-hearted people. Yi Qinghan thought his Dao heart was almost unstable. Chu Xingji was also a bit annoyed. These people came to their courtyard every day, claiming to bond. What bond did they have with the neighboring sect? The young man, holding a sword, leaned coldly to the side and mocked. Hey, you guys can't torment my senior brother just because Yi Xiao can't break through. Chu Xingji felt that the 5 sects had foresight. Why had they never accepted direct disciples below the top quality? With spiritual roots limited, breaking through was difficult. Yi Xiao had been at the foundation stage for so long without any change. Wasn't that enough of an indication? If she couldn't break through, she should find a way instead of torturing them every day to ask about the sword sect situation. Mu Chongxi didn't look up. You don't understand. It's not that she can't break through. It's that she can't find an opportunity. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath, ignoring them. With a month left until the secret realm opened, Zhou Xingyun had reached the peak of the Jindan stage after his breakthrough. And Yi Qinghan was at the same realm as him. With the individual competition approaching, he wanted to break through to the Yuanying stage. The #1 sword cultivator, Yi Qinghan, was determined to succeed. In the past few days, Yi Qinghan had vaguely touched the edge of the Yuanying stage and urgently needed someone to fight him for a breakthrough. So he looked at Zhou Xingyun. Shall we fight? Zhou Xingyun thought for a moment, then said, her, pushing Yi Xiao out. Yi Xiao. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhou Xingyun. Are you insulting me? No. Zhou Xingyun's brows lowered, his voice cold and indifferent. Our Changming sect's geniuses are one junior brother and one is her. Yi Qinghan, seeing Zhou Xingyun's firm refusal, he could only turn his gaze to Yi Xiao. Finally, he reluctantly agreed. Fine. They would run into each other sooner or later. Either in the secret realm or in the individual competition. It was fine to test each other out in advance. The two each drew a mysterious sword. Yi Qinghan's sword energy was domineering, while Yi Xiao was more agile. Under the same realm, the gap was quite large. Yi Qinghan frowned, a hint of cold mockery in his eyes. Is this your skill after practicing swordsmanship for so long? He had seen her fight with Chu Xingji. She learned things quickly, almost memorizing them instantly, evolving them into practical application in the next second. But that speed was only limited to learning. When sparring with Yi Qinghan, her shortcomings became evident. Her swordsmanship wasn't proficient enough, and she was quickly pushed back. Yi Xiao ignored him, deep in thought. She had realized when fighting Chu Xingji that the sword sect's sword techniques were fierce and similar in style. She had noted down Chu Xingji's moves and thought about how to counter them. After roughly figuring out Yi Qinghan's attack patterns and sequence, Yi Xiao decisively changed her sword technique. Her swordsmanship was not confined to a single range. Although there were many flaws, there were also many variations. For a time, the two were indeed at a stalemate. After several exchanges, Yi Qinghan gradually became aware of this. Every time he seized a flaw and struck, Yi Xiao was able to evade from various tricky angles, continuously adjusting her mistakes. At first, he easily suppressed her, but later it began to feel increasingly off. Yi Xiao didn't seem to be in a competition. It was more like she was using him as a sharpening stone. This awful metaphor made Yi Qinghan's expression slightly cold. Are you messing with me? How could that be? Yi Xiao remained nonchalant. I have great respect for you. Indeed, she hadn't done anything wrong. Just adjusted her flawed sword technique. Yi Qinghan felt a bit frustrated, especially when he saw Yi Xiao being forced back step by step. Yet she was able to improve and correct her flaws in swordsmanship. This made winning feel completely unfulfilling. Ultimately, he reluctantly sheathed his sword, saying, Come back after you reach the golden core stage. He pressed his lips together and said coldly, I hope you can fight me fairly then. Yi Xiao thought to herself. Wasn't she fighting fairly just now? Without a clear winner, Yi Qinghan calmed down and focused on his cultivation. He truly immersed himself in his practice, oblivious to the outside world, while the few people guarding him found it a bit boring. They simply gathered together and started cracking sunflower seeds. Mu Chongxi admired. Yi Qinghan has great composure. That's why he can succeed. Ming Xian poked Zhou Xingyun. Learn from him. Zhou Xingyun mindlessly echoed. So impressive. To break through to the nascent soul stage, as long as the spiritual energy is sufficient and the foundation is solid, for Yi Qinghan, it is just a matter of time. After guarding for 7 days, the 5 of them looked eagerly like thieves who had stolen a melon. And the moment they sensed the aura of the broken mirror, they stood up in unison. It's coming. It's coming. A golden wave of light flashed by. The sky gradually darkened, gathering thunderclouds. Zhou Xingyun said calmly, It's time. Finally, they waited for it. It wasn't easy. The nascent soul stage thunder tribulation, to be honest, had not appeared in the cultivation world for a long time, and every time it appeared, it could cause upheaval. Yi Qinghan, the rightful first in the sword path, faced terrifyingly thick thunderclouds. He opened his eyes and flew toward an empty area without hesitation to avoid harming others. We should go too. Mu Chongxi tossed away the sunflower seeds in his hand. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The few of them flew quickly on their swords, and many cultivators had already gathered outside. with their direct disciples following to watch the excitement. They were all top-grade spiritual roots, and breaking through to the nascent soul stage was just a matter of time. So they all wanted to see what the nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation looked like in advance. However, before they could get close, the elders blocked them from the outside. Don't go over there. Be careful not to be affected. The nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation is not something to be trifled with. Judging by this momentum, it won't be over for a while. The nascent soul stage is different from the golden core stage. He clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serious. If he can survive, Yi Qinghan will be the first among the younger generation. If he can't survive, then he'll wait to be struck down by the heavenly thunder. Thunder tribulations are never a joke. The eager direct disciples gradually quieted down, and Si Miaoyan looked up, frowning. Looking at the thunderclouds, it might take a long time. Moreover, it even crossed 2 mirrors, so impressive. Miao Miao cupped her face, while the others had basically only advanced 1 realm. Achieving the nascent soul stage in such a short time, it's no wonder he's called the first in the sword path. Qin Huai spoke faintly. With Yi Qinghan's talent, it might take more than a day and a night. They were all surrounding Yi Qinghan, discussing animatedly. When the few from Changming's sect hurried over, and the others only glanced at them without paying much attention, Yi Xiao found that with the elders guarding, she couldn't get in at all. Zhou Xingyun simply grabbed her and used a technique to sneak in quietly. The nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation. The Wanjian sect had cleared the area in advance, leaving a large open space, and the two of them took a shortcut without anyone guarding it. Probably no one would think that disciples would sneak in during the Thunder Tribulation. Once Yi Xiao entered, she saw Yi Qinghan sitting in the center waiting for the Thunder Tribulation. She waved her hand and casually sat down next to him. Hey bro, want to share a thunder? The girl, without realizing it, startled Yi Qinghan, who took a breath, and upon seeing her, his brow furrowed tightly. Yi Xiao, if you don't want to live, there's no need to do it this way. The nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation could indeed leave the area within 100 miles barren. Yi Xiao asked, by the way, can you survive the nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation? Yi Qinghan replied, hard to say. The elders knew he was about to undergo the tribulation and had stuffed several high-grade and even top-grade magical tools into him, but they couldn't block all the strikes. The rest would depend on his own resilience. Aren't you going out? He saw her looking as if she planned to settle down, and his usually cold expression cracked a little. Not going out. The elder from Bihui's sect, with keen perception, rubbed his forehead in red clothes. That seems to be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? Isn't she also a genius with 3 cultivations? An elder's face changed abruptly. Quick, get her out. Is she waiting to be struck dead? It was too late. As he spoke, the heavenly thunder had already fallen. Chapter 119. Just let her get struck. Thunderclouds gathered overhead. The oppressive air filled with the scent of an impending storm. Yi Qinghan wanted to throw Yi Xiao out, but didn't have time. The heavenly thunder fell quickly and accurately, heading straight for the center. With a rumble, the flash of the Thunder Tribulation was as bright as day. In the next second, the thunder actually took a turn midway and struck down hard at Yi Xiao beside him, fast and precise. In an instant, he didn't even react. Yi Qinghan, who was prepared to be struck by thunder, opened his eyes. Yi Xiao didn't intend to provoke the heavenly path this time. When Ming Xian underwent his tribulation, she couldn't help but raise her middle finger, provoking a rolling thunder to strike her head. Now, as Yi Qinghan faced his thunder tribulation, the first bolt of heavenly thunder struck straight at her. The first strike's spiritual root absorbed it quickly, and Yi Xiao gently pressed her hand against her chest. Feeling a slight change, she looked up. Soon, the second bolt of thunder tribulation brewed and intensified, rolling down towards Yi Xiao's head again. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly felt that the heavenly thunder was coming for her. The second strike clearly increased the thunder tribulation's intensity, each louder than the last, causing those outside to involuntarily step back in fear. Is the nascent soul stage Thunder Tribulation really this terrifying? And this was just the second strike. Yi Qinghan's expression gradually turned blank. Who is she? What is she doing? Isn't this his Thunder Tribulation? He watched as 2 consecutive bolts of thunder struck Yi Xiao, spectacularly and continuously. Yi Xiao, feeling the pressure, angrily began to raise her middle finger at the heavenly thunder, grinning. Come on, strike me. Having already learned from the painful lesson of being struck by thunder last time for raising her middle finger, she was no longer afraid. Since she was going to be struck anyway, Yi Xiao was fully prepared to let herself go. Yi Xiao. Yi Qinghan's cold expression cracked slightly. Aren't you afraid of the Thunder Tribulation? Oh, I'm afraid, Xiao replied. I did it on purpose. Since she was going to be struck anyway, what was wrong with her saying a few provocative words? Damn. Just as Xiao finished speaking, it really came. Yi Qinghan twitched his lips. What is this? Xiao and her final stubbornness? The two bolts of heavenly thunder frightened the onlookers. Those with higher talent for thunder tribulations took several days to endure. In previous years, the nascent soul stage tribulations were usually gradual. It was rare to have such a situation where just two bolts of thunder came down, each higher than the last, clearly intending to strike someone to death. My senior brother is amazing. Chu Xingji lazily leaned his face against the outer boundary of the barrier, trying to see the scene inside clearly. He caught a glimpse of the blinding lightning tribulation, and his eyes widened slightly. The greater the lightning tribulation, the higher the talent, or so they say. Qin Huai lifted his gaze and clicked his tongue lightly. This Yi Qinghan is difficult to deal with. Hearing the commotion from that side, the members of Changming's sect felt inexplicably as if they were the only sober ones among a crowd of drunkards. They all turned to each other and held a meeting. Mu Chongxi whispered, do you think that lightning tribulation is really aimed at Yi Qinghan? Who knows? Ming Xian replied, I feel like it's directed at Xiao. Yi Qinghan's talent is not low, but it definitely isn't high enough to warrant being struck to death by the third lightning bolt. Shuiyu spoke in a low voice. His lips pressed together. Is the heavenly Tao unhappy with the junior sister? The thunderclouds would never strike incorrectly, but during Ming Xian's tribulation, Xiao had flipped the bird before it struck her directly. In the realm of cultivation, there have been many who talked big near lightning tribulations over the past 1,000 years, yet this kind of situation has never occurred. Everyone was admiring the flashes of lightning and thunder inside, deep in thought. It was indeed unheard of for the heavenly Tao to target a single person. Moreover, for an existence as mysterious as the heavenly Tao, could it really have personal likes and dislikes? Chapter 120. Who broke through? After several rounds of lightning tribulations, even Xiao, who could absorb them, could no longer hold on. She activated her clear wind footwork and started to run, with the heavenly thunder decisively chasing after her. Xiao cursed, damn it. She knew it was aimed at her. Yi Qinghan watched in astonishment. He had never seen heavenly thunder not strike those undergoing tribulation, but instead target outsiders. Without hesitation, he stepped in to shield her for a moment. This was his lightning tribulation, and although something seemed off halfway through, it made no sense to let Xiao take the hits alone. Xiao turned back, touched, and said, thanks. Thus, the scene gradually transformed into the two of them taking turns getting struck, and Yi Qinghan's efforts to share the burden had no effect. The heavenly thunder primarily targeted Xiao, striking her with sparks and flashes, and her spirit root's absorption speed couldn't keep up with the falling lightning. The disciples guarding outside spoke in confusion. What is happening inside? Why is the heavenly thunder striking the other side after finishing here? Something feels off. I don't know. Chu Xingji scratched his head. Could it be that my senior brother has cultivated a clone? One that can teleport? Under the continuous lightning tribulations, they couldn't glimpse any scenes inside. No one knew what had happened to the people within. The elders looked at the increasingly intense lightning tribulations, their expressions changing. That Xiao from Changming's sect is still inside. Will she be struck to death? She's a genius who cultivates all three paths. An elder from Bihui's sect's expression was grave. If she stays far enough away, she might just be affected a bit. At worst, Xiao has her own domain spirit, so she should be fine. They were more concerned about Yi Qinghan and whether he could withstand the tribulation under such lightning. However, the Yi Qinghan that everyone was worried about initially helped Xiao alleviate some pressure, but gradually he became an outsider. As he stood next to Xiao, the heavenly thunder no longer cared about him and struck directly at her. Yi Qinghan's expression became somewhat numb. He had always been indifferent, but now he had turned into a stone statue. This was clearly a story about two people, yet he ended up being the one least deserving of a name. The lightning tribulation lasted for 3 days before finally ending. Many people outside were anxiously waiting, and while worried, they were also somewhat relieved. The greater the lightning tribulation, the higher Yi Qinghan's talent represented. After 3 days and nights of lightning tribulation, Xiao was almost dazed, collapsing to the ground, as if she had spat out a ghost. Yi Qinghan hesitated. Are you all right? He had never experienced such a simple lightning tribulation. Moreover, it was a nascent soul stage tribulation. His ability to safely pass the tribulation relied neither on his own efforts nor on his strength. Instead, It was because the nascent soul stage lightning tribulation had almost entirely fallen on Xiao. It was ridiculous. Xiao stubbornly raised a finger, slowly exhaling a puff of black smoke. I'm fine. After saying that, her voice floated away, laughing a few times. Ha, ha, ha ha. She could feel her spirit root growing significantly. Yi Qinghan thought she didn't seem to be in good shape. She even looked a bit like someone who had gone crazy from being struck by lightning. The rolling heavenly thunder struck for a full 3 days, and logically, Yi Qinghan inside should have been struck to the point of being unrecognizable. Even if he was strong, enduring for so long was tough. They were all prepared to rush in and rescue him. Yet when he came out, they found that the boy was merely a bit dusty and had not been harmed at all. Yi Xiao slowly walked out, her clothes tattered and torn. This disciple robe, promised to be impervious to water and fire, turned out not to include being struck by heavenly thunder. The girl walked out with a downcast expression, limping like a beggar. Seeing that both children were fine, the elders finally felt relieved and began to focus on Yi Qinghan, slowly sighing. This child's future is limitless. Such a fierce lightning tribulation had not appeared in the cultivation world for a long time. The most crucial point was that he had passed the tribulation so easily. Indeed, the first in Sword Dao should be like this. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he was surrounded by a group of congratulators, while the somewhat sidelined Yi Xiao was pulled away by her senior brothers. An elder said sternly, Yi Xiao? Right. Everyone was busy congratulating Yi Qinghan, forgetting about Yi Xiao. The elder from Wenjian's sect pointed at her and scolded. How dare you recklessly barge in? Such rebelliousness. Do you even consider us elders? Yi Xiao sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. The other party coldly waved his sleeve. Changming sect, points deducted. Deduct, deduct, quickly deduct. Mu Chongxi was also not afraid of him. After all, they were first now. He pulled Yi Xiao and said, since there's nothing wrong, let's leave. Shui Yu could only quickly appease the elder from Wenjian's sect, his voice gentle and tone humble. Sorry. Elder, they haven't been quite normal lately. I'll go check on them. Elder from Wenjian's sect, you brat aren't exactly normal either. Seeing the people from Changming's sect fleeing, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to call out to Yi Xiao, but realizing there were too many people around. He pressed his lips together and had to dismiss the thought. Yi Qinghan actually wanted to ask her face to face what had just happened. As the first among the disciples to break through to the nascent soul stage, Yi Qinghan had to deal with those coming to befriend him while also solidifying his realm. In comparison, Changming sect's courtyard seemed much more peaceful. How many realms do you think you can break through? Shui Yu handed her the pills he had refined in advance. He was at the mid-golden core stage. And the pills he made would have an immediate effect on Yi Xiao's foundation establishment, quickly solidifying her realm without wasting time. Yi Xiao, I feel like throwing up. Her dantian felt heavy, spiritual energy swirling into it, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Changming sect's courtyard. Whoa. Mu Chongxi jumped up. Everyone sit down, quickly absorb the spiritual energy. If they kept absorbing like this, wouldn't they explode? The few of them quickly sat down, directing the spiritual energy into their dantians. The reduction of spiritual energy finally made Yi Xiao feel a bit better. She held her forehead and thought. No one mentioned having such symptoms, but there wasn't any heavenly spirit root before. Ming Xian collapsed onto the ground. The spiritual energy didn't even need to gather and automatically flowed toward their courtyard. It felt quite nice. But now you know, take it easy. In a short period, Yi Qinghan broke through 2 realms, undoubtedly the first among the younger generation of sword cultivators, and all the other elders rushed to congratulate him. This also means that no one is watching those few anymore. Mu Chongxi became interested and said, come on, little junior sister, let us have a spar. Yi Xiao followed him outside. After taking Shui Yu's elixir, her discomfort eased a lot. She had been suppressing her realm for too long and also needed an opportunity to relieve her restlessness through a fight. The two stood outside the courtyard, and Mu Chongxi pressed their realms to the same level. With the same starting moves and sword techniques, 2 gusts of wind surged, instantly flattening the surrounding trees. No one was more familiar with their sect's sword techniques than the 2 of them. Their dodging frequency and sword moves were identical. Anyway, it was just an opportunity for Yi Xiao to express her restless spiritual energy. There was no need to determine a winner or loser. They just smashed whatever sword techniques came to mind. Dust and stones flew, spiritual energy clashed, and the residual waves caused a sound of something breaking to echo out. With a loud bang, the world fell silent. Ming Xian waved his hand to clear the dust, shielding his head with his hand and slightly raising his head to take a look. He concluded deeply. It collapsed. What collapsed? The two sword cultivators, who were happily smashing sword techniques, came to their senses and found that the central pillar in the courtyard had shattered. Yi Xiao, Mu Chengxi, Shuiyu. Each person called out jumped in shock. Elder Xiao arrived, albeit a bit late. A familiar scene unfolded, reminiscent of the last time when he burned the library with Ming Xian. Yi Xiao wondered, why is it that every time they do something wrong, they get caught red-handed? Are you all crazy? Elder Xiao hurried over. He and Qin Fanfan were also watching the genius of the sword sect, Yi Qinghan, who broke through 2 realms in one day and reached the nascent soul stage at 18. Truly a prodigy. But as luck would have it, he didn't keep an eye on these troublemakers, and the courtyard ended up collapsing. Shuiyu smiled slightly, his tone gentle, and skillfully painted a picture for Elder Xiao, saying, once I return to the Shui family, I will have money, and I will definitely subsidize the sect. Shut up. Elder Xiao had long since stopped falling for that. Go to the forbidden area. Ming Xian attempted to stop him. Elder, wait until I return to the Ming family. You two, get lost. Mu Chengxi said. Elder, you 3 go to the forbidden area together. Zhou Xingyun, who originally intended to persuade them, dared not say anything upon seeing this. He didn't want to go to the forbidden area. Looking at Elder Xiao, who was furious, Yi Xiao took a deep breath. Don't worry, we'll discuss the forbidden area matter later. Otherwise, she covered her chest where her restless Dantian was, calmly saying, could you wait for me to break through first? Elder Xiao, who had been furious 1 second, turned gentle the next. Little Xiao, what are you saying? Breakthrough? He asked. Are you finally going to break through? Ming Xian asked. So, is the forbidden area still closed? Elder Zhao's anger subsided. It's not closed anymore. You 4 hurry up and fix the courtyard. Don't disturb your junior sister's breakthrough. The 4 of them. Why? Clearly, it was Mu Chengxi and Yi Xiao who caused the courtyard to collapse. Yi Xiao's realm had always been suppressed. After her spiritual root was washed by the thunder tribulation, it grew at a visibly rapid pace. Once she stopped suppressing her realm, she sat down in place. And shortly after, the first aura of breakthrough emerged. Elder Xiao glanced over and vaguely let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned that there was a genius in the sect, he had been worried about not raising her well. He was genuinely afraid that Yi Xiao wouldn't break through for a long time. Now it seemed that wasn't the case, and he felt somewhat relieved. Just as he was about to call Yi Xiao up to chat, the second aura of breakthrough came. Just like Yi Qinghan, she broke through 2 realms in a row. News of 2 breakthroughs suddenly came from the Changming sect, and those who had been congratulating Yi Qinghan turned to look at each other in confusion. Who broke through? Impressive. Chapter 121. Training. Let us go take a look. Yi Qinghan said to his junior brothers and sisters after sensing the 2 auras of breakthrough. He had a strange premonition that the one who broke through 2 realms was Yi Xiao. The elders exchanged glances, all feeling it was unusual. It's rare in the cultivation world to see someone break through 2 realms at once. Yi Qinghan was one case, but now there was a second case. Who could it be from the Changming sect? Yi Xiao, who was stabilizing her realm while sitting cross-legged, casually popped another elixir into her mouth. The spiritual energy wrapped in the elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, requiring little time to stabilize. She opened her eyes to see all the faces staring intently at her. And Yi Xiao felt perplexed. What is going on? There were a few elders present as well. One elder asked, you also broke through 2 realms? Yi Xiao nodded. She had just stabilized her realm, and she planned to attempt a breakthrough to Golden Core before the individual competition. Seeing her nod, the expressions of several elders paused. To break through 2 realms at once is no ordinary feat. This child's spiritual root is definitely not what the outside world claims to be of medium quality. The elders contemplated, estimating her talent. Yi Xiao was undoubtedly the first in the cultivation world to achieve multiple breakthroughs, but this requires a certain level of mastery. Otherwise, cultivating would be in vain. If only she were of high quality, they would also consider trying to recruit her. Yi Xiao, if you're interested in coming to our sect in the future, please do visit. An elder from the Bihue sect patted her shoulder, his tone friendly. Yi Xiao replied, oh. An elder from the sword sect glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and briefly said, we have many male disciples in our sect. Yi Qinghan and Chu Xingji are both quite good-looking. You should take a look when you have time. The newly arrived Yi Qinghan and Chu Xingji were taken aback. Huh? Zhu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Qinghan noticed Yi Xiao's realm, his expression changing several times before finally returning to his usual indifference. Congratulations. Yi Xiao replied, same to you. In one day, 2 direct disciples from the 5 sects broke through 2 realms. And those who initially wanted to see Yi Xiao make a fool of herself dropped that thought. All right, indeed none of these direct disciples are to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan attracted the attention of the majority, being a teenage nascent soul stage genius. Why not befriend him early? You broke through, and Yi Xiao did too. Chu Xingji came out of the courtyard, feeling it was strange. To be precise, it had all been very strange. The Changming sect had frequently visited them before. Was it to help Yi Xiao break through? But where was the opportunity? Yi Qinghan broke through. Why did she follow suit? What Chu Xingji said was also the point Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. I didn't mention it before, but actually, when I was undergoing my tribulation, she was right next to me. At that time, the heavenly lightning was striking down on her. Zhu Yu was slightly stunned. Yi Xiao was affected by you? Not affected by me. Yi Qinghan shook his head. It was directly targeting her, and he paused, his cold tone carrying a subtle nuance. The main reason I was able to successfully undergo the tribulation was that most of the heavenly lightning fell on Yi Xiao. Logically, heavenly lightning should only strike the one undergoing the tribulation. If it didn't kill them, the thunderclouds would dissipate. It was the first time he had heard of it striking someone nearby. At that moment, he inexplicably felt that the tribulation wasn't meant for him, but rather descended for her. Yi Qinghan always felt that the heavenly Tao might have wanted to strike Yi Xiao for a long time. Chu Xingji said dryly, that can't be. He had to admit that Yi Xiao was a bit special, but what virtue or ability did she have to attract the heavenly Tao to strike her? Stop guessing. Zhu Yu frowned, also unable to comprehend the connection in this, and waved her hand. Once she reaches the golden core stage, it will all be clear. What is the point of your guessing? After the group of observing elders left, Yi Xiao touched the spirit tool at her waist. After breaking through 2 realms, her sea of consciousness had expanded more than twice. More importantly, look. She held a pure black stick in her hand, which was engraved with patterns, and had the words, "Not seeing you," carved in gold lettering. If it weren't for her junior uncle saying it was a sword, they would have never seen such a bizarre spirit tool. As Yi Xiao broke through, it indeed changed. It seemed that Xie Chushua was right. Spirit tools really do change according to their masters. It still looked like a stick before, but now it resembled some kind of strange staff. The carvings on the stick were unique and, upon closer inspection, quite beautiful. Mu Chongxi propped his chin on his hand and pointed at the name engraved under the stick, wondering if it meant thinking of the one who is not seen from now on. Could such a graceful sword name be associated with you? Duo-sun sounds better. It sounds informal right from the start. Yi Xiao pressed his head down onto the table. In the individual competition, little junior sister should aim for the top 10. Zhou Xingyun said calmly, although a sword does not choose its master, this thing of yours is quite eerie. He was like a mistress inciting her husband to cheat. Yi Xiao keenly noticed that Duo-sun moved slightly. Yi Xiao hugged her Duo-sun and said, forget it, there are so many sword cultivators in the sword cave. Surely no sword would take a liking to me. She was quite satisfied with her Duo-sun. Zhou Xingyun replied, not necessarily. You won't know until you go in. The magical tools Yi Xiao could use were not fixed, which meant she might also be able to use various other magical tools. A stick is one thing. It can't be used as a sword. If she could, she wanted to secure a place in the top 10 and enter the sword cave. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingyun recalled her clumsy sword techniques and sighed. Little junior sister, have you ever seen other personal sword techniques? You don't really look like a sword cultivator. You seem like someone who just started learning. Yi Xiao shrugged and nodded resignedly. Yes, I've only seen those from the Wanjian sect. Oh. Mu Chongxi pressed his face onto the table, reacting quickly. You've only seen the Wanjian sect's techniques and can already compete with Chu Xingji on equal footing? That's not quite true. Competing on equal footing is an exaggeration. Yi Xiao scratched her head. I just used a little trick. Who told Chu Xingji to underestimate me? His sword techniques at that time were only the basics. Zhou Xingyun said, the sword cultivator competition has more than just them. Yi Xiao's skills were too monotonous. The Changming sect's sword techniques were divided into 6 forms, and she and Mu Chongxi only knew the first 2. While that was not bad, it was far from enough to enter the top 10. Yi Qinghan had more than just that. Zhou Xingyun pressed down on her messy hair and said lightly, keep working hard, little junior sister. Yi Xiao also realized that Yi Qinghan, as the overpowered male protagonist, had never taken her seriously during their encounters. But she had only been in contact with sword techniques for half a year. It was unrealistic to surpass those personal disciples all at once. Zhou Xingyun's demeanor was consistently gloomy. His lips slightly drooped as he tossed Duanqing to Yi Xiao and then signaled Mu Chongxi to take out the Chaoshi sword. I'll demonstrate for you. Great. Mu Chongxi rubbed his chin. Can we remember it in such a short time? Zhou Xingyun glanced at him. How much you can remember depends on you, not on me. The sword techniques of the Chengfeng sect were quite elusive. While the Wanjian sect focused on breaking all techniques with one sword, something most people couldn't withstand. The Yueqing sect also had a sword cultivator, but he had never made a presence, and Zhou Xingyun demonstrated that as well. However, demonstrating didn't mean they could use the sword techniques. Zhou Xingyun imitated it once, at most giving the two a rough idea. They shouldn't end up at the sword cultivator competition not knowing anything about the other cultivator styles. Zhou Xingyun had heard little junior brother mumble that Yi Xiao had a good memory. Seeing it firsthand was still somewhat surprising. As long as he demonstrated it for her, she could mimic it. After a while, he didn't even need to be there. Once Yi Xiao memorized it, she directly sparred with Mu Chongxi. The two sword cultivators fought without holding back, often causing the courtyard to be on the verge of collapse. But with the individual competition approaching, the elders didn't stop them. Improving their cultivation was the most important thing. This led to Yi Xiao being a bit dizzy from all the busyness. During the day, she needed to draw talismans, squeeze in time to refine a few ugly medicinal pills for herself, and at night, she had to practice sword techniques, leaving no time to relax. Just when they finally took a breather, the two planned to rest. The secret realm would open in a few days. But just as they fell asleep, the elders' deep voices suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Get up. All of you gather at the back mountain. Yi Xiao sat up groggily. What's going on? When a group of people rushed out, they were startled by the cold. Are you all up? A group of disheveled disciples gathered, sleepy, leaning against each other. Yi Xiao had been drawing talismans and refining pills during the day and practicing sword techniques at night. So she was so tired that she leaned against Mu Chongxi and dozed off. What's going on? In the middle of the night, Ming Xian was not asleep. Personal disciples were all night owls, and resting was not important. They were all staying up late to improve their strength. And suddenly being called out left them all quite confused. The secret realm would open in 2 days, but after the last crisis, they recognized a problem. The elder of the Wanjian sect spoke loudly. At your age, you need to train more. What? The others almost thought they were deaf. Yi Xiao and Mu Chongxi were also startled and exchanged glances, standing up straight. Very good. You all have spirits. The elder of the Wanjian sect clapped his hands. His voice cold. Since that's the case, you will all run around the back mountain tonight to improve your speed, so you won't be caught and unable to escape. The group was pushed into action, standing in place before slowly starting to run. Wait, why? Chu Xingji didn't understand. He was practicing sword techniques well and had prepared for the 5th round, but now they were told to practice speed at night. Perhaps the elder saw how fast the Changming sect members ran before and thought speed was also a part of strength. Zhu Yu shrugged. She didn't oppose this method. However, taking Feng was the heart technique of the Changming sect. They could at most just train in running. Chu Xingji instantly realized who the culprit was. He expressionlessly ran in front of Yi Xiao. I curse you, Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao was distracted while running, glanced back at Chu Xingji, and said, Then you can curse me every day, reflect on my life daily, repeatedly muttering my name. Over time, you will find. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Your curse is of no use at all. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's Chu Xingji from the Wanjian sect. As soon as he came over, he got so irritable. Mu Chongxi's eyes sparkled. Did those female cultivators who like you finally see how useless you are and beat you up? Chu Xingji immediately pointed angrily at the two. Don't get cocky. In the individual competition, I will definitely defeat you. Yi Xiao replied, right. We're waiting. Yi Xiao, Mu Chongxi, and Chu Xingji, these 3 sword cultivators, gathered together, their mouths faster than their legs, while others were running. The 3 of them were just running their mouths. In front of them, Song Han was expressionless, driven mad by the trio, and sprinted ahead, trying to shake off this chatterbox group. First was Yi Qinghan, and that speed, truly, no one loved. If anyone used Taking Feng best, it would definitely be Zhou Xingyun. Yi Xiao and the others were still a bit lacking. As expected, when Elder Duan came over to watch, he saw Zhou Xingyun trailing behind, taking 2 steps after running for a while, making Elder Duan want to kick him. What are you doing? You're slacking off while running. Yi Qinghan completed a lap and coincidentally ran into Zhou Xingyun. The two exchanged a glance, but ignored each other. Yi Qinghan pursed her lips and said coldly, "In the individual sword competition, our asking sword sect will definitely be number one." Zhou Xingyun replied lazily, "Oh." He couldn't be bothered to respond to Yi Qinghan's provocation. Su Zhua asked, "Who came up with this idea? Those sword cultivators can run, but why should we talisman cultivators run?" An elder from the asking sword sect coldly retorted, "If Yi Xiao runs, why shouldn't you? Develop in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physique, and aesthetics." Su Zhua almost choked, because she was a triple cultivator. Not everyone was like Yi Xiao. "Stop dawdling, hurry up. Everyone, hurry up. After half a tea time, those who can't finish running will stay and continue." "Half a tea time? Hurry, hurry, there's no time." When it comes to running, the Changming sect is indeed skilled, but these five were all dragging their feet. As the saying goes, if you can slack off, why work hard? The result of not working hard is that you end up jostling with a group of inner disciples for rankings. Seeing this, Duan Hengdao attempted to think of some underhanded tactics. He pulled out a magical tool from his mustard seed bag. The chains automatically locked onto the target, wrapping around Yi Qinghan's waist, and he was immediately pulled along, surpassing Shen Ziwei in an instant. Shen Ziwei pursed his lips, somewhat speechless. Has he completely learned from Yi Xiao's bad ways? Originally, Yi Xiao, who was also running desperately, felt inspired by his unfair tactic. She stepped on the shoulder of the person in front of her, successfully using the leverage to jump ahead and sprint ahead of everyone. "No way. I don't want to keep running. Yi Xiao, do you have any manners? Ah, don't step on me. Which idiot is that? So annoying, you idiots." The scene became extremely chaotic. Occasionally, there were sounds of explosions. It was unclear who was fighting whom. Qin Fanfan, hearing the commotion from the back mountain, was quite pleased. Stroking her chin. "Now, the entire cultivation world within 100 miles knows that this group of inner disciples has started running." Writing some daily events quickly came to an end. Moving on to the next plot, Chapter 122, Those Who Obtain Yi Xiao. The back mountain occasionally echoed with sounds of arguments. The scene was lively. These kids never had a moment of peace when they gathered together. The other senior brothers of the Changming sect lagged behind, and Shuiyu was unusually serious about running. Yi Xiao, using her method of stepping on others' shoulders, successfully caught up with the third senior brother, and the two ran together. Shuiyu glanced back at the inner disciples who had been left behind, her voice slightly urgent. "She has been released." Yi Xiao initially didn't notice anyone, but after seeing her, she leisurely replied, "It should be about 2 days before we enter the secret realm. She has been released." She understood Yunhen and knew that the latter was just putting on a show. After all, that was the prized spiritual root that Yunhen had been waiting for. How could she bear to punish her? The back mountain was small to begin with and was occupied by a group of inner disciples, so they would inevitably bump into each other while running. When Yi Xiao collided with Yunk, she initially thought Yunk had learned her lesson and wouldn't speak up. Unexpectedly, Yunk bit her lip and, as they were about to brush past each other, said softly, "Second sister, you've been in the cultivation world for so long. Have you heard the saying, heaven rewards diligence?" The term second sister, which was quite disgusting, made Yi Xiao turn her head. As Yunk was about to run away, Yi Xiao suddenly clenched her fist and aimed a punch at her face without warning. Yunk didn't expect her to act on impulse, quickly retreating. However, her earlobe was still grazed, leaving a sharp pain. "What do you want to say?" Shuiyu stopped, and her tone turned cold. Yunk took a deep breath and quickly finished her previous sentence. But in reality, heaven does not reward diligence. It only favors the talented. Yunk was unwilling to admit that Yi Xiao, who was once inferior to her, had now become what she was today. So just because you study hard doesn't mean you have high talent. "Oh." Yi Xiao sensed the mockery in her words. Suppressing the urge to punch her again and replied flatly, "I didn't expect you to think I'm quite diligent in your eyes. How surprising. Get out of the way. Don't block the path." Chu Xingji disapproved of Yunk and directly charged, forcibly pushing her aside. A sword cultivator pushing aside a talisman cultivator was incredibly easy. Yunk stumbled slightly, nearly knocked over by Chu Xingji, but fortunately, Su Zhua was quick and pulled her back. The girl's expression changed several times, and in the end, she said nothing. She clearly couldn't offend the asking sword sect. Otherwise, how would senior brother Qinghan view her? Su Zhua pursed his lips and comforted, "Don't bother with them. Those sword cultivators are always so rude." "Who are you calling rude?" Mu Chongxi glanced back at him and snorted, "Forget it." The boy rested his hand on his waist, ready to draw his sword. "How about we have a fight?" Let me see how polite you Moonlight sect is when fighting. Suju's expression changed instantly. In the past, he was certain the Changming sect wouldn't dare to make a move. Doing so would mean losing points. But now, the Changming sect had secured the first place in the team competition, so losing some points didn't matter. If he angered Mu Chongxi, getting beaten would not be a good look. Seeing Suju was silent and compliant, Yunk felt somewhat wronged. Indeed, these talisman cultivators were unreliable. If only Song Han could come out and say something in her favor, she didn't believe Mu Chongxi would be so arrogant. Yunk's watery eyes drooped. Her fingertips quietly clenched, desperately comforting herself. When the 5th match begins, she would definitely make them look bad. I think this Moonlight sect junior sister is quite resentful towards us. Shuiyu pondered as he lowered his eyes. Having grown up in a big family, he could read people quite accurately. Initially, Yunk might have just felt a bit dissatisfied and unwilling to be overshadowed by Xiao. However, later on, it seemed her personality had become somewhat twisted. Xiao felt that the current plot was somewhat unrecognizable. Firstly, Han, having lost first place, was focused solely on the right path, with no thoughts of romance. Secondly, her senior brothers had also become somewhat abnormal, leading Yunk to lose many fish in the pond. Has she been eating Wangzai beef candy lately? Xiao gently clicked her tongue, feeling something was off. Yunk had never been arrogant enough to provoke her before. During their conversation, the other senior brothers gradually caught up. After all, running was second nature to them. With a light breeze, they could easily create distance. The group began to chatter about what had just happened. Be careful of her during the individual competition, Shuiyu advised. That Yunk, have you all noticed? Her luck is somewhat outrageous. Mu Chongxi replied, I know, but don't the other sects dislike us just the same? One Yunk is nothing. There are plenty of inner disciples who dislike them. Shuiyu's expression turned serious. It's different. Even though the 5 sects fight and quarrel, nothing serious has ever happened. But that Yunk gives me the feeling of being a variable. Just as Shuiyu was about to say more, he noticed Mu Chongxi had already turned to find the still-running Chu Xingji to play around. Shuiyu was speechless. Does this idiot even listen to what I say? It was hard to imagine. Xiao raised her hand to shield her eyes, sighing, I can't believe this silly sweet was born in the palace. If it weren't for Mu Chongxi's self-exposure, she would never have guessed he had this layer of identity. Sigh. Perhaps when he was in the palace, he experienced a kind of carefree happiness without thinking. Ming Xian was following behind, chuckling slowly. It was evident that Mu Chongxi had truly not encountered the maliciousness of human nature during his childhood in the palace. When will the golden core be? Zhou Xingyun dragged his feet, walking slowly behind, feeling anxious. There's not much time left, junior sister. If we want to break through, it should be before the secret realm starts. Ming Xian added. From the 3 days and nights of tribulation that Yi Qinghan faced, Yi Xiao must not be much better than him. Breaking through in the secret realm would be a disaster. Yi Xiao shrugged. She understood the reasoning. But when to break through was not something she could control. When the 5 of them arrived at their destination, the other direct disciples were still hurrying. So they took the opportunity to enjoy the sight of others in distress. Mu Chongxi took out a recording stone. Come. Let us open it and watch the other 4 sects direct disciples running. We'll auction it later with a starting price of 100 spirit stones. Are you human? Chu Xingji reached out to snatch it, but Mu Chongxi deftly tossed it to Yi Xiao, who took it and ran. The others quickly followed. And as they left, someone cheekily said, let us go, you guys run slowly. A group of direct disciples held hands. Running together was not lonely. Damn it. Back in the courtyard, after running all night, they were so energized that they couldn't sleep. So they gathered together to discuss the 5th secret realm and the individual competition. Shuiyu sat on a stool, took out a blueprint, and sketched, clearly marking how many types there were for each round of the individual competition and the rules. The individual competition is divided into 4 types: weapon cultivation, pill cultivation, talisman cultivation, and sword cultivation. Which one are you planning to participate in? Yi Xiao practiced all 3, but that didn't mean she could participate in all of them. There was no such precedent in the cultivation world. If possible, Shuiyu would like her to join him in the pill cultivation competition. It would be boring for him to compete alone against that group from Bai Shui's sect. Yi Xiao never forgot her profession. I'm a sword cultivator. Just kidding. Who doesn't have a dream of wandering the world with a sword? Mu Chongxi clapped. Good job. In that case, we'll rely on you to secure a spot in the top 10 for our sect. If you go, then I want to enter the sword cave to avoid causing those spirit swords to fight each other. Zhou Xingyun, and Mu Chengxi both had their own life swords. So it didn't matter whether they entered the sword cave or not. It should be known that spirit swords are most fond of sword cultivators with innate sword bones. If Mu Chengxi entered the sword cave with Yi Qinghan, the other sword cultivators would only be looked down upon. Yi Xiao waved her hand. Lying back and being lazy, whether or not I can enter the sword cave is another matter. I have to break through to the golden core first before I can talk about entering the top 10. But you should know that Ming Xian has always had high attainments in the talisman path, yet even he has been stuck for a long time. There's still one more secret realm. Ming Xian comforted her, don't be anxious. Yi Xiao just needed one opportunity to break through. Speaking of which, the fifth secret realm is actually a bit strange. Shuiyu looked down to strategize, and when he lifted his eyes, he found several people curiously crowding around. Feeling a bit helpless, do you want to hear it? Let us hear it. The few nodded eagerly. All right. Shuiyu spread out the blueprint. The fifth round is called the Ghostly Secret Realm, a rather strange secret realm. There are many opportunities inside, but similarly, it got its name because it's quite peculiar. Other major secret realms only open once every 100 years or several decades, but this secret realm appears quite frequently. Because this major secret realm has appeared too many times and often comes and goes mysteriously, that's why the cultivators named it so. Originally, they wouldn't have entered the secret realm this early. Perhaps they could have taken Yi Xiao out for some training to see if she could break through to the golden core. But now this secret realm appeared, forcing them to open the fifth round early. Tonight, they couldn't sleep again and were busy strategizing for the next round. The danger level is very high. Many cultivators have perished in this secret realm. Does anyone have anything to say? He asked. Yi Xiao was silent for a few seconds. So magical. A moving secret realm. Ming Xian cautiously leaned his head out. Are there ghosts? What ghosts? Mu Chengxi scoffed. You really have a small heart. It's just a secret realm. Besides, we are currently in first place. Whether the fifth round is last or second to last, our Team South first place is already secured. In the end, the secret realm is still primarily about hunting demon beasts. Personal grievances must be set aside for now, regardless of their rank in the fifth round. Changming sect has already won. Looking at it this way, the outcome of the fifth round isn't that important for them. The fifth round, to put it bluntly. Shuiyu tapped the table. We are just here to have fun. Given that our Changming sect is ranked firmly in first place. Shuiyu looked up with a hint of a smile. Do you believe that Yi Xiao will be the one all the direct disciples want to win over? Originally sulking, Yi Xiao perked up when she heard this. If you say that, then I won hold back. In the previous rounds, she either played it safe or led ambushes. She won, but she was always concerned about her ranking and didn't dare to be reckless. But now, isn't the opportunity for the fifth round right here? Winning or losing doesn't affect Changming sect at all. After running, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. The next day, they needed to take a flying boat to the secret realm's opening site. The direct disciples had to endure their fatigue and discuss a simple plan overnight. Asking about the sword sect, the lights were still on. The five of them sat together. Zhu Yu whispered, the next round is the ghostly secret realm, which is very eerie. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow. For now, let us briefly talk about the situation with the other sections. Changming sect, we need to extend an olive branch and try to bring Yi Xiao over to our side. Understood? She asked lightly. Why? Chu Xingji raised his chin, his expression cold and disdainful. That Yi Xiao, we absolutely cannot let her go. When the fifth round comes, we'll let her know who's in charge among the five sections. Being ridiculed in turn by those two sword cultivators from Changming sect while running. Chu Xingji couldn't swallow this. Collaborate with Changming sect? What a joke. But now, Changming sect's ranking is firm, and eliminating her wouldn't help. They could still struggle a bit to eliminate Yi Xiao in the fourth round, but now there's no room for struggle at all. Furthermore, they've already gone through 4 rounds. Second senior brother, Zhu Yu sighed. Don't you realize a fact yet? As the saying goes, fortunes change. Yi Xiao is no longer the Yi Xiao who was targeted by all sects in the fourth round. Even if she is eliminated, it won't affect Changming sect at all. With 3 first places, Changming sect has already won. And the remaining sects still need to fight for the points ranking in the last secret realm. Chu Xingji's eyes widened slightly. Recognize what reality? Don't you understand yet? Yi Qinghan sighed, also feeling dumbfounded by this junior brother. He raised his eyes, pressed his lips together, and said lightly, the reality is, whoever gets Yi Xiao will secure the first place in the fifth round. Chapter 123. four-sided conference, Changming Sect's 5th round can completely let loose. They don't need to compete for this ranking. Moreover, in terms of strength, Changming Sect is not inferior to the other sections. If they can pull them over, then the first place in the 5th round is definitely the Sword Sect's. She can secure 3 first places if she comes to our side in the next round. First place will be ours. Chu Xingji moved the corners of his lips, finding himself at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly said, "Then we'll talk to her when the time comes." Ji said seriously, "Wrong. It's not just a talk, it's about winning her over." Chu Xingji pouted, knowing. Moreover, given Yi Xiao's personality, he felt that winning her over was quite unlikely. Regarding the next secret realm, Shuiyu pulled a few of them to catch up overnight, so much so that they were listless after boarding the flying boat. Shuiyu was also puzzled about why they were all so sleepy. He reluctantly poked the sleeping Yi Xiao gently. Since the next match had nothing to do with them, they might as well practice in the inner area of the secret realm. Practicing anywhere was still practice, and there were plenty of opportunities in the secret realm. They didn't need to worry about rankings, so they could try to find a breakthrough opportunity for Yi Xiao. What was in the inner area? Yi Xiao yawned, still feeling sleepy. Yuanying stage demon beasts? Shuiyu pondered for a few seconds. There shouldn't be any other options. He hadn't heard of any treasures appearing in the ghostly secret realm recently. Yuanying stage demon beasts were tough to deal with, but they could try to catch a few Jindan stage ones. Practical experience was the best way to improve cultivation, and Yi Xiao simply lacked combat experience. In the past half-month, Zhou Xingyun and Mu Chongxi had been taking turns feeding her moves, and Yi Xiao's progress was evident. She had even sought help from Ming Xian, asking him how to break through to the Jindan stage. Ming Xian pondered for a long time and asked, "Do you have any obsessions?" Yi Xiao was taken aback. She thought she didn't. Ming Xian replied, "Coincidentally, I don't have any either." A breakthrough is not only about cultivation, but also a state of mind. Yi Qinghan could easily break through to the Yuanying stage, which showed he was truly devoted to the path. In his eyes, the great path was the truth. While Ming Xian himself didn't seem to care much, he didn't even know why he was cultivating. Was it for his father's expectations? For his family's hopes? Or to not let down the sect? Under such extreme self-pressure, he couldn't grasp the feeling of the Jindan stage and didn't even know what cultivation was for. Ming Xian said, "Later, I figured it out. To be precise, I understood everything after Yi Xiao came. I could care less about your family's expectations." He had had enough of the mockery. "If my fellow disciples insult me, I will respond with song. No one can control me." After saying this, Ming Xian added that if he really couldn't find his own path, it was best to go with the flow. Yi Xiao lowered her eyes, lost in thought. What was her path? What do you think I belong to? Yi Xiao blinked and asked. Yi Qinghan is the path of indifference. I should be the path of freedom. Ming Xian leaned closer to her, his peach blossom eyes also blinking. You should also be the path of freedom? He thought Yi Xiao was even more carefree than he was, so she should belong to the path of freedom too, right? Yi Xiao was ambiguous, maybe. She wasn't sure. What path does senior brother cultivate? Zhou Xingyun pursed his lips, the path of forgetting emotions. Oh, she thought it was the path of indifference, but thankfully it wasn't. What about third senior brother? Yi Xiao asked curiously. She couldn't remember if the original text mentioned this point when she read the novel before. She only focused on the protagonist, and she barely remembered the supporting characters. Ming Xian answered for him. Shuiyu is the path of passion. Yi Xiao exclaimed, 666. She had thought that third senior brother's warm demeanor came from being part of the path of passion. And what about herself? Yi Xiao couldn't help but fall into contemplation. To break through to the Jindan stage, she needed to clarify her own principles, but she didn't even know what she wanted to do in cultivation. At first, Yi Xiao just wanted to find a sect to hang around in, but later she was pushed into the competition out of a sense of responsibility. She had to calm down and find her own path. Otherwise, being stuck at a realm could take a long time. The foundation establishment and Jindan stages were a watershed. Once crossed, everything would be completely different. If she couldn't get through, in her anxiety, the spiritual energy could go haywire, easily leading to demonic deviation. Ming Xian's state of mind had been affected multiple times back then. Mu Chongxi rested her chin on her hand and said, "Don't worry." Yi Qinghan and the others also took a long time to break through to the Jindan stage. The fastest to break through among the 5 sects was probably that little junior sister from the Weqing sect. Ming Xian clicked his tongue, curious about how Yun Ke broke through without any heavenly thunder or any signs. What was the path deep in her heart? The five of them chatted all the way to the secret realm, and Qin Fanfan felt a headache from listening to their chatter. Your junior sister just broke through, and if I'm not mistaken, little Xiao should also be on the path of freedom. In this case, it was best to go with the flow like Ming Xian. As they arrived, someone outside threw a large handful of petals into the sky. Pink petals scattered and fell on their heads. Shaming sect. We Yi Xiao? Row the boat without oars, relying entirely on the waves for our lives. Ming Xian, Shuiyu, my dear, Mu Chengxi, mommy loves you. Zhou Xingyun. Can I get a kiss? Such enthusiasm was unprecedented, especially from Yi Xiao. As soon as she appeared, she was buried in flowers. Colorful petals rained down on her, and Yi Xiao couldn't help but sneeze. She looked up and waved her hand weakly high. Waves. Do you think the petals we threw for you are pretty? Yi Xiao replied. That person continued. From now on, in the individual competition, we will throw flowers as soon as you appear. How about that? Yi Xiao calmly brushed off the petals from her clothes. All right. It sounded nice. She could already imagine that in the individual competition, as soon as she stepped on stage, before her opponent could say anything or even arrive, the flowers would already float down. She would have her own special effects, and it would be impressive. The Changming sect made such a big commotion upon arrival that the other sect members sitting in their respective positions stood up to take a look. Once they all sat down, before the secret realm opened, Yi Qinghan cleared his throat and said calmly, Yi Xiao, shall we chat? Yi Xiao. Song Hanxing tapped the table with his fingertips and urged, shall we talk? Yi Xiao. Miao Miao waved at her as well. Shall we collaborate? That comeback had been executed beautifully, to the point that she still felt a bit nostalgic for Yi Xiao. Qin Huai raised his chin, signaling Duan Hengdao to step forward and talk to her. He wasn't familiar with Yi Xiao, but it seemed Duan Hengdao had some history with her. Previously, Duan Hengdao had repeatedly warned Qin Huai to be cautious of Yi Xiao, but Qin Huai had brushed it off. Now it was his turn to face the consequences. He had to rely on his little junior brother to bribe Yi Xiao. This was practically a famous scene from a diplomatic meeting. Ming Xian casually teased. For personal disciples are sending you secret signals and extending invitations. Have you thought about whom to choose? Yi Xiao replied, not yet. She really was considering. The Yueqing sect was definitely out of the question. The girl pondered for a moment and said, those who lose me will lose forever. After thinking for a long time, she suggested, hey, why don't you negotiate and set a price? Whoever offers more, I'll go with them. A personal disciple couldn't help but curse under their breath. Shameless. She even tried to raise the price. Simian tentatively said, if you cooperate with us, we have elixirs. Alchemists have money. Song Hanxing added, we have money too. Duan Hengdao chimed in, we do too. Plus magic tools. Haven't you been lacking magic tools all along? I can give you one. Yi Xiao was the most miserable personal disciple he had ever seen. Her spiritual bow was picked up from the Baishui sect. Her staff was something she took from a demon beast's belly, and the rope was a gift from him. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. They had no money. Wait, let's not talk about collaboration yet. Shuiyu interrupted them. Let's discuss among ourselves first. Don't rush. Shuiyu lowered his voice gently, this time entering the secret realm. We won't walk with them. Once we get in, we'll meet up and then search for opportunities. There was no need to get involved in this mess in the 5th round. Helping Yi Xiao break through was the most important thing right now. Ming Xian nodded along. There were many opportunities in the ghostly secret realm. Seeing this, the few personal disciples also calmed down. The Changming sect would definitely pull in anyone they could, and they were unusually united. If one joined the team, the others would follow suit. A group of personal disciples with their own agendas exchanged glances, preparing to compete for people once they entered. When the secret realm opened, it was already night, dark and windy. In such an environment, it was quite suitable for doing bad things. Yi Xiao slightly opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat unfocused. After a moment of daze, listening to the quiet sounds around her, she almost thought she had ended up alone again. In the secret realm, no one could guarantee they weren't the lucky one who got separated. She got up from the ground, brushed off her hands, and discovered Mu Chengxi, her 4th senior brother, lying on the ground. It was rare to encounter Mu Chengxi. So, who was the lucky one who got separated? Yi Xiao sighed and stood up. What are you doing? She asked. She had come in a bit late, being the last one, so she was unaware of what Mu Chengxi had experienced alone. The young man was lying on the ground, his face contorted in pain. And he blinked. You're here. It was quite pleasant for 2 sword cultivators to meet. No need to worry about Ming Xian and Shuiyu. They might as well fight separately in the 5th match. Yi Xiao's arrival lifted Mu Chengxi's spirits a bit. He went from lying down to propping himself up, tapping the ground. I wandered around here for a long time before you came, but I always ended up back where I started. Mu Chengxi's memory wasn't great either. After a few tentative attempts, he completely gave up. Why should I keep walking? Yi Xiao reached out and pulled Mu Chengxi up, and the two of them walked forward together. The trees were densely packed, and it was night, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. She had a good memory and specifically remembered the unique features along the roadside, which turned out to be the same as what Mu Chengxi had said. No matter which way they went, it seemed they would always circle back to the starting point. They couldn't get out. Yi Xiao took out the map in her hand. I remember third senior brother said before that this secret realm moves. It can't possibly move along with us, right? The secret realm isn't alive. How could that be? Mu Chengxi rebutted. It's quite strange that we can't get out after going around in circles. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. The direction we're walking in must be fine. After going back and forth a few times, she had completely memorized the general route here, but each time they would repeat the same scene and circle back again. The problem might not be with them. Yi Xiao speculated. It might be an illusion technique, similar to a mirage that can trap people within a certain range. In the past, when entering secret realms, such situations had not occurred. Indeed, Shuiyu was not wrong. This secret realm was stranger than the previous ones. Mu Chengxi nodded blankly. That makes sense. Since it's an illusion technique, she patted Mu Chengxi and paused, sincerely saying, why don't you try rushing out first? Close your eyes and crash upwards. I believe you can do it. Mu Chengxi replied, what if I crash to death? Will you collect my body? Yi Xiao made a gesture. I'll have Ming Xian buy you the best grave. All right. With a skeptical attitude, Mu Chengxi really went to try it. He had the Vajra talisman that Yi Xiao gave him, so he wouldn't crash to death. The young man gathered his energy and dashed towards the tree blocking his path. Just before his figure disappeared, the scene before him suddenly dissipated. I've made it out, Yi Xiao. Mu Chengxi's voice was bright. Seeing he hadn't crashed, Yi Xiao quickly followed him out of the illusion. Once the two were outside, they immediately opened the jade slip. Sure enough, the rising numbers were motionless. It seemed others had experienced this situation to some extent. It was like hitting a wall. This secret realm was indeed peculiar. Shuiyu and Ming Xian were stuck in one place, and it took them a long time to realize it was an illusion. When they saw the jade slip, they exchanged glances. The Yueqing sect is so strong this time. It used to be the Wanjian sect that took first place, Ming Xian added. Although they disliked that group of sword cultivators from the Wanjian sect, their strength was undeniable. Other sects remained unmoving, while the Yueqing sect's numbers were rapidly rising slightly. Maybe it's good luck. Shuiyu lowered his head to conceal his expression, but I wonder if others encountered the same situation as us. Did you research this secret realm in advance? Song Hanqing asked. Yunke smiled sweetly. Yes. So this time, everyone just needs to follow me. I've been in this secret realm before. To be more precise, she had broken through to the golden core stage here. The ghostly secret realm appeared frequently, and Yunke had inadvertently come here before. In other words, no one understood this secret realm better than her, and she had other trump cards as well. Looking at the young girl's determined and confident demeanor, Song Hanqing calmly nodded and followed her. He had done some basic research, but since he had never been here personally, following Yunke at this moment was indeed the best choice. Senior brother, Yunke's eyes blinked. Do you believe that this time, we will definitely take first place? Song Hanqing didn't know where her confidence came from, but having confidence was a good thing. For example, Yi Xiao's confidence was simply unmatched. He perfunctorily nodded and took a moment to glance at the jade slip. Sure enough, their ranking was stable in first place. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Yunke and said, I underestimated you. It turns out you were useful. Chapter 124. Illusion. Before every sect entered the secret realm, there had been communication about where to meet. After Yi Xiao came out, she picked up the map and hurried toward the destination, preparing to meet with the others first. The night was quiet, and there were still black bats silently hanging upside down on the trees, ready to pounce on unsuspecting prey. Yi Xiao's spiritual awareness detected movement, and with Mu Chengxi, they moved forward to deal with it. After reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual awareness had widened, allowing her to easily sense the movements around her. Because they were still on the outskirts, the level of the demon beasts wasn't high. After the two killed the beasts in the trees, the numbers on the jade slip jumped slightly, and the other sects began to rise slowly, indicating that they had all found a way out. The other sects must have also encountered the wall. Yi Xiao pursed her lips. Let's regroup first. Following the route given by the map, they reached the inner area just as dawn was approaching. The surrounding fog rose, becoming hazy. After confirming there was no danger, Yi Xiao ignited a wind control talisman with her fingertips, dispersing the fog and revealing a clear view. Mu Chongxi glanced over. Not bad. The talisman technique is quite impressive. Encountering such changing weather, following a talisman master was clearly much more comfortable. With the talisman in hand, the strange weather had little impact on them. After meeting up in the inner area, they found several senior brothers had already been waiting. You guys are even faster than us. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Did you also hit the illusion when you came in? Shui Yu and she spoke simultaneously, clearly realizing the problem at hand. It seemed they all faced the same situation of encountering the illusion technique upon entry. Yi Xiao nodded. How did you get out? The two of us broke through the illusion with a sword strike from senior brother. Ming Xian shrugged. Zhou Xingyun was bolder than them, with a sword strike. He hardly regarded Ming Xian and Shui Yu as people. But on the same note, since senior brother's sword light could penetrate in, it meant everything in front of them was fake, and the two immediately rushed out, breaking the illusion technique. This time, the Changming sect's regrouping speed was the fastest in history. Mu Chongxi was momentarily dazed. Senior brother, how did you get out? And rescued the other two so easily? Zhou Xingyun replied innocently, I just walked out. As soon as he entered, he dashed straight toward the tree, aiming to crash into it, successfully breaking the illusion technique. One could say he was the fastest to get out of the team. Why did this secret realm throw us into this situation right from the start? Shui Yu looked down. Could it be that this secret realm can predict where we land? I find it strange too. Ming Xian supported himself on the ground, lazily sitting. With such speed, the Yueqing sect didn't encounter an illusion, did they? Perhaps it was good luck. Yi Xiao pinched the KFC and released it. After all, it was the favored daughter of the heavenly Tao. Yun Ke had a new title. If Yi Xiao caused chaos whenever she was around, then Yun Ke was the opposite, as her luck was explosively good, with treasures and resources piling up like a mountain. She couldn't be beaten in a resource competition, and she could easily obtain things like a Qinghuan bird or a treasure-seeking beast, even the source pearl. If she wasn't the favored daughter of the heavenly Tao, who was? Mu Chongxi pouted. Forget them. The outcome of the fifth match has nothing to do with Changming sect. The luck of Yueqing sect is irrelevant to us. Just as dawn broke, the mist was still gathering and obscuring the view ahead. Yi Xiao and Ming Xian each held a wind talisman to clear the way, preparing to venture inward to see if there were any special opportunities. After they started moving, the other sects also emerged from the illusions, but unfortunately, they were a bit late. The night's work had already allowed Yueqing sect to pull ahead by a small margin. Currently, it seemed that Yueqing sect was in the lead, with Wenjian sect closely following. Changming sect ranked last in the fifth match, but that didn't matter. They were already firmly in first place, so the protagonists of the fifth match were the other four sections. Despite this, many cultivators still instinctively glanced in their direction. Whether they were the protagonists didn't matter. What mattered was that they were more interesting. With all the direct disciples entering the arena, the atmosphere in the secret realm subtly changed. Yi Xiao keenly sensed several unfamiliar auras and heard faint movements. Just as she was about to warn them that someone was coming, the next moment, the opposing aura suddenly converged and pounced towards her. She looked up in shock, not expecting the person to be Yi Qinghan. The young man had cold, sharp features, and without saying a word, he struck down at her. A sword slashed down, its light fierce. Mu Chongxi reacted quickly, raising his sword to block it, his voice cold. Are you crazy? With that attitude, you still want to cooperate with our Changming sect? Dream on. The strike was truly merciless. If he hadn't also broken through a realm, he might not have been able to withstand it. Yi Qinghan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that what was before him was a real person, and frowned slightly. Feeling apologetic, he had just encountered an illusion. No wonder he had acted like a madman. Illusions didn't often appear in the secret realm, but once they did, it symbolized trouble. After entering the inner area, almost all the direct disciples fell into it. The Yueqing sect had the most research on illusions, as most of their formations were based on illusions. Yunhen said in a deep voice that Yi Qinghan should be the fastest to emerge. For those with a firm heart, illusions were easily overcome. For those with weaker willpower, it was much harder. Everyone had obsessions and malice, to varying degrees. Even the righteous children could not avoid encountering some inner demons or obsessions, which would have some influence in the illusions. Yunhen's statement was not wrong. Yi Qinghan was indeed the fastest among the few direct disciples. Without any prior discussion, he slashed down with his sword, scattering all obstacles. The illusion had probably never encountered such a hard nut to crack. Seeing that his obsession had no effect, it attempted to use seduction. But as soon as it tried to embrace him, Yi Qinghan coldly pierced through its chest with a sword, saying that discussing feelings was pointless. After killing several illusions, Yi Qinghan found it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion when he emerged. The moment he saw Changming's sect, he almost thought it was an illusion trying to confuse him because it sensed his intention to recruit Changming's sect. But that wasn't the case. Yi Qinghan sheathed his sword and decisively apologized. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you encounter an illusion?" "Yes," Yi Qinghan replied succinctly. "In the inner area. Everyone has fallen in. I advise you not to go in." He was merely giving a warning. Other sects wanted to enter for ranking. But Changming's sect didn't need to take that risk. Within the illusion, one's true self is revealed. Inner demons, evil thoughts, and obsessions can all be transformed into useful tools. Conversely, the purer the cultivator's thoughts, the faster they emerge. It was evident that all sword cultivators in the secret realm were the fastest at breaking through illusions. They had fewer distractions and wouldn't easily lose themselves. As for the other sects, they were still struggling in different illusions. Some cultivators exclaimed, "Yi Qinghan is ruthless." This indicated that he was now wholeheartedly focused on the Tao, which was commendable. The purer one's heart, the faster they emerged. It was worth seeing who would be the last to come out. No one could guarantee that they had no malice at all. What appeared in the illusions was the most genuine side of their inner selves. Hearing Yi Qinghan's kind warning and recalling his previous state, Yi Xiao understood why he had struck at her with a sword. Shuiyu lightly nodded at Yi Qinghan. "Let's go in and take a look. The inner area must be entered. Opportunities always coexist with risks." Seeing that they wouldn't listen to his advice, Yi Qinghan, tired of saying more, asked lightly, "Yi Xiao, are you going in with them?" Yi Xiao chuckled, "Why not?" Yi Qinghan, still not giving up, tried to recruit her. "You might as well cooperate with us. When we exit the secret realm, I can teach you how to use a sword." Zhou Xingyun, seeing this, remained indifferent. "Who do you think you are? Hurry up, let's go see what the illusion looks like." Mu Chongxi, seeing them dawdling, grabbed one of each and dragged them towards the inner area. Once they entered the inner area, they were all more or less dragged into the illusion, and clearly, this illusion had a consciousness to drag people in. It understood to first target those who seemed scheming at first glance, as such types generally had heavier obsessions. As the group stepped into the inner area, the scene beneath their feet changed, and the sounds in their ears gradually disappeared. It felt as if there was only themselves left in the world. Among Changming's sect, the first to enter the illusion was Shuiyu. After stepping into the illusion, he felt dizzy and slightly opened his eyes. The scene had already changed. He had the map of mountains and rivers, so he wouldn't be trapped by the illusion. And being born into a large family, his situation was different from Ming Xian's. As a rare alchemist, he had some pressure, but not much. Aside from the sect being a bit poor, he really hadn't encountered many setbacks. The illusion swallowed him like it would swallow loneliness, reluctantly spitting out this rationally obsessive direct disciple and turning its attention to the remaining few. Mu Chongxi's illusion was also a bit strange. The illusion seemed to have a plan, trying to construct a scene of him ascending the throne and becoming king, wanting him to indulge in the pleasures of wealth and power. Mu Chongxi instantly woke up. He slashed at it with his sword, thinking, "What nonsense. Who wants to be a king and dominate the world? It's shameful to waste money, you know?" The illusion was stunned, staring blankly at these outsiders. It couldn't understand why they were so hard to deal with. The previous sword cultivator had also slashed at its secret realm without a word. The one before that was indifferent, clearly having reached a state of being without desires. Zhou Xingyun asked it, "What can you change?" It was momentarily stumped, because this person had neither inner demons, nor obsessions, nor malice. The spectators outside watching the content of the illusion also fell silent for a moment. "This is hilarious," they thought. Zhou Xingyun must be cultivating the Taishang forgetting emotion technique. It's a bit different from the emotionless Tao, but they really are without desires. Without worldly desires. Do you think you can make him fall? Quick, quick, let's see other direct disciples. The illusion was shattered by Mu Chongxi's sword, leaving it momentarily stunned. Unwilling to give up, it accessed his memories and found that this sword cultivator was quite simple-minded, with thoughts primarily focused on swords and a few fellow disciples. After pondering for a while, the illusion, in a moment of madness, conjured up a scene where Yi Xiao was affectionately reaching out to him. After reading Mu Chongxi's memories, it discovered that the girl he had interacted with the most was the little junior sister named Yi Xiao. They had been together for so long. Surely he must have some feelings for her, right? Having prepared the illusion perfectly, it was ready for a grand debut. Determined to capture this group of people and keep them trapped in the secret realm. Just as Mu Chongxi, who had just broken the illusion, was about to boast with some words like it's nothing much, he turned around and his expression froze. After the scene dissipated, Yi Xiao, dressed in deep blue clothes and looking just like herself, slowly appeared. As if that wasn't enough, Yi Xiao revealed a shy smile. Mu Chongxi had seen many of her smiles, bright, faint, cold, but he had never seen her shy smile before. What the hell? Are you crazy? He was so scared that he ran away, with the fake Yi Xiao chasing after him frantically. Fourth senior brother. The fake Yi Xiao shouted pitifully. I've admired you for a long time. Would you consider becoming my Dao partner? The scene was too bizarre. Imagine a good brother who had been playing together for over a year suddenly confessing to you. It was simply terrifying. Don't mess with me. Mu Chongxi started running for his life. Outside, everyone was laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. Thank you for showing me our Xiao Xiao's shy expression. The illusion seemed to be in a state of collapse, surrounded by a bunch of thick-skinned individuals. In his panic, Mu Chongxi slashed at the illusion with his sword and rushed out, exclaiming, "What the hell? That was terrifying." The first one to come out, Xiao, was waiting and looked up upon hearing this. What did you see? Mu Chongxi replied. Yi Xiao suddenly confessed to me. Isn't that scary? Xiao found it hard to respond. That is indeed quite terrifying. The illusion, angry to the point of shaking, was not discouraged after failing 3 times and continued to look for someone to brainwash. With so many direct disciples, it was bound to find someone. Its next target was a direct disciple named Ming Xian, who, based on his memories, appeared to be more insecure than the others. The illusion pressed on and began weaving dreams, causing the person he disliked the most to appear before him, constantly surrounding him and brainwashing him. In the illusion, people's malice would be magnified endlessly. It only took a little to trap the person and lead them astray. Once the illusion was set, the previous scene reappeared. Ming Xian lowered his eyes in silence, looking at several familiar figures, and his fingertips moved slightly. Is he going to turn dark? The illusion became excited. The boy, expressionless, looked up and began pointing at everyone. You think you can talk to me? He adjusted his tone when speaking to the genius of talisman cultivation. The illusion realized that this was a confident, direct disciple. However, it couldn't understand why there were so many negative emotions in his memories at the start. Confused, the illusion silently searched for the next target. Wow, the speed at which the Changming sect members came out was more absurd than Yi Qinghan's. The other 4 had all gone through it. So, the next one should be Yi Xiao, right? The illusion, holding on to its last bit of hope, reached out its claws towards the weakest one, Yi Xiao. Surely, she wouldn't have such a devilish scene, right? Chapter 125. What did you do to it? As the last one to be pulled in, Yi Xiao opened her eyes to a chaotic mind, feeling empty and in a state of questioning who she was and where she was. It felt quite mystical. Even at the moment she stepped in, she couldn't quite remember her own name. This illusion shared some similarities with the Shanhua map. It immediately accessed Yi Xiao's memories and was somewhat bewildered by the jumble of thoughts. Typically, a cultivator's memories wouldn't be so disordered, but this Yi Xiao had a very strange mindset, filled with many places it had never seen. The illusion began constructing a scene from her workplace. To be honest, as a corporate slave, she had always found those clients who demanded too much to be the most annoying. In the illusion, her counterpart was being scolded mercilessly, modifying various design drafts. Yi Xiao herself was in a dazed state, and when she was scolded for the first time, she suddenly woke up. What is this? Such a strange scene. Wait, didn't she have people she disliked? The illusion would amplify a person's hidden malice countless times. Ming Xian's disliked direct disciples, as well as the sarcastic relatives from his family, were all present. The illusion was quite adept at targeting the right issues. The cultivators outside were also quite curious. What did Yi Xiao dislike the most? This kind of illusion could most easily peek into the deepest malice, fears, and desires of a person's heart. In the illusion, seeing one's true self, they were all eager to watch the illusions of a group of direct disciples, hoping to get a glimpse of what kind of people they really were. Yi Xiao was the most eye-catching. Her personality was the most unpredictable. They initially thought they could use the illusion to see what she feared, but instead, she was met with this strange scene. What are design drafts? What is a client? Huh. Yi Xiao was actually afraid of these things? What are you afraid of? Just hit him, Yi Xiao. Why should you let him point fingers at you? He doesn't deserve it. Quick, give him a sword, and let him know who is in charge of the cultivation world. A group of cultivators were indignant. Yi Xiao woke up from being scolded, wiped her face, and realized that the illusion was foolish. Without hesitation, she punched through the scene before her and coldly said, "Get lost." The break was sudden and unexpected. Fortunately, having seen the previous few people as a warning, it knew that this might not be a kind-hearted one. After being forced by the first illusion, it was not discouraged. Soon, another scene was constructed. Yi Xiao looked up and saw the illusion gradually transforming into her own likeness. Wearing the same direct disciple outfit, the counterpart, with her own face, spoke softly, "Yi Xiao." The voice was identical. Yi Xiao admitted that for a moment, she got goosebumps. It was too real, almost like talking to herself, even making her feel a sense of confusion about her own identity. Observing Yi Xiao's reaction, the illusion continued to speak with a smile. "I know who you are and what you want to do." Yi Xiao calmly looked at this version of herself. "You know what I want to do?" "Yes," the illusion replied softly. "You've always wanted to save them, right? You want to change something, but what can you change?" "Yi Xiao, you're only at the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps, in the end, you won't even be able to save yourself, will you?" They referred to the senior brothers in the original story. Yi Xiao realized that she had severely underestimated the illusion. It was far more advanced than the Shanhua map. Being a spiritual tool that had indeed survived in the secret realm for thousands of years, and it knew all these things. While reading memories, the illusion could only access the deepest desires, fears, or malice within a person's heart. Some pure and genuine thoughts were the most difficult to deal with. This Yi Xiao was easier to resolve than the previous few. Her memories were so chaotic that it meant she wasn't like those direct disciples who had no distractions, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, significantly increasing the possibility of her being retained. The illusion slowly curled its lips and continued to gently persuade. "You really can't do anything well, can you? Stay here. I will give you guidance. Don't you want to save them?" The sound of Yi Xiao's pause lingered a bit too long. When she shattered the illusion with a punch, the cultivators thought it was over, but unexpectedly, it continued to construct itself. Clearly, this time, Yi Xiao hesitated. The confused cultivators murmured, "Who does she want to save? This illusion is very dangerous." A cultivator who had traveled far and wide for years said solemnly, "Don't be fooled by its previous failures. It was because the others had pure intentions and were hard to break. Once brainwashed, they will be lost within and become nutrients. Let's wait and see. I don't think Yi Xiao will be easily swayed." Not necessarily. She clearly hesitated. Yi Xiao indeed hesitated. But it was only because she was surprised by how much this illusion seemed to know, and its ability to manifest various forms was astonishing. The illusion, seeing her in silence, gently asked, "Can you feel the light?" "I can feel it." It chuckled softly, finally brainwashing this direct disciple. "So, we are all," Yi Xiao interjected, "believers in the light." The girl lifted her head as if she had suddenly found a soulmate, excitedly shaking hands with it, resembling a leader meeting. "Do you also like Ultraman?" "That's great." "What is Ultraman? Are you sick?" Yi Xiao's excited demeanor didn't seem fake. It was evident she truly loved Ultraman. The illusion's formless face twisted for a moment, then it made the most foolish decision. Tentatively, it transformed into the image she had imagined. Then it took a step closer to her. Yi Xiao looked at this Ultraman, a subtle smile forming on her lips, and she could basically confirm that it could truly manifest anything from her mind. That was wonderful. The two, one being and one illusion, began shaking hands like leaders meeting. "This isn't right," the illusion thought calmly. Things shouldn't have developed this way. It had already successfully brainwashed about half of her. The illusion decided to press on, softly asking, "Do you have faith?" "Everyone has it. Like that sword cultivator named Yi Qinghan from earlier. After all, what sword cultivator in the world doesn't yearn to be the best in the sword path? The ancestor who once split the piece with a single strike. Coincidentally, this girl in front of it was also a sword cultivator. Yes, Yi Xiao looked as if she had found a kindred spirit. Its eyes brightened. Just as it was about to conjure the image of the sword path ancestor for her, it heard Yi Xiao sincerely say, "I am a follower of Ma Yun." The illusion was stunned for a few seconds. Who is that? Not understanding, it realized this involved its blind spot. It didn't even know who Ma Yun was. Having lived for over 1,000 years and devoured countless talented disciples from various sects, it had never encountered such a tough nut. To hide its ignorance, it decided to change the topic. Other than that, what do you deeply desire? Upon hearing this, Xiao slowly smiled. Earlier, she had been probing to see if it wanted to keep her around. Now she didn't need to think. This was its plan. It would be a waste not to make full use of her. Xiao nodded, smiled, and lowered her eyes, looking a bit shy. My swordsmanship has always been poor. I wonder if you could demonstrate the third form of the Qingfengju? I couldn't learn it before. Those in the sword sect laughed at me. Xiao said softly. I know my talent is lacking, but I will work hard. The girl's expression was somewhat dejected, looking extremely sad. And this gloomy emotion was something the illusion found quite delightful. Having emotions is a good thing. It feared encountering someone like Yi Qinghan, a stubborn sword cultivator who remained indifferent no matter what form it conjured. Xiao wasn't lying. Her previous performance was a true display of her feelings. The Qingfengju of the Changming sect had distinct forms, and the third form was something she couldn't grasp, just like Mu Chengxi. The two had often been scolded by Elder Duan for this, and fortunately, with a naturally gifted sword bone, Xiao wasn't beaten by Elder Duan alone. Taking a deep breath, she said, "This is my lifelong wish." The illusion didn't doubt her words. Sword cultivators were all obsessed with swords. Wanting to see the sword techniques was nothing unusual. Stay here and don't move, it said. I'll go learn a bit. It had lured too many cultivators into the illusion. And the amount of information was enormous. It needed to sort out its thoughts. Once it completely brainwashed this direct disciple, devouring her would be a piece of cake. Xiao softly replied, okay. After waiting for a moment, the illusion reappeared, indeed bringing the Qingfengju with it. The third form's starting position was set, and it was facing Xiao. The manifested image was also Xiao, and the habits it mimicked were naturally all hers. Watching the illusion use her own form to mimic the Qingfengju one-on-one was far more useful than learning it herself. If there were any mistakes, she could compare and make adjustments. I learned a lot. Xiao clasped her hands and continued. I also want to see one of the four major formations. The floating life formation. Are you not a sword cultivator? You might not believe it when I say it. She continued without changing her expression. I am a sword cultivator with dreams, and I also want to learn about talisman formations to broaden my horizons. A dream of floating life. The famous illusion formation of the Yueqing sect. This Xiao, the elder of the Yueqing sect, couldn't sit still. She's shameless. What kind of logic is this? Learning formations from within an illusion. She is not learning from your disciples. Why are you so anxious? Qin Fanfan sneered. It's just an illusion. The Yueqing sect was almost furious. There has never been someone so unscrupulous before, deceiving the illusion like this. Is this really her obsession? Meanwhile, the illusion was also questioning its existence. Finished practicing, it panted, finally smiling. Have you considered staying? Xiao looked at it, feeling it was not easy for the illusion. It was working hard for results. She began to applaud. Amazing, amazing. The illusion was so enraged that it twisted and dissipated for a few seconds. Then quickly reformed. This is not what it wanted to hear. It wanted to hear her say she would willingly stay and become its nutrient, not praise it. Xiao, don't you hate them? The illusion took a deep breath, leaned closer to her, transforming into her likeness again, lowering its voice to laugh softly, whispering repeatedly in her ear. Yueqing sect, those who look down on you, don't you desire to one day step on them? Xiao's expression was hard to read. Indeed, this illusion had several steps to guide her sequentially. First, it transformed into her likeness, trying to make her doubt herself. After realizing that it was ineffective, it attempted to tempt her with the obsessions from her memories. After 2 failures, it tried to stimulate her with the original owner's bad memories. I hate them. To prevent it from breaking down, Xiao lowered her eyes and clenched her fists, but I can't resist them. You know, I'm just a mere foundation establishment cultivator. I can't even save myself. The illusion smiled. Then you can seek my help. So, Xiao's face was filled with dissatisfaction and sadness as she raised her eyes and said in the most innocent tone, I also want to see what top-grade pills and spiritual plants look like. When I was at the Yueqing sect, I never saw the world. In an instant, the illusion's face twisted with anger, vowing that it must devour her today. This direct disciple was the most pure spirit energy it had ever encountered. If it didn't need her, it wouldn't be satisfied even if it died. Xiao looked at the illusion before her that was identical to herself. Its uncontrollable expression making her silently click her tongue, like a ninja turtle, clearly wanting to devour her. Outside, they had waited for a long time without seeing Yi Xiao's movement. It had already been a whole night since she entered. Is she being forced by her own malice to the point where she can't get out now? Suzhua said. In the illusion, anyone who gets trapped will more or less have malice. Who can guarantee that they are the cleanest? Others are also curious about what she saw that has kept her trapped for so long. The sooner one comes out of the illusion, the more it indicates that their mind is free of distractions. Those with pure thoughts generally walk further on the path of cultivation, while those with inner demons who are stuck for a long time are basically wasted. The path is clear. If one cannot break through their inner demons and discard distractions, what is the point of cultivating? They might as well go home and feed pigs. Xu Xingji also couldn't understand what Yi Xiao was doing inside. They were all waiting for Yi Xiao to come out to discuss cooperation. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious, yet the person involved remained silent inside. Could she really be trapped by herself? The illusion inside was also somewhat losing its composure. It usually manifests the obsessions in the other person's mind, seeing the true self, being tempted by oneself, doubting, and continuously questioning oneself until completely brainwashed. But this direct disciple was not following the script. After it manifested her, Yi Xiao actually smiled slightly, took a step back, and began to wish. I want to see the sword techniques of Chengfeng sect, Weiqing sect, and Wenjian sect. Please fulfill my wish. This is my only obsession. So you have quite a few obsessions, huh? Yi Xiao thought that, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. The team competition and individual competition are too tightly packed. Basically, right after the 5th round ends, it's the individual competition. Since that's the case, once she figures out the sword moves of the major sect's direct disciples, she will discuss the matters outside. The illusion was driven somewhat mad by her. It kept changing under her control and finally asked in a resentful tone, "Are you going to leave or not?" Unfortunately, Yi Xiao, I plan to settle down until I learn. Sword techniques are merely mastered through practice. But those who fought with her before were either more skilled or had been learning swordsmanship for a longer time. Elder Duan had also pointed her in the right direction, but the effect was minimal. However, fighting against herself allowed her to analyze her weaknesses while exchanging blows, making constant adjustments. From being inexperienced to now wielding the sword with ease, her growth was visible to the naked eye. Your disciple is indeed progressing quite quickly. In just 2 days, she utilized the illusion to manifest countless versions of herself. The illusion split into 6, and under her training, Yi Xiao's psychological quality was quite abnormal. Training against so many versions of herself, she remained remarkably stable. This practice, which she hadn't experienced in a long time, allowed Yi Xiao to find the meditative state she had when she first looked at the sword technique. The illusion had been driven mad. After fighting with Yi Xiao for so long, not only was she not brainwashed, but she also became more and more fierce in battle. After manifesting 6 versions of herself and being kicked away again, she slightly retracted her steps, abruptly came to a stop, and the next moment, instead of advancing, she retreated, suddenly closing in and activating the Qingfeng Ju, the 3rd form, catching her opponent off guard and blasting them away. The version of herself in front of her instantly dissipated. The 3rd form of Qingfeng Ju is quiet and hard to detect when activated. Once close, it will explode, making it an essential sword technique for surprise counterattacks. Impressive. Yi Xiao is impressive. What a freak of a person. As time dragged on, Yi Xiao showed no intention of stopping. The illusion was numb. It had dragged on for so long just to consume her. Such a pure spiritual root was rare in 1,000 years, and after wasting so much time, it wouldn't be willing to let her go. By now, it gradually recognized the reality. This person had never regarded it seriously. Instead, she treated it as a training ground. After kicking the illusion away once more, Yi Xiao landed lightly on the ground. Just as she was about to try again, the sky spun. And when she opened her eyes again, the ground had changed its appearance. The illusion dissipated, and Yi Xiao was released. Her mood was somewhat complex. And then she shamelessly said, "Its mind is actually so fragile." The cultivators who witnessed what she did couldn't help but want to criticize her. Be a person, Yi Xiao. A few senior brothers who were guarding exchanged glances and became spirited. She was finally released. Shuiyu grabbed her and examined her for a long time, asking, "What did it do to you?" For a full 2 days, they almost thought she was completely lost inside. Yi Xiao had just come out and still felt a bit dazed. She steadied herself and slowly said, "It performed the 100 transformation sword technique for me? Huh. Everyone thought she was trapped by herself, but from what she said, it seemed otherwise. Chu Xingji had grown impatient waiting. Why did it take you so long to come out? Long. Yi Xiao blinked. She couldn't tell what day it was in the illusion. She scratched her head and lightly clicked her tongue. I wanted to go back in once more. I was just about to grasp the feeling. And I got kicked out halfway through. Yi Xiao felt a bit regretful. Just as her voice fell, the illusion cracked open. In the true sense, it cracked open. The originally ethereal illusion in the void was silently torn in half and crazily rushed out. Ah, Yi Xiao. Shui Yu changed his words. His tone strange. What did you do to it? Yi Xiao. Chapter 126, I roughly know what my path is. Shui Yu's sincere question made it difficult for her to answer. After all, she had only made a few trivial wishes. And whose fault was it that the illusion had a poor psychological endurance? Yi Xiao raised her hand to shield her eyes, staring at the escaping illusion. Lightly clicking her tongue twice, and casually withdrew her gaze. What are you all doing here? The people from Yueqing's sect and Wenjian's sect were all waiting here. Chu Xingji, waiting for you. My junior sister asked me to recruit you. He tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his voice calm. Collaborate with our Wenjian sect, and at that time, our two sects can combine our swords and dominate the secret realm together. Yi Xiao. Dominate the secret realm? Seeing that Yi Xiao was actually thinking about it, Song Hanxing narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, those poor sword cultivators have no money. Since you are not participating in the 5th round, you should come with us. We have money. Indeed. From Song Hanxing's family background to the sect, he was indeed quite wealthy. No. We're not cooperating today. Yi Xiao pointed at his light blue sect robe and smiled slightly. Having money isn't enough. For Yueqing's sect, that's a different price. Song Hanxing looked at her coldly. Then how much do you want to cooperate with us? In fact, it was fine if they didn't cooperate with Yi Xiao. They had Yun Ke, so their ranking was stable. What they were afraid of was that this Yi Xiao was a variable. The shadow she cast on people 2 days ago was a bit deep, causing Song Hanxing to hesitate to let her go to other sects easily. Rest assured, our Changming sect isn't cooperating with anyone this time. Shui Yu's voice was also calm and said lightly, we don't plan to get involved in the 5th round, so it's better for you to compete fairly. Hearing him say this, Song Hanxing frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. That works too. Anyway, since they couldn't recruit Yueqing's sect, other sects shouldn't think about it either. Without Changming sect's involvement in the 5th round, it would be a fair competition. Besides, others were curious about what happened with that illusion. Why did it crack? What exactly did you do to it? Yi Xiao thought the secret realm was quite fun. After pondering for a moment, she said, that thing is quite interesting. It can transform 72 times, you know? The more you dwell on something in your heart, the more it will manifest it for you. I just kept changing my obsessions and made it manifest the sword techniques of other sections. From this, it can be seen that the illusion is also quite diligent, working hard to fill its belly. Suzhua pressed her lips together. So you disappeared for so long just to torment illusions? Suzhua couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was she not trapped by her heart demon? In that true-false illusion, she saw her former senior sister Yi Xiao, who, although dull at that time, took good care of her and would never be as unfeeling as she was now. The fact that Yi Xiao was not trapped by her heart demon and malice meant that she truly had no lingering feelings for Yu Qingzong, not even a basic sense of aversion. Yi Xiao, what else? Song Hanjing looked at Su Zhua as if she had lost her mind for asking such a question. He frowned, kicked Su Zhua, who was out of it, and walked away to find Yun Quebec. No one knew what was going on. Yi Xiao had come out, but Yun Ke still hadn't. What did you see in the illusion? After all, the others had come out quickly, so the focus was on questioning Yi Xiao's illusion. Entering the illusion was indeed a way to verify one's Dao heart. I saw myself. Yi Xiao touched her chin, and also light. In the illusion, she saw herself. Shui Yu, who was well informed, pursed his lips and asked, do you remember what that you in the illusion said? Each temptation it presented might have been your underlying worries. I remember. Yi Xiao nodded, and she vaguely understood something. In the illusion, one sees their true self. Although that illusion was a bit silly, it wouldn't make mistakes in one thing. It saw the real self in memories, the concerns and fears deep in her heart. When the illusion spoke the words that in the end, you couldn't even save yourself, Yi Xiao suddenly realized this point. Her own Dao might not be some carefree path. I think I roughly know what my Dao is. Let's talk more when we get back. Shui Yu spoke softly. Too many people were watching outside. It's a good thing to clarify your Dao heart early, lest you remain stuck in the foundation establishment stage for years, just like Ming Xian back then. With the individual competition approaching, the sooner, the better. Can you break through to Golden Core? Zhou Xingyun's voice was calm. Xiao assessed her current situation. She could forcibly break through, but in the secret realm, it was unnecessary. Indeed, the secret realm only closes for 5 days. If she, like Yi Qinghan, took 3 days and nights, what would happen to the other contestants inside the secret realm? Moreover, forcibly breaking through would lead to an unstable foundation. So there was no need to do so. As the illusion cracked open and they fled, the inner region had no obstacles. Shuiyu checked the time and went to find some spirit plants for the alchemy competition. Some spirit plants had special growth environments and could only be found in the secret realm. Xiao was the one who needed training the most among them. So she led the way. The girl casually walked forward, holding the bamboo shoot in her hand, not knowing whether it was bad luck or coincidence. But after a few steps, she encountered a demon beast. It was normal to encounter demon beasts in the secret realm. What was abnormal was that it was a nascent soul stage beast. Zhou Xingyun pursed his lips and said calmly, the 5th round of hunting a nascent soul stage beast was of no use to them. It not only wasted time, but also posed a danger of being killed in return. The pressure from the nascent soul stage beast was extremely oppressive. Fortunately, there was only one. Although it was troublesome, they were not completely powerless. Xiao confronted the demon beast, activating the Qingfeng Ju. The 3rd style had the greatest power. And killing the demon beast was a good choice. The beast's body was heavy, and under the 2 sword cultivators' flanking attack, it was forced to let out a series of intimidating roars. The mental attack on her sea of consciousness felt like being pricked by needles. At the moment it roared, Xiao succeeded in executing the sword technique after several attempts. The explosive sword energy interrupted the demon beast's low growl, saving several people's ears. The 3rd style? Mu Chengxi slightly tilted his wrist. A sword transformed and struck the beast's leg. When did you learn that? Xiao just now. She wasn't very proficient. It took several tries for her to succeed once. This newly learned sword technique required repeated practice to be effective. Mu Chengxi let out a light huff. Didn't we agree that whoever learns it first would be the dog? You secretly learned it? Xiao pressed down the bamboo shoot in her hand and tried the Qingfeng Ju again, not looking back. It's very simple. I'll teach you little by little when we return to the sect. This move is really useful for single target attacks. It works well. Stepping on the Qingfeng to create distance. Several talismans flew around, providing cover for her. Ming Xian couldn't help but say while moving, didn't you say whoever learns it first is the dog? It doesn't matter. Mu Chengxi shrugged. We're all dogs. These 2 cheeky sword cultivators finally reached a consensus this time. Dealing with the demon beast wasted quite a bit of time. Xiao frowned. The spiritual energy in her dantian was nearly exhausted. Her foundation was stable. She had broken through 2 realms in a row before entering the secret realm. And after her spiritual root grew, her absorption speed increased. But breaking through in the secret realm was not a good choice. Xiao could only suppress the agitation in her dantian and control the impulse to form a golden core, walking with Shuiyu toward the inner region. During this time, she took a few Qingxin pills to suppress it. It's a bit hot, Xiao said honestly, covering her warm dantian. Shuiyu pondered. Don't suppress your realm and hurt yourself. Really, Xiao, it's fine. Not long ago, I just broke through 2 realms. If I break through to Golden Core again, my foundation will be unstable. Currently, the strength of my spiritual root allows me to break through, but Xiao didn't really want to. In the inner region, many spirit plants were still alive. Previously, they were busy with the competition and didn't have time to dig them up. Now, under Shuiyu's lead, they all went down to the ground and diligently started to dig for herbs. Without shovels, Mu Chengxi simply picked up a stone, squatting leisurely to dig. As a result, when he looked up, he found that Master Brother was faster than all of them. With every dig, he accurately cleaned out the nearby spirit plants. What are you using? Digging so fast. Mu Chengxi was curious. A sword. Seeing Zhou Xingyun using his own life sword to dig the soil, his eyelids twitched. After your sword transformed, it really doesn't hit you? While they were chatting casually, Xiao was somewhat out of sorts due to the heat in her dantian. Her gaze wandered randomly, and suddenly, the girl's eyes slightly focused, pointing at the ground beneath her feet, deep in thought. Wait, do you think the ground is moving? After a pause, Xiao changed her wording, or is it changing? Xiao had an excellent memory and could notice even the tiniest details. Reminded by her, Shuiyu froze for a few seconds, looking at the spirit plant in his hand, and suddenly realized that the position of the spirit plant had indeed shifted a bit. I thought I remembered it wrong. Not everyone has Yi Qiao's photographic memory. Therefore, when something fell off, their first reaction was to think it was their own issue. But if Yi Qiao said so, then the position must have changed. Shui, you put away the spirit plant. I only heard other cultivators say that this ghostly secret realm is very strange. This secret realm might be alive. Yi Qiao exhaled lightly. If the illusion can perform 72 transformations, then I don't believe the secret realm is of a lower level. She thought of this after seeing that illusion, pondering whether the secret realm might have consciousness. After putting the spirit plants into the mustard seed bag, the group planned to leave the inner region first. The inner region had a higher danger level, and now that Yi Qiao had touched the edge of the golden core stage, there was no need to continue deeper. As if sensing the 5 people's intention to leave, the ground they traveled on suddenly changed again on their way back. At the moment, a shadow floated overhead. Ming Xian reacted quickly and erected a defensive talisman. 3 consecutive golden body talismans shattered, barely resisting the pressure caused by the demon beast suddenly raising its foot. The demon beast roared, and a powerful gust of wind swept toward them, mixed with the foul odor from its mouth. Damn! Ming Xian's expression changed. Zhou Xingyun narrowed his eyes, another one in the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Shui Yu's mouth twitched. Did you seal that bamboo shoot capture spell? Why are there suddenly so many nascent soul demon beasts? Yi Qiao, I did. She had Duan Hengdao take care of it early this morning. Since it's not about the bamboo shoot, then the problem might lie within the secret realm itself. One is fine, just consider it bad luck for the few of them. From Yi Qiao's previous experience of drawing out a nascent soul beast by breaking its egg, it's clear that such high-level demon beasts have intelligence and wouldn't randomly conflict with their disciples. But now, just as they were about to leave the inner perimeter, another nascent soul beast charged at them. What else could it be targeting? The secret realm might be targeting us. Yi Qiao sneered. What? Is it illegal for her to enter the next secret realm? What could it want from them? Ming Xian couldn't figure it out. They hadn't really done anything since entering the secret realm, while the other 4 sects were fighting fiercely, and they could hear the commotion from far away. That's a good question. Yi Qiao, I want to know too. Qin Fanfan frowned, and, after listening to their deductions, said solemnly, is the secret realm alive? This is a ghostly secret realm. It often opens itself without reason and appears. I've heard before that it has a consciousness of its own. Seeing the concern from the Changming sect members, an elder from the Jian sect stroked his stubbly chin, but such secret realms usually don't interfere with cultivators. It's strange. It has opened this many times before without ever targeting anyone. If the secret realm has its own consciousness, then it belongs to the spiritual objects born from heaven and earth, and it wouldn't interfere with these matters unless. The elders exchanged glances, and they all thought of something at the same time. Could it be the heavenly Tao? But why would the heavenly Tao target the Changming sect for no reason? Yi Qiao couldn't handle a nascent soul beast alone, but she had many items in her storage bag. While dodging, she observed its weaknesses. After a few attacks were evaded, dust flew up from the ground as the beast raised its hooves and charged at her. Yi Qiao pressed down with her sword, blocking one strike, while simultaneously unleashing the 3rd form of the clear wind technique. Mu Chongxi was about to rush in to help her, but Zhou Xingyun stopped him, saying, let her handle it herself. Right now, it's Yi Qiao who needs to break through, not them. The others could only provide cover and assist at critical moments. Killing the demon beast should primarily be left to Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao faced not only the pressure of the nascent soul beast, but also had to be careful of her own speed. If she slowed down, she would be torn apart. After a moment of back and forth between her and the beast, she continued to swallow pills. After several attempts, she finally found the beast's weakness. The moment it vanished, Yi Qiao was ready, spinning around and striking the beast's abdomen with her bamboo shoot as it attempted to ambush her. At the same time, the binding talisman ignited, and just before it went wild, the talisman took effect, causing the beast to freeze mid-bite. Yi Qiao expressionlessly received the Jian sect's sword technique, and the sharp sword light sliced down toward the beast's dantian. At the moment it crashed to the ground, she swiftly turned the sword in her hand and calmly extracted its inner core, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground like a big pancake, radiating a sense of desolation. The secret realm was rich in spiritual energy, and after clearing out the dantian, her spiritual root began to automatically absorb the surrounding energy. Solving a nascent soul beast all by herself was a fantasy, but she had a few golden core stage senior brothers to assist her. The process was a bit troublesome, but the outcome was still pleasing. Are you okay? Ming Xian felt sympathy for her. Peak Foundation establishment killing a nascent soul beast. Yi Qiao replied dazedly, I'm fine. Is this secret realm targeting me? She asked. Shuiyu nodded gravely. If it pressures me again. Yi Qiao felt her dantian stirring restlessly, pressed her lips together. Her mood worsening. I'll force a breakthrough and blow up this broken secret realm. Chapter 127. Must be targeting this Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao's mood was really a bit restless. First the illusion, then two nascent soul beasts blocking her path. And now even the next secret realm wouldn't let her go. Had she violated some heavenly rule? Hurry up, blow it up, Yi Qiao, we support you. After going through 4 secret realms, did Yi Qiao still not understand what a major secret realm meant? Major secret realms only open once every few decades, or even a century, creations of heaven and earth. And it's the first time seeing someone so recklessly say they would blow it up. Outside, there were cheers, overwhelmingly supporting her to blow up the secret realm. Qin Fanfan noticed their teasing tone and stroked his beard, feeling a bit complicated. Because he thought that Yi Qiao's remark about blowing up the secret realm might not be a joke. Perhaps sensing Yi Qiao's rebellious remarks. The previously quiet and unresponsive secret realm also became angry, the ground beneath them shifting again, and a group of demon beasts appeared around them. All at the golden core stage, they kicked the ground rhythmically, their cold, eerie beast eyes causing everyone's heart rates to soar. Come on. Let's resolve this quickly and go back to the sect to sleep. Yi Qiao firmly gripped the bamboo shoot. Unable to help but apologize to the other sects in her heart. It wasn't that they wanted to compete for rankings. It was that stupid secret realm forcing them. The targeted 5-man group exchanged glances and let out a collective wail. Ah, didn't we say the 5th match had nothing to do with them? Is it that hard to just let it be a mess? People's joys and sorrows do not communicate at the same time. The Jian sect was looking at the empty demon beast nest, deep in thought. Where did those demon beasts go? Zhu Yu turned the map in his hands over and over, pondering. The position shouldn't be wrong. The other sects shouldn't be this fast either. In terms of speed, their group of sword cultivators was the fastest. Yu Qing's sect could speed up with talismans. But Zhu Yu didn't think that so many talisman cultivators from Yu Qing's sect could clear out the surrounding demon beasts in the case of a single sword cultivator. Look at that swift sword technique. Si Miaoyan said. It does seem a bit like the handiwork of the Changming sect. Changming sect? To be honest, they really overlooked the Changming sect in the 5th match. They used to be the most eye-catching, but now it was the 5th match, and logically speaking, their ranking shouldn't be related to them. Yet when they opened the Jade Slip, good heavens, the speed of the demon beasts was visibly increasing. Their 2 sects collaborated, spending a long time finding the demon beasts, while the Changming sect's ranking was terrifyingly rising. Lu Yun from the Bu sect blinked. But aren't they not participating? I don't know. Chu Xingji, why don't you go kneel down and beg them not to kill any? Leave some for us. Lu Yun's face darkened. Chu Xingji quickly shut up. You've offended all the disciples around you with that mouth of yours. A bit looking forward to him, and Song Hanxing sharing the stage. Both of them had sharp tongues. Chu Xingji was foolish with a hint of sharpness, while Song Hanxing was purely sharp-tongued. The cultivator's analysis was quite on point. Unbeknownst to them, the one tagged with a sharp tongue, Song Hanxing, was preparing to turn back to find someone. The illusion had been torn apart by Yi Qiao. Yet Yun Ke was still nowhere to be found, neither lost nor trapped inside. Yun Ke was still in the illusion, and this illusion was quite troublesome. It first transformed into Yi Qiao's appearance, repeatedly asking her why she was stealing her spiritual plants. This time, Yun Ke was surprised to find that she had no feelings of shame about this matter. Survival of the fittest, was that not the law of the cultivation world? Seeing that it was ineffective against her, the illusion was not discouraged and continued to transform, taking on the appearance of Yun Ke herself. Step-by-step questioning. To this day, having joined the Yueqing sect and relying on your spiritual route to become a direct disciple, have you ever regretted it? Yun Ke's expression changed slightly. Then she shattered the illusion, her voice firm. I have no regrets. The illusion spoke lightly, laughing. If you truly have no regrets, I wouldn't be here. After saying this, it transformed again into the appearance of a girl, mimicking the girl's innocent tone, smiling as it retorted, Yun Ke, do you really believe you have no regrets? I don't understand what you're saying. Yun Ke's gaze was clear and innocent as she raised her hand to swiftly disperse the illusion. She had underestimated the illusion, which could indeed read deep memories. And this involved Yun Ke's secret. If exposed, how could she continue to stay in the 5 sects? The illusion didn't expect her mental fortitude to be quite good. It continued to move closer to her, smiling slightly. Then let me ask you again, is your spiritual root still comfortable to use? Shut up. Yun-Kei's lips tightened for a moment, her pupils constricting, her face turning pale. The next second, she suddenly grasped the Xian sword prepared in her mustard seed bag, screaming as she frantically slashed at the illusion several times. At the moment the illusion completely dissipated, she was left in shock, her soul unsettled. Who was that girl? What did the spiritual root mean? The sword cultivator clicked his tongue. To be fair, looking at Yun-Kei's grip on the sword, her stance is quite standard. Something is off. The illusion wouldn't do this unnecessarily, although it had acted a bit foolishly before. To be fair, Yun-Kei's reaction was too intense. The others who entered the illusion didn't react this way. What exactly did the illusion see in Yun-Kei's memory? Are there any well-informed friends who can investigate? A group of onlooking loose cultivators were eager to see this group of direct disciples, an identity that countless cultivators yearned for. Who wouldn't want to peek into the secrets of these direct disciples? I'll go check it out. Outside, opinions varied. After Yun-Kei stumbled out of the illusion, her face was extremely pale. She tugged at the corners of her lips, trying hard to show an innocent smile. Let's go. Senior brother. Songhan's voice was slightly disgusted by her smile, and he suspiciously asked, "Are you okay? Your complexion is too bad." The few direct disciples he encountered came out of the illusion dazed, but not looking this bad. Yun-Kei shook her head, forcing herself to calm down. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, the illusion finally found some dignity from Yun-Kei. After venting its anger, it began to gnash its teeth and search for the names of powerful figures from thousands of years in the cultivation world. It secretly vowed to find out who this Ma Yun was. Qin Huai from the Chengfeng sect is out. Yi Qinghan from the Wanjian sect is out. What's going on? After the Changming sect dealt with the Golden Core stage demon beast, they decided to remain still for the time being since they couldn't fathom why this secret realm seemed to target them. Shuiyu pulled out the jade slip to check. It wasn't a big deal. During the time they killed a demon beast, the content had already changed drastically. The exit of the alchemy cultivator was understandable. But what shocked them was that Yi Qinghan actually exited alongside Qin Huai. One was at the nascent soul stage, suppressed at the peak of the Golden Core stage after entering the secret realm, and the other was also at the peak of the Golden Core stage. At this level, they should have been invincible in the secret realm, yet both were out within just a short quarter of an hour. This truly astonished them. I can only think that Qin Huai and Yi Qinghan fought, and then Qin Huai got eliminated. At a critical moment, Yi Qinghan was ambushed from behind. Leading to this situation, Mu Chongxi reasonably guessed that it might be that old schemer Songhan. Just as he finished speaking, Songhan's name darkened right after, and several other direct disciple names also darkened at the same time. It didn't seem like they had encountered each other to crush their identity plates, but rather like they collectively encountered something that made them choose to exit. So what did these direct disciples experience in the inner circle? Sigh. Songhan is already dead. Let's not speak ill of the deceased. Shuiyu pretended to be sincere after saying this, frowning. Moreover, something is off. Even if it were intense, it wouldn't result in so many direct disciples exiting on the third day. The last round erupted into a chaotic battle due to Yi Xiao's random development of a rule-less melee, leading to countless direct disciples being eliminated in half a day's time. But now Yi Xiao hasn't done anything. How could there be so many exits? Just as Songhan came out, he heard the Changming sect's words, and his face twisted in anger. You just died. What happened? So many direct disciples were eliminated at once. It seemed like they encountered a wave of nascent soul stage demon beasts. Nascent soul stage? In the great secret realm, one or two would be rare, let alone a wave of demon beasts. If that's the case, then it's perfectly normal for so many direct disciples to collectively crush their identity plates. But why are the nascent soul stage demon beasts gathering together? Looking at Yi Xiao's speculation next door, perhaps the secret realm has self-awareness. But why is it targeting the Changming sect? What is worth targeting about the Changming sect? They were the most low-key in the 5th round. If it were to target anyone, it should be the Wanjian sect. The image from the recording stone continued to play. The current situation was indeed not good for the Changming sect. A large-scale wave of nascent soul stage demon beasts was continuously approaching, and a few of them were oblivious. Suddenly, Shuiyu's expression changed slightly. Run. The moment he finished speaking, the ground that had been intact suddenly collapsed. Yi Xiao and Mu Chongxi quickly grabbed two senior brothers who couldn't fly on swords, and after they retreated 3 zhang away, the ground they had just stood on had already formed a deep pit. This secret realm has gone mad. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, a wall suddenly rose from the ground around them, forming from all sides, trying to entrap them inside. She narrowed her eyes and used a talisman to blast open the quickly piled up earthen walls, running while reminding everyone, spread out. It seems to be targeting us on purpose. No. Mu Chongxi drew his sword, sternly correcting her. In fact, it is primarily targeting you. Anyone could see that the moment the five of them spread apart, none were attacked except for her. Xiao. She was unwilling to admit the fact that she would be targeted wherever she went. The girl maintained her last bit of stubbornness, thinking it might just be a coincidence. Just as her words fell, another mutated vine struck with overwhelming force. Ming Xian pinched a talisman and quickly burned the vine, clicking his tongue. So I say, following the junior sister might not be the safest, but it will definitely be thrilling. He had the fortune of experiencing the days of being chased while following Xiao back at the Song family. She was always being targeted, always on the path of being targeted. Xiao, this person, dependable yet not entirely reliable. Quick, crush your identity plates. Shui reminded. This secret realm has been targeting Xiao from the start. Since that's the case, there's no point in training, we should quickly escape. Xiao sincerely said. To be honest, as soon as I saw the situation was off, I crushed my identity plate. After all, the 5th round was optional. It would be best to train. But if not, there would be no loss. And then Xiao spread her hands, showing him the shattered identity plate in her hand. This is how it is. We can't get out. The teleportation array was sealed, and it was clear that this secret realm wanted to keep her. Although she didn't know what the purpose was. She had bizarrely gotten used to it. Being looked down upon by the heavenly Tao was her fate, and she understood. Well, it turns out the secret realm is not targeting the Changming sect. It's specifically targeting Xiao. Xiao's luck was simply extraordinary. Xiao and Yunk have always been counterparts. However, a secret realm with Yunk does not necessarily guarantee a smooth experience, while a secret realm with Xiao is bound to be fun. Some cultivators joked. One is a favored daughter of the heavenly Tao, and the other is a rebellious child of the heavenly Tao. After issuing the command for the beast tide, the hidden guardian of the secret realm felt much better. It really didn't expect the illusion to be so useless. And in the end, it had to take matters into its own hands. Although it was unclear why the heavenly Tao suddenly issued this decree. Since the heavenly Tao had this intention, the secret realm would naturally start to lay traps for her without holding back. The illusion floated over and asked, "Are you really going to target her?" After studying Ultraman and Jack Ma all night, it had come to a complete realization. This person is toxic, and it must keep its distance from her. The guardian of the secret realm replied coldly, "If it weren't for you being such a useless thing, would I need to act personally?" It had never taken a mere Foundation establishment cultivator seriously. The illusion was speechless for a moment and angrily advised. Who knew she would play so dirty? Besides, I didn't come away empty-handed after spending 2 days with her. I specifically read a part of her memories and found out she was indeed extraordinary. The illusion earnestly said, "You really shouldn't push Xiao any further. What if she really gets desperate and blows up the secret realm?" The guardian, however, was particularly unconcerned, declaring firmly, "Today, I will confront Xiao head-on." It didn't believe it. She was just a Foundation establishment cultivator, after all. Wasn't a beast tied at the nascent soul stage enough to deal with her? The 5 of them split up to take their positions, with Xiao being the only one targeted in the entire arena. She was somewhat aware of the situation. In order not to implicate others, she prepared to find a deserted place to forcefully break through to the Golden Core stage. Along the way, she encountered countless sudden terrain shifts that led her into beast dens. If it weren't for Xiao Qi being reliable, whether she could survive was another matter altogether. Occasionally, beasts would block her path, and if she endured any longer, Xiao felt she could match the patience of a ninja turtle. Damn it, she couldn't take it anymore. Today, either she or this foolish secret realm had to die. Chapter 128. So Yulongming sect is united, huh? Xiao really had to break through, but it could only be considered a forced breakthrough. Like Yi Qinghan, she was actually even more exaggerated, breaking through 3 realms in a short period of time. In such circumstances, the Foundation could easily become unstable. If it weren't for the secret realm deliberately causing trouble, she really didn't plan to break through. Weren't the nascent soul stage beasts enough for her to build her foundation? Ming Xian stroked his chin. No, let us find a few sword cultivators to fight. They can be of similar realms. You say that? Mu Chongxi raised his chin. Which of the disciples present is not at a higher realm than the junior sister? Hey, Yunk. Ming Xian clicked his tongue. She was higher than Ye Xiao, but her foundation was poor, making her suitable for breaking through. Zhou Xingyun, should I capture her? Let us go? The other four discussed and swaggered toward the direction of the other sects. After all, the secret realm was not targeting them. The great secret realm had many opportunities, but honestly, ever since Ye Xiao joined, they either collapsed or performed ridiculous operations, basically having no time to seek any opportunities. What were they competing for? TSK. Ming Xian raised his hand to shield his forehead and looked. It seems to be a spirit tool. The difference between a spirit tool and a magic tool is that magic tools can be forged, while spirit tools are mostly remnants left in secret realms, high grade, and very rare. Mu Chongxi wanted to join this excitement. What spirit tool? So many people are going to fight for it. The others were clueless. While Shuiyu examined the emerging spirit tool, slightly furrowing his brows, and calmly said, Spirit tool, Red Lotus Cauldron. The 9th on the spirit tool ranking. A pill furnace. The group instantly lost interest. Shuiyu wasn't lacking in such things, but Shuiyu raised his head. We can help Ye Xiao get it. She is poor, has nothing. A demon binding rope was given by Duan Hong, and the spirit bow was someone else's that she picked up and later gave to Miao Miao. So high. Can we fly up with the sword? There's a ladder in midair. Shuiyu said, you have to step on it. You can't fly up with the sword. This ladder is invisible and intangible, but has a certain range, and if you're not careful, it's easy to fall. Moreover, the position in midair is quite intriguing. This secret realm intentionally gathers so many people together just to target Ye Xiao, not allowing anyone to free their hands to help her. You all stall for a while. He still remembered clearly what Ye Xiao said when she left. I'm going to blow up that idiot's house. The Red Lotus Cauldron floated high in the air, with several disciples who needed a pill furnace all gathered together. Shuiyu didn't understand. What does Yunk want this for? She is not a pill cultivator. Who cares? Mu Chongxi rubbed his hands. I'm going to grab it. Saying this, he bent his knees for leverage and jumped up. Indeed, there was an invisible ladder in midair, and the surrounding area was small, making it easy to fall. The one closest to the Red Lotus Cauldron was Yunk. She jumped over several people to stand on top. When Mu Chongxi caught up, he didn't take her seriously. He was fast and used to training. So Yunk didn't react in time and saw the disciples of Longming's sect already climbing up. She bit her lip, feeling pitiful. Why are you, a sword cultivator, competing with me? Mu Chongxi, what does a talisman cultivator want with a pill furnace? His question was too straightforward. Yunk hesitated for a moment. And seeing that Mu Chongxi was about to catch up, she decided to take drastic measures. She took out a mysterious sword from her mustard seed bag and swiftly slashed at him with a sword technique. The sword light flashed, and Mu Chongxi's arm was left with a bloody wound. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked up to meet Yunk's cold gaze, only to be knocked off the ladder by her sword. Zhou Xingyun reached out to catch him, preventing him from meeting the ground face first. He looked up and saw the scene of Yunk just swinging her sword, uttering 2 words, sword cultivator. She can use a sword? A huge uproar erupted both inside and outside the arena. She is a sword cultivator? Good heavens, just like Ye Xiao? Back then, Ye Xiao concealed the fact that she was a talisman cultivator, catching everyone off guard in the second round. Suddenly, a 2.0 version of Ye Xiao appeared, and they were no longer as excited as the first time. They merely felt a sense of emotion. So they all had something hidden up their sleeves. I always thought the direct disciples of the 5 sects were not that simple, but I didn't expect the trump card of Yueqing's sect would be Yunk. She performed so poorly, making countless people despise her in the first 4 rounds. Even the elders who were optimistic about her were somewhat disappointed. Yet in the 5th round, this move surprised everyone. Mu Chongxi had been completely unprepared just now and was knocked down by a sword. He covered his injured arm and grimaced as he returned. She can use a sword. Shuiyu tossed him a healing pill. It's for stopping the bleeding. Be careful of her. She is not quite normal. Mu Chongxi mumbled, I was careless. By this time, many disciples had already gathered around, including those from Bishui's sect and Wenjin's sect. Bishui's sect had the weakest combat power. Originally, they had little chance of competing for spirit tools, but they were the richest. Since entering the secret realm, the teams from Wenjin's sect and Bishui's sect had been cooperating. Upon seeing the Red Lotus Cauldron, Si Miaoyan immediately made a promise. Help us get the Red Lotus Cauldron, and we will provide you with free pills from Bishui's sect in the future. The sword sects were all poor. They couldn't afford pills, but hearing about free benefits, Chu Xingji immediately unsheathed his sword. Let us go. The remaining sword cultivators were no pushovers either, leaving behind only a few afterimages as they stepped onto the ladder. Yunk gritted her teeth, not looking back as she scattered talismans. She had plenty of talismans, and once she scattered them, several sword cultivators couldn't even touch her. God. Zhou Xingyun reacted a beat late, quietly uttering 2 words, expressing his astonishment at the speed of the other sword cultivators. Mu Chongxi frantically urged him, Stop dawdling, senior brother. Hurry up. Can't you see it's about to be taken away? Yunk moved quickly, climbing to the top of the heavenly ladder. Her eyes brightened as she reached out to touch the red lotus cauldron, but in the next second, it vanished. She was taken aback. Below, Duan Hongdao leisurely pulled out a box from his mustard seed pouch and waved his hand, causing the red lotus cauldron to fly towards him. Yunk watched helplessly as the cauldron she thought she had in her grasp flew away, and she panicked. Give it to me. Duan Hongdao didn't even look back as he slipped away, teasingly saying, Nope. Yunk flew up to snatch it, and the group began to fight on the ladder. Zhou Xingyun, urged on, also ascended the heavenly ladder. Yi Qinghan and Qin Huai were out of the competition. In this secret realm, he was practically invincible, easily reaching the top and encountering Yunk on the same ladder. The two met in a narrow confrontation, and Ming Xian below immediately shouted, Hurry, kick her. Ming Xian, senior brother. Mu Chongxi followed up. We have no manners. We came first. Hurry and kick her down. Zhou Xingyun calmly glanced at Yunk, and meeting her emotionless eyes, Yunk felt a moment of panic. Senior brother Zhou, you. In the next second, Zhou Xingyun kicked her down without any hesitation. The higher-ranked cultivators directly climbed to the top, and with Qin Huai and Yi Qinghan out of the game, the sword cultivators present couldn't stop Zhou Xingyun. Duan Hongdao, discontent with Yunk taking it, realized Zhou Xingyun was coming after him. He knew that with the senior brother out, he couldn't hold on to this spirit tool, but it was still a spirit tool ranked on the list, so he wanted to struggle a bit longer. Clutching the shrinking red lotus cauldron, he called out, Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. You just have one cauldron. Who will you give it to when you take it? 2 alchemists? To Yi Xiao. Shui stroked his chin, his tone calm. Her elixir was a bit ugly. Maybe she could try to exchange it for a higher grade to see if it could be salvaged. Although he thought that the ugly elixir Yi Xiao refined probably had little to do with the cauldron. You don't want it? Lu Yin was surprised. He admitted that Yi Xiao was very capable, but Shui wasn't bad in alchemy either, so why should the many of them give it to Yi Xiao? Shui raised an eyebrow. My surname is Shui. If it doesn't work out, I can still go home and inherit the Shui family, and besides, you don't understand. He said leisurely, she is the only hope for our whole village. To sum it up, she is a prodigy. After he finished, the others nodded in agreement. Prodigy, no doubt about it. Lu Yun, you all must be crazy. Outside the arena, Song Hanxing scoffed. TCH. You guys are so united in the Changming sect, huh? Song Hanxing, we will always support you. A muscular man shouted from outside, twisting as he began to cheer. The cold smile on Song Hanxing's lips froze in shock. Duan Hongdao, unwilling to give up the red lotus cauldron, dawdled for a long time. Just as he saw Zhou Xingyun trying to come over to snatch it, a blue phoenix suddenly dove down from the air and crashed into him. The cauldron, not yet contracted, was not very large. The Qingwan bird easily bit onto it, intending to toss it to Yunk. Qingwan. Yunk's eyes lit up. Quick, bring it over. Zhou Xingyun frowned, drawing his sword and chasing after it. The Qingwan let out a long cry, its piercing call causing countless people to instinctively cover their ears. So painful. In an instant, the Qingwan flew away, creating distance. Don't let her get it. But at such a distance, it was already too late to stop it. You all are really lively. Indeed. Even from far away, Yi Xiao could hear the commotion. Quick-witted, she grabbed the sleeping KFC and threw it over steadily. The king of birds, the phoenix, instantly released its pressure. Bloodline suppression was extremely serious in the cultivation world. The two birds collided, and the Qingwan instinctively crouched on the ground. Yunk, still not giving up, gritted her teeth and continued to exert force. Come here. The master-servant contract only restricted the spirit beast itself, and it cried out. The only ones unaffected by the piercing mental attack were Yi Xiao and Yunk. The KFC was her contracted beast, and the mental suppression was useless against her. Yunk, quick on her feet, wanted to rush over and put the red lotus cauldron into her bag, but Yi Xiao decisively stood up to meet her. She wanted a breakthrough, but forcing a breakthrough required time to brew. Yi Qinghan had taken several days to prepare last time. and she had only sat down for a few hours before the fight broke out. The Red Lotus cauldron was still below, and neither of them had gotten it at this point. Young's gaze turned cold. She tried to break her sword, but the stick Yi Xiao wielded was made of an unknown material, and her sword strike didn't even leave a mark. She pursed her lips, not knowing what came to her mind, and softly leaned closer, smiling. During the competition, senior sister Yi Xiao, you wouldn't use your little ghost with a domain, would you? Yi Xiao, no. At the moment Young got close, Yi Xiao activated the third form of the Clear Wind Sword technique, forming a white arc. The Clear Wind Sword technique exploded at close range. Young's magic tool activated in time, but she still couldn't withstand it and sank into the ground. Yi Xiao, lacking manners, stomped her foot towards her face. Regardless of whether she had a domain, it wouldn't stop her from hitting you. She didn't hold back at all. Young's expression changed slightly, and she quickly used a Vajra talisman to block it. Mu Chongxi hurriedly shouted, Yi Xiao, she knows how to use a sword. Just after his reminder, Young slashed down with her sword. The Moon Clear Sect's sword technique was both offensive and defensive. If it was the first time meeting Yi Xiao, she might have been caught off guard, but just recently that illusion had finished demonstrating the Moon Clear Sect's sword technique, so she had some understanding. She used the Clear Wind technique to switch places and barely avoided it. Yi Xiao tilted her head. Dual cultivation of sword and talisman? Her eyes brightened. Among so many personal disciples present, either they were stronger than her, or they were a group of alchemists and tool cultivators. The only one with a weak golden core stage was Yunk, but Yunk was a talisman cultivator, and Yi Xiao had never thought of using her to break through. As a result, she had actually kept a hidden card. Yi Xiao became spirited, barely suppressing the urge to smile, almost unable to resist beckoning her to come and hit her. Yunk gripped the mysterious sword tightly. Seeing Yi Xiao's flustered, dodging appearance, her heart steadied. You're just in time. Coincidentally, she also needed a chance to prove herself completely. Although the Moon Clear sect focused on talismans, it didn't mean there were no sword cultivators. They were just inconspicuous among the talismans. Their sword techniques could attack and defend, continuing the Moon Clear sect's consistent path. Young had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yunhen insisted on locking her in the forbidden area because of the fourth secret realm incident. But she discovered a legacy inside, with many strange spell seals. The sword technique's legacy was aligned with the sword technique of the Moon Clear sect's ancestor. Two dual cultivators of sword and talisman. An elder from the Chengfeng sect stood up. This year's disciples are remarkable. Can Yi Xiao fight? Qin Fanfan looked at Duan Yu. That was a disciple from his class. Duan Yu answered truthfully, she can't win. The realm suppression was there. In the arena, Yi Xiao was forced to keep dodging using the Clear Wind technique, while Young's sword technique was cunning, drawing closer while unceremoniously saying, is the triple cultivation really that impressive? She smiled faintly, you're just this good. Yi Xiao couldn't catch her position. Both of them formed formations at the same time, and in terms of speed, Yi Xiao was clearly slightly superior. Her formation combined two sects, the Changming sect's speed and the Moon Clear sect's power, stacking up, causing Young's expression to stiffen as she clearly struggled. The scene of the two dual cultivators of sword and talisman confronting each other had not occurred in the cultivation world for 100 years. Heavens! The Moon Clear sect had also hidden a card this year. No wonder her mustard seed pouch contained a mysterious sword. No wonder Yunhen is reluctant to punish her. A genius of the same level as Yi Xiao is hard to bear. But our Xiao Xiao has 3 cultivations, while Yunk does not. Let's stop boasting. If we really compare, Yunk has a higher spiritual root than her. Yi Xiao has improved. She doesn't even seem like the same person as at the beginning. The elder of the sword sect calmly observed the arena and commented fairly, but in this comparison, Yi Xiao would lose. Yunk is 2 realms higher than her. Unless she can break through, she will only be pressured throughout the fight. Yi Xiao also felt the pressure, aside from having a slight advantage in formations. The rest was just being suppressed. She couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the main character. Without the inheritance, she still has a second chance. Is the heavenly Tao forcing its own daughter to cultivate both paths? After the two started fighting, those who were struck by the divine sense quickly got up, wanting to grab the Red Lotus cauldron. In the end, Zhou Xingyun snatched it up from under them. The fight began. Duan Hengdao, aren't you going to help? The situation is clearly one-sided. Mu Chongxi, don't you trust your good brother? We share life and death bonds. It's useless to be anxious. At this time, Shuiyu pulled out some sunflower seeds to snack on, saying it's fine, since Yufeng's sect can't even get second place. Third is pretty good. So stop struggling and let us just give up together. Duan Hengdao, Chapter 129, Thunder Tribulation Strikes the Secret Realm. Young chuckled lightly. I am at the Golden Core stage. You are only at Foundation Establishment. This is unfair to you. She had just deliberately pressed Yi Xiao with sword techniques, teasing her like a cat playing with a mouse, letting Yi Xiao dodge a bit before striking again. This way, Young felt very pleased. But Yi Xiao, despite being forced into such a difficult position, surprisingly managed to smile. Yi Xiao touched her agitated dantian and felt it was about time. She sighed lightly. You're right. The girl surprisingly nodded calmly. It is indeed unfair for Foundation Establishment to face Golden Core. Yi Xiao's clothes had several slashes, and her wrist was also bent at an awkward angle. She calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her other hand and smiled slightly, demonstrating what it meant to break through in the moment. Golden Core against Golden Core. Is this fair enough? The fatigue from before reaching the Golden Core vanished, and Yi Xiao vanished into the wind, snatching a bamboo shoot that landed on Young's head. If Foundation Establishment can't do it, what about Golden Core? Yi Xiao had never intended to break through in the secret realm. The duration of the Thunder Tribulation was one issue, and there were too many direct disciples in the secret realm, making accidental injuries unavoidable. Now she thought differently. The moment the aura of breaking through was released, the air in the entire secret realm seemed to calm down. No one noticed a golden light following closely, blessing her before disappearing quickly. Yi Xiao felt warmth in her dantian, and the discomfort from being suppressed by her realm dissipated. Young's fingers shattered the diamond talisman. She quickly pulled back, confused. How is it possible to break through 3 realms in such a short time? She bit her lip, exclaiming, Aren't you a mid-grade spiritual root? Yi Xiao sneered. Who told you I am mid-grade? With a swift motion, she struck Young's face. The Golden Core stage is exhilarating, much faster than Foundation Establishment. Previously, she could only see the shadows of those Golden Core cultivators, but now she could see them clearly. Young hurriedly retreated to block her punch, so fast. Originally, the wind step was quick, but after breaking through to Golden Core, her speed more than doubled. Young could only passively defend, although she broke through before Yi Xiao. Her foundation was unstable. Even with a higher realm, she had just obtained her inheritance and couldn't compare to Yi Xiao's years of sword training. You're taking advantage of me. Seeing Yi Xiao's deadly stance, Young spoke urgently. I'm taking advantage of your grandma. Yi Xiao coldly laughed and changed the wind step again, a sort of clear wind, sweeping down. The sword technique covered a large area, and Young had to dodge clumsily. Yi Xiao followed up with a side kick to her shoulder. Young staggered in pain, still unsteady when Yi Xiao's second kick came down, and finally, the first move of the clear wind technique struck her back fiercely. Young screamed. The force was too strong, causing her insides to churn painfully. She fell to the ground, coughing up blood, her usually beautiful face twisted. Yi Xiao, your father is here. Yi Xiao responded, and explosive talismans rained down. Young had plenty of resources. Yanin had secretly given her many good things, but she couldn't withstand Yi Xiao's numerous talismans. She raised a transparent protective shield and screamed, Ah, Yi Xiao, here. Yi Xiao replied without changing her expression as she tossed down a few bombs. Every time she called out, Yi Xiao would strike. The bombs had a more pronounced effect than the explosive talismans. This was physical damage, and the defensive talismans were quickly blown apart, creating holes. Yi Xiao took the opportunity to start poking at her through one of the holes. Yi Xiao's sword tip flicked, leaving a wound on Young's arm. Blood gushing down. Pain was one thing, but being humiliated was another. 2 sword talismans, both at the Golden Core stage, with Young being 1 realm higher. At first, Young could still take advantage of her realm, but later she was completely crushed. Heavens! I knew Yi Xiao was extraordinary, breaking through 3 realms in a row. Didn't Yi Qinghan only break through 2 realms? But the question is, does she want to break through in the secret realm? Is she crazy? This is a secret realm. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Xing subconsciously clutched his chest, murmuring, I really am still too young. Everyone was hiding their true abilities, right? One has 3 cultivations, the other has dual cultivations. One claims to be an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root, while the other has a pretty high spiritual root. Huh. Turns out only the fool Chu Xing believed she was mid-grade. Since the competition began, I've never believed it. Without powerful divine sense support, a 3 cultivator would have long become a fool. Can Yi Xiao really grow against the odds? I previously guessed she was at most upper grade. But looking at the intensity of the Thunder Tribulation brewing, it seems like top grade. So this year, All direct disciples have top-grade spiritual roots. Honestly, the cultivation world hasn't seen so many geniuses in a long time. In the past, we couldn't even gather upper-grade spiritual roots. But this year we have them all. Speaking of your little disciple, she previously broke through 2 realms, and now she has broken through 3. Has she found her own path now? The elder of the sword sect calmly stated, I guess it's the path of freedom. That fits Xiao's carefree personality. Fan wondered what path she should take. Bai Shui sect asked. Don't ask. Qin Fan didn't lift his head, saying he didn't know. He was completely bewildered, not knowing when she broke through. This generation of direct disciples is too difficult to handle, each one more opinionated than the last. And he felt like an incompetent old father. But it might not necessarily be the path of freedom. This child is quite outrageous, as you know. From Qin Fan's long-term observation, he felt that Xiao should have her own ideas, and when she returns to the sect, he would ask her again. Xiao broke through on the spot, so quickly that it left people unable to react. Accompanied by the aura of breaking through in the secret realm, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to sense something and quickly gathered in one direction. I can't believe it. Is she going to undergo the tribulation in the secret realm? Is she crazy? The thunderclouds look like they have been brewing for a long time. Inside the secret realm, the outside scene is unclear, but the outside is very clear. They can see the thunderclouds gathering above their heads. How long has it been since she broke through? My goodness, what kind of scary thundercloud is this? It's dark and ominous. The last time it was this frightening was with Yi Qinghan. The last time I saw something this terrifying. The elder of Bai Shui's sect stroked his chin. It was indeed the last time. But it should be fine. After all, one is at the golden core stage, and the other is at the nascent soul stage, which is several realms apart. The other elders remained calm. But Elder Xiao from Changming's sect was changing colors like a palette, turning green and red, then red and white. Now notify the children in the secret realm to come out. All of them. Hurry up. His reaction was so intense that the sword sect's leader was taken aback. What about Xiao? If she can't come out, let her stay. The secret realm won't let her leave. And looking at this impending thunder tribulation, who knows if something is wrong? You go notify them. Let all disciples except Xiao squeeze their identity tokens out. This is an order. Elder Xiao was actually quite excited. It wasn't easy, after all. They finally broke through. He wasn't worried about Xiao. As long as the other disciples in the secret realm weren't implicated, that was fine. In this situation, being anxious was useless. Didn't you see that Qin Fan wasn't in a hurry? The other elders exchanged glances, confused about why Changming's sect was reacting this way. When the elders' orders were given, everyone was a bit bewildered. Squeeze identity tokens? What happened again? Did the demon clan attack the cultivation world again? That shouldn't be the case. No. Ming Xian, who knew the inside story, said, listen to my advice. Run quickly. Don't dawdle. Taking advantage of the thunder not having struck yet. Xiao looked at the disciples preparing to go out, feeling a bit lonely. She waved her hand. Hey. Is there a brother who wants to come with me? The other 4 stepped back in unison, saying in unison, take care. Xiao clicked her tongue. If you're a brother, you should come and bear the strikes together. Ming Xian sighed. Being your brother is quite risky. Chu Xingji sneered. Coward. The others didn't need to compete for this ranking anymore. It was basically settled that the current 4th day was a done deal. But it's just a golden core stage thunder tribulation. What are you afraid of? There's nothing to run from. Zhu Yu had guessed something and decisively pulled Chu Xingji. Let's go, second senior brother. The sword sect's disciples need to squeeze their identity tokens. Hurry, she commanded, and with Yi Qinghan absent, Zhu Yu took the lead. Seeing that the junior sister said so, a few direct disciples shrugged and also squeezed their identity tokens to leave. Shui Yu said, take care. This was directed at the secret realm. Withdraw. Ming Xian said, hurry up and leave. In an instant, all the direct disciples scattered like birds and beasts, leaving Xiao alone in the vast secret realm. She looked up, feeling that the life of a master was as lonely as snow. Taking advantage of the thunder not having struck yet, Xiao picked up a bucket of KFC and sighed. Forget it. Let's go find the illusion to play. She just happened to have something she wanted to ask that illusion. After all the direct disciples left, Xiao was the only living direct disciple left in the grand competition. She took a step forward, walking into the inner area of the secret realm. Was she not going to prepare? This was a thunder tribulation. What is there to prepare for at the golden core stage? But looking at her thunder tribulation, it was different from an ordinary golden core stage. So scary, The heavy thunderclouds seemed like they were going to strike down not with heavenly thunder, but as if they were aimed at taking a life. Xiao didn't know how the thunderclouds outside were brewing. She sincerely walked to the inner area. Illusion, illusion. I pray to you. The girl in her red sect robe quietly looked up, her brows and eyes full of seriousness. Are you there? The long silent illusion, hearing someone enter, suddenly jumped up, excited and eager to try. Let it see which unlucky disciple came knocking at its door. Hee. It excitedly rushed out and pulled her inside. As soon as it appeared, it saw a familiar face. The illusion was startled. In a dying state, the unlucky one turned out to be itself. It instinctively wanted to run, but Xiao reached out to grab it. Don't go. I have a question for you. She sincerely asked. The secret realm is alive, right? If the illusion can have self-awareness, who says the secret realm must be dead? It remained silent. Seeing this, Xiao aimlessly controlled her consciousness, making it transform into a shape-shifting figure, constantly changing. The illusion had no self. Its face changed along with the other obsessions. Xiao's casual switching of obsessions caused it to distort for a moment, forcing it to speak. Yes. Xiao, where is the main body of the secret realm? It exploded in anger. How would I know? Xiao changed her approach and asked, then what does it want? It has always targeted me. There must be a reason, right? The illusion gloomily said, it wants to deal with you. It has brewed a beast tied at the nascent soul stage. I've said everything I need to say. Can you stop looking for me? Xiao, wow. She was already used to being targeted. The girl looked at the sky and said to the empty secret realm, hey, are you really not letting me out? I really can blow you up. Hearing Xiao's arrogant shouts, the secret realm looked down on her. Its beast tied at the nascent soul stage was ready, just waiting to resolve this troublesome person in one go. Let her out? Impossible. Seeing no one respond, Xiao lightly clicked her tongue and stepped out of the inner area. You forced me. After collapsing the secret realm in the second round, she truly had no intention of wrecking another secret realm, but who made it insist on trapping her? Hey. Xiao lazily curled her lips, holding the recording stone, taking it out and pointing it directly at her face, waving her hand. Family outside the secret realm, please turn all your attention to me. The people outside, what now? What kind of trick is Xiao trying to pull this time? What is she trying to say to us? Qin Fanfan thought that since it was the fifth round, Xiao would calm down, but unexpectedly, Xiao was still that Xiao. Not a bit changed at all. All the eliminated direct disciples surrounded her, and Zhuyu couldn't help but say, she really is impressive. At such a time, how did this person manage to greet everyone as if nothing had happened? And now, only Xiao remained in the arena. She stood there with an air of dominance. On her tiptoes, chin raised, striking an extremely arrogant pose, as if she could see the reactions of the people outside, and smiled slightly. Yes, just like that. Come. Today I will perform for everyone, a once-in-a-thousand-years thunder tribulation striking the secret realm. Fellow Taoists, where are the screams? Where is the applause? The people outside cooperated, all starting to clap and shout slogans for her. Qin Fanfan turned his head and found that the leaders of the other four sects were looking at him with an indescribable expression, as if blaming him for what kind of disciple he had raised. Qin Fanfan said impatiently, why are you looking at me? Clap. Chapter 130. What are you waiting for? TSK. Thunder tribulation strikes the secret realm. My name is Xiao. Remember it. Whether it is thunder tribulation or secret realm, both are creations of heaven and earth. When the two meet, who will win? Can thunder tribulation break open the secret realm? If it can't be broken, then can't one go into the secret realm to undergo tribulation in the future? That is heavenly thunder. Of course, it can break it. In the past, cultivators undergoing tribulation in the secret realm were not unheard of, but generally speaking, they coexisted peacefully. Thunder tribulation embodies the will of heaven and only strikes people. The secret realm would not be affected. Wouldn't Xiao be in trouble then? The secret realm had already brewed a wave of beast tide at the nascent soul stage, and she was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Plus, with the thunder tribulation approaching, the three factors combined raised some questions. Could Xiao still come out alive? An elder from the sword sect tilted his head to inquire about the other's opinion. Changfeng sect had a compulsory artifact to open the secret realm. Should they go in to save her? Qin Fanfan looked at the dark thunder tribulation in the sky and shook his head, saying, everyone stay far away. Don't get close to her. The child's tribulation was brewing quickly. The high-level members of the other sects all had their own agendas. And upon hearing what the Changming sect had to say, they fell silent and began to ponder. Yi Qinghan had fallen in less than a cup of tea during his nascent soul stage. Could Yi Xiao be faster than him? The scenes in the secret realm were somewhat terrifying. After Yi Xiao finished boasting, she tucked the recording stone into her pocket. One hoof from a nascent soul stage demon beast would spell her doom. The girl, without looking back, rode a fiery red bird, directing the KFC to fly downwards. Trying to maintain distance from the approaching wave of nascent soul stage demon beasts, the KFC was somewhat speechless. Ever since it followed Yi Xiao, it had been either chasing or being chased. The contractor it initially sought was not Yi Xiao. The phoenix was an auspicious beast, seeking to serve those with great fortune as its master. Yi Xiao did not seem like the type favored by the heavens. But now, it seemed different. Fortune was favoring her. How strange. The KFC continuously carried her through the air, dodging left and right. The pressure from the nascent soul stage demon beasts was enough to make ordinary demon beasts cower on the ground, but it was a phoenix. The fiery red phoenix with its golden eyes stood tall, and several birds flying up to surround them immediately submissively landed on the ground. Yi Xiao, inexperienced, exclaimed in surprise. Touching its head, impressive. The beastly pressure of divine beasts was not omnipotent. It only suppressed those with pure bloodlines or certain kin birds. The secret realm saw through this and commanded other demon beasts to swarm forward. What level was Yi Xiao's bird? Perhaps it was a spiritual beast like the cloud magpie. The Qingwan bird was considered a rare spiritual beast, and they had noticed the bird next to Yi Xiao, thinking it was just a demon beast. Who would have thought it could intimidate nascent soul stage beasts? Spiritual beasts didn't have that capability. An elder from the Jin sect said coolly, the Qingwan bird belongs to the category of spiritual beasts that specialize in mental attacks. It is indeed strong, but it definitely cannot make nascent soul stage demon beasts bow down. An elder from the Bai Shui sect raised an eyebrow. A divine beast? If the 8 great families in the outside world find out, she have to report it? Qin Fanfan's heart skipped a beat. It was a chicken. What were they guessing? The Bai Shui sect glanced at him. Ah, right. A chicken that can intimidate nascent soul stage demon beasts at a glance. Given the situation, it seemed that the Changming sect wanted to protect this divine beast. But then again, if they had a divine beast, they would protect it too. However, the Changming sect had been struggling in recent years. It was uncertain if they could keep it safe among the big families. This year, so many geniuses had emerged at once. It wasn't impossible to forcibly protect a divine beast. Qin Fanfan was quite confused. He had previously helped Yi Xiao investigate the origins of her contracted beast. Wasn't it said to be a demon beast? Damn it. Elder Xiao felt somewhat guilty and sternly asked, Hey, did you already know that thing was a divine beast? He didn't. Qin Fanfan muttered softly, I didn't know. Elder Xiao frowned slightly. What do you know? Qin Fanfan, I don't know anything. This group of kids didn't share anything with him. The incompetent old father was online, feeling sad. Elder Xiao was left speechless. With such unreliable sect masters and disciples, it was a miracle that the Changming sect had not disbanded until now. Yi Xiao and the KFC were in a very awkward situation, jumping around. When they could no longer avoid the ambush of the nascent soul stage demon beasts, they cooperated to escape. The KFC turned back and breathed fire onto the demon beast's feathers. The phoenix's true fire could not be extinguished by ordinary water and air. The demon beasts, having been toyed with, were infuriated and swung their tails at her with lightning speed. The KFC made a mistake and failed to dodge, causing both it and Yi Xiao to be knocked down, several golden talismans in her arms shattering one after another. Yi Xiao was slammed to the ground. Taking a cold breath, it hurt quite a bit. However, she pressed her lips together, sensing something, and raised her eyes, staring motionlessly at the sky above the secret realm. The secret realm laughed. Almost at the moment Yi Xiao fell, the secret realm locked onto her position and summoned the surrounding demon beasts to gather towards her at a terrifying speed. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage demon beasts pressed closer, while Yi Xiao, who was gradually being surrounded, merely opened her eyes, gazing calmly at the sky. She stood still, as if she had completely given up struggling. The secret realm transformed, floating at the top, laughing with satisfaction. Run. I want to see where you can run to. In its secret realm, it was the master. Yi Xiao heard a voice from the sky and smiled in response. Really? I don't believe it. The nascent soul stage demon beasts were about to swarm in tightly, ready to tear her apart in the next second. Yet the girl merely stood there calmly. At this moment, no one outside was in a hurry to tell Xiao to stop pretending and run, because they were too occupied to see what was going on in the secret realm. Outside, layers of thunderclouds were piling up, and the entire outside world was filled with the impending storm. The originally bright sky was completely covered, dark as if an evil god had invaded the cultivation world. Thunder needs time to brew before it strikes, so they thought that even if it fell, it would take several hours. Who would have thought that this thunder was so unruly? Just as they were watching intently, a thunder tribulation as thick as a fist crashed down, shaking the earth. And in an instant, the scene was illuminated as bright as day. Heavens! Run! The audience was affected. Run! This is serious. With a single thunder tribulation, everyone present was caught up in it, and under the aftershock of the thunder, everyone fell to the ground, dazed and confused. Mu Chongxi and the others were merely affected. But even so, their bodies felt numb. What is this thunder tribulation doing attacking people? Ming Xian shouted urgently. No, it's mainly targeting Xiao. You all step aside. It's blocking its strike on people. This thunder tribulation had been brewing to strike Xiao for a long time. It had finally caught an opportunity, and it naturally wouldn't care about the lives of others. The affected cultivators, groggy, stood up, intending to see which disciple was so kind-hearted, only to glance at the sect uniforms and realize it was the Changming sect, instantly understanding. Oh, so it's the good brother of the party involved. What kind of thunder tribulation was this? Even a transformation stage cultivator couldn't affect others. Thunder tribulations were supposed to be targeted. It was the first time they had seen one affecting those outside the arena. If it was so terrifying outside, how dreadful must it be where Xiao was? Just as they were thinking this, the excited thunder tribulation struck fiercely, splitting the secret realm open and heading straight for Xiao in the center. The shockwave from the thunder under the heavens instantly blew away the nascent soul-stage demon beasts that were lunging at Xiao. The thunder tribulation centered around her exploded, leaving a barren area 10 meters around her. Xiao was jolted by the electricity, but she had become quite adept at this now, calmly exhaling a puff of black smoke. Accompanying the arrival of the thunder tribulation, the wave of demon beasts also came. They charged over aggressively, wanting to crush this overconfident disciple, but before they could react, a thunder tribulation the size of a fist crashed down. In an instant, their relatives were blown away. The smile of the secret realm also froze. There is a saying in the cultivation world that under the thunder, all beings are equal, and it's not without reason. But wasn't it said that the thunder wouldn't affect others? The first roll of thunder struck down, and the secret realm began to shake. Before it could figure out what went wrong, it saw Xiao lying on the ground, sighing. I'm waiting for the thunder. What are you waiting for? She said. Waiting to die? Xiao was naturally unaware of when the thunder tribulation outside would strike, while she was in the secret realm. However, after being struck by hundreds of lightning bolts while following Qinghan before, she was very familiar with the taste of heavenly thunder. Since this secret realm wanted to target her, she would let it target her to its heart's content. If she was struck, it would be struck along with her. Was this really the kind of thunder tribulation that a golden core cultivator would face? Outside the secret realm, Chu Xingji pursed his lips, doubting life. Your thunder tribulation seems different from mine. Comparing his golden core thunder tribulation to this one made it seem insignificant. Zhu Yu asked, can Xiao withstand it? Yi Qinghan thought back to when she had endured a long time under a nascent soul tribulation and was still lively, calmly nodding. She would be fine. There was still one chapter left. Chapter 131. I might be able to hold out until the thunder ends. Have you considered that she doesn't have a top-grade spiritual root nor an exceptional one? Instead, it's the legendary one. Zhu Yu barely managed to retract his expression of disbelief and calmly said, heavenly grade. His mood was quite complicated at this moment. That was a heavenly grade. What was the Moonclear sect thinking to just let her go? Yi Qinghan replied, I thought about it. Back when I was undergoing the nascent soul tribulation, she insisted on coming over and even helped me share most of it. He had contemplated this possibility then, but he had no opportunity to confirm this speculation. He couldn't just grab Xiao and force her hand on the testing stone to interrogate her. All the cultivators outside automatically made way for the secret realm as lightning bolts fell continuously from the sky, not giving anyone a moment to breathe. The lightning crazily struck at Xiao in the secret realm. At first, they were still shocked, but later they became somewhat preoccupied with their own safety because this heavenly thunder could affect innocent bystanders outside, even if it didn't strike them directly. The residual waves from the tribulation were enough to cause serious trouble for those with lower cultivation levels, as the situation seemed to spiral out of control. The head of the Wunjian sect furrowed his brows tightly and quickly stepped forward to take charge. Yunhen, set up a barrier. Seeing this, Yunhen calmly stepped forward, standing with his hands behind his back. He quickly unleashed white talismans that formed an array, raising a barrier that protected all the cultivators present under the formation, preventing everyone from being affected by the thunder tribulation and causing a collective panic. Yunhen's mood was also very complicated. He had lived for more than half his life and had never seen a golden core tribulation create such a commotion that required him to personally set up a formation. Is Xiao really okay? Ming Xian pressed his face against the barrier, feeling anxious. Although he knew she could absorb it, the situation was still frightening. No need to worry, Shuiyu said flatly, also staring without blinking. The one in trouble should be the secret realm. Hopefully, the people in the secret realm were okay. The members of the Changming sect knew the inside story. The outside world did not know that Xiao was a very resilient being, specifically in how well she could indulge and still be fine. The current situation was different. Under the thunder tribulation, all things were like ants. That thunder tribulation was scarier than the last one Yi Qinghan faced. It was clearly not just a tribulation. It seemed intent on striking her to death. In such a situation, either her spiritual root was above the exceptional level, or she had offended the heavenly way. After a pause, the elder said softly, both. The combined power, let alone a golden core cultivator, even a core formation cultivator might not withstand it. His words stirred up a huge wave, above the exceptional grade, that only left the heavenly grade. A few elders' gazes darkened slightly. If Xiao could survive, then the Changming sect would truly have struck gold. Who wouldn't want a heavenly spiritual root? If possible, everyone would want to pull Xiao out right now. Perhaps even take the opportunity to drag her into their own sect. But with such a thunder tribulation, how could Xiao, a golden core, resist? Based on Xiao's long experience of being struck, it would probably take at least 3 days to finish. By that time, there would be two possibilities. Either the thunder tribulation would destroy the secret realm, or the secret realm would throw her out. The question was whether the secret realm could hold out for 5 days to throw her out. At that moment, the situation reversed. Xiao, who was being targeted, lay on the ground like an old man, while the thunder tribulation in the air tore through the secret realm each time before accurately striking her. Xiao's long eyelashes trembled slightly as the heavenly thunder struck her, washing over her meridians, brutally crushing her organs, and although the cultivators healed quickly, it still hurt a lot. The faster the thunder tribulation fell, the quicker the entire secret realm approached collapse. Xiao sensed its distortion and restlessness, calmly lying in the center, even having the mind to slowly give the secret realm the middle finger. Allah! The secret realm was furious. Get out! Get out of my secret realm! The voice of the secret realm sounded quite childish. Xiao innocently replied, but my identity token broke. Weren't you the one who wanted to keep me here? She calmly stated, I might be able to hold out until the thunder ends. The secret realm was so angry it wanted to explode. It gathered again, thinking, hold out until the end? Then will it even survive? But at this moment, it couldn't kick her out, as the thunder tribulation continuously struck, and it didn't even have the chance to approach Xiao, let alone kick her out. Initially, everyone thought Xiao wouldn't survive the second day, but the elders gradually discovered something miraculous. She seemed to be fine. Chapter 132, Personal Competition. Not only did she show no signs of discomfort, but she appeared to be getting more spirited with each strike. What kind of reasoning was this? The elder muttered. How long will her thunder tribulation last? If her aptitude was as high as they speculated, it might take more than 3 days and nights. Tribulations usually progressed in layers. Only when the heavenly thunder was successfully passed could it be considered a formal golden core formation. It might take 3 days or even longer. So they should just stay here. Whenever it ended, it would be over. The head of the Wunjian sect quickly decided to inform the unrelated cultivators outside to disperse. The remaining core disciples could choose to leave or stay. All the elders and sect leaders would remain here to wait for Xiao's thunder tribulation to end. She was undergoing tribulation, and the outside crowd was collectively affected. This was unprecedented in the cultivation world. Yunhen went to inform those cultivators to disperse, waving his hand to remove the barrier, saying calmly, you can leave now. The remaining core disciples can also return to the sect early to prepare for the personal competition. The Changming sect stays. The cultivators outside were eager to comply. After all, who wanted to stay and be struck? Looking at Xiao's current situation, it seemed unlikely to end in 3 days. They could just go home and watch the recording stone later. Song Hanxing stood there with his arms crossed. Seeing the Changming sect members gathered together, he said coolly, "I thought you would stay." "Our souls are with Xiao," Ming Xian lazily replied, "but not our bodies. It's not appropriate to stay. Staying together means getting struck together." Yun Ke didn't understand the heavenly thunder, but had an inexplicable bad premonition. She looked up, her watery eyes gazing at Song Hanxing. "Senior brother, does such fierce thunder tribulation mean her talent is very strong?" Song Hanxing replied, "Otherwise?" He suppressed his impatience and explained. Yi Qinghan was struck for 3 days during his nascent soul period. The longer it lasts, the higher it gets. Those with low talent aren't worth the Heavenly Way's effort to strike. Being targeted by the Heavenly Way is also a kind of alternative ability. Yun Ke tightened her fingertips slightly, suppressing her doubts. Then why didn't she have Heavenly Thunder back then? The absence of Heavenly Thunder seemed rare in the cultivation world. The 5 sects were already unfriendly towards her. If it were known how her spiritual route came about, she might not even be able to participate in the personal competition. Inside the secret realm, after Yi Xiao said this, the secret realm went haywire. It was desperate, wanting to kick her out, but unable to reach her. Nearly crying from anger, Yi Xiao lay on the ground, turned over, and continued to endure the lightning strikes. She heard the secret realm ask her in a voice close to tears, resentfully questioning, "When will your tribulation end?" "I don't know." This was her first time crossing the lightning tribulation, and she had no experience at all. It turned out that the initial tribulation was relatively mild. But by the latter half of the night, the sky was filled with thunderbolts, and the area within 100 miles of the secret realm was devastated. The secret realm prepared to grit its teeth and hold on. It was only 3 days, after all. It was also a creation of heaven and earth and shouldn't be so fragile. Others thought the same way. 3 days and nights should be enough, right? On the 3rd day, when the sky was just lightning, several elders stood quietly waiting. Seeing the dawn, one elder stood up and smiled with relief. "It's the 3rd day. It will soon be over." Finally, it was coming to an end. "Are you happy?" Qin Fanfan asked quietly. "Happy?" The elders nodded. Who wouldn't be happy to finally leave this place? Afraid of being affected, they specifically opened a barrier. And the group of elder sect leaders waited for Yi Xiao to come out as if they were in prison. Qin Fanfan smiled. "Then you are too early to be happy." The lightning tribulation for spiritual roots was different from that of top-tier spiritual roots. He had checked before. Yi Xiao wouldn't finish in less than 5 days, which meant that only a little more than half had passed. The elder exclaimed, "The secret realm is on the verge of collapse." It screamed as if it hadn't seen this person since she entered the secret realm. Yi Xiao looked at the secret realm in the air, which was constantly dispersing and reassembling, nearing distortion and madness. She didn't speak, but seemed to be pondering. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it collapsed. She had experienced collapsing secret realms before. The rolling thunder grew stronger with each strike and lasted for 5 full days. When the last thunderbolt fell, the secret realm completely dissipated before her eyes. Yi Xiao squinted, lying on the ground, motionless. Having gotten used to the light within the secret realm, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the dark clouds outside that had not yet dissipated. Yi Xiao gently rubbed her eyes and walked out, initially expecting to see a group of fans enthusiastically throwing flowers and welcoming her. However, when she emerged, the scene was quite different from what she had imagined. The audience seats were empty, and the elders were bracing the barrier. Upon seeing her come out, they all retreated as if she were a terrorist. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing?" Confused, she walked over, and the other disciples automatically made way for her, each giving her strange looks. The other disciples exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, when Ming Xian broke the silence. "How do you feel after reaching the golden core stage?" Yi Xiao instinctively lowered her eyes and used her divine sense to probe the situation inside her body. A round and plump golden core. She blinked and replied, "Pretty good." The girl turned back to glance at the already dissipated ghostly secret realm and thought about it, honestly saying, "It's just a bit of a useless secret realm." 2 secret realms had collapsed because of her, and she didn't know if she had some kind of curse. She felt no discomfort. In fact, she seemed to be getting more energetic with each lightning strike, except that every time she finished a tribulation, she felt like a beggar. Other than that, there were no other issues. Elder Xiao said, "You little brat, you know it's a bit of a useless secret realm?" He could already imagine how to ask the sword-asking sect for money this time. But a genius was indeed a genius. He could only shed tears and pay, adding to the already strained finances of their sect. Qin Fanfan. The questioning from the sword-asking sect was late, but arrived. The secret realm has collapsed for the second time because of your Longming sect. The voice of the elder from the sword-asking sect turned cold. Do you think this is a place for them to play? Saying it was destroyed just like that. It might take a long time for the ghostly secret realm to recover and reopen. This year's group of direct disciples was quite extraordinary. One was dual cultivating, and the other was triple cultivating. Moreover, Xiao was a heavenly spiritual root. A genius was not just a genius in their sect, as the host. The higher-ups of the sword-asking sect naturally wanted to reprimand them without a second thought. Qin Fanfan saw the situation was not good and hurriedly jumped in front of the others, taking the topic away. That's too much, too much. You actually let the secret realm collapse twice. Everyone, please stay calm. I will go reprimand her right away. Then he pulled Xiao away. Ah, right. Elder Xiao came up with an idea. I will go reprimand her too. After saying that, he ran off as well. The other sect elders said, the Longming sect really can't find a few normal people. An elder from the Bun sect retracted his gaze, furrowing his brows. 5 days of lightning tribulation. Such a frightening display. The Longming sect was indeed making waves this time. He sighed. With such talent, why would she go to the Longming sect? So how did she, a mid-tier spiritual root, become a direct disciple? Compared to the Longming sect's reckless abandon, they were more willing to believe that Qin Fanfan had long known she was a genius and had planned it in advance. The case was solved. It turned out that the seemingly naive Qin Fanfan was the one hiding the deepest secrets. They thought he was passive, but in reality, Qin Fanfan had begun to lay the groundwork long ago. Watching so many elders starting to theorize conspiracies, Yunhen could no longer sit still. She is a disciple of our sect, he said expressionlessly, reminding them, that girl Xiao was brought back by me from the foot of the mountain. To put it bluntly, the Longming sect was clearly taking advantage of him. The head of the sword-asking sect glanced at him and said, so that genius was originally from your sect? What did you do then? Choose to steal her spiritual plants? Yunhen retorted, did you make her kneel? The elder from the Bun sect laughed. Although he disapproved of the Longming sect's complacency, he also didn't like Yunhen. In the Yueqing sect, talismans were in the majority, and it was hard to find a talisman cultivator from other sections. They were recruiting all talisman cultivators from the cultivation world, and none were shared with other sections. Yunhen's expression darkened. He was somewhat annoyed. Initially, learning that he had let go of a heavenly talent made him feel terrible. Now, with other sect elders repeatedly mentioning it, wasn't that slapping him in the face? Xiao had always been the most ordinary child in Yunhen's eyes. Then suddenly, one day, everyone came to tell him, did you not know? She is actually a genius. This powerful sense of disparity threw Yunhen's mindset off balance. It was her own choice to leave. Moreover, that child had not been like this when she was in his sect. He couldn't help but argue at that time. She was clearly just an inconspicuous mid-tier spiritual root. The head of the sword-asking sect countered. Then why don't you reflect on why she became different after going to the Longming sect? Although they all looked down on the Longming sect's usual lax atmosphere, it had to be said that compared to other sects, the atmosphere in the Longming sect was indeed more comfortable. Yunhen fell silent. The elder from the sword-asking sect calmly stated, you regret it now because she is a genius. What if she weren't? You would be glad you drove her away. The essence of humanity is double standards. While Yunhen's actions could be understood, regretting now was a bit late. The matter was already settled. Xiao being a direct disciple of the Longming sect couldn't be changed. Yunhen's voice weakened as he explained, I never thought of driving her away. If he had known Xiao was a heavenly spiritual root, he would definitely have reserved a position for her among the direct disciples. After all, Xiao came out from your sect. The head of the Bun sect said sarcastically, now it's good, you found a rival for the competition. Now our Longming sect's team is in first place. Are you happy? They were not pleased either. The emergence of a Longming sect competitor who snatched first place made no one happy. Yunhen's lips moved, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Was it wrong for him to try to gain benefits for his sect? At that time, Xiao Kei's talent was indeed exceptional. If not, why would he have resorted to stealing the disciples' spiritual plants? Letting go of a heavenly spiritual root and then picking up a top-tier spiritual root seems like a total loss. The more Yunhen thought about it, the more he regretted it. That was the disciple he had raised, and in the end, it benefited the Changming sect. Qin Fanfan's smug expression earlier felt like a burning brand in Yunhin's heart, and he couldn't help but glare coldly at those direct disciples, his gaze vaguely drifting toward Yonk. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Return to the sect." Being held back by Yi Xiao, Song Hanxing floated by, sneering at her. "Aren't you ashamed?" The boy's back was indifferent, and his arrogant demeanor made Yonk extremely annoyed. Suzhua hurried to comfort Yonk, saying that senior brother Song was just like that. But his thoughts inevitably wandered. Senior sister, it turns out to be a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, he stared blankly at the sect rankings from the team competition, pursing his lips. If Yi Xiao had still been at the Yueqing sect back then, perhaps they would have been the number one now. After the fifth match, the score summary came out, and Changming sect was undoubtedly first. The discussion in the cultivation world had gone wild. Heavens, how can Changming sect, which was always at the bottom, be first? Is the cultivation world doomed? No, no, no. Changming sect earned the first place with strength. If you don't understand, you can check the recording stone. That new direct disciple will surprise you. It really was a huge surprise. A direct disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. Who would have thought it would be hidden until the end? If it weren't for this thunder tribulation, who could have imagined? I was on site. 5 days of thunder. Damn, the secret realm was shattered. The scene in the audience during the fifth match was grand. A group of elders, sect leaders, and direct disciples crowded within a barrier just to avoid the aftermath of the thunder tribulation, which was rare in the cultivation world. The team competition came to a close, but the necessary processes still had to be followed. For example, Changming sect, which had taken first place for the first time in many years, was naturally surrounded by a group of cultivators eager to gather information. They were first, so they had to show face. Enthusiastic fans of Changming sect chattered excitedly, nearly burying them. Yi Xiao, who leads the cultivation world. Only my Yi Xiao is number one. Xiao. They didn't have time to return to the courtyard and were blocked halfway. Get ready, Qin Fanfan reminded. Wait a moment. You guys need to go over and discuss your insights. The Jian sect will gather all of your direct disciples for a meeting, especially you five. First, there should be a sense of ceremony, and of course, the elders would give a speech before the individual competition started. At that time, they would ask you to share your insights on taking first place. Qin Fanfan knew that this group of kids had little experience. To be honest, he had no experience either. They had originally prepared to come back to the sect for the new year with a last place finish. Who would have thought? In the end, they ended up first. When the time came, you just had to say a few casual words. Of course, you could prepare a note to casually memorize, and that would be enough. The few of them nodded thoughtfully, each returning to their courtyards to tidy up briefly before heading to the location provided by the Jian sect for the meeting. Yi Xiao changed into a new outfit. Her red sect robe had been torn to shreds, so she casually pulled out a light-colored outfit and hung the bamboo shoot on her waist. Changing clothes was already her greatest respect for this society. The other direct disciples had gathered, and today's main characters were a few from Changming sect. The others were lazy and uninterested, especially toward Yi Xiao, who received resentful glances from several direct disciples. They hated this kind of talented dog. A low-key talented dog, too. Damn it. Because they had to go up to give speeches, Zhou Xingyun dawdled for a long time without saying a word. Ming Xian nudged him. Don't be scared. Just say a few words. He thought his senior brother was nervous. Zhou Xingyun stood there with a cold gaze, looking displeased. After a while, he said in a flat tone, I forgot my lines. Then Zhou Xingyun slowly took out a note from his sleeve, read it aloud, and coldly tossed in. All right. He stepped back, making way for the others. Elder Xiao rubbed his forehead. As expected, one couldn't rely on this group of kids to be reliable. Zhou Xingyun's actions left the venue silent for a few seconds, and in the end, it was Shuiyu who was pulled over, as he was relatively normal. An elder from the Jian sect asked indifferently, with the individual competition approaching, is there any disciple you want to collaborate with? Oh, Shuiyu hesitated for a moment. Maintaining a calm tone, Yi Xiao, Wei slept together. They had at least refined pills together in the same room. And since the junior sister and he were the only two alchemists in Changming sect, if they wanted to collaborate, it would naturally be with Yi Xiao. Seeing that Yi Xiao's reputation was about to be harmed, Mu Chengxi kicked him, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, everyone. He doesn't talk. I'll speak. The other party nodded. With the individual competition coming up, the most noteworthy were the 5 sects' direct disciples. His expression softened as he said solemnly, with the individual competition approaching. If you had to choose one from the 5 sects to fight against, who would you choose? Mu Chengxi replied, Yi Qinghan. I like him. Both were born with sword bones and had never fought, so Mu Chongxi was genuinely interested in Yi Qinghan. The other direct disciples exchanged glances, their looks toward Yi Qinghan filled with implications. The elders frowned slightly, sensing that the topic seemed to be straying into a serious direction. Yi Xiao, unable to bear it anymore, looked at Yi Xiao. You come up. At this moment, she was the main character. The originally listless direct disciples perked up, as none of the direct disciples present had been tormented by her in the secret realm. Thus, they were all eager to hear what nonsense Yi Xiao could say. Yi Xiao lazily said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you to the opposing sects for helping me grow. Thank you to fate for letting us meet. I believe that in the future, we will get along very well." Tsh. Chu Xingji rolled his eyes, disdainful of her, hypocritical, watching the other direct disciples rolling their eyes. Yi Xiao waved her hand and smiled slightly, summarizing, "In the end, the road is long. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Xiao will not let you hesitate. Everyone, see you in the individual competition." This chapter is 800 words. Chapter 133. Individual competition, how arrogant. Her speech stimulated the others, and several cold gazes fell on her. Yi Qinghan slightly curled his lips, nodding at her. "See you in the individual competition. Looking forward to your skills." After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she didn't look at the reactions of those direct disciples and briskly walked down, preparing to take a few people to eat. However, the elder from the Jian sect regained his senses and called out to them. The direct disciples who had been busy in the secret realm for several days now looked like wilted cabbage, slumped and lacking any of the postures a direct disciple should have. Staring at this group of casually leaning direct disciples, the elder's brows furrowed deeply. And then he began a long-winded lecture. "Stand properly, one by one. When the outside cultivators see you, what will they think?" The Jian sect's group stood the straightest, each like a little poplar. Yi Xiao curled her lips and hid behind the Jian sect, intending to use them as a shield, but unexpectedly found a bunch of like-minded people in the back row. The Jian sect had the best order, thanks to strict sect rules and the elders' tireless reprimands. They had clearly become accustomed to it. The elders knew that these kids were unwilling to listen, but there were some things they still prepared to clarify in advance. Your future is not about the competition, not about the bickering of the matches. When encountering demonic cultivators and evil cultivators, they will not show mercy just because you are direct disciples, nor will the elders send someone to protect you. Being a direct disciple does not elevate you above others, nor does it give you the right to look down on other cultivators. The principle of having a vast understanding, yet still cherishing the small things, is something I hope you all can understand. Elder Yi Xiao stood in the back, slightly shifting her stance, and asked, "What about the direct disciples before us? The competition happens once every 100 years. So surely they don't only accept direct disciples once every 100 years. The elder was about to see which direct disciple dared to ask such a question when he noticed it was the genius from Changming sect. He paused and explained, "They have fallen in the path of martyrdom. Over the past 100 years, countless geniuses have perished in the cultivation world. These children lack a sense of crisis, and who can predict what the future holds? The path ahead must be walked by themselves." Next, let's discuss the individual competition. The previously listless direct disciples straightened up. The individual competition concerns their personal reputation. Each direct disciple is already well known among cultivators before participating in the grand competition. The team competition can be explained away by saying they couldn't outperform others, but the individual competition is a matter of face. The individual competition will be ranked based on points. Not only direct disciples will participate, there will be 3 rounds in total. The first round will mostly consist of loose cultivators, so anyone eliminated in the first round will have to return to their sect for self-reflection. The leaderboard has not been released yet. The top 10 are mostly loose cultivators and disciples from other sections. Once it's announced, you can check it out. The competition is divided into 4 paths: Talisman Path, Alchemy Path, Sword Path, and Weapon Path. Pay attention. At this point, he glanced at Yi Xiao and Yun Ke. Direct disciples cannot participate in multiple paths at the same time. You can only choose one. Do you understand? Yi Xiao. Oh. Yun Ke lowered her eyes. Yes. Those in sword cultivation who can enter the top 10 will be able to choose swords from the sword cave. The rewards for the other sect's top 10 have not been announced yet, he said sternly, but it won't reduce your rewards. Lastly, I remind you, those who can enter the top 10 should try their best to do so. The final rewards are more useful than your experiences down the mountain. The 5 sects have many good things, so it's best if all 10 of the top spots are taken by direct disciples from the 5 sects. Otherwise, they will have to share with other sects, which will be painful for them. After understanding the general rules of the competition, they each returned to their respective places. Once back in the courtyard, they immediately checked the situation on the Cultivation World Forum. Unsurprisingly, Changming sect had become the hot topic of discussion. 5 days of thunder tribulation. One of the few heavenly roots in the cultivation world. How could it be hidden until now? Perhaps it was intentional by sect master Qin. Look, Changming sect is now in first place. Other sects must be dying of envy. Yunhin must be feeling the worst. It probably isn't easy for Yueqing sect either. I really can't understand why they don't want a genius like Yi Xiao. What more do they want? That Yi Xiao is also quite extraordinary. Having broken through 2 secret realms in a row. Looking forward to the next? Haha. Yi Lang Lang. A direct disciple that makes secret realms tremble in fear. Isn't anyone going to mention what's going on with Yunke? Dual cultivation. She's also a genius. Speaking of Yunke, she has a top-grade spiritual root and is in the middle stage of Golden Core. We can indeed expect her performance in the individual competition. Upon hearing discussions about Yunke, Ming Xian frowned slightly, holding a wolf hairbrush, absent-mindedly drawing circles. She should also be practicing the talisman path, right? Shuiyu nodded. Her swordsmanship is clearly lacking. It must be the talisman path. Like Yi Xiao, she is still in the early stages of learning. But Yi Xiao learns quickly, while Yunke obviously cannot match that. She can only lean towards the talisman path. How is her talisman drawing skill? Ming Xian lightly clicked his tongue. Yi Xiao. I'm not sure, but when I was at the bottom of the cliff with Song Hansheng, his evaluation was that she was useless. Song Hansheng's words, though harsh, should have no embellishment. Forget it. Shuiyu. Still, be careful. Be cautious in the first round. What if there's a capable loose cultivator among them? It would be embarrassing to be eliminated in the first round. Yi Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. The few of them were so immersed in discussing the individual competition that they didn't even notice when Qin Fan Fan arrived. Xiao Qiao. Qin Fan Fan cleared his throat. Standing at the door, calling out to her, "What path are you cultivating?" Cultivators in the cultivation world follow different paths, and their methods of attaining enlightenment are also varied. He needed to understand so he could make corresponding training and adjustments for Yi Xiao later. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback by the question. Looking over with some hesitation, I can't really describe it. She could only vaguely sense a bit of feeling. Perhaps it is somewhat similar to the path of affection? As Yi Xiao spoke, she glanced at Shuiyu. Shuiyu, similar to his path? But not completely the same, Yi Xiao added. This was a very novel description. Similar to the path of affection? What could that be? The path of affection is about having affection for all things. Qin Fan Fan murmured to himself, wondering what could be similar to the path of affection. He stroked his beard, falling into deep thought. Yi Xiao truly did not understand the various chaotic paths in the cultivation world, so she couldn't describe it. Qin Fan Fan could only ponder hard about what could relate to the path of affection. The courtyard was silent when suddenly the door was kicked open. Allah! The rankings are out. Let's go, Yi Xiao. Mu Chengxi rushed in excitedly. Let's quickly see who made it into the top 100 sword cultivators. He had gone out early to wait for the rankings, just to see the results as soon as possible. Ming Xian, seeing this, hurriedly pulled Yi Xiao. No. She's coming with me to the talisman cultivators. Just like going to the bathroom, everyone wants someone to accompany them to watch. Our alchemy cultivators are open too. Shuiyu reminded. Why don't you just come with me? Zhou Xingyun silently took a step back, wanting to distance himself from their group, only to be dragged along. Let's go. Yi Xiao, we can go together to see the rankings. Looking at this group rushing about, Qin Fan Fan thought, no one cares that I'm the sect master, right? They weren't the only ones eager to join in the excitement, but they were the only ones who all came. Other direct disciples could send outer disciples to check the rankings instead of pushing their way in like Mu Chengxi. He could easily deal with several loose cultivators, standing at the front with Yi Xiao and Zhou Xingyun. The rankings are in point format. The first is a loose cultivator. However, once the individual competition starts and we join in, the first place will likely change hands quickly. After the Wanjian sect releases the rewards, many loose cultivators wanting to obtain spiritual swords will surely sign up. The Wanjian sect definitely does not want to give spiritual swords to loose cultivators. Even if they do, it will be for direct disciples. What are loose cultivators worth? Therefore, they won't allow 5 direct disciples to contract spiritual swords but will wait until the individual competition starts to reserve 5 spots for their own sect. Unsurprisingly, the top 5 spots have been reserved for the 5 direct disciples of the Wanjian sect. We will have to compete for the remaining 5 spots. Of course, the most important thing is that Mu Chengxi said, show off. The individual competition is the time to showcase oneself. It's okay not to enter the top 10, but you must make an impression. After looking at each ranking board, Xiao pondered for a moment and resolutely chose the sword path, regardless of how much Shui Yu urged her to join the alchemy competition. If you choose the sword path, you will have to compete with Yi Qinghan, Qin Huai, and that group for rankings. It will be tough. He was like a pyramid scheme, patting her. Come to the alchemy side. There are fewer people, and the pressure is lower. These are our sword cultivators. Mu Chengxi didn't think twice before rebuking. Can you alchemy cultivators even have decent people? Competing with you will just wear me out. Yi Xiao deeply agreed. She realized this when she took the cultural assessment. Alchemy cultivators are a group of good students. Competing with them, she could already imagine how chaotic it would be later. Sword cultivators lack culture, which suits her just fine. Shui Yu shrugged and smiled, saying, don't have professional discrimination. All right, everyone stop talking. After listening for a while and seeing that no one was serious, Duan Yu simply kicked them all out, saying, the 8 great families are here, and the list is filled out. Just send it over when the time comes, no delay. Is the organizer of the individual competition the 8 great families? Ming Xian turned his head to ask. That's right, Elder Duan Yu nodded. If someone is willing to pay to be the organizer, the 5 sects naturally won't rush to be the fools. Ming Xian frowned in disdain. We have to see that group of annoying people again. After filling out the registration, the sword cultivators needed to provide information about their life swords, their spiritual roots and talents, as well as their cultivation level. Most importantly, the name of their life sword. Zhou Xingyun and Mu Chengxi filled theirs out quickly. However, Yi Qiao got stuck. The name of the life sword? A few elders waited for a long time and, seeing her not moving, glanced at her name. Oh, a genius. Their tone was gentle. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Mu Chengxi leaned over to take a look and, seeing Yi Qiao hesitating to write, he enthusiastically said, her sword's name is Duo Sun. Just write Duo Sun Swordmaster. The elders exchanged glances for a moment. Are you sure? What kind of name is that? Yi Qiao shivered. She had named it purely on a whim, and if she actually filled in that name, she could imagine after the individual competition when she went out. Other cultivators discussing her in a tone that rose and fell dramatically. Oh, Yi Qiao is the legendary Duo Sun Swordmaster, right? No. Yi Qiao shivered again. It's called Bujian Jun. Remember, don't write it incorrectly. Chapter 134. Do you have something? Seeing her avoid the topic, Mu Chengxi touched his nose and poked her. I told you not to choose such a ridiculous name back then. Duan Chun, Chao Shi, Bujian Jun. The elder responsible for filling in names raised his head to glance at these and whispered to the person beside him. Changming sect has quite a few spiritual swords. But ask the 5 from the sword-asking sect. Now they don't even have a life sword. He nodded, smiling. That thing in Yi Qiao's hand is quite interesting. It looks strange, and when she takes it out during the competition, it will feel like insulting her opponent. It doesn't look like a sword at all. It looks like a rare spiritual tool. With the team competition over, the group returned to the sect to tidy up, preparing to set off for the individual competition venue in a few days. The 5 of them won first place in the team competition and were received with unprecedented enthusiasm upon returning to the sect, with everyone surrounding them, especially Yi Qiao, who was bombarded with excited questions from both male and female disciples about the events in the secret realm during the competition. I only watched the recording stone before. You were so cool, Yi Qiao. Your Yi Qiao is infinitely arrogant. This is the first time I've seen the real person from the competition. How did you shoot that spirit bow? I was watching that match too. I was so excited I hit the person next to me. Is big pot alchemy feasible? Can we try it? Watching her being surrounded, and then leisurely clapping her hands while saying to be low-key. Duan Yu reached out to pull her over and tapped her on the head. Stop being naughty. Hey, be gentle, elder. That's a genius's head. Elder Duan's eyes widened. Even geniuses need to be disciplined. You bunch of rascals, go practice. Yi Qiao was dragged away, and Ming Xian waved at her, unable to contain his schadenfreude. Take care. Duan Yu didn't intend to hit her. He patted her shoulder. In a few days, we'll go to the main venue of the 8 great families, so be good. And when it comes to the individual competition, it's all about your own opportunities. Use whatever you have. Try to make it into the top 10. Even if you don't get a choice of spiritual swords after visiting the sword cave, that's not a loss. The spiritual energy of the sword-asking sect is very dense. He said, "Show me that ghost baby of yours." Xiao reached out and pulled out Xiao Qi. The little guy looked at him with round eyes for a few seconds, then hid behind Xiao, a bit shy. "Uncle, will you play with me?" His voice was childish, tilting his head, exuding a strange aura of menace. Duan Yu commented, "You child, your temper is not good." Xiao smiled, "Hey, just don't play games with him." Xiao Qi had a strong ability to imitate. Previously, she had tricked him into playing a game, and since then, he loved pulling people to play games. Duan Yu smiled, "That's good. Compete well in the individual competition, don't cause trouble, got it?" Xiao reiterated, "If I say I'm actually a very honest person, would you believe me?" Duan Yu chuckled twice. Although he didn't say it directly, his eyes clearly showed that he didn't believe her at all. He had a premonition that this individual competition would definitely be lively. After finishing his chat, Xie Chuxue swaggered in, stretching lazily. Hey, are you done talking? I need to borrow your disciple for a bit. I want to talk to Xiao. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Xiao away. Xiao, wait, is this toxic? It's only the first day back at the sect, and everyone is looking for me. Why don't they go look for Mingxian? Xie Chuxue indeed had something to discuss with her. He had also watched the 5th match of the competition and had to say it was impressive, claiming the title of the first person to break into the secret realm. But that wasn't the main point. He quickly dragged Xiao to the library, banging on the door loudly. Open up, Manager Yu, I know you're home. Don't hide inside. Let us in quickly." Manager Yu opened the door to the library, closing the book and looking at Xiao with a somewhat complex mood. He still remembered a year ago when this little girl and Ming Xian had made a great achievement. He didn't expect that in just half a year, Chaiming's sect would actually take first place. Back then, she had indignantly said that she hated talent dogs the most. TSK. Xie Chuxue didn't waste time with him, looking down to examine the duo sun hanging at her waist. Golden core? Xiao didn't understand what her little uncle wanted to do. She nodded. Xie Chuxue's eyes slightly lowered, his casual expression becoming a bit more serious. "I found something very interesting during your golden core stage in the 5th match. This sword of yours," he paused, "looks quite strange." Xie Chuxue was a talisman cultivator, needing to find positions for formations and possessing strong observational skills. The duo sun at Xiao's waist was clearly changing shape quietly after her advancement. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Xie Chuxue to confirm that this thing was a spiritual tool. He glanced around and took an ancient book from the shelf. Xiao shot him a glance. Xie Chuxue was very reliable at critical moments, but was ridiculous at other times. Seeing this, she also leaned over with Xie Chuxue to read in the library. It was within the range of a sword, but not entirely so. Xie Chuxue thought at first glance it looked like a sword, but perhaps he had preconceived notions. If this was a spiritual tool, then its form definitely had more than just a sword. Xiao also noticed its changes. After her golden core advancement, its appearance and characteristics became clearer. When held in hand, it bore engraved seals, with a pure black color, mysterious and ancient. "What did you think it looked like back then?" Xiao replied, "A stick." She just felt it was a stick. Xie Chuxue said, "But when I first looked at it, its aura was very similar to a spiritual sword." He had thought it was a strangely shaped spiritual sword. Now, its appearance and aura also resembled a staff. Xie Chuxue tapped Xiao's head, reminding her, "You should probe your divine sense into it, and try to change its shape." Xiao covered her head, but if it was a spiritual weapon, why would demon beasts like to rub against it? It was simply like catnip, crazily sticking to it. Xie Chuxue made a gun gesture, resting it on his chin in a thoughtful manner. It should be able to constantly change its form. There must be something inside supporting its transformation. Why don't we take it apart and study it? After he finished speaking, the bamboo shoot in Xiao's hand also moved slightly. If it weren't for not having transformed, it could have rushed out in the next second. Xiao stopped this dangerous thought and obediently probed her divine sense in. Logically speaking, her divine sense was very strong, but at this moment, she felt a clear discomfort. Tentatively, she imagined it as a sword. The aura changed. Xie Chuxue's eyes widened slightly. How amazing! What if it could transform into 2 twin swords? Xiao tentatively used her divine sense to manipulate the bamboo shoot. With her post-golden core divine sense being more than double its strength, the motionless stick in her hand actually transformed into 2 segments, with slight differences in form, leaning more towards swords than a stick. What about other forms? Like bows or sickles? Xiao tried and found it didn't work. You'll have to wait until you reach the nascent soul stage to try again. He felt a bit regretful. It seemed this spiritual weapon transformation was limited to swords. This kind of spiritual weapon might not be useful in the hands of others. Mastering one form was already difficult enough, let alone other forms. However, it was just right for Xiao. She knew a lot and had no limitations, making the bamboo shoot very suitable for her. In that case, it felt like she didn't even need a sword anymore, Xie muttered. On her way back to the courtyard, Xiao was still pondering how to change her sword techniques while transforming the weapon in her hand during the competition. Undoubtedly, both required a lot of divine sense and reaction speed. The venue was within the territory of the 8 great families, and there was an unwritten rule among them that no cultivators were allowed to fly with swords once they entered their jurisdiction. So the 5 sects prepared to take a flying boat instead. Various sect clothing gathered together, colorful and dazzling. To be honest, it was a bit blinding. Let's go stand with the Wenjian sect. Zhou Xingyun rejected the other green and gold sect outfits. Shuiyu agreed. Red and green are too eye-catching. Hey. Xiao waved her hand and greeted a few other sections. The Yueqing sect and the Chengfeng sect seemed to be discussing something, standing together, one blue and one yellow. This scene made Xiao's lips curve up slightly. It just felt like these two sects together. Xiao looked at the blue and yellow sect outfits and sincerely said, "They look like Matewan and Ele. Me. It makes sense for this group of people to come together." The others glanced at her, not understanding what Xiao was saying, feeling quite puzzled. Mu Chengxi boldly walked over to the Wenjian sect, provocatively going after Chu Xingji. Smiling, "Don't let it be that you can't even make it into the top 10. Chu Xingji sneered, "This message is for you and Xiao. Be careful in the individual competition." Xiao, who was being mentioned, felt a bit displeased. "Do you have something to say?" Chu Xingji reflexively dodged, snorted, and loudly complained, "I have nothing." The group briefly caught up on old times and then majestically boarded the flying boat heading to the competition venue of the 8 great families. Not to mention, the treatment of direct disciples is really good. After arriving, not only did the management of the 8 great families come to welcome them, but they also guided them around the city and even had fans waiting to greet them. Mu Chengxi spat out the flower petals he accidentally ate, saying, "Wait, didn't they say they would throw flower petals for the individual competition? Are they really doing it?" Shuiyu sneezed, feeling overwhelmed. So enthusiastic. Xiao rummaged through the petals in her pocket, like walking down a red carpet, with a group of cultivators coming to watch. And every direct disciple passing by had to be commented on. Are ugly people not worthy of being direct disciples? Yun K's face is so beautiful. Why is Song Hanxing always so indifferent to her? The male fans of Song Hanxing immediately shouted back in dissatisfaction, "Get lost." Ming Xian tilted his head and whispered to Xiao, "Song Hanxing's fans are quite enthusiastic, huh?" Xiao agreed, and they were all men. "I like the one with the stick at his waist. Wow, he looks so handsome." That's Xiao. The other party instantly calmed down. Xiao? Who in the cultivation world doesn't know her infamous reputation? I didn't expect her to have such an innocent face. What about the one standing next to Xiao? So charming. That's Ming Xian. Don't worry, not many normal people come out of the Changming sect. After they all disembarked from the flying boat, the 8 great families immediately sent people to receive them. The cultivators were surprised. Hey, it seems like this time. Many of the direct descendants of the 8 great families are here. Wow, they are really wealthy. A group of young masters and ladies from prestigious families descended slowly from their extravagant mounts, exuding an ethereal aura, and the spectacle was somewhat exaggerated. They leisurely got off their mounts, and seeing that a group of direct disciples had gathered, they nodded slightly and spoke in a bland tone. "Follow us." Their arrogant demeanor made Xiao sigh slightly. I've discovered that Song Hanxing has indeed restrained himself, because she noticed that this group of direct descendants really didn't bother to look anyone in the eye. Ming Xian was immediately very excited, poking his head out and strongly criticizing. Look. I told you they were annoying. So arrogant." Mu Chengxi muttered. Shuiyu agreed. Each one is acting like their parents don't recognize them. The question is it appropriate for you two, who come from the 8 great families, to say such things? Chapter 135. Leading the way out. The ones coming out of the 8 great families are either confident or self-abased, 2 extremes. Obviously, this group chose confidence amidst their inferiority. Just like the previous team competition, Each sect's courtyard was separate. But the difference was that the environment in the 8 great families was much better than that of the Wenjian sect, with specific training grounds and competition platforms. And alchemists also had quiet rooms to refine pills, fully prepared. Being wealthy is indeed good. Xiao saw a bunch of house servants coming and going and a row of maids standing nearby, rubbing her chin, feeling like she had mistakenly entered a TV drama. You all grew up in this kind of environment? Ming Xian nodded. Xiao cupped her hands. Young masters and young ladies, I apologize. The competition venue was held within the city of the 8 great families, and the venue was grand, with the number of audience seats being double what the Wenjian sect had prepared for the team competition. Qin Fanfan led them to look around the venue, and then said, Here, you can only qualify for the finals after being selected from the top 100. You guys won't be eliminated in the first round, right? Qin Fanfan asked. Mu Chongxi, not likely. For example, if there are over 10,000 cultivators participating in the first round, then the top 1,000 cultivators will be selected to advance. In the second round, 1,000 will be narrowed down to 100. In the third round, the 100 will be drawn for matchups, and finally, the top 10 will be selected. After the top 10, you can freely challenge any of the top 10 direct disciples. If you win against them, you can take their ranking. The first round is completely just a bunch of rookies pecking at each other, yet they want to advance by fighting those rookies. The most boring part of the individual competition is the first round of matches. Make sure to bring your jade slips and keep an eye on the leaderboard. You have a month to draw lots and compete against those cultivators to quickly rack up points. Xiao opened the jade slip and took a glance. The top 10 were all scattered cultivators, probably those who often sought people for one-on-one challenges. With the addition of the direct disciples, the rankings should change quickly. Tomorrow, the leaderboard will officially start calculating points for them. After a few people returned to the courtyard, various courtyards were filled with the aura of cultivation, and the spiritual energy was continuously flowing away. It was evident that everyone was working hard to make a name for themselves in the individual competition. Xiao no longer needed to sit in meditation automatically. Her dantian would absorb energy on its own. Although the foundation for a heavenly spirit root takes longer than that for a top-grade spirit root, she was absorbing spiritual energy while also looking for someone to spar with to stabilize her foundation. Mu Chongxi had tried sparring with Xiao and found that both her intensity and spiritual energy were significantly higher than those of her peers at the same level. With her innate sword bone, she learned the sword quickly, but her heavenly spirit root was also quite extraordinary. Xiao had a stable foundation and abundant spiritual energy, combined with her photographic memory, made it impossible for Mu Chongxi to defeat her at the same level. High talent is indeed impressive, he remarked. The next day, the leaderboard officially opened. The direct disciples from other sects started drawing lots to accumulate points before dawn. Xiao, awakened by their noisy departure, yawned and buried herself back into sleep. Shuiyu had left early to draw lots and find opponents. Every time a direct disciple went out, some cultivators on the leaderboard would get beaten badly, leading to a chorus of complaints on the forum. These direct disciples are not human. I encountered Yiqing Han, and he didn't even say a word before sending me flying with a single sword strike. It's better to just admit defeat when facing a direct disciple. As long as we surrender quickly, the embarrassment won't catch up to us. Golden Core cultivators can give it a try, but those in the foundation establishment stage shouldn't humiliate themselves. I hope I don't run into those direct disciples. If I do, let it be Xiao. Having Xiao as a teammate was undoubtedly a joy. In team competitions, she had the ability to shine alone. However, in individual competitions, she was undoubtedly the weakest among the direct disciples. Some Golden Core loose cultivators repeatedly drew lots, hoping to encounter Xiao. Mu Chongxi propped her chin in her hand, flipping through the chaotic voices on the jade slip, and slowly spoke. They can't really think you're weak, can they? To be honest, under the same level, Xiao is even stronger than them. What gives this group the impression that Xiao is easy to deal with? Ming Xian sat up to pack his things, preparing to go out and grind for points, as she had won several rounds thanks to her boldness, leaving her strength a mystery to those cultivators. To them, Xiao was the easiest one to deal with among the direct disciples. After all, the weakest sword cultivator was at the mid-Golden Core stage, while she was only at the early Golden Core stage. As they browsed the forum, Shuiyu, who had gone out early, finally returned. The first round was still quite simple. After lying back down, Shuiyu looked like a soulless salted fish, his gaze vacant. What happened on your side? Xiao asked, tossing him a spirit recovery pill. I participated in 30 consecutive matches. Do you know how I got here today? The alchemist competitions had few participants, and they were too lazy to watch Xiao's matches since it was only the first round. The first round allowed a month to grind for points, with the top 1,000 advancing. After going out in the morning, Xiao returned looking as if he had been stunned by the matches. I ranked around 700 in just one day, Xiao said. In alchemist competitions, the speed of alchemy, the number of alchemical seals, and the quality and appearance of the pills were all considered. When it came to the appearance of pills, Xiao couldn't help but criticize the cultivation world for judging pills by their looks. So fast, Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Xiao, exhausted, replied that there weren't many alchemists, with only a little over 1,000 in total. Sword cultivators should have the most participants. She checked the sword cultivators leaderboard. During the first day, these direct disciples were busy climbing the rankings. Yi Qinghan tirelessly drew lots for matches and quickly climbed into the top 100. His reputation was so loud that sword cultivators who encountered him would automatically concede, making him the fastest. At this time, only Xiao was grinding the leaderboard. The other four had 0 points and were ranked outside the 1,000. Xiao looked at the physically and mentally exhausted Xiao and stroked her chin, saying, "If that's the case, we still have a month. We should be able to secure the last few spots for advancement without any problems, right?" Facing their bewildered eyes, Xiao chose to take the lead and casually said, "After all, we just need to be in the top 1,000 in the first round." There were few golden core cultivators in the cultivation world, and there was only Yi Qinghan among the young nascent soul cultivators. The leaderboard was easy to get on. The main issue was wasting time drawing lots every day for opponents and grinding for points, which was exhausting. Mu Chongxi's eyes brightened slightly. "We can give it a try. If you encounter some strong opponents and defeat them, they will recognize your strength and concede when they see you." Yi Qiao's strength remained unclear, leading them to think she was easy to deal with. All she needed to do was prove herself, and any sword cultivators with sense would automatically concede upon encountering her. After all, no one wants to take a beating. Xiao lay on the ground, calming down for a moment. "Our alchemists are all stubborn. Everyone wants to challenge me. Is it because I don't stand tall enough?" Ming Xian leaned back with a smile. "If you can get a heavenly Tao blessing and stand there, they will all concede obediently. Do you believe it?" Xiao smirked slightly. "That's a good idea, but how can we make the heavenly Tao bestow a blessing?" This was an extremely profound question. So far, very few alchemists had managed to receive a heavenly Tao blessing, with Bai Shui sects Si Miao being the only one among the direct disciples capable of doing so. With the individual competition starting, a group of direct disciples was fighting fiercely. After hearing Yi Qiao's suggestion about securing rankings for advancement, Zhou Xingyun and Mu Chongxi also relaxed and slowly watched the matches of other direct disciples. Each of the other 4 sects was more impressive than the last. With the cultivators, they fought against howling in despair on the forum. Only the highly anticipated Changming sect had no movement. What are they trying to do? Some people started to catch on. Securing rankings for advancement? Changming sect, you live up to your name. To be honest, only the strong would dare to do this. Like Yi Qinghan, he doesn't even need to draw his sword. Everyone just concedes. What confidence does Changming sect have to secure rankings? Aren't they afraid of not making it into the top 100 in the second round and getting eliminated? Zhou Xingyun and Mu Chongxi should have no major problems. They were well known, and any sword cultivators who encountered them would concede obediently, not needing to waste too much time. Yi Qiao, however, needed to find opponents of similar cultivation levels to prove her strength. Otherwise, those on the leaderboard typically wouldn't concede voluntarily. If no one concedes and she has to fight her way up, it would be quite a task. Besides her previous fights with Yun Ke and slaying demon beasts, few had seen her engage in serious combat. Yi Qiao's first round was about securing a ranking for advancement, during which she attempted to adjust the changing speed and shape of her bamboo shoots. She also experimented with different sword techniques from various sects, and the results were unexpectedly good. However, if the other sects saw this scene, it would likely put them in a bad mood. Chapter 136. You're going to start causing trouble again securing the last few spots for advancement. Yi Qiao's ranking was quite low, while Yun Ke was fast, reaching over 300 in just a month. Yi Qiao's evening routine was quite fixed. She would draw lots for opponents during the day and train with her senior brother at night. She had only just broken through to the Golden Core stage, and there were many more techniques available for use in the Golden Core stage. Zhou Xingyun was like a caring older brother, tirelessly teaching her how to use them. Since the arrival of the junior sister, Zhou Xingyun found himself quite busy. Not only was he occupied with stopping Xiao from recklessly getting herself killed, but he also had to train her. In this situation, Zhou Xingyun really enjoyed the atmosphere. At least it was much better than the previous feeling of boredom. Xiao watched the four sword shadows and, stepping lightly, maneuvered through the narrow gaps, her magic tool elongating and flipping to create afterimages that blocked his attacks. The next moment, the shattered sword energy transformed into chains that suddenly wrapped tightly around her. Xiao found herself unable to move, and Zhou Xingyun lightly slashed down with his sword, throwing her hard onto the ground. Looking at the pit created in the courtyard, her mouth twitched. Senior brother, how fierce. As the sword energy dispersed, Xiao painfully crawled out of the pit. Was that the transformation of sword energy? Yes. Zhou Xingyun's tone was calm. It was a skill comprehended by those above the golden core stage, which Xiao had yet to reach. I demonstrated it just now. You should remember it. He had no doubts about Xiao's memory. She nodded, having indeed remembered. Imagine its shape. Concentrate your awareness on the sword energy, and then use it to strike me. Xiao had a high comprehension ability. With a flick of her wrist, she mimicked Zhou Xingyun's earlier gesture, and a white gas transformed and suddenly surged upward. Zhou Xingyun calmly dispersed the sword energy she had just barely gathered and continued. Transforming sword energy consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Xiao's spiritual root could self-absorb spiritual energy, replenishing quickly, allowing her to maintain the gathering of sword energy for extended periods. Repeating this was just right for training the solidity of her sword energy. For many consecutive days, the Changming sect had been like this, gradually making the neighboring sects accustomed to the occasional noise coming from them. Zhu Yu, seeing the gathered sword energy in midair late at night, frowned in disbelief. So many sword energies transformed. Wouldn't they be exhausted? It should only be Xiao doing it. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat tired. He had continuously pushed the leaderboard into the top 100, hardly sleeping. He pursed his lips and added lightly, but she is only at the golden core stage now. Not to be feared. He was also relieved that she was only at the golden core stage. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite troublesome. In the Changming sect, only Shui Yu was diligent. It was a sure thing that he would make it into the top 10. There were few alchemists to begin with. And among the entire cultivation world, those with high talent in alchemy could be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, most alchemists were quite stubborn, refusing to admit defeat even if it meant death. He could only compete one match at a time. In these few days, he had been competing to the point of forgetting himself. Xiao respected the efforts of the Role King, but she also realized that every time Shui Yu returned, his mental state was too weary. None of them went to the competition venue to watch Shui Yu's matches, as the crushing situations weren't particularly interesting. But Shui Yu shouldn't be in such a poor mental state, right? What happened to you? Xiao poked him. Are you okay? Shui Yu seemed dazed but replied, I'm fine. The others hesitated to speak. He didn't look fine at all. But after Shui Yu returned, he immediately fell asleep. They exchanged glances, preparing to go watch the alchemist competition the next day. The alchemist competition had fewer people. It wasn't a one-on-one format, but rather a group of alchemists gathering together to compete, reportedly based on the appearance, grade, and quantity of the pills. Just based on the appearance of the pills alone, Xiao felt she would definitely fail. She was immensely grateful that she had signed up as a sword cultivator. Outside the venue, about a few hundred spectators had gathered to watch. The arrival of the four didn't attract much attention, and since they were wearing casual clothes, Xiao, dressed in deep blue, leaned on her chin, observing the scene below. Alchemist competitions are so boring. Ming Xian lazily shielded his eyes, feeling sleepy. There was no desire to even look at it. The first half of the competition proceeded normally, leading the group to suspect that Shui Yu's poor mental state was purely due to his lack of skill. He's so weak. Ming Xian didn't hold back in criticizing. Xiao agreed, weaker than me. Don't drag such strange topics into this. Until the second half, Xiao, who had been lying on the spectator seats and taking up several spots without any manners, suddenly sat up straight. She blinked lightly, keenly capturing the faint awareness in the arena that was subtly attacking Shui Yu. Xiao raised an eyebrow and stared directly into the arena, saying calmly, someone is using their awareness to interfere with him. No wonder he returned with such a poor mental state. It turned out he had been targeted in several consecutive matches. However, it was also understandable. There were few alchemists, and taking the opportunity to eliminate one was advantageous. The reason Shui Yu hadn't told them was also this. The alchemist competition was easier than other competitions, and the other four should be busy, simply adding unnecessary worries by informing them. Mu Chengxi stood up. What should we do? Ming Xian sneered, casually picking up a spectator's shoe from outside the venue, swinging it around, and accurately throwing it into the arena. I'll let you interfere. Never doubt the accuracy of a talisman cultivator. They could hit their talismans almost all the time, and throwing a shoe was even easier. The man who was secretly using his awareness to disrupt Shui Yu was instantly knocked over by the shoe. He was furious. Who is ambushing me? The culprit, Ming Xian, smiled nonchalantly and called out loudly, your father. Woohoo! Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Just right. She had stuffed several buns into her bag, which were probably getting hard, so she caught one in her hand and tossed it up, then accurately threw it at several other alchemists. Are you crazy? They couldn't take it anymore. Looking up, they found a few good-looking young men and women smiling as they started throwing things. Shui Yu was taken aback, also seeing several fellow sect members outside the venue. He paused for a moment, feeling somewhat touched. But why did they always have to act out of the ordinary? Watching the Changming sect disciples outside throwing things around and having a great time, the elders frowned. What kind of strange scene is this? Stop it. The heads of the 8 major families couldn't sit still any longer. Without thinking, they warned, people from the Changming sect, do not throw anything into the arena again. Anyone who violates this will have points deducted. TSK. Ming Xian wasn't done throwing yet. He leaned back and chuckled. Rules are rules, and they are just too troublesome. The Changming sect only had Shui Yu competing in alchemy, essentially fighting alone. The others were organized alchemists, all gathered together, intentionally or unintentionally interfering with his judgments on herbs. You must know, winning against the direct disciples could truly bring fame. Regardless of how it was won, just look at Yi Xiao. As long as one could win, there would always be people who liked it. Mu Chengxi curled his lips. Those who are interfering with Shui Yu are all direct descendants of the 8 major families. Quite talented. They were all rare geniuses. The organizers were the 8 major families, and for such unethical behavior, the higher-ups turned a blind eye. Yi Xiao tilted her head. Are the 8 major families this unreasonable? They allow the officials to set fire, but not the common people to light lamps. What kind of logic is that? Ming Xian snorted. They have always been like this. They are such powerful families. They don't need to reason with us, ordinary people. Zhou Xingyin glanced at him, feeling that Ming Xian's attacks lately were increasingly indiscriminate. Yi Xiao raised her hand to ask the judges and organizers above, let me ask, isn't this interference using awareness against the rules? The other party was calm, and, upon seeing that the one asking was Yi Xiao, raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, this is just within the rules, doing something insignificant, that's all. The last 2 words were emphasized heavily, filled with warning. He knew Yi Xiao. In the grand competition. Who doesn't know her? But even Yi Xiao cannot participate in the alchemy contest. What can she do? Yi Xiao looked thoughtful. Since that's the case, it means outside interference is allowed, right? Okay. If they can cause disturbances inside the venue, then outside interference is naturally acceptable too. But no one can interfere with someone else's alchemy from so far away. What can Yi Xiao do? Are you going to start causing trouble again? Ming Xian opened his eyes, becoming alert. Don't say that. I'm just working within the rules, doing something simple. That's all. Yi Xiao casually took out the red lotus cauldron from her bag and smiled slightly. This was given to her by Shui Yu and the others. It is said to be a spiritual tool, but she hasn't had the chance to test its effectiveness yet. Do you want to see how I use the cauldron to refine pills? She asked. Ming Xian, let's see. Without saying a word, Yi Xiao sat down and recalled the steps for refining the spirit restoration pill. Her movements fluid as she added spiritual plants into the cauldron. She refined pills quickly, able to produce 10 pill seals at once. To ensure the potency was strong enough, Yi Xiao produced 15 at once, and then her ears began to bleed. She didn't lift her head, merging the pills and adjusting the fragrance. When it came to the fragrance adjustment, Yi Xiao calmly added materials to the mixture. This time, she chose a durian flavor. 15 pills lay haphazardly in the cauldron, and the spiritual tool's effectiveness was rapid, several times faster than her previous pill refining speed. The other alchemists hadn't finished refining yet, so Yi Xiao took this opportunity to let the fragrance of the 15 pills waft out. What about the wind talisman? Yi Xiao asked Ming Xian without looking up. Ming Xian handed it over. Here, big brother. Yi Xiao pinched her fingers, activating the talisman, sending a gust of wind into the venue. When the faint stench wafted over, the alchemists with sensitive noses noticed it. What smell is that? Shui Yu. He immediately recognized who could pull off such a stunt. But actually, after a while, they calmed down. However, others couldn't take it. The judge outside couldn't sit still any longer. He angrily walked up to Xiao. Seeing this legendary genius of the 3 repairs refining pills, he slammed his hand on the nearby table. What are you doing? Xiao, refining pills. She offered it to him. Want to try? She seemed quite warm-hearted. No need. He instinctively refused. You go outside to refine. Why? Xiao clutched her cauldron, astonished. What are you doing? I'm just, within reasonable limits, refining some pills I like. That's all. The way she emphasized that's all mirrored his tone. The judge's face darkened. He was at a loss for words. He had said that, it wasn't wrong. And no one said you couldn't refine pills outside. But could a normal person refine such a foul thing? The atmosphere among the alchemists in the venue was also quite subtle. Some looked strange. Who's refining something disgusting in the cauldron? It can't be, right? But it really smells bad. Alchemists rely on their sense of smell and memory to distinguish spiritual plants, and this smell can easily interfere with their sense of smell. Are you not going to take a breath? Xiao looked at the person diagonally across who was desperately holding their breath, the corners of his mouth twitching. It shouldn't be this bad, right? This sarcastic comment made Xiao forget how he was once overwhelmed by Xiao's stench when she blew up the furnace. Impossible. You can't make me go see my great-grandmother. He turned red in the face, absolutely refusing to give in. Xiao shrugged. Then do as you please. Xiao noticed that among the group of alchemists, apart from some twisted expressions, no one showed signs of exploding their furnaces. She pressed on, took an amplification talisman, and shouted, "Third senior brother." She called to the stage. Do you remember the pills I cooked in class? Xiao, do you remember that smell? Come on. Let's hurt each other. They can't die from it. Xiao was somewhat tempted. He had also become a bit twisted, a normal person after competing in dozens of matches. Each time being disturbed, would have their mentality warped after being attacked with spiritual sense. Looking at Xiao, whose expression was also somewhat twisted, the other alchemists frowned. Not understanding what these 2 disciples were up to, Xiao refined the snail powder flavor that Xiao had previously created. He was the fastest at refining, producing 10 pill seals before proceeding to adjust the fragrance and let it evaporate. Xiao's durian flavor combined with his made it simply incredible. A strange stench gradually filled the entire competition venue. He pointed his finger, and the spiritual plants smoothly fell into the cauldron. The young man stood tall, with clear brows and eyes, and was actually the only one in the venue who remained unperturbed and unaffected. This was thanks to Xiao's past achievements. There is a saying that the best way to deal with interference from opponents is to adapt. And since Xiao had been with Xiao for so long, he had successfully adapted to the weird smell she produced. The only unfortunate ones were those who couldn't take it. Some alchemists turned red in the face, looking around as if trying to find the source of the stench. With a violent shake of his hand, the ratio suddenly went wrong. In the end, one alchemist who couldn't take it anymore threw down the herbs and rushed out of the venue. I forfeit. I can't take it anymore. Alchemists already have sensitive noses. With this smell wafting both inside and outside, who the hell is messing with their mentality? After dozens of matches without anyone forfeiting, Xiao's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that such a tactic could cause people to forfeit. At that moment, it seemed he had found a good way to quickly end the competition. On the other side, in front of an alchemist diagonally across from Xiao, the cauldron suddenly boiled over for no reason, and the next second, it exploded without warning. After the cauldron exploded, brown liquid flew everywhere, and unfortunately, Xiao was splashed in the face. Standing in the middle, he was severely affected, covered in brown medicinal liquid, combined with the stench of the snail powder pills he had refined, turning the scene somewhat uncontrollable. My God, what happened? Did Xiao go mad? It can't be. Who goes mad and eats shit? To be honest, it was just refining a pill. But Xiao's terrifying expression, capable of stopping a child's night crying, along with the brown liquid on him, led everyone to misunderstand the situation. God knows what was happening to this group of alchemists. The judge also looked uncertain at the scene. Not only was it full of brown liquid, but it also became overwhelmingly smelly. The fragrance adjustment phase was supposed to allow the disciples to express themselves freely, but it couldn't be too free. The alchemists were also quite distressed. They stared blankly at the overwhelming stench, and at the only one in the venue who remained unperturbed, Xiao. In the end, it was unclear who buried their head to vomit. The cauldron exploded at the same time. Subsequently, without exception, crackling sounds filled the venue as the cauldrons collectively exploded. Judge, Chapter 137. Speed must be fast, posture must be cool. The Longming sect's interference in the sect competition. After the competition ended, the judge hurried to the location of the Wanjian sect, storming in angrily. Without a second thought, he shouted in anger. He saw the Wanjian sect's master sitting there, barely suppressing his anger, his voice cold and hard, asking the sect master to take charge. He had to phrase it subtly. With the stench of that shit-like pill refined by Xiao, it caused all the alchemists to blow up their furnaces. This was simply a crime that must be punished. The leader of the Asking Sword sect fell silent for a moment. Hearing it was the Changming sect, he strangely felt unsurprised. So who did it? I will definitely punish them severely. A group of geniuses collectively causing a furnace explosion is quite a spectacle even in the cultivation world. The judge was indignant. Xiao. The sect leader suddenly understood. Oh, then it's fine. He then remarked on why this month felt so strange. It was unusually quiet because Xiao hadn't caused any trouble. The judge looked at his nonchalant demeanor, still unconvinced. But what she's doing is disrupting the order inside and outside the arena. The leader of the Asking Sword sect casually glanced over, amused. Don't think we don't know about the mental interference you 8 families have tacitly allowed. Since it's a grand competition, the 5 sects and the 8 families are in opposition. Everyone wants their own disciples to win. Shuiyu is from the Shui family. But now he's helping the Changming sect in the competition. Since that's the case, why not target him? One should not blame others for their own actions. The judge's face stiffened. On the other side, after the alchemy competition ended, in the courtyard of the Changming sect, Xiao suddenly pinned Ming Xian to the ground. The two had just engaged in a simple spar, which ended with her achieving a resounding victory. Ming Xian spat out dirt. His eyes slightly widened. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You shouldn't hit someone's face. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Xiao retorted. You weren't surprised when Elder Duan knocked me down sideways. You were just pinned to the ground. Back then, she and Mu Chongxi took turns getting beaten up, and Ming Xian laughed brightly. Of course, you can lie down sideways, he said as he got up from the ground, opened his folding fan, and raised his chin slightly. But I will always be charming and suave. Is it appropriate for someone with such a suave face to be pressed down and beaten? Xiao rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. She had been feeling a bit troubled lately, as her luck had been too good. She couldn't find any capable cultivators to fight against. Just a bunch of foundation-building cultivators ranked around 8 or 900. So she could only vent her frustrations on Ming Xian. Her luck was toxic. Was she really going to have to start from the 1000th place and fight her way up? Was there really no one willing to admit defeat? Can't they see that she is also quite strong? Mu Chongxi rested his chin on his hand, offering her a few seconds of hypocritical sympathy. Right now, the outside world evaluates you as having unclear strength but plenty of ideas. You need to change their stereotype. Xiao snapped back to reality from her painful experience. She was ranked low. If no one was willing to admit defeat, she would have to draw lots and fight one by one. This was going to take ages. With no one admitting defeat, if she wanted to steadily enter the 3rd round, she would have to work tirelessly day and night. If she had known, she wouldn't have put herself in this position. It seemed like everyone thought she was weak, and all those who drew her were excited. Frustrated, Xiao impatiently sent a few talismans flying. With her abundant equipment, she didn't want to waste time on foundation-building cultivators below the peak. The elders who were constantly observing Xiao also noticed her movements. Xiao's ranking moved up. What was this child up to? She had been outside the 1000th rank and now was over 800. At this slow pace, when would she catch up with the progress of other direct disciples? Some cultivators analyzed. I've been observing Xiao for several rounds. She basically solves things with talismans. Not to mention, talisman cultivators are indeed impressive, but that's not the point. The point is that those she is battling against are indeed very weak, and there are even Qi condensation stage cultivators. A golden core stage cultivator crushing them is easy. Xiao's fans were a bit anxious. So, when will we finally draw a proper golden core stage opponent? Xiao's luck was indeed good. She hadn't encountered any strong opponents. But saying it was bad was also true. She hadn't met a single strong one, leading everyone to want to challenge her. Who said Xiao was unlucky? The opponents drawn against her were all foundation and Qi condensation stage cultivators. I also want to be as unlucky as her. In fact, there were others with good luck like hers, but who made her the most famous? They wanted to witness the rumored first-place winner and were eagerly looking forward to her matches, only to see her opponents were all foundation and Qi condensation stage cultivators. Conversely, Xiao was also feeling quite frustrated. Most of the experts had gone to the 3rd round, while she was still stuck in the 2nd round, drawing opponents who were all around the foundation stage. Like the alchemy cultivators, they were stubborn and refused to admit defeat, vowing to see what abilities her direct disciple had. Even if I'm useless, she lay down on the ground, starting to feel hopeless about the situation. It shouldn't be that a bunch of foundation and chi condensation cultivators were challenging her. The two of them wore long faces, exuding a sense of despair. Their resentment was almost heavier than that of ghosts. Yi Qiao's luck was too good, while Zhou Xingyun's misfortune was a bit absurd. He faced a group of golden core stage cultivators in the second round, but fortunately, those people were sensible and admitted defeat promptly. Discussions about Yi Qiao continued fiercely on the forum. It was said that the Changming sect had been training specifically against Yi Qiao lately, ignoring the realm difference. Wouldn't Mu Chongxi have to let her win? Mu Chongxi cursed inwardly. Let your mother. Even if he wanted to, he had to be able to let her win. Moreover, it wasn't him training Yi Qiao, but the senior brother. Zhou Xingyun was quite ruthless when training people. Yi Qiao was growing rapidly under such rigorous training. Enough, enough. Yi Qiao, quickly draw a strong opponent. I don't want to see those idiots talking anymore. It's simply insulting my intelligence, Mu Chongxi said, covering his face in pain. Yi Qiao replied, good luck, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Xingyun floated over and said, if this continues, you'll have to stay up all night to single-handedly advance to the third round. Shuiyu suddenly thought of something and slapped the wooden table. Let the senior brother come. He has bad luck. That makes sense. Under the gazes of all who believed he had a heavy responsibility. Zhou Xingyun felt a bit speechless, but ultimately helped her draw a lot. Number 190, which wasn't too low. Being in the top 200 meant it had to be a golden core stage cultivator. Now everyone was energized. They had drawn a strong opponent. Mu Chongxi exclaimed, go find out how strong he is. Who should we ask? Ming Xian blinked. After he said this, the others fell silent. The others were busy racking up points. But soon Yi Qiao thought of Xie Chuxue, who had come over to join the fun. This little junior aunt of hers had nothing to do all day. If it weren't for her pretty face, she would really seem like a jobless freeloader. In fact, aside from Xie Chuxue being idle, there were others. But Qin Fanfan and Elder Xiao were not options. They couldn't let the sect leader and elders sneak around to gather information from cultivators. Such unbecoming actions were beneath the Changming sect. Xie Chuxue was quick. By evening, when Yi Qiao heard a knock on the door and opened it, she was startled. Hey. Xie Chuxue was hanging upside down. Suddenly getting close with a cheerful smile, I bring news. Your next opponent is named Song Gang, early golden core stage. Upon hearing it was a golden core, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The difference between golden cores is significant, especially in terms of spiritual roots. Even Mu Chongxi couldn't defeat Yi Qiao at the same realm, let alone an ordinary golden core cultivator. They weren't too worried about Yi Qiao. They weren't afraid of a strong opponent, just afraid of a weak one. Furthermore, Xie Chuxue added seriously, Changfeng sect has brought their sect's treasure. If you encounter someone from Changfeng sect later, be careful. Yi Qiao poked at Xie Chuxue, who was hanging upside down on the door and swaying aimlessly. Thinking that he was indeed a magical creature, always appearing in unexpected places. What is the treasure of Changfeng sect? Xie Chuxue, you'll know once he uses it. It's clear that Changfeng sect really wants to win. As for the Duanshui sword of Jin sect, it is the top spirit sword. And the Mingyue arrow of Yueqing sect can break forbidden spells with a single shot. But so far, no one has been able to draw it. Moreover, to obtain these things, one must be able to encounter them. Each sect has its own treasure, and he only knows these two sects. The others are kept secret. Xie Chuxue stroked his chin, saying that their sect also has one, but Qin Fanfan won't let him say what it is. It's all very mysterious. And it's not something normal. Hearing the commotion, Qin Fanfan hurried over, asking what was going on. Did they finally draw someone capable? The people in the sect were quite anxious, fearing that Yi Qiao's mentality might be affected, and they also wanted to see what level Yi Qiao was really at. Who wouldn't want to see the level of someone with a heavenly spirit root? Yi Qiao's thoughts took a strange turn. Oh, the Duanshui sword. Isn't that a couple sword with senior brother S. Duanshan? And in the original story, it seems that Yi Qinghan was the one who obtained the Duanshui sword, right? TSK. What a strange coincidence. Zhou Xingyun was equally disgusted. It should be known that all the sword masters of the Duanshui sword throughout the generations have been male. He originally felt nothing. But Yi Qiao's mention of a couple sword made his expression momentarily blank. His mind was filled with two words, bad luck. Don't let Duanshan be stimulated into transforming to chop you. Mu Chongxi leaned over. TSK. He hadn't thought about this. But the Duanshui sword hasn't been drawn for over 100 years. It's uncertain if they will be lucky enough to see the Duanshui sword recognize its master this year. Xiao glanced at him, saying they would see. If he remembered correctly, Yunhua in the sword cave also had a share. The sword she obtained was named Luoshui, which is a couple sword with Yi Qinghan's Duanshui. She just mentioned that senior brother Duanshan and Yi Qinghan's Duanshui were merely casual talk. How could the names of the main character's life swords not match? After Qin Fanfan pulled Xie Chushua down from hanging upside down, she found that the topics these people were discussing were getting increasingly off track, as if no one cared about the next match's Golden Core period contestants. Just as she was about to reprimand them, Xie Chushua said, "Couple sword? Then you all say, if Yi Qinghan and Zhou Xingyun become partners in the future and hold a banquet, can I mooch off them?" Then the careless Xie Chushua was beaten up by the enraged Qin Fanfan. "Shut up. Get lost. This is too much." Xie Chushua looked dumbfounded, not knowing where he got a handkerchief from, saying that he had been trying hard to gather information. Shuiyu covered her face. Is there anyone normal in this room? Who is the opponent? Yi Xiao. How strong is she? Song Gang pondered, his expression unclear. Strength is unknown. It is said that she is also in the Golden Core period, and she just broke through not long ago. I believe it shouldn't be a big problem. Drawing Yi Xiao is good. It's much easier than facing a few other direct disciples. Yi Xiao's luck in drawing lots was smooth sailing to the extreme. But unexpectedly, this time she stumbled. She extended her hand to grip the drawn lot tightly, letting out a heavy breath. Yi Xiao rarely drew a decent opponent, and a few of them happily went over to join the excitement. The front row was occupied by them, compared to the cold and quiet scene of the Dan cultivators. The sword cultivators' side was simply overcrowded, especially since the protagonist was Yi Xiao. Finally drew a Golden Core. Both were in the Golden Core period. Shouldn't they fight for a while? It had been too boring earlier, as the distance between the other direct disciples and ordinary Golden Core cultivators was too great, leading to a crushing situation that was not worth watching. Yi Xiao was different. Both were in the early Golden Core stage. Go for it, Xiao Xiao. A little girl nearby excitedly started throwing flowers at Yi Xiao's head. Before she arrived, the flowers floated down, and colorful petals were everywhere. Where are the cheers? Fans excitedly clapped their hands. Yi Xiao, the first to arrive. Yi Xiao, invincible in battle. They hadn't even started yet. And you're already shouting slogans. Someone waved their hand, asking what if she loses? Yi Xiao's fans immediately became unhappy. How could she lose? Our Xiao is the strongest in the world. Yes. The opponent couldn't be bothered to argue with these brainless fans. Yi Xiao. She couldn't even listen to their bragging. Shuiyu stroked her chin, smiling as she urged, "Hurry up, our invincible first." At this moment, one could only imagine the psychological shadow area of Yi Xiao's opponent. He felt a bit speechless, although he knew Yi Xiao was famous. It shouldn't be to this extent, right? Petals were flying all over the sky. The judge frowned, standing there and waving his hand to signal unrelated persons to stay away from the competition area. Song Gang, please give me some guidance. The two stood in opposing positions, and he politely opened his mouth after pressing his lips together. Yi Xiao, all right. She didn't bother with pleasantries. Song Gang didn't waste words. He drew his sword. The sword he used was not a mysterious sword. It was evident that he was a well-off cultivator. Knowing that Yi Xiao liked to throw talismans, he took the initiative, not intending to give Yi Xiao that opportunity. The sword energy filled up, sweeping toward her face. Yi Xiao glanced at him, stepping lightly on the breeze to dodge the sword energy. In the Golden Core period, stepping on the breeze became increasingly swift. Not to mention him, even a late-stage Golden Core cultivator would have to exert effort to catch up. The girl's south figure disappeared in place. Song Gang pressed his lips together, capturing her landing position, and struck again with a quick and precise sword. Yi Xiao dodged again. This was her first battle against a Golden Core cultivator, and she thought it would be somewhat difficult, but it seemed that the opponent was far from the ferocity of her two senior brothers. After several attempts, the atmosphere in the arena became somewhat quiet. Why is Yi Xiao dodging? Naturally, her speed allows her to dodge. If she can't win, who would fight you? Yi Xiao quite liked this strategy. The two exchanged a few simple moves. Song Gang thought she wanted to wear him down. He didn't expect a direct disciple to have to resort to a war of attrition and couldn't help but speak. Can you not face me directly? Yi Xiao looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure? Yi Xiao had played enough. Her expression slightly restrained. Her figure disappeared again. When Song Gang sensed the girl's presence again, his pupils constricted, and for a moment his arm felt numb as he remembered. This Xiao has a thunder spirit root. Fortunately, Song Gang reacted in time, when he tried to block with his other hand. The bamboo stick in Xiao's hand suddenly split into two, and the free stick struck out, with sword energy like a rainbow. He was struck hard in the chest by this sudden and clean sword energy. Song Gang tried to grab Xiao in front of him to resist. But under the heavy blow of the sword energy, he didn't even have the chance to touch her. His whole body was uncontrollably thrown outside the competition platform. Speed must be fast, and the posture must be cool. No need for any flashy moves. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The atmosphere briefly froze. Chapter 138. Finding flaws. Xiao's previous opponents were all direct disciples, and suddenly facing a group of ordinary golden core cultivators. She felt quite unaccustomed. After the match, no one reacted. Wasn't it said that there would be back and forth? In the end, it turned out to be Xiao's one-sided crushing? Is the gap between ordinary people and direct disciples in the same realm this large? It's understandable for others to settle the victory with one sword. Their lowest realm is also in the mid-golden core stage. But Xiao could end it so quickly in the same realm. Is it a matter of luck? Ming Xin stood on the outskirts, hearing the discussions from behind him, and replied, "You can understand it as a dimensional reduction blow between spiritual roots and ordinary spiritual roots. It's indeed surprising that someone can catch up with the progress of other direct disciples in such a short time." Yin Ke also advanced quickly. It seems her breakthrough speed is even faster than Xiao's, but her foundation is unstable. Not to mention within the same realm, even Xiao, who had just established her foundation, could defeat her. Someone swallowed hard. So the top 10 are basically all these direct disciples? None of them are easy to deal with. The difference lies in who is first and who is second among the top 10, arranged in order. It's not just basic, it's certain. There are already many sword cultivators among the 5 sects, and these sword cultivators are more ferocious than the other. Those who originally wanted to watch Xiao's excitement fell silent for a moment. Should we watch again? Someone suggested. Let's watch again. Xiao couldn't possibly compete in just one match. She drew several lots in a row, mostly getting either foundation establishment or chi refinement. Just when everyone was feeling drowsy, she finally drew a golden core period, and the opponent decisively raised their hand. "Don't send me flying. I can leave on my own." "Xiao, can I get a chance?" Xiao was not giving up. "Let's have a match. This is just one golden core period. It's not enough for me to prove myself." Impossible. The outsiders couldn't see it. But everyone in the golden core period could see clearly that whether it was spiritual energy or sword techniques, she was not on the same level as an ordinary golden core period. When she fought that golden core period earlier, she didn't even use her full strength. She just probed a few times before easily finishing the match. The individual competition was in full swing. Upon hearing about Xiao crushing cultivators of the same realm, Chu Xingji, who was practicing his sword, felt a bit skeptical. Is that true? He was a thick-headed type. Before encountering Xiao, he didn't believe anything said by the fence-sitters on the cultivation forum. Zhu Yu rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. "I saw it. Her sword can change forms, so be careful." Chu Xingji was a mindless contestant. He and Mu Chongxi would probably get along well if they were in the same sect. When the two faced off, there was nothing to worry about. They were both forceful types, only engaging in fighting and killing. But encountering someone like Xiao, who had so many tricks, was worrisome. Xiao continued to rack up points. Apart from a few thick-headed ones wanting to challenge her, they were easily dealt with by her sword. After that, everything went surprisingly smoothly. She just needed to sit there the entire time. The forum was still buzzing. Now only Xiao was in the second round. The other direct disciples had already reached the third round. No problem. Xiao had already started to move a stool on the competition stage, drawing lots while sitting and waiting for others to come up and admit defeat. If she could sit, she wouldn't stand. She had made it clear that she was going to slack off. Speaking of which, these direct disciples were quite bold. Yun Ke from the Moon Clearing sect also had quite the ideas. She took a mysterious sword and challenged several talisman cultivators, almost becoming invincible. Someone was stunned. So it can work like this? It can indeed work like this. The rules have loopholes to exploit. She dual cultivates sword and talisman. And the talisman competition didn't explicitly forbid her from using a sword. If you can dual cultivate, you can also use it. Couldn't Xiao also throw talismans in the sword cultivator competition? But sword cultivators fighting talisman cultivators is extremely simple. As long as Yun-Kei seizes an opportunity to get close, the opponent won't even have a chance to resist. At first, no one paid attention to Yun-Kei's situation. Everyone was just focused on reaching the peak. Those who couldn't enter the top 10 were mocked mercilessly. As fate would have it, Ming Xian drew Yun-Quebec. He specifically checked the opponent's ranking, 78th. Why was she acting like a rabid dog? Wasn't she supposed to be very weak? This was something Song Hanxing had said. Mu Chongxi checked the forum and, after getting feedback, said, "Oh, she uses a mysterious sword against talisman cultivators. She's basically reached a point where talisman cultivators fear her." Ming Xian, can I still survive and walk out of tomorrow's competition? It should be noted that talisman cultivators are beings that get completely dominated once they are approached. Fighting a sword cultivator against a talisman cultivator is a situation that doesn't require guessing. How about taking some drugs? Shuiyu handed him a refined pill, which included the previously made snail powder flavor. Ming Xian pinched his nose and leaned back strategically, but he needed time to take the drugs. Mu Chongxi was a sword cultivator. He understood the speed at which sword cultivators draw their swords. Ming Xian stood on the stage and could be sent flying at any moment. It was a matter of probability to encounter someone among so many people. Ming Xian had run into a stroke of bad luck to encounter Yun-Quebec. The young man leaned on the table, sighed for a long time, and thought it through. If I can't win, I might as well admit defeat. The two shared a similar realm. When it came to talisman mastery, 10 Yun-Keis wouldn't compare to him. But Yun-Kei could dual cultivate. It would be a miracle if he could win. But she can exploit loopholes, can't we? Su Xingyun said with a hint of melancholy. Using a sword in a talisman competition is no different from changing the concept. Yi Xiao, is there a rule sheet? Let's organize it and think about how to exploit it tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the end of the competition was about exploiting loopholes. Others didn't expect it either. Who among the good people in competition didn't think about how to exploit loopholes every day? Since the opponent was Yun-Kei, none of them went to the competition. They all rushed to watch. Not only them, but most of the spectators were also talisman cultivators. Ming Xian hung his head dejectedly, emotionally grabbing Yi Xiao's hand. When I die, remember to buy me the best grave. Yi Xiao patted his head. How deep was this person's obsession with the best grave? And he might not even die, right? Mu Chongxi mumbled. Shuiyu. Hard to say. Judging by Yun-Kei's demeanor, she probably means business. With Shuiyu's words, Ming Xian's heart sank further. While they were discussing, a girl's voice came from behind. Ming Xian, this match is yours, right? The girl asked. Ming-Yi? Ming Xian blinked and nodded. Yes, it's my match. Shuiyu quietly explained. She's Ming Xian's direct lineage sister. In any big family, as long as they are direct lineages, they are somewhat related. It's either a sister or a brother. The individual competition was essentially a contest of open and covert struggles among various families, scattered cultivators, and direct disciples, so it was normal to encounter a few acquaintances. Ming Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you here for the competition too? Ming-Yi glanced at the few people behind him, all of whom she knew, or rather, nowadays. There were hardly any in the cultivation world who didn't know this group of direct disciples. No, the girl shook her head. You should focus on your match. She was also here to participate in the individual competition and had discussed Ming Xian and Yun-Kei's match with the head of the Ming family before coming. The head of the Ming family said, the 4 talisman cultivators from the moon clearing sect occupy 4 spots, and that little rabbit of Ming Xian occupies 1. The remaining 5 spots have to compete with other direct lineages. The Song family and the Ming family, both talisman families, have countless geniuses emerging. The next match is between Yun-Kei and Ming Xian. You can go watch, and by the way, tell that little rabbit that it's okay if he can't win. I won't scold him next time. Speaking of which, the head of the Ming family felt a bit embarrassed. Previously, Ming Xian couldn't break through to the golden core period no matter what, and he had scolded him every time, resulting in the child becoming reclusive and unwilling to return home. Yun-Kei? Ming-Yi was taken aback, then looked disdainfully at the method of using a sword to challenge talisman cultivators. How shameless. If she could use a sword to challenge talisman cultivators, does that mean Yi Xiao could also take a sword and face her? The head of the Ming family rubbed his beard, awkwardly saying, that might not be possible. However, Yi Xiao also came, but unfortunately did not participate in the talisman competition. It wasn't just him. Several others from the 8 great families also wanted to see if the rumored Yi Xiao truly lived up to her reputation. Ming-Yi took this opportunity to come and watch Ming Xian's match while observing Yi Xiao. She looked quite ordinary. dressed in deep blue, at the age of 16. Especially when she wasn't speaking, she appeared very serene and cool. Xiao was aware that someone was sizing her up. In fact, she had gotten used to it. As it seemed, everyone looked her over when they saw her. Ming Xian took a deep breath and, once the competition stage was cleared, slowly stepped up. At the same time, Yun Ke quickly flew onto the stage and smiled at her from a distance. Seeing this, Xiao also smiled back, more radiant. You are right. The heavens do not reward hard work. They only favor geniuses. Yun Ke's expression stiffened. She had said this very sentence not long ago. However, at that time, no one had called her a spiritual root. This made Yun Ke feel a bit embarrassed when she recalled it now. She pursed her lips in frustration and fell silent. Xiao's voice was not restrained, making it clear for those outside to hear. The heavens reward hard work? Whoever said that, I will strangle them. Just look at Xiao. Obviously, the heavens favor geniuses. Xiao slacked off every day, but it did not affect her winning at all. Once the two stood on the stage, they didn't even exchange basic greetings and went straight to fighting. An objective fact was that talisman practitioners simply could not win against sword cultivators, and with the stage being so small, there was no time to set up formations before being engaged in close combat by the sword cultivators. Even if they were knocked away, it was fine. They could quickly concede defeat, as losing one round wasn't a big deal. Yun Ke was clearly trying to mess with Ming Xian's mindset. Instead of finding a way to knock him down, she aimed to stab him with her sword. Ming Xian barely dodged each time. Using a few talismans to weakly defend himself, Zhou Xingyun stated objectively, Ming Xian can't win against her. Song Hansheng can at least face off against Yi Qinghan, right? How can he not win? Talisman practitioners aren't that weak. They can be quite strong and play an indispensable role in team matches. Zhou Xingyun's voice was calm. The stage is too small. When fighting against sword cultivators, there's no chance to expand their techniques. He paused, looking back at how Song Hansheng was eliminated by Chu Xingji and Yi Qiao's teamwork. It's clear that without a suitable venue, talisman practitioners are at a disadvantage in close combat. The competition stage was too small, and a talisman practitioner had never appeared who could use a sword. Who would have thought so many geniuses would emerge this year? Yi Qiao observed this scene and lightly clicked her tongue. That's why I always think mages are unreliable. In a one-on-one with assassins, they are completely at a disadvantage. Luckily, I'm a sword cultivator. Yun Ke coldly targeted the painful spots with her sword. Ming Xian's movement was quick, as he saw his talismans being shattered one by one. He lowered his gaze and fingered a spell to activate the four-corner formation he had previously set up. Yun Ke was stunned, trapped, unable to move her limbs. The next second, Ming Xian kicked her to the ground, her sword propped up to avoid falling. The four-corner formation could lock someone within a certain range. Yun Ke, seeing this, was not angry, wanting to break out, but the talismans were ineffective unless she kicked herself out. But she was a sword cultivator, and Ming Xian couldn't get close to her. Thus, the four-corner formation merely trapped her, giving Ming Xian a moment to catch his breath as he hastened to set up an attacking formation. On the other side, Yun Ke was desperately trying to break through the formation. She understood formations and could break through quickly. When Ming Xian saw her coming out, he retreated a step, tearing a fog talisman, and smoke billowed around. After Yun Ke broke the formation, upon seeing the smoke, she suddenly smiled, turning her head as if she had eyes, and abruptly stabbed in Ming Xian's direction. What the hell? Is she cheating? Yi Qiao's first reaction was this. Logically speaking, with the same realm, Yun Ke shouldn't be able to find her position so quickly with the fog talisman. She was really strange. On stage, Ming Xian dodged just in time to avoid a chilling end, cursing under his breath. Damn, are you really trying to kill me? During the competition, it was generally understood to be a matter of holding back. After the top 10 were selected, there were those who fought fiercely for better ranks. But it was still just the third round, not the finals. Was it necessary to go this far? Yun Ke remained silent, her strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Ming Xian could only continue dodging with the wind step while tossing down a few explosive talismans. The girl squinted, her fingertips pinching a talisman and returning it unchanged. Whatever Ming Xian had, she had too. Although her talisman level was not good, she had a sword in hand, and in this situation, Ming Xian could do nothing to her. No, if you play like this, who can beat you? Ming Xian almost spat blood. What the hell? Being dual cultivated is impressive, right? You're forcing me. After saying that, he looked down at the audience. Shuiyu, where's your Dan furnace? The somewhat tense Shui Yu below suddenly reacted. Here it comes. Finally going for his Dan furnace, right? After a night of discussion among a group of mischievous people, they had started figuring out how to exploit the loopholes in the rules, and they really found a way. Chapter 139. One dares to boast. One dares to listen. What are you going to do? Refining pills? This should be ineffective against Yun Ke, right? Referee, a Dan furnace? The referee was also somewhat puzzled, asking what they needed the Dan furnace for. Ming Yi, watching from the sidelines, also calmed down strangely. To be honest, she was worried. She didn't trust anyone, but she couldn't deny this group's ability to stir up trouble. Shui Yu threw the Dan furnace over. Let's not talk about it. Damn, the effect was really good. Ming Xian shrank behind the Dan furnace, and Shui Yu hurriedly enlarged it, controlling its direction to block the attacks for him. This really tested their cooperation. It was as useful as a shield. After several moves missed, Yun Ke was going crazy. Referee. They are cheating. The referee also looked stunned. Coming back to his senses, his voice turned cold. You from Changming sect, stop helping them cheat. Do you hear? Hey, what do you mean helping to cheat? Mu Chongxi shouted louder than him. What is wrong with us just throwing a Dan furnace around for fun? Yi Xiao also started her sophistry. Referee, I have a question. The referee was too lazy to reason with the foolish Mu Chongxi and looked at Yi Xiao. Speak. Whose Dan furnace is it? Shui Yu's. What is Shui Yu? A Dan cultivator. Isn't it not allowed for Dan cultivators to participate in talisman competitions? For example, she tried to give an example. I am also a proper Dan cultivator. Thinking of her unpleasant pills, she looked at her mouth, and the referee's corner twitched, nodding. That's right. Dan cultivators are not allowed to compete. And dual cultivators are also not allowed to register multiple times. But that is not a reason for you to cheat. His voice suddenly increased. Yi Xiao and he spoke at the same time. Doesn't that settle it then? He isn't competing, nor has he come on stage. He is just throwing a Dan furnace. The referee. This counts as external assistance. Yi Xiao continued her sophistry. Sword cultivators can use sword control. So what is wrong with us Dan cultivators controlling a Dan furnace? We aren't helping him. It's just Shui Yu controlling the Dan furnace. Oh. If you also want to see, I can perform it now, controlling the Dan furnace in the air. How about that? Very reasonable, right? Reasonable, my ass. As Yi Xiao really looked like she was going to pull out her Dan furnace, the referee hurriedly stopped her. It was a joke. One Dan furnace floating around was already chaotic enough, and another one would be too much. This Dan furnace did not attack anyone and did not cause any harm to Yun Quebec. Shui Yu remained composed and said to the referee, You're discriminating against me. Just look at how you've treated my alchemy furnace. He shook the furnace as he spoke. The referee retorted, What the hell? Who's discriminating against your furnace? Shui Yu had a knack for moral coercion, and the referee was momentarily speechless before quickly retracting his statement. Shui Yu smiled briefly and stopped being cheeky. Retrieving the alchemy furnace. This was what they had discussed earlier. All they needed to do was buy some time. Give Ming Xian a moment to set up the formation. With the alchemy furnace as a shield, Yun Ke was delayed for quite a while, and by the time she sensed something was wrong, it was too late. The young figure vanished again, and a talisman with golden patterns was simultaneously affixed to Yun Quebec. Yun Ke caught sight of his position, took a step forward, and sent a sword strike his way, the Vajra talisman turning to ashes in the process. Hooked. Ming Xian's eyes curved into a smile as he suddenly retreated. Activating the formation. 5 positions lit up with floating light. The attack formation was completed, and several attacks surged toward Yun Ke, who instinctively ignited the Vajra talisman to resist. Ming Yi, watching the match alongside others, remained silent for a moment. This is the fire separation formation, one of the formations from our 8 great families. And Ming Xian has an exceptional fire spiritual root. The effect was even more pronounced. The moment the formation was completed, Yun Ke condensed water in her hand, trying to extinguish the flames rising around her. She felt as if her face was being scorched painfully, as if her body was cracking and evaporating from the heat. The flames spread out, overwhelming her as they came crashing down. The water in her hand had just formed when it caught fire on her clothes. In an instant, it ignited. She was wearing the sect's uniform, and the flames could only erode the surface. Yun Ke breathed a sigh of relief, but her face couldn't withstand it. How could flames be blocked by a sword? This was the insidious nature of talisman cultivation. Once the formation was complete, unless one was extraordinarily powerful, not only could they not break through, but they would also be trapped. Watching Yun Ke being forced to retreat step by step, Yi Xiao immediately stood up and shouted, "Second senior brother, stomp on her. Stomp on her face." Mu Chongxi, seeing the situation turn, began to bark excitedly. "Hurry up! Hurry up! She's actually trying to take action against your charming face. Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie cannot." One after another, they fueled the fire, eager to see the drama unfold. Seeing this, Ming Xian indeed stomped down, and not only that, after stomping, he viciously ground his foot down, kicking her down effortlessly. Yun Ke was burned to the point of being unrecognizable. She fixed her gaze on Ming Xian, never having suffered such a significant defeat, especially after a string of consecutive victories. Suddenly being knocked down and having her face stomped on was unbearable. "How could you do this?" she seethed, her chest rising and falling, her lower lip nearly bleeding from the pressure. She had never seen anyone stomp on someone's face in a competition. "What does it matter to me how I do it?" Ming Xian scoffed. "You lost. Didn't anyone tell you to pay more attention to the talisman cultivator's movements?" He had been jumping around for quite a while Yun Ke was like a madwoman, aiming for the spots where he couldn't dodge, each move deadly. Without a hint of awareness of Ming Xian's subtle hand gestures forming the array. It was a shame she was a talisman cultivator and lacked such basic knowledge. Ming Xian smirked. "Next time, be careful. Don't make the same mistake again." So cheeky. How did Yun Hen teach his disciples? It was shameful for them to still claim to be orthodox talisman cultivators with such a disciple. Song Hanxing had advised Yun Ke to pay more attention to her opponent's gestures and any unusual surroundings during battles. But she couldn't help but start learning from Yi Xiao's flashy moves, challenging talisman cultivators with her sword and winning all the way to the third round. After watching her matches, Song Hanxing ultimately chose to remain silent. All right, sword cultivators challenging talisman cultivators is indeed like cutting vegetables. Nobody expected Yun Ke to run into someone from the Changming sect early on. One could ask, who could outdo the Changming sect in flashy moves? Song Hanxing came here to observe Ming Xian. Both were talisman cultivators, and they would eventually meet in the finals, so it wouldn't hurt to observe a bit. However, his timing was unfortunate, catching the scene where Yun Ke was just kicked down by Ming Xian. Tears streamed down Yun Ke's face. "Senior brother, you lost, so you lost." Song Hanxing said dismissively. It wasn't a top 10 match. At most, she would lose some points, and she could just find a few other talisman cultivators to regain them. Yun Ke bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. "It's different. Losing to the Changming sect is too much of a blow for me. Especially how dare Ming Xian stomp on my face." At this point, Song Hanxing was too lazy to comfort her. Losing was losing. What else could be done? After all, it wasn't him who lost, and Song Hanxing didn't possess the noble quality of comforting others. Prohibit external interference in alchemy competitions, especially the brewing of foul-smelling pills. Prohibit the appearance of alchemy furnaces in talisman competitions. Oh no, prohibit any foreign objects from entering the arena. The organizers, the Yi family, added several rules in quick succession, while also sending people to inform those newly added disciples of the new rules, especially those from the Changming sect. Is there anything else? He took a deep breath and waved his hand. After the Changming sect's matches are over, I'll think of more things to prohibit. Unexpectedly, this group of people was simply unpredictable. They figured out how to exploit the loopholes in the rules. Meanwhile, as Ming Xian stepped down from the competition stage, he furrowed his brows, walking back. That Yun Ke, was she mentally unstable? She just stabbed me with her sword at the slightest disagreement. "I told you," Shui said. "Be careful of her. She really dislikes us." After a pause, his eyes blinked slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation, or rather, hatred. This hatred was quite skillful. Mu Chongxi had previously thought little of it. No matter how much one disliked them, what could be done? Song Hanxing had always disliked them, but he just couldn't eliminate them. What kind of grudge was this that they would go for the kill? The other sword cultivators could clearly see that every move aimed for a life-threatening strike. Mu Chongxi felt a bit frustrated. When will the Yueqing sect be able to expel her? Unless they find the next exceptional spiritual route. Otherwise, it's quite difficult. The matches on Ming Xian's side ended, and there was basically nothing to see on the sword cultivator's side. The top 10 disciples were already reserved. The loose cultivators were practically serving as dishes. Entering the top 10 was a certainty. The key concern was the rankings after the top 10. Shuiyu muttered to himself, so far. Aside from Ming Xian being unfortunate enough to run into Yun Ke, the other few direct disciples haven't had a chance to meet. The next day, Shuiyu saw the draw results and changed his tone. All right, I take back what I said about Ming Xian being a bit unlucky. What was written above was clearly 15. A few people hurriedly went to check the points list. Who was in 15th? Yi Qinghan. After saying this, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The senior brother and Yi Qinghan are matched up? Those two. The competition arena would surely be destroyed. The two present were very excited, but the parties involved remained calm. Zhou Xingyun thought for a moment. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't win, we just concede. Anyway, if I can't win, I'll admit defeat. Shuiyu said, senior brother is at the peak of golden core, and Yi Qinghan is at the nascent soul stage, just one realm apart. However, technically, Yi Qinghan was previously at the same realm as Zhou Xingyun. If he puts in some effort, senior brother could also break through to the nascent soul stage. He just doesn't want to. He simply didn't want to force a breakthrough and had been dragging it out until now. Mu Chongxi complained, how can someone's luck be this bad? I thought running into all golden core cultivators was already unfortunate, but now before the finals, he runs into Yi Qinghan early. On the other side, Yi Xiao was working with Ming Xian on a new talisman. The Vajra talisman had unbeatable defensive effects, able to withstand any attack, but drawing it was time-consuming and energy-consuming. Ming Xian tapped the water with his fingertips, drawing symbols on the wooden table. There is a type of talisman called the confinement shield talisman that is said to be very useful. We can give it a try. This was the first time Yi Xiao had heard of such a defensive talisman, and she was skeptical. Did you create it yourself? No. It's one of the 4 main talismans that the Ming family excels at. He casually invited her. Let's draw it together and see how effective it is. It works really well. Yi Xiao remarked, you can teach your family's special talismans to outsiders? You really are a good son of the Ming family. No matter how one explained it, the Ming family was still a 1,000-year-old prestigious family with profound heritage. He knew far more talismans than others. The young man twirled the wolf hair brush in his hand and confidently began to draw, muttering, this type of talisman is generally used to resist very strong attacks. Moreover, this advanced talisman is prone to failure. I didn't dare to try it before because I always felt I couldn't compare to other talisman cultivators, especially those from the Yueqing sect. Seeing this, Yi Xiao encouraged him. How could that be? How could they possibly compare to you? We are the best. Ming Xian perked up. That's right, we are the best. The two talisman cultivators encouraged and praised each other, gathering together in the middle of the night to draw symbols. KFC listened to their mutual flattery all night. Just destroy it, really. One was bold enough to boast, and the other was willing to listen. When Mu Chongxi burst in, both were busy drawing talismans. Everyone, I have news to tell you. He sat next to Yi Xiao, who was focused on drawing, and said with concern, Big brother and Yi Qinghan. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. What? Yi Xiao blew on the completed talisman and looked up at his distracted face, hesitating to speak, and joked, Big brother and Yi Qinghan are getting married? Ming Xian, isn't the groom you? Mu Chongxi. He puffed up his cheeks, pulled out a chair, and sat down. You guys need to be serious. They drew lots and matched up. The outside world has exploded. The two had never encountered each other in the secret realm, and even if they did, it was always a brief encounter. But the personal competition was different. Even though it wasn't a top 10 match, if they faced each other early, they would have a good idea of each other's strength by the time they competed. After that match, the top 10 rankings could be deduced. Ming Xian looked up, somewhat surprised. Is Big Brother's luck really that bad? To match up so quickly? Although Zhou Xingyun has always been quite unlucky, can a person be this unlucky? In the sword cultivator competition, there was only Yi Qinghan in the nascent soul stage. Yet so many direct disciples ended up matched against him. Yeah, Mu Chongxi nodded. There is something to watch in tomorrow's competition. Yi Xiao looked up and smiled brightly. Perfect. I have a few talismans. I'll let Yi Qinghan help me test their effects. But that's a match between a nascent soul and a peak golden core. Are you really going to let them test the talisman effects for you? Can it get any more absurd? Are nascent soul and peak golden core cultivators not human anymore? Yi Xiao put away the talismans in her hand. Her tone cheerful. Don't worry. These are the defensive talismans that Ming Xian and I drew, along with some strange talismans. I guarantee it won't cause any major problems. Mu Chongxi. All right. Anyway, with Yi Xiao's involvement, he sincerely hopes that both of them will be fine during the competition. Chapter 140. She is not a normal person. The early encounter between Yi Qinghan and Zhou Xingyun before the finals was undoubtedly surprising news, and the outside world was quite excited, eagerly placing bets. I bet a spirit stone that the two will collapse the competition arena. They were one realm apart, but to be honest, if Zhou Xingyun wanted to break through, he could. Is he just waiting for a natural breakthrough? then facing Yi Qinghan is indeed a great opportunity. What terrible luck Zhou Xingyan has. It seems all the bad luck has landed on him. He should learn from the adjacent Yi Xiao, who is already sitting there with her legs crossed, waiting for her opponent to concede. As the saying goes, people's joys and sorrows are not mutually understood. Yi Xiao had quite good luck, not encountering a single direct disciple throughout. Among them, the most relaxed was Shui Yu, as alchemy didn't require fighting. After the third round, his ranking was basically secured, and he was already contemplating what pills to refine for the finals. Yi Xiao had quite a say in this. Those alchemy books she copied during her time in the restricted area were not for nothing. Her mind was filled with various formulas, and now she urgently needed to pour them all out. She tapped the table enthusiastically. Have you tried ancient elixirs? Shui Yu's eyes slightly moved, silently covering his face with the book, his voice sluggish. I can't remember. There are too many steps. Besides, ancient formulas require top-quality spiritual plants, which our sect doesn't have. Such high-level spiritual plants are probably only available in the Bai Shui sect. Yi Xiao cheerfully replied, the Bai Shui sect is such a large sect. They should have dedicated places to cultivate spiritual plants, right? Yes, that's right. Shui Yu nodded. He had considered the Bai Shui sect when he reported to the sect, but at that time, there were too many female disciples, and he was a bit scared, so he gave up. Then the dead spiritual plants should be useless, right? Shui Yu nodded again. Yes. Yi Xiao was eager to try. Do you remember I have a chaos pearl? The primordial energy inside can revive plants, bringing dead wood back to life. Why don't we go help the Bai Shui sect cultivate their land? She had a sudden inspiration. Shui Yu sat up straight. Good idea. We can take the opportunity to fleece the Bai Shui sect. At the Bai Shui sect, 2 direct disciples claimed they were going to cultivate their land, leaving the elders quite puzzled. Aren't you two supposed to focus on the competition? What are you doing cultivating land? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. I'll help you clear the weeds. Let me ask the elders, are you throwing away the dead spiritual plants? Clear the weeds? The other party was momentarily stunned, stroking his beard and pondering. The dead ones definitely need to be thrown away or fed to pigs. Yi Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, cracking up. The pigs eat better than us? The elder of the Bai Shui sect cleared his throat. Not to that extent, not to that extent. He couldn't help but wonder how poor the Longming sect's food was. However, since you two are willing to go, then go ahead. Who wouldn't want free labor? Although he didn't understand what these two were doing, having 2 direct disciples around was generally a good thing. The spiritual plants Shui Yu needed for the competition were basically all available in the inner circle of the Bai Shui sect, because they were not properly cared for. Many spiritual plants had died, and the two quickly found usable spiritual plants. The Bai Shui sect truly deserved to be a grand sect for alchemy. Shui Yu let out a sigh of relief. If I had known, I should have chosen the Bai Shui sect back then. Then why didn't you go? Yi Xiao was also curious. He couldn't have been tricked here by a bun, right? Shui Yu sighed. I was young and naive back then. There were too many female disciples there, and I was shy. After gathering the spiritual plants, Yi Xiao's fingertips moved slightly, quickly drawing out the primordial energy and tentatively inputting it. The spiritual plants showed subtle changes. Saying they were revived was not an exaggeration. After dying, the efficacy of the spiritual plants was greatly discounted, and the Bai Shui sect was wealthy enough not to lack this bit of spiritual plants. So Yi Xiao's fleece was going quite smoothly. No wonder the chaos pearl is so rare. Shui Yu watched as the spiritual plants in her hand gradually revived, slightly smacking his lips. But once the primordial energy inside is used up, it should be gone, right? Yi Xiao looked at the primordial energy in her dantian, which was reduced by nearly half, and nodded. I usually don't need this. After reviving and taking away a portion of the spiritual plants from the small medicinal field, the two swaggered away. The elder of the Bai Shui sect was somewhat bewildered, watching the two rush off, wanting to scold these 2 Longming sect disciples for being strange. They were supposed to clear the weeds, but they only cleared half and then left. Was this how they cleared weeds? After the two returned to the sect, they took some time to check on their senior brother's match, especially since the opponent was Yi Qinghan. One by one, they stuffed talismans and pills into Zhou Xingyun's hands. Although they might not be able to defeat him, they could still take drugs. That's right. Zhou Xingyun was a bit stunned by the sudden concern from his junior brothers and sisters. He propped his chin up and said in a flat tone, "Oh, it's fine. I'll just admit defeat." Even in the face of defeat, he still had something to say. Ming Xin chuckled, "Don't say that. We're first, you can definitely beat Yi Qinghan. To be honest, I found him unpleasant for a long time. Zhou Xingyan thought for a moment and replied in a flat, disinterested tone, "Then he might as well kill me." Yi Xiao shivered. "You're just going to have a spar. It won't come to the point of being killed. But senior brother." Mu Chongxi peeked in sneakily. "Aren't you about to reach the nascent soul stage? You've been delaying for so long without breaking through. If you face Yi Qinghan, wouldn't you break through?" The possibility of breaking through to the nascent soul stage was indeed very high, even inevitable, but he was just too lazy to do it. What about the tribulation? Let the junior sister handle it. Yi Xiao was now a brick. Wherever needed, she would be moved. Shuiyu said softly, "The junior sister can only share the burden. And she was struck enough by her own tribulation at the golden core stage before, so she probably can't share much." In fact, that was true. Yi Xiao's spiritual root saturation was already sufficient. She spread her hands, indicating that she couldn't help. Although it wasn't the finals, it was merely a mutual probing. But it was still an opportunity for both. Yi Qinghan was undoubtedly serious. He wanted to take first place, and Zhou Xingyun was a hindrance. Finding out the opponent's strength in advance was a good choice. As for Zhou Xingyun, his attitude was quite indifferent. There were several circles of spectators around the arena, and Yi Xiao and the others squeezed in barely. Even so, they were still squeezed quite hard and had to squat on the ground the entire time to recover. One at the nascent soul stage and one at the peak of the golden core stage. The difference of one realm made it the biggest highlight of the individual competition. So many people. Shuiyu sighed softly. Yes, the nascent soul stage is impressive. Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. She had no idea when she would reach the nascent soul stage. So why are we squatting on the ground to watch the match? Ming Xian didn't understand. Who else watches a match like them, squatting on the ground? They were all lined up in a row. No choice, we couldn't get a spot. Too many people. Let's make do with it. Zhou Xingyun touched the talismans that Yi Xiao had stuffed into his hands before going on stage. There seemed to be many strange things. But more were the defense talismans they had drawn together with Ming Xian. His mood was quite subtle. It was the first time he had received concern. Yi Qinghan politely greeted him and asked about the sword sect. Changming sect. Both were quite concise. Once they stood on the stage, Yi Qinghan could no longer suppress himself and drew his sword. As the referee called for the start, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhou Xingyun had a wind spiritual root, and after merging with treading the clear wind, even Yi Qinghan couldn't find a position. The opponent rarely engaged directly, and Yi Qinghan calmly gripped his sword tightly. At the moment Zhou Xingyun's aura was exposed, a layer of frost covered the long sword, and without hesitation, he slashed down with a dazzling sword light shooting upward. Two completely different sword energies clashed, instantly producing a sharp sound of breaking air. Both maintained their expressions. Their strengths were about equal. You really are strong. Yi Qinghan's brows slightly furrowed, wanting to continue testing. Yi Qinghan fought recklessly, but Zhou Xingyun did not want to drag this out. A gust of wind swept in rapidly, and Zhou Xingyun remembered the talismans his junior sister had given him, revealing a strange expression. Releasing his hand, several talismans quietly flew in the direction of the wind. Yi Qinghan instinctively squinted. Just as he was about to resist, he quickly realized that this gust of wind had no lethal power, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what Zhou Xingyun was up to. The wind was always formless, and the talismans silently floated to the back before landing. Yi Qinghan was suddenly jolted. He realized he had been tagged with a talisman, and his expression changed slightly. Soon, he calmed down again. The Changming sect only had 2 talisman cultivators, and the highest realm, Ming Xian, was only at the mid-golden core stage. No matter how powerful, it couldn't threaten him. No way. This can actually stick? But it seemed like it really could. Yi Qinghan was a straightforward person, not interested in those underhanded tricks, and never considered that Zhou Xingyun had used the wind's direction to tag him with a talisman. After being tagged, Yi Qinghan was somewhat indifferent. After all, the lethal power of golden core talismans posed no threat to Yi Qinghan. How could they be stronger than a nascent soul? That was naturally impossible. However, everyone overlooked one point. The lethality of golden core talismans was not great, but Yi Xiao's talismans could be quite annoying. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat confused, his head spinning as he started pointing wildly at the sky. He maintained this bewildered behavior for a moment, then tilted his head and laughed a couple of times, wanting to rush over on the competition stage and hug Zhou Xingyun's thigh. Who is that? That's Yi Qinghan. Such behavior from anyone else in the Changming sect might not seem so strange, but it was Yi Qinghan, and his odd demeanor caused a collective silence in the audience. Yi Qinghan was also somewhat stunned. For a moment, He couldn't control his thoughts and even reached out, trying to take Zhou Xingyun's hand, attempting to invite him to dance together. The others couldn't bear to watch. Oh, it's painful to watch. Zhou Xingyun quickly and accurately kicked in his direction, thinking rapidly about how to quickly deal with him. He found that his junior sister's talismans were indeed quite unreliable. Who wants to see Yi Qinghan dance? Although Yi Qinghan was dazed, his instincts remained intact. Zhou Xingyun's kick missed, and Yi Qinghan dodged it. Yi Qinghan, still out of control, wanted to pull Zhou Xingyun to dance, but was punched away by Zhou Xingyun again. The nascent soul stage was indeed impressive, like a spring. Every time Zhou Xingyun sent him flying, he came back again. Then Yi Qinghan began to sway left and right wildly, revealing a brilliant smile. Although the term brain dead didn't fit Yi Qinghan's usual image, at this moment, they couldn't help but want to tell the sword sect's master, after the match. Take Yi Qinghan to check his brain. Look at this miraculous method. It must be Yi Xiao's doing. It has to be her. This person. Can she draw any talismans that normal people would draw? Probably not. She isn't a normal person. In any case, every talisman Yi Xiao drew was basically abnormal. If they say she is a talisman cultivator, the things she draws are all strange. If they say she isn't, she surprisingly understands formations. Zhou Xingyun's brow twitched as he watched Yi Qinghan try to approach him. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to dance with Yi Qinghan. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Duanqing was drawn from its sheath, and the cold light of snow was piercing. As the momentum of the peak golden core stage emerged, Yi Qinghan's mind instinctively cleared. He took back his sword, and for a moment, his eyes became clear again. Zhou Xingyun became serious. He was truly disgusted. This oppressive feeling also made Yi Qinghan wake up, realizing what he had done. A chilling light flickered in his eyes as he glared at Yi Xiao outside the arena, then furiously waved his sword command towards Zhou Xingyun. The young man's sword continuously emitted waves of cold light, and the sword energy rolled out, forming the shape of a dragon. At the moment Duanqing collided, it nearly slipped from his grasp, and Zhou Xingyun chuckled. A gust of wind took shape, and in an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar intertwined with the howling wind, raising clouds of dust around, making the scene nearly indistinguishable. I finally understood why the senior brother didn't need to practice the treading the wind technique with us. Damn, is the wind spirit root really that impressive? Mu Chongxi was consumed by jealousy. Ming Xian blinked. So if it's the junior sister's spirit root, will there be thunder when she uses it? Yi Xiao also realized this issue, pondering silently and memorizing the gestures that the senior brother had just shown. I'll try it next time. It was the first time she learned that the attributes of a spirit root could also be used for transformation. The battle not far away continued, and Zhou Xingyun was rarely stirred up with fighting spirit, his peak golden elixir aura pressing against the nascent soul. Yi Qinghan's aura was even more terrifying, the sword energy taking shape, with both of them exchanging positions simultaneously, leaving a large pit on the competition stage that cracked with every inch. The residual waves of sword energy stirred up strong winds, and 10 sword shadows swiftly converged, the sword light white as snow, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xingyun couldn't dodge in time. The talismans gifted by his junior brother and junior sister played their role, blocking the attack for him. Upon seeing this, Yi Qinghan pursed his lips. Is having talismans that impressive? After his second sword was intercepted, Yi Qinghan calmly thought. It seems a bit impressive. His expression grew colder, and he became increasingly merciless with his sword strikes. Zhou Xingyun, whose realm was already beneath his, was under relentless pressure from the continuous sword moves. His expression tensed to the extreme. The atmosphere was somewhat strained. Chapter 141. Bringing you a heavenly Tao blessing. Yi Xiao stroked her chin. Is he crazy? Is he not holding back any strength? So ruthless. What if the senior brother gets dragged down in a war of attrition? Perhaps jealousy had disfigured him, Shuiyu concluded. However, with Yi Qinghan being so fierce, if the senior brother couldn't cope, it would be easy for his realm to become unstable, and a significant opponent would undoubtedly stimulate the other's realm. After all, when pushed to the limit under a strong survival instinct, one's realm would loosen. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xingyun faced the shattered cold light appearing before him, blocking it with his broken dust sword. At the same time, the aura around him changed, the sword wind surged, and the broken dust sword flickered. At the moment of collision, under the powerful sword energy, the mysterious sword in Yi Qinghan's hand suddenly emitted a crisp sound of breaking. With a loud bang, the air froze for a few seconds. Damn, Zhou Xingyun, you didn't lose. Yi Qinghan, I know. Zhou Xingyun, caught off guard by the loosening of his realm. Plus his sword was just an ordinary mysterious sword, was naturally cut off by the spirit sword. After all, it wasn't a top 10 competition. They just needed to understand each other's levels. However, Yi Qinghan's gaze deepened. First place can only be mine. Zhou Xingyun had a spirit sword, and under the same realm. The opponent was a very powerful adversary. Yi Qinghan secretly resolved to continue practicing his sword to secure first place. Seeing his stimulated expression, Zhou Xingyun thought for a moment and disdainfully said, "You take it. First place is yours." He actually didn't want to compete. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan annoying him, Zhou Xingyun might have even casually conceded before their duel. Who told him to go crazy? Yi Qinghan. He wasn't too convinced, but thinking about Zhou Xingyun, it seemed he indeed had never been one to compete for anything. Yi Qinghan noticed Zhou Xingyun's unfriendly expression softened a bit. Congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage. Will the thunder tribulation be blocked by Yi Xiao? You're quite lucky. It should end soon. He was quite thankful for Yi Xiao. Otherwise, facing the nascent soul stage alone would be very difficult. Zhou Xingyun said nothing. He had magical artifacts that could block a few hits. Not to mention that Yi Xiao wasn't suited to block now, and the thunder tribulation really hurt. His little junior sister was still young. This was also the first time the usually irresponsible Zhou Xingyun considered others. Sigh. The young man sighed. He originally didn't want to live, but ended up with someone who could stir up trouble. Before Yi Xiao arrived, his few junior brothers were quite sensible, but after she came, he was taught how to be a person. Nascent soul stage. Damn. I knew Zhou Xingyun would break through. How long has Yi Qinghan been at the nascent soul stage? It was only a matter of time. Does this mean we'll be lucky enough to see two nascent soul stages compete for first? You wish. Zhou Xingyun was too lazy to fight Yi Qinghan. Wait. What about the thunder tribulation? The distance between the inside and outside of the arena was quite far. In a safe distance, but the thunder clouds gathered quickly. Zhou Xingyun hadn't found a good spot to face the tribulation when the thunder clouds unexpectedly formed. Should we stay far away? No. Yi Xiao left a heavy shadow when she struck someone outside last time, making some people overly cautious. No need. Not everyone has a thunder tribulation like Yi Xiao that can affect the outside. Zhou Xingyun looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky, revealing a subtle emotion. On one side, he could get struck dead, and on the other, he could stop struggling. After all, he was afraid that if he disappeared, the Changming sect would be torn apart by his junior sister. The senior brother's survival instinct was quite poor. Yi Xiao couldn't help share the burden, meaning he had to rely on Zhou Xingyun to endure it alone. Many prodigies had fallen during the thunder tribulation in the cultivation world. Yi Qinghan's smooth tribulation back then was an exception, and they were all a bit worried when it came to the senior brother. Yi Xiao reined in her expression and looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. She tilted her head and glanced at the direction of Yun Quebec. She remembered the original plot. How did the senior brother become the female lead's devoted admirer? Was he healed through redemption? In the novel, the female lead constantly warmed and encouraged him. Although Yi Xiao felt that this method might be a bit foolish, since it appeared in the original text. She pondered for a moment and pulled the others. Hey, why don't we go give the senior brother some warmth? Mu Chongxi. Maybe we shouldn't. Shui Yu shook his head. In this situation, they feared that Yi Xiao's sudden concern would be too much. Sounds good. Ming Xian, how do you think we should send it? Yi Xiao thought about how Yun Ke sent warmth in the original text. Since it was a popular romance novel, the female lead wasn't very intelligent. She pondered for a while and murmured, since the heavenly thunder hasn't fallen yet, why don't we send gifts? Then show the senior brother meticulous care? Ming Xian poked her. Are you feeling unwell? Just imagine if they showed meticulous care for the senior brother. He would think they were crazy, right? This group of people, who were grateful for not causing trouble, suddenly caring for him would probably scare Zhou Xingyun into hanging himself to calm down. Yi Xiao awkwardly touched the corner of her lips. All right, it does seem quite strange. But under this thunder tribulation, whether they could withstand it was still uncertain. The protection talisman had been drawn, and the diamond talisman was given to the senior brother, just to prevent such a scene from occurring. Many of the talismans they had given previously were destroyed by Yi Qinghan's sword during the fight, and blocking the thunder tribulation was still far from enough. I have an idea. Ming Xian took a deep breath, pressed his lips together, and pulled Yi Xiao. Remember the talismans we drew before? Yi Xiao also recalled and looked at him, nodding. I remember. Go ahead. Drawing a talisman in one stroke is no problem for you, right, junior sister? Ming Xian handed her the wolf hair brush, and a few sheets of talisman paper fluttered as they quickly spread out. Let's do it together. Xiao was the fastest talisman practitioner he had ever seen, effortlessly drawing talismans with a single stroke. When he was undergoing tribulation, Xiao could casually sit nearby and draw the Vajra talisman. Xiao's expression became slightly serious as she nodded. Although she had previously faced tribulations as if it were a game, it didn't mean others would have the same experience. The lightning tribulation at the nascent soul stage was no exaggeration when it was said that not a blade of grass would grow. You draw, and once you're done, I'll throw it under the lightning tribulation. All right. After a brief exchange, the two acted quickly, tossing several sheets of talisman paper into the air, gripping their wolf hair brushes tightly, and steadily bringing them down onto the talisman paper. For the lightning tribulation, the Vajra talisman might not hold up, but the Ku shield talisman from the Ming family would be extremely useful. Although it couldn't withstand the full force, it could dissipate a significant amount of the lightning. Xiao and Ming Xian drew in the surrounding energy, their lips pressed together, holding their breath and concentrating. This wasn't her first time drawing talismans, but it was the first time she was attempting so many at once. In such situations, one could either faint or bleed from the 7 orifices. Ming Xian took a deep breath and encouraged her seriously, "We can do this." Xiao replied, "Hum." She always held the attitude of learning whenever possible and wouldn't just lay back if she didn't know something. The reality proved that if she didn't push herself, she wouldn't know she could draw for so long. Xiao and Ming Xian took turns taking medicine, tossing the completed talismans inside as they finished. The outside world couldn't see clearly, but they were acutely aware that the situation inside was quite grim. Yi Qinghan found it easy to pass through because she was there. However, for the senior brother to successfully pass through the tribulation without external help this time, it would likely be quite difficult. The people outside didn't dare to breathe. 2 nascent souls. How rare is it in the cultivation world? A teenager in the nascent soul stage, a true prodigy. If they could get through, it would certainly bring glory to the other 2 sections. Meanwhile, Ming Xian quickly finished drawing and tossed it to Xiao, who was also drawing, and after finishing, she took it and hurled it into the lightning tribulation. After all, she wasn't afraid of being struck. The 2 talisman practitioners were indeed bold, daring to draw talismans steadily even as the lightning tribulation descended. Not to mention anything else. Their mentality was completely steady. After Ming Xian finished drawing, he tossed it to Xiao, who then dashed straight towards the lightning tribulation. The back and forth was exceptionally smooth. No one had noticed them at first. The attention had been drawn away by the fight between Yi Qinghan and Zhou Xingyun in the first half. And in the second half, all eyes were on the lightning tribulation. Zhou Xingyun's lightning tribulation brewed too quickly within a few minutes. It was a cacophony of thunder and lightning, leaving no room for others to take notice. But that didn't stop Xiao from standing out. Alone, in her deep blue clothes, she was extremely eye-catching. The young girl didn't look back as she clutched a handful of talismans, her feet flying as she rushed towards the lightning tribulation. It's Xiao, right? That outfit is definitely hers. What is she doing? You should be asking what she and Ming Xian are doing. Yeah, what are those 2 up to? Qin Fanfan was just about to call out to them, urging them to hurry back since it was too dangerous over there. But as she got closer, she realized that the 2 disciples, who usually preferred to lie down rather than stand, were actually riding furiously. They were really riding with great speed. The young girl and boy were together, talismans flying about, almost becoming afterimages. The 2 didn't even glance at the completed talismans. After finishing, they rushed inside with them. According to Xiao, success or failure didn't depend on them. After all, with so many, at least one would succeed. Right now, speed and quantity were the most important. The senior brother was counting on these talismans to save his life. This undoubtedly created a strong pressure on the spirits and consciousness of the 2, unprecedentedly so. Xiao almost felt nauseous, dizzy, but after taking the medicinal pills, she continued to draw. The 2 were as tense as a bowstring, their hands trembling slightly. Ming Xian swallowed hard. I've never drawn this fast in my life. Xiao replied, me neither. Suddenly, she remembered something and pulled out a few defensive magic tools that could be used. Then she continued to rush towards the lightning tribulation in a state of extreme urgency. Chu Xingji muttered, these people really have a sense of loyalty. Song Hanqing mocked, are you envious? Chu Xingji exploded, aren't you the one who should be envious? Look at the atmosphere in your sect. TSK. As the 2 engaged in their playful banter, others turned their heads to see and couldn't help but pull over someone knowledgeable. Are talisman practitioners always this fast? This speed is honestly quite surprising. What are they drawing? Does anyone recognize it? After finishing their drawings, the two rushed towards the lightning tribulation, and the grade of the talismans was undoubtedly high. One had to say, the people from Changming's sect were all quite crazy. Daring to act recklessly under the lightning tribulation, they really weren't afraid of provoking the heavens. They had never seen such high-level talismans drawn so quickly. A few talisman practitioners had come to watch the competition, but they were just accompanying friends, completely clueless about what the two were drawing. The news of the nascent soul stage tribulation had drawn the attention of the 8 great families and the 5 major sections. However, the current focus wasn't on the lightning tribulation, but on the Changming sect. Xiao hurriedly went and hurriedly returned, finishing a drawing and rushing towards the lightning tribulation, then coming back to bend down and grab her wolf hair brush to draw talismans, moving with a speed that seemed to disregard her own life. Under the strain of her consciousness, she continued to take medicine, repeating this process. And beside her was Ming Xian. The young man's usual carefree demeanor was rarely seen. His serious expression almost brought the Ming family head to tears, wanting to cover his mouth with a handkerchief. That little rascal was making progress. But what talismans were they drawing? The Ming family head suppressed his dramatic expression. Why did he feel that it looked somewhat familiar? Wait until it's over, and he'll know. Right now, the 2 talisman practitioners from Changming's sect were very busy. Xiao looked down at the bloodstains on the talisman paper from her ears, coughed lightly, and thought to herself that she had never worked this hard in her life. Her spirit was almost exhausted. She tightened her fingers, sighed, and continued to focus on drawing with Ming Xian, staring at the unfinished lightning tribulation. She hadn't drawn high-level defensive talismans many times, but her success rate was decent. Watching Xiao, who looked somewhat drained, Ming Xian quietly asked, "Can you continue?" Xiao replied, "I'll try again." She gathered her spirit, blinked, and continued drawing. This time, at the moment the talisman succeeded, she clearly saw it. A brilliant golden light steadily landed on her forehead. Xiao was momentarily stunned. Her exhausted gaze became a bit unfocused as she realized, belatedly, that she had broken through. The talisman's sword path and alchemy could all lead her to a breakthrough. It was just that each path was different. It was the blessing of the heavens. However, this time, it was not the talismans that were blessed but herself. The blessing after breaking the mirror. Xiao looked at the fleeting light, touched her forehead, thinking this was the end. Then she calmly continued drawing, only to find several more blessings descending one after another, as if she had gone mad. Xiao started to feel overwhelmed. She looked up at the sky, her expression slightly dazed, unable to comprehend what the heavens were thinking. Ming Xian beside her was also dumbfounded. What the heck, Xiao? Several blessings in a row, accompanied by Ming Xian's exclamation. Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality from this surprise, looking at the blessings still falling. Without thinking, she pulled Ming Xian over. The boy was slightly confused, forcefully pulled by his junior sister. "Come on, let us grab some heavenly blessings," she quickly said, and the brilliant golden light poured down. Several heavenly blessings softly landing on the two of them. Ming Xian was momentarily stunned, his eyes slightly widening. Chapter 142. Did you bite off all your back teeth? Ming Xian's expression was dazed. He was genuinely shocked. Hey, 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 he shouted, then was left dumbfounded. Riding on the heavenly Tao's blessings? Is there such a thing? Does the heavenly Tao allow this? This can't be right. Just as this thought circled in his mind, accompanied by a continuous stream of blessings, Ming Xian, who was pulled to sit with Xiao, felt a slight warmth at his brow. The next moment, a brilliant golden light steadily landed on his forehead. The boy widened his eyes slightly as the heavenly Tao's blessing flowed into his body and into his dantian. He felt that flickering light. Besides the incredulity, there was also a bit of surprise and delight. So this is what the heavenly Tao's blessing feels like. Ming Xian sat there, feeling a bit dizzy. As for Xiao herself, she was also exploring the mysterious sensation within. The warmth in her dantian swept away her previous fatigue. Tentatively, she used her spiritual sense to gather the flickering light, initially just wanting to give it a try, but when the light dispersed, she was momentarily stunned. She discovered it was a spell seal. She gently inhaled. The speed at which it disappeared was too quick. Xiao instinctively took note of it. And when she opened her eyes, she found the atmosphere had quieted down a bit. The thunder tribulation in the air continued, and the heavenly Tao's blessings finally subsided. Ming Xian, as if waking from a dream, touched his dantian and murmured, Wow, this is the first time I've been blessed. Although it's borrowed. So, little junior sister, is this the feeling you had when you were blessed before? It's simply refreshing. Originally, consuming spiritual sense like this is quite damaging, but after a blessing came down, all discomfort vanished. Xiao replied, be precise, I've never been blessed before, this is my first time. Mingxian was a bit dumbfounded by her response, tilting his head, but there was one when you were in the golden core stage. He thought for a moment, maybe you didn't notice it at the time? Others probably didn't notice either. Or even if they did notice, they wouldn't deliberately think of it as a heavenly Tao blessing. After all, no one had ever received a blessing from the heavenly Tao to celebrate a breakthrough before. Is it really a heavenly Tao blessing? The voices of the crowd that had rushed over to join in grew quieter. Some people suppressed their impulse to scream, even being covered by those next to them. After all, disturbing someone who is being blessed could bring down heavenly retribution. Heavenly Tao blessings are exceedingly rare. Just one is already quite uncommon. They thought it was over, but it only paused briefly. The next moment, it intensified even more. This development left not just Xiao confused, but everyone else as well. It was indeed a heavenly Tao blessing. The elders nodded nervously, their voices almost becoming squeaky as they whispered to each other, confirming, that's right. It's a heavenly Tao blessing. Someone cleared their throat, suddenly recalling a question. Lord Qin? A tentative voice from the Jian sect asked, inquiring about something. The last 2 heavenly Tao blessings from your sect. May I ask who they were given to? They belatedly realized a problem. The previous 2 blessings from the Changming sect, could they also have been given to Xiao? Don't look at me. Qin Fan covered his face. I don't know. Who knows who it was given to? This group of kids remained silent. But most likely, Qin Fan sighed deeply. The blessing is for little Xiao. Obviously, isn't that clear? The blessings were almost overwhelming her. Even Mingxian could come over and borrow a blessing. Who else could achieve such a feat? Can you break through and let me borrow some? Meow Meow excitedly pinched the nearby senior sister, wailing, Lu, Xiao, let me borrow some, take me along. The senior sister being pinched rolled her eyes in exasperation. The heavenly Tao blessing can allow nearby people to borrow from it. After all, that is a heavenly Tao blessing. If it were to be shared with their sect, then the situation in this grand competition would be overwhelmingly one-sided. The heavenly Tao blessing is said to contain opportunities left by the heavenly Tao. Who wouldn't want it? It was truly unprecedented to see someone sharing it with those nearby. Yunhen's expression darkened a bit. Seeing this scene, the more intuitive feeling was regret. He was a person who valued his reputation, but he also knew when to let it go. The heavenly Tao blessing, with various talents combined. 3 cloud magpies couldn't compare to 1 Xiao. Xiao returned to her senses from the mysterious feeling of being blessed. Looking up to observe the situation with the heavenly thunder. It looked like it wouldn't end in less than 3 days. Still continuing? Mingxian asked. Xiao replied, let's take a break before going back. Both of them were quite exhausted. The senior brother wouldn't be struck dead anytime soon. So they simply lay on the ground to rest. As the light of the heavenly Tao blessing gradually faded, the leaders from several other sects also gathered around. Yunhen wore a cold expression, trying hard to soften his tone. He earnestly spoke, little Xiao. Xiao almost thought she was deaf. Were they that familiar? No. Xiao shifted back a bit, smiling. I'm not very familiar with Lord Yin. You grew up in the Weiqing sect. How could you not be familiar? Yunhen, not feeling embarrassed at all, spoke naturally, his tone even somewhat earnest. If you had told me earlier that you possessed such a precious heavenly spiritual root, I would never have acted like this. After all, who wouldn't want a genius? Upon hearing this, Xiao felt goosebumps. Just as she was pondering how to find an opportunity to slip away from this brainless person, a lively voice came from behind. Hey. Xie Chushua cheerfully approached, successfully helping her out of the situation. Isn't that the genius you personally sent out? Come on. Why are you in a daze? Let's thank the Weiqing sect for their gifts together. He had a knack for irritating people. Qin Fan awkwardly laughed, fearing that this junior brother would get beaten up. Our little Xiao just got a bit lucky. There's nothing we can do about it. This was the first time she spoke so confidently. Qin Fan felt that Xiao had been quite unlucky before, contrasting perfectly with Yin Quebec. But now, goodness, even the heavenly Tao blessings had descended. The other sects were crazily jealous, gnashing their teeth in envy. None of them wanted to borrow from it. Qin Fan's strange mood was quite good, especially when being envied by others. The smile on his face was almost hard to conceal. Tone it down a bit. Xie Chushua muttered. You're grinning so wide your mouth is almost touching your ears. Qin Fan was furious. Shut up. Isn't the grand competition just about comparing each sect's geniuses? It's just an annual boasting contest among a bunch of elders and sect leaders, right? His Yi Xiao is impressive. What's wrong with him being proud of it? Yi Xiao was immensely grateful that Xie Chushua arrived just in time, facing someone as shameless as Yun Hen. Only her little master uncle could handle it. The two of them were completely shameless. You two go back to your sect. Qin Fan said, you don't need to worry about Zhou Xingyun. That little brat has self-preservation ability. Zhou Xingyun has always been in a state of wanting to die, yet wanting to struggle. He entered the sect the earliest, and when he came, the younger brothers were all scattered, so there wasn't much of a bond. For your sake, he shouldn't be struck dead by the thunder tribulation. Now, hurry back to your sect. Having made such a big commotion, he had to think about how to handle it. Yi Xiao thought about it too. Before the competition, they had given out quite a few talismans, plus what she and Ming Xian had hurriedly drawn before, and with so many elders and sect leaders watching, it should be fine. So, are we leaving? She hesitated for a moment. Let's wait a bit before coming back. You all don't need to come back. Qin Fan waved his hand, urging them to go quickly. That's a heavenly Tao blessing. You should go back and ponder what opportunities the heavenly Tao has left behind instead of dawdling here. This child is quite carefree. Yi Xiao quickly took out a piece of paper when she returned to her courtyard, sketching the spell seal. She wasn't quite sure whether this was for setting up a formation or directly casting a spell seal, and she had no clue about its purpose. Is this what you captured in the blessings of the heavenly Tao? Ming Xian looked at her drawing speed with a strange tone. Junior sister, although your writing is ugly, your drawings are quite beautiful. After receiving several blessings, he vaguely sensed some opportunities, but they were completely different from Yi Xiao's. Hers looked particularly complex. And after staring at it for a while, Ming Xian felt a bit dizzy. This is not something we can comprehend. I don't understand this blessing. Yi Xiao pointed out. Isn't the heavenly Tao quite annoyed with me? Yi Xiao had previously opposed feudal superstition, but now that she was cultivating immortality, what else could she do if she didn't believe? The heavenly Tao was targeting her. This was an obvious fact. But so many blessings, junior sister. Mu Chongxi exclaimed. Is this a sign of dislike? Perhaps they are just too fond of you. This competition was indeed spectacular. First, the two strongest sword cultivators faced off. Then Zhou Xingyun faced the tribulation at the nascent soul stage, and afterward, there were Yi Xiao's dozens of heavenly Tao blessings, which went crazy, drawing attention even from those who weren't watching the competition. The loose cultivators were buzzing with discussion. Has the heavenly Tao's favored daughter changed? But we, Lang Lang, are so unlucky. Yin Kei's back teeth must be ground to pieces. Hee, can't say she's unlucky. She has so many heavenly Tao blessings. I always thought the heavenly Tao favored Yun Quebec. Although most of the comments were teasing, Yun Kei had undeniable luck, and this heavenly Tao blessing truly left everyone baffled. Yi Xiao was pondering the incantation left by the heavenly Tao blessing. The patterns were intricate, and after several failed attempts, she still couldn't figure out how to cast it. How to cast this incantation? I still need to ask a talisman cultivator. Xie Chushua was called over to help decipher it. But he was just as puzzled by the incantation left by the heavenly Tao blessing. After thinking for a moment, he smiled slightly and mischievously suggested, why not ask Yunhen? He sketched out roughly how it should be cast, and then said, why not go to the Moonclear sect and ask? He should be very happy to see you. There was no way. He just liked seeing Yunhen's envious and jealous expression. This incantation was very complex and required step-by-step unraveling to understand how to cast it, to the point that apart from Xie Chushua, no one else in the Changming sect could comprehend it. Yi Xiao shook her head. I'm a person of integrity. I'll take my time. Xie Chushua lay on the table, full of ambition. Yi Xiao continued to grind away, and by the latter half of the night, she had only deciphered 3. She couldn't help but reflect, what's the difference between this and doing math problems in modern times? It's just that I've come to the cultivation world and continued studying. In her previous life, Yi Xiao had been a timid corporate worker for many years, and this time she really didn't want to relive a life dictated by school. After pondering for a moment, she decisively put away the papers she had been doodling on. I'm a person of integrity, but if you insist on making me do problems, then I can be without integrity. Huh. Xie Chushue raised his eyes, yawned, and looked at her in confusion. Yi Xiao quickly grabbed the papers and left. I'm going to the Moonclear sect to have some fun. Don't wait for me to come home tonight. Xie Chushua, Chapter 143. Eavesdropping. Of course, Yi Xiao couldn't go alone. She called a few who were still awake to bolster her courage since that was Yunhen's territory, and it wasn't safe to go alone. So, Mu Chongxi and Ming Xian were dragged out by her in the middle of the night. Why did you call us? Yi Xiao, who told you not to sleep? If you're not sleeping at night, you might as well accompany me to the Moon Clear sect for a stroll. Ming Xian was in agony. If he had known, he would have gone to bed earlier. Apart from Yi Xiao, who was full of energy, the other two were so tired they could barely keep their heads up. When the three arrived at the Moon Clear sect, the main peak was brightly lit. As the unfamiliar aura intruded, the formation activated, and several Moon Clear sect disciples who had been sleepy suddenly perked up. Who dares to intrude upon the Moon Clear sect? They widened their eyes in vigilance. Yi Xiao waved her hand. It's me. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? This name evoked countless memories. Some recognized her from the Moon Clear sect, while others did not. The inner sect disciples who knew Yi Xiao were stunned for several seconds before daring to confirm who she was. Senior Sister Yi Xiao? What brings you here? The inner sect members of the Moon Clear sect pursed their lips, their feelings somewhat complicated. Yi Xiao's decisive descent from the mountain had spread. After all, no one had ever seen someone leave so decisively. Just a few days before she left, several inner sect disciples who knew Yi Xiao had gathered to laugh and bet, saying she would return within a month. But since the day she descended from the mountain, she had never looked back. They felt quite regretful. If they had known she was so capable, it would have been good to befriend her back then. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends with a genius? It perfectly illustrated the saying, indifferent at first, now unattainable. I'm looking for your sect master. Yi Xiao had no impression of him and casually asked. I want to consult something. Can we go in? The other party nodded. Sure, please. Their sect master would surely be happy to see Senior Sister Yi Xiao, right? Perhaps he could even dig at the Changming sect's walls. Having smoothly entered the Moon Clear sect, Yi Xiao's first reaction was to observe. Her time at the Moon Clear sect had been too short to leave a deep impression, but now that she looked closely, compared to the Changming sect, the Moon Clear sect was filled with hidden formations, and the scenery was arranged beautifully. They were indeed a group of masters at formation. Their aesthetic sense was quite good. Upon hearing that the three from the Changming sect had come to visit, Yunhen let them in without a second thought. The few of them lazily walked into the main hall. He glanced at the other two and looked at the girl in the center. Yi Xiao, what are you doing here? Yi Xiao had a question. Oh no, it's an incantation, we don't understand it. Can you teach us? Yi Xiao's words held no hint of respect for him, even carrying a bit of indifference. However, considering she treated the other sects the same way, Yunhen could barely accept it. Besides, who wouldn't he want to take a peek at the opportunities presented by the heavenly Dao blessings? He nodded. Show me. Yi Xiao handed it over, and Yunhen examined it carefully for a while. He intended to showcase the foundation of the first talisman sect, nodding slightly. I can help you figure out how to cast this incantation. Yi Xiao immediately praised him. The sect master is indeed powerful. Yunhen, for some reason, I don't feel any sincerity. Ming Xian also glanced over, seeing this rare moment of harmony, but the interaction between the three talisman cultivators left Mu Chongxi, a pure sword cultivator, completely uninterested. He even wanted to lie down and sleep. He casually touched the ground. Not to mention, the Moon Clear sect's floor was quite clean. Although Yunhen was a bit of a fool, he had enough insight into talisman cultivation to reach the position of sect master. Originally, Xie Chuxue had deciphered 1/5 of the incantation. The rest he sorted out himself. The order, including the gestures for casting the incantation. Yi Xiao had a strong ability to draw inferences from one instance. She learned a couple of methods quite well, and Yunhen noticed that her hand gestures had some influence from the Moon Clear sect. This wasn't too surprising, after all. Yi Xiao had originally come from the Moon Clear sect. It felt somewhat like watching his own disciple learn, giving him a subtle sense of pride. As Yunhen's gaze towards Yi Xiao grew increasingly complex, Ming Xian lightly blocked his line of sight, smiling as he raised his voice slightly, imitating Yi Xiao's praise. Wow. Sect Master Yun is so impressive. Yunhen was originally watching Yi Xiao casting the spell, but with Ming Xian's interruption, Yunhen furrowed his brows tightly, trying to glare at him and make this disrespectful junior back off. Ming Xian pretended to be oblivious. Mu Chongxi, being genuinely innocent, was completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere and continued to praise Yi Xiao enthusiastically, his admiration sincere. Ming Xian almost wanted to facepalm. This idiot was hopeless. Didn't he see Yunhen's eager gaze? If he didn't intervene, Yunhen might really try to take someone away. Thanks to the guidance of the Moon Clear sect, Yi Xiao finally understood how to use the spell, which was essentially tailored for her. Once she got the hang of it, she was able to use it effortlessly in no time. This kind of learning talent is rare even in the cultivation world. After visiting Yunhen, Yi Xiao resolved his attempts to keep her there and prepared to return with the other two senior brothers. It was already quite late, and there weren't many people left in the Moonclear sect during the late night. In the dead of night, even the slightest noise could be magnified many times over, especially after Yi Xiao's spiritual sense had reached the level comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. She could detect even the slightest rustle. She paused slightly. It was understandable for someone to secretly meet her in the middle of the night. But what startled Yi Xiao was that the voice seemed to belong to Yunke. Eavesdropping was unethical, right? What do you mean by eavesdropping? He patted Mu Chengxi's head. We are just passing by, just stopping for a few seconds. This excuse was well thought out. Ming Xian took out a few concealment talismans and stuck them on the three of them, crouching down in a bush to eavesdrop without any psychological burden. They were originally the type to enjoy the excitement and chaos, each of them eagerly listening. Yunke's voice was soft and easily recognizable, and the man standing next to her was also whispering something. They were very close, just a finger's distance apart. The atmosphere was visibly off. Yi Xiao had the script in hand. According to the original plot, there was a segment during the individual competition that left a deep impression on her. The female lead was a heartthrob, and naturally, not only the righteous sect's disciples liked her, but even the young master from the demon clan was fervently pursuing her. Not only that, but during the individual competition, there was also some ambiguity, which made a group of people call it thrilling. Yi Xiao suddenly slapped her forehead, muttering to herself, Hey. She suddenly realized that when she competed with Ming Xian back then, Yunke was able to accurately find Ming Xian's location amidst a fog. It couldn't have been that damn young master from the demon clan who tipped her off, right? What were they talking about? Ming Xian grumbled, looking at that person who didn't seem like a righteous sect cultivator. The conversation between Yunke and the other person was nothing more than some cheesy lines. Song Hansheng angrily walked out, just about to question who the idiot was that was making noise in the middle of the night. When he stepped out and saw the three squatting in the bushes eavesdropping, Song Hansheng was full of question marks. Are you crazy? Just as he was about to leave with a displeased face, Yi Xiao and the others quickly pulled him back into the bushes and shushed him. Look over there. A group of disciples squatting in the bushes. Is it a distortion of morals or a degradation of humanity? Neither. It's gossip. Song Hansheng turned his head, spreading his spiritual sense and capturing Yunke's voice. His expression darkened. That S from the demon clan. It doesn't seem like spiritual energy. It resembles demonic energy. The young man's expression turned cold. Was Yunke out of her mind? The righteous and demonic factions had never coexisted peacefully. Just as Song Hansheng was about to rush out and scold Yunke loudly, Yi Xiao forcefully pressed his head down, saying, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. What if we alert the snake in the grass? Song Hansheng calmed down, thinking for a moment, still wanting to curse. So why are you pressing my head? Yi Xiao innocently replied, it's just convenient for me. The talisman cultivators were all close combat fragile, and Song Hansheng had no resistance, so she just pressed down without hesitation. Song Hansheng, Yi Xiao, do you have a recording stone? Didn't he bring it? Yi Xiao felt a bit regretful. That was a pity. Otherwise, she could have reported Yunque. Yunke looked at the other person reluctantly, completely unaware that all her actions were being observed by others. She truly didn't want the other person to leave, biting her lips softly and whispering, I will miss you. The other person patted her head. Good girl. Yi Xiao sighed leisurely. How can someone so young be so greasy? Unbelievable. Song Hansheng almost couldn't hold back from rushing out to knock that demon clan person away. What the hell? He even touched her. Perhaps he was too excited. And his aura leaked out, causing the young master of the demon clan to narrow his eyes and angrily shout, Who? An attack flew straight towards their direction. Ming Xian calmly took out a confinement shield talisman to block it, having drawn too many earlier. Since they had been discovered, there was indeed no need to hide anymore. Yi Xiao straightened her clothes and casually walked out of the bushes. The others felt it was probably unethical to eavesdrop, so they somewhat covered their faces. This kind of ear-plugging method drew Yi Xiao's merciless laughter. As a result, when Yunke turned her head, she saw 4 people walking out of the bushes in a neat line. The girl stood there in a daze, completely stunned. Big brother. Yunke's heart suddenly sank, stuttering and wanting to explain. Big brother? Yi Xiao interjected before she could finish. Are you crazy? You have ties with the demon clan. If there is something, you call Big Brother, but if there is nothing, it's just Song Han Sheng, right? Who are you concerned about? You only care about yourself. Yun K's face turned even paler, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Having ties with the demon clan was a big deal no matter where it was. If they caught any evidence, at the very least, she would have to be interrogated. As the big brother of the Moonclear sect, do you have anything to say? Mu Chongxi poked Song Han Sheng. Song Han Sheng pursed his lips coldly, at this moment only wanting to say, Yi Xiao, you stole my lines. Chapter 144. Learning on the spot, she said everything that needed to be said. How else could he respond? Yun Ke was at a loss for a few seconds when questioned, retreating a bit and explaining, no, and there are good people in the demon clan. How can you think like that? The girl said softly, he has no ill intentions towards us. No ill intentions? Song Han Sheng laughed in anger. When they capture you, I hope you can shake your head and see if there is just water inside. With Yun K's lack of sense, either this demon clan person was using her, or the higher-ups of the demon clan were a bunch of idiots, or maybe both. The other party's strength was probably at the nascent soul stage, and the demon clan generally had higher strength than cultivators, making it somewhat difficult to capture them alive. The key point was, how did this demon clan person manage to sneak in without being discovered? Did you help him get in? Yi Xiao's tone was strange. During the individual competition, this demon clan person had been secretly following Yun Ke, right? She was puzzled. Are you really brainless? Under the barrage of verbal attacks from two people, Yun Ke shrank back behind the man, her eyes slightly red, genuinely feeling wronged. Little Quebec, the young master of the demon clan, stroked her head, full of pity, saying that these people were all lackeys of the righteous sect, and you are naturally different from them. The righteous sect's lackey quartet. Meow meow meow. Are you polite? Huh. Song Han Sheng let out a short cold laugh, feeling displeased. Then what are you? Do you dare to point fingers at the Moonclear sect? A rat in the gutter? Stop bickering with him, Song Han Sheng said. Yi Xiao exchanged a few glances with him and suddenly raised her voice. Someone come. Catch the demon clan. Her abrupt call startled the man, who immediately sensed someone approaching and vanished into thin air. None of them could stop a Yuanying stage cultivator from escaping. They could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. Only Yun Ke remained behind. Did he remind you during the last talisman competition? Yi Xiao leaned closer, smiling slightly as she asked. Yun Ke reluctantly replied, no. In the individual competition, isn't it all based on skill? She defended, claiming that finding Ming Xian's location was just a coincidence. Yi Xiao immediately threw a punch, sending her crashing to the ground. With a cold laugh, she said, then I'm also relying on my own skills. After hitting her, she ran off, leaving no one able to catch up. Ming Xian thought for a moment, tossed a few spirit stones to comfort Yun Ke, and then hurriedly left as well. There was no choice. Having fought against someone's direct disciple, he was worried about being captured by the Yueqing sect and taken to a forbidden area. Song Hanxing looked at the three members of Changming's sect who had committed the act. Yun Ke fell hard to the ground, her backside aching, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Senior brother. Song Hanxing spoke in a flat tone. You should think about how to explain that demon clan incident to Master. Yun Ke bit her lip. Can we not talk about it? Even if Yi Xiao says something, Master won't believe it. After all, Yi Xiao has a grudge against me. Others will think I'm deliberately slandering her. You're overthinking it. Song Hanxing looked at her, as if she were foolish. Yi Xiao and the others might not say anything, but I will report you. Song Hanxing always prioritized the interests of the sect. The matter of a demon clan infiltrating was serious, and he couldn't possibly cover for Yun Quebec otherwise. Who would take responsibility if something went wrong? Yun Ke felt a pain in her chest from Song Hanxing's words, but fortunately, she was quite open-minded. Yun Hen had always indulged her, and now that she had made it into the top 10 of the talisman competition, she wouldn't be punished for this. Yun Ke forced down her displeasure and inquired, Senior brother, what rank is senior sister Yi Xiao on the sword cultivator list? How would I know? Song Hanxing responded. Clearly, the two were in different competitions, one in sword cultivation and the other in talisman crafting, but Yun Ke seemed obsessed with comparing herself to Yi Xiao. Yun Ke's tone softened, feeling a bit hopeful about the upcoming matches. Surely, senior brother Yi could easily defeat her. Song Hanxing retorted sarcastically. Even if Yi Qinghan could really defeat her, it has nothing to do with you. This kind of mental victory is only something a fool would think. Yun Ke, Yi Xiao made it into the third round after competing in over 10 matches. The The third round consisted of disciples ranked in the top 100, and it was very likely that she would encounter direct disciples. Mu Chongxi had already fought against nearly everyone, and with him paving the way, Xiao could benefit from his experience to better understand her opponent's strengths. When Zhou Xingyun returned from his tribulation, he looked exhausted. He sluggishly congratulated Xiao on reaching the mid-stage of Jindan, and then quickly expressed his thanks to a few junior brothers and sisters before running away. He ran away? The others were filled with questions. What's going on? Is he shy? Ming Xian stroked his chin. Suddenly facing the unreserved concern from his fellow sect members was too overwhelming for the reserved Zhou Xingyun. It was normal for him to feel embarrassed. Zhou Xingyun needed to stabilize his realm after reaching the Yuanying stage, so the others didn't bother him. Mu Chongxi was seriously helping Xiao analyze. If we rank the sword cultivators, Yi Qinghan is the strongest, Chu Xingji is second, and the other three, I think you can just handle them easily. The other three were all mid-stage Jindan cultivators, at the same realm as Xiao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Xiao could easily handle them at her level. Shuiyu leaned on the table, nodding, and don't worry, I looked into it. Yi Qinghan and Chu Xingji already have opponents, so you can avoid them. Actually, I have an idea, Xiao said. I want to try fighting Yi Qinghan. Shuiyu was momentarily stunned. It seemed feasible? Although there was a realm suppression, Xiao had a spiritual root, absorbing spiritual energy much faster than a top-grade spiritual root. Plus, with other formations and talismans, it wasn't impossible to fight. By the way, have you figured out how to use that talisman seal? Xiao replied. I can produce one. As she spoke, she flipped her hand, revealing a golden spell seal to demonstrate to the others. It feels pretty powerful inside, but I haven't dared to test it. I'm afraid of blowing up the yard. Yinhen was quite generous. Shuiyu thought the other party wouldn't teach her. You don't know what his attitude was back then. Ming Xian stroked his chin, finding a precise term to describe it. He was a bit like a humble sycophant, desperately trying to win Xiao over. But evidently, it was of no use. Recently, all the direct disciples were preparing for the individual competition. After Xiao advanced to the third round, she finally drew her first direct disciple in history. Once the news was out, the direct disciples from the Jiangwen sect all gathered. She was up against Zhu Yu, and both were at the same realm. But the focus was on seeing just how capable Xiao really was. Chu Xingji encouraged Zhu Yu quietly. Little junior sister, go for it. Zhu Yu nodded. Yi Qinghan glanced at the people from Changming sect. She shouldn't be too intimidating. Yi Qinghan was quite confident since Zhu Yu, despite her lower realm, had strong comprehension. She should have no problem fighting Xiao. Chu Xingji couldn't help but provoke. Our little junior sister can only fight Xiao. No one paid attention to his provocation. That group was leisurely, like a bunch of old men enjoying retirement at the village entrance. Zhu Yu frowned slightly, taking a deep breath. The people from Changming sect should at least show some respect. Here it comes, the Jiangwen sect versus Changming sect. Both were sect junior sisters. It was exciting. With the same realm, no one knew who would win. Someone stroked their chin. Zhu Yu should be quite strong. Both were fortunate not to have faced direct disciples. And the advantage of facing scattered cultivators was that there was little pressure, allowing them to hide a few trump cards. Standing on the competition stage, both were quite eye-catching in their red and white sect robes. Zhu Yu steadied herself and walked over. She had studied Xiao's previous matches. In the secret realm, Qingfengju only had the first three forms. Fighting Xiao should be manageable. She couldn't defeat either Mu Chongxi or Zhou Xingyun, so she had to choose Xiao to fight. Zhu Yu wielded her mystical sword, striking decisively. She was well aware of Xiao's fighting style, which focused on speed. So she knew she had to be steady and not let Xiao drag her down. Her moves were straightforward, with no flashy techniques. And she could always accurately predict Xiao's position. It was evident she was familiar with her techniques. Zhu Yu's approach was steady, and Xiao couldn't find any flaws. Conversely, Zhu Yu was also in a suppressed state. A cultivator analyzed, to fight Xiao, you must be steady. She can use both talismans and formations. So you have to be careful. Xiao met Zhu Yu head-on without dodging or evading. At the moment their swords collided, the force suddenly eased slightly, striking her shoulder. Simultaneously, her staff swung fiercely against Zhu Yu's waist. Xiao seized this opening and tried to continue her assault, but in midair, Zhu Yu barely steadied herself, biting her lip and forming ice. Among the direct disciples, Zhu Yu had the most precise control over transformation. Water condensed into ice in an instant, rapidly stabbing downwards. She didn't dare to use water attributes mainly because she was afraid Xiao would discharge electricity. In the situation where her spiritual root attribute is being suppressed by the opponent, she doesn't dare to take the risk of betting that Xiao won't use the thunder transformation. The water transformation is not just a simple transformation. Didn't you notice? Water turns into ice, 2 forms. Such a degree requires an extremely familiar grasp of the spiritual root. No wonder she is a prodigy from the Sword Inquiry sect. Bing Ling suddenly thrusts forward without warning, and Xiao blocks the sharp ice shards with her bamboo shoot twice. But the next moment, the Zhuyu sword technique strikes down fiercely, the sword energy pressing in, and Xiao nearly loses her grip on the bamboo shoot. The onlookers gasp in admiration. The Sword Inquiry sect's sword techniques are so domineering. One sword breaks all methods. One sword determines the universe. Truly deserving of being the top sect. The clear wind technique is also impressive. Let's see how Xiao uses it. But in the current situation, it is clear that she is being pressured. The benefit of drawing Zhu Yu is that Xiao can personally face the sword techniques of the Sword Inquiry sect in advance, preparing her for when she encounters difficult opponents. Xiao looks at the ice shards in her hand, raises her leg to kick her away steadily, and opens her mouth. Water spiritual root transformation? I'm serious now. She imitates the transformation gesture with great flair, causing Zhu Yu to quietly grip her sword tighter, her expression tightening as she prepares for battle. The next moment, Xiao only releases a small lightning bolt, laughing, "Haha, I'm just joking. Let me give you a massage." Zhu Yu, who has been played for a fool, thinks of cursing her. Her face remains expressionless, and her sword technique grows even more fierce. Xiao spends the entire time retreating. Actually, I want to advise you, don't push Xiao too hard. Ming Xian watches Zhu Yu attack mercilessly and can't help but mutter. He remembers the secret realm where Xiao was pushed to her limit, ultimately leading to a scene of being split apart. Why provoke her? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If Xiao gets desperate, won't she eat someone? Zhu Yu, unable to take it anymore, feels that Xiao shows no respect at all. Another strike. Xiao suddenly closes the distance with her. The third form of the clear wind technique, exploding forth. Zhu Yu blocks with her magical tool, standing firm, but as far as she knows. Xiao only knows the first 3 forms. Zhu Yu calmly asks, is that all? She has experienced all 3 forms of the clear wind technique. Xiao looks at her calm demeanor and sighs inwardly. Among the mindless sword cultivators, Zhu Yu is a rare intellectual type, able to calmly analyze her fighting style in such a situation. This effect is clearly working. Xiao and Zhu Yu are in a stalemate. Zhu Yu can't take her down, and Xiao has no way to deal with Zhu Yu, who told her that her moves have been figured out. Xiao reflects painfully on herself. If she had known, she wouldn't have slacked off. At least during the competition, it would have been good to learn a few more moves. Her fighting style has been thoroughly studied. In this situation, who can win depends on who knows more. Outside the arena, Mu Chengxi suddenly shouts, Xiao, look here. The young man swings his sword, flowing like clouds and water, the sword energy like a rainbow. Xiao immediately follows him to learn, striking several times in succession, causing Zhu Yu to retreat for a moment, astonished. It can be done like this? Learning on the spot? There isn't anyone in Xiao's memory who can multitask like this, and besides, the other sects aren't generous enough to teach their inherited techniques to others. Just this generosity is something other sects lack. This is something Mu Chengxi learned from his inheritance. The sword techniques are varied. The sword passes through the blade's edge, making it impossible to predict the next move. Zhu Yu doesn't have Xiao's ability to multitask, nor does she have the capability to remember everything at a glance, and Mu Chengxi's move directly leaves the confident Zhu Yu stunned. She hasn't studied Mu Chengxi's fighting style. Her focus has always been on Xiao. Zhou Xingyun is also inspired. He thinks Xiao hasn't grasped how to transform and starts teaching on the spot. Junior sister. Zhu Yu is getting more and more frustrated. Next, she can't guess what Xiao's next move will be, as she can change her moves according to the changes of the people outside. What a monstrous talent. Such a long-winded person. The girl raises her hand. Water swirling around her fingertips. She didn't use water before because she was afraid of Xiao's thunder spiritual root. But now she can't afford to hesitate. If she doesn't resist, will she just wait to be eliminated? Xiao is indeed waiting for her water spiritual root, smiling at Zhu Yu. Hey, this time I'm really serious. Silver lightning transformation dives down, swirling in Xiao's purple light hand, crashing down with the force of thunder, fast as lightning. At the moment this lightning strikes, Zhu Yu's mind only flashes a single thought. Damn, she really can. Chapter 145. The average male, the speed of the lightning reaches her in the blink of an eye, and Zhu Yu reflexively retracts the water flow in her hands. At first, she bet that Xiao wouldn't transform, but clearly this time she bet wrong. The fact proves that true geniuses can really learn on the spot. The purple lightning flashes wildly, striking down on her with the force of 10,000 pounds. The water flow collides with the electricity, and Zhu Yu, feeling electrified, collapses to the ground, unable to move. The two are in a mutually restraining relationship. Zhu Yu is familiar with Yi Qiao's sword techniques, and similarly, Yi Qiao has seen the Sword Inquiry sect's sword techniques in the illusion, and with the thunder transformation, the stalemate is instantly broken. Taking advantage of Zhu Yu's inability to move, Yi Qiao swiftly strikes her down with her sword and immediately jumps off the competition stage. The spiritual energy can't compare. The sword techniques of the two sects are on par, and the spiritual root attributes are suppressed. What is there left to fight? Previously, she could comfort herself that Yi Qiao's sword techniques were not proficient, but now that excuse doesn't comfort anyone. Zhu Yu swallows a pill to recover and purses her lips, wanting to say something. Someone next to her pats her on the back, and Chu Xingji also returns to his senses from his astonishment, slowly saying, "Losing to Yi Qiao isn't shameful. Wait for later, brother will help you regain your face." Zhu Yu, you weren't saying that before. Chu Xingji, I also didn't see her being this fierce before. Zhu Yu looks at him suspiciously. Are you going to take revenge for me? Of course. All right then. Zhu Yu nods reluctantly. I'll wait. Although her second senior brother is unreliable, his strength is still commendable. Being defeated by Yi Qiao leaves her somewhat frustrated. Yi Qinghan watched the entire process and pondered. After your fight with her, what do you think Yi Qiao's strength is? Zhu Yu feels a bit sullen. I feel like Zhu Yu didn't use her full strength. It was like she was stepping forward, testing her sword techniques, figuring out her sequence of moves, and starting poses. But to not use her full strength against someone like Zhu Yu in the mid-stage of the Golden Core? Ridiculous. How long has she been in the mid-stage of the Golden Core? She also knows formations and talismans, but didn't use them. Yi Qinghan said flatly. If she didn't use her full strength against Zhu Yu, does Chu Xingji deserve her to use her full strength? After fighting for so long, really can't figure out the depth? Zhu Yu's tone is somewhat frustrated. I figured out 3 moves of the clear wind technique, and also her lightning. That lightning. Mentioning this makes Zhu Yu a bit upset. It nearly electrocuted me. Zhu Yu is a water spiritual root. When she released her lightning, she was so scared that she retracted the water. That feeling, although different from heavenly lightning, was enough for her to handle. Yi Qiao, look at me. Can she punch Yi Qinghan and step on Qin Huai in the individual competition? Yi Qiao's diehard fans don't care how she won, as long as she won. But experienced cultivators secretly sigh. If it's this difficult to defeat Zhu Yu, then there's no hope at all against those two from the Sword Inquiry sect. The senior brother of the Chengfeng sect, Qin Huai, was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. She actually managed to defeat Zhu Yu. Duan Hengdao looked up upon hearing this. Oh, Yi Qiao won against Zhu Yu? Qin Huai replied, a bit unexpected. Duan Hengdao scratched his head. He actually thought it was quite normal. Be careful around her. He felt that she probably didn't give it her all. Her talismans and formations were all unused, clearly just testing the sword-asking sect's tactics in advance. Qin Huai nodded. I know. This time, he finally dared not underestimate Yi Qiao again. After the battle with Zhu Yu, the next month passed harmoniously. At least no one suddenly wanted to fight her anymore. After the top 10, the rankings were numbered based on previous points, and all scores were reset to 0, needing a draw to determine the order of battles. Yi Qiao was most likely to be last with the 10th number. The other 2 senior brothers were also slacking off with her, ranking behind, 1/7 and 1/8. I heard that Yi Qinghan comprehended a domain. I wonder what his domain looks like. Each person's comprehension of their domain is unique, but those who can have a domain are extremely rare in the cultivation world. And the outside world is marveling at how extraordinary Yi Qinghan is at such a young age. After hearing this, Yi Qiao seemed contemplative. Indeed, he is the male lead. Completely different from other flashy characters. Senior brother, she lazily called out. When will you comprehend your domain? Show us a bit of your experience. My only wish in this life is to see the domain of the nascent soul stage. Ming Xian rolled his eyes. What about that little ghost of yours? He has a domain too, right? Quite abnormal, can control speed, and has a creepy aura inside that looks scary. Yi Qiao replied, that's different. Who's stronger, Xiao Qi or Yi Qinghan? As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Qi out. The little guy was still waking up, looking a bit dazed. Rubbing against Ye Xiao and wrapping around her. Ye Xiao patted Xiao Qi's head and said, "We'll only know after we fight. Enough talk, let us draw lots first." Mu Chongxi opened the door, and a professional handed over the lots. Then he took the opportunity to glance at the situation inside. The Changming sect was full of popular direct disciples, and they always had some tricks up their sleeves during individual competitions. Mu Chongxi took the lot and shook it around. Just as he was about to draw, he was stopped by Ye Xiao. "Wait." She lowered her head and set up a formation. "Let us do a ritual first." She didn't want to draw a strong opponent right off the bat. Since she could arrange it, she chose to believe in metaphysics. Watching Ye Xiao set up the ritual, Mu Chongxi's mouth twitched as he thought of an important question. Since it's a draw for the top 10, will we have internal battles? No. Zhou Xingyun curiously stared for a moment, and then tried to perform a ritual to change his luck, saying lightly, "The lots from our sect have already been taken out before the draw." Mu Chongxi, half convinced, tried it out, bowing to the bamboo stick. Watching several sword cultivators start performing rituals, the man who came to deliver the lots fell silent. "Aren't you sword cultivators?" "Not mages." With a stroke of his brush, the head of the Ming family returned and paced for a moment, unable to help but say, "I shouldn't have seen it wrong." He flipped through the recording stones several times and finally confirmed that Ye Xiao was indeed drawn with a single stroke. At this level, only Song Hansheng from the Yueqing sect could achieve it. That Ye Xiao is truly surprising. The head of the Ming family chuckled for a moment, finding this competition very interesting. First, a Yunk who used a sword to fight talismans, then a Ye Xiao who was frequently blessed by the heavenly Tao. "Xiaoyi, what do you think? How far can she go?" After all, she wasn't a child of their family, but everyone present could see clearly that Ye Xiao forcibly dragged Ming Xian over, making him join in for a blessing. Is this what other people's children are like? So enviable. He was almost in tears from jealousy. It is said that she is a talisman cultivator from the Yueqing sect. Ming nodded, clenching her fist. "Can we recruit her?" The head of the Ming family sincerely replied, "Probably not." After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you think Ming Xian and Ye Xiao could develop something?" Looking at the increasingly abnormal thoughts of the family head, Ming Yi also thought about their interaction patterns. I think it's impossible. They completely don't treat each other as humans." She seriously said, "But I think we can ask Ye Xiao how to make the heavenly Tao bestow blessings at any moment." Suddenly receiving a message from the Ming family inviting Ye Xiao, she was a bit confused. She exchanged glances with Ming Xian for a long time before uncertainly asking, "Why are they looking for me?" She shouldn't know anyone from the 8 major families, right? Or perhaps she had only briefly met those direct descendants. With no familiar people, it felt like nothing good would come of it. Ming Xian said, "You'd better not go." Ye Xiao blinked, raised her head, and playfully touched the wolf hair brush with her nose, unconcernedly saying, "Can they eat me?" "Oh, I get it now." Ye Xiao suddenly realized. "They want to settle scores with me. They learned the shield talisman from me. No, they are shameless. Never overestimate the thickness of the 8 major families' skin." They had seen Ye Xiao's talent for drawing talismans clearly. If it weren't for Ye Xiao not having the surname Ming, they might even shamelessly say, "You must be a child lost from our Ming family, or Ming Xian. This is your half-sister. From now on, we are one family." Such foolish things. So when this group came looking for her, it definitely wasn't for anything good. Perhaps knowing that Ye Xiao wouldn't easily go to them, Ming Yi specifically came over, knocking on the door politely. "What do you want from her?" Ming Xian opened the door, peeking out cautiously. Ming Yi walked up to them. "Our family head is looking for Ye Xiao." Ming Xian asked, "What does he want with her?" "He can just look for me." He thought it was his family elder who had discovered Ye Xiao secretly learning talismans and was coming to question her. "I'll talk to him." Ming Yi rolled her eyes at him. "What use is it to look for you? We are looking for her for a reason." After pausing, Ming Yi said bluntly, "What can you do if you go?" Ming Xian replied, "I can encourage her." He thought the other party was coming to question her. Ming Yi was speechless. "No need for you." Confused, he wondered how coming to join a sect could also boost Ming Xian's confidence so much. He was so confident now. Shui Yu lazily chimed in, recalling a term, typical average man. Ye Xiao stroked her chin. Ming Xian knocked her on the head. "You're insulting me again." No. The full meaning of this sentence was that Ye Xiao dodged and smiled slightly. "You are the most trustworthy man under heaven." Chapter 146. You understand how to deal the final blow all the way to the Ming family. Ming Xian felt a bit shy returning home, dragging his feet for a long time before finally being pulled in by Ye Xiao. She wasn't feeling guilty, but he was feeling shy. I feel like I haven't been home for a long time. Ming Xian mumbled, my dad should be happy to see me, right? Mu Chengxi stretched, after the competition ends. I want to go home. Wrong. Ming Xian corrected him. You are going back to the palace. The head of the Ming family was a very kind old man. Seeing the neatly dressed sect members walking from afar, he cleared his throat and spoke lovingly. You're back. Ming Xian stood there. And before he could enjoy the warmth of his family, everyone rushed past him and started circling around Xiao, led by his father, each one very eager. Oh, you must be the famous Xiao, the other said with a smiling tone. Nice to meet you, little Xiao. You truly are a hero at a young age. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. This family has no room for you anymore. Shui Yu feigned sympathy for Ming Xian for a few seconds, being completely ignored. Ming Xian thought, reality is just too real for this group. He squatted down in frustration and began to draw circles with a sense of melancholy. Xiao was slightly stunned at first, but quickly realized that these people were not here to question her, but rather out of curiosity about her skills. She said, how about waiting for the next round? It's definitely necessary to use talismans in a match with a close disciple. The next match would be against a close disciple. If you don't mind, would you like to come and watch? She pondered. The Ming family master smiled and said, sure. I will definitely support the close disciple matches, especially one that can bring down several blessings from the heavenly Tao. Moreover, since Xiao didn't want to draw, he couldn't force her to. They should communicate well among the younger generation. Ming Xian, come here. Ming Xian, who was unnoticed, raised his head and said, huh? I thought you couldn't see me. The Ming family master quickly spoke. I want to ask you something. Xiao is very strong. Ming Xian interrupted him. You saw the heavenly Tao blessings, right? You saw her drawing talismans with a single stroke, right? If the term genius has a specific name, it would be Xiao. The Ming family master said, I haven't finished my sentence. He certainly knew that Xiao was strong. Her ability to draw talismans in one stroke was something others couldn't achieve. Did you teach her the Confusion Shield talisman? Ming Xian nodded. The Ming family master smiled slightly and said, Ming Xian, could you ask Xiao how she managed to bring down so many heavenly Tao blessings? Ming Xian blinked without hesitation. This? I don't know. You're dumb. He knocked on his head. Just test her. You two have such a good relationship. Would she not tell you? Ming Xian was speechless. The heavenly Tao blessings depend on luck or the heavenly Tao's favor or disdain. Who knows how to achieve such mysterious things? Even Xiao herself doesn't understand the situation. Our family has quite a few attractive direct descendants. He hinted madly at Ming Xian. How about introducing a few to your junior sister? Ming Xian twitched his mouth. No need. We talisman practitioners. Once we enter the talisman path, we love no one in this life. You might as well save your efforts. Even if he wanted to matchmake. He couldn't pick those from the 8 great families. Just look at the direct descendants led by Song Hanxing. Not many are good people. As for the junior sister, she has both looks and emotional intelligence. Xiao's personality has offended almost all the close disciples of the 5 sections. Who would dare to become her Tao partner? They wouldn't want to be short-lived from the torment. On the other side, Xiao and Ming had started chatting. Ming spoke concisely, looking rather cool and cute. They were discussing the rankings, and Ming said plainly, I'm 7th. Xiao was surprised. Being 7th among so many close disciples was impressive. Did you draw lots? Mu Chengxi blinked. Ming replied with a 5th. I checked the rankings, Yin Quebec. She looked down on Yun Ke. Using a sword to fight a talisman practitioner was one thing, but the outside world praised Yun Ke's actions, saying she was clever. In the end, the cultivation world still prioritizes talent. However, while cultivators can endure, the 8 great families cannot. Yun Ke is a close disciple of the 5 major sects, and they tolerated it to a certain extent. After all, she does have resource advantages. If you can't win, you can only compete with resources. But she can't keep jumping around on the edge of the rules. Squeezing into the top 100 with just a sword is one thing, but being in the top 10, facing direct descendants and close disciples, if she disrupts the rules in the individual competition and the close disciples lose, it's one thing. But what if a direct descendant gets knocked down? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Mu Chengxi spoke bluntly. After all, you're just a weak and helpless talisman practitioner. His words were so straightforward that it was as if he was directly calling her a weakling. Xiao, acting as a defender of justice, gave him a punch on the head, signaling him to speak more gently to girls. Mu Chengxi let out a pitiful awoo. That's just the way it is. If Ming Xian hadn't exploited the loophole, He would have been beaten to the point where his parents wouldn't recognize him. Shuiyu admired Mu Chongxi's indiscriminate attack ability and said, "You should stop talking. Can't you see Ming Yi's face has turned cold? After this top 10, the rules have changed." She pursed her lips and said lightly, "First draw talismans, then compete, using the talismans of the talisman practitioners themselves." Oh. Yi Xiao took a moment to react and raised her eyes. Is that so? Then this rule is obviously aimed at someone. There would be a good show in the talisman practitioner arena. Coincidentally, Yi Xiao was also curious about what was going on with the female protagonist. The novel didn't elaborate much on Yun Kei's dual cultivation level, focusing instead on her breathtaking beauty. And with the sudden rule change in the talisman practitioner competition, allowing the top 10 talisman practitioners to collectively participate in drawing talismans, this was essentially a public execution. All the talisman practitioners had started drawing talismans overnight to practice their skills, making the courtyards of various sects quite lively these past few days. Ming Xian yawned, preparing for an all-nighter, feeling like since he became a close disciple, he was no longer a person. Even an old cow wouldn't work as hard as he did. Are you also practicing? Yi Xiao lazily swung her legs. As far as she knew, Ming Xian belonged to the talent category, right? Why was he also drawing talismans overnight? He needs to practice some attack talismans, Shuiyu answered casually. Who told the 8 great families to change the rules? The Ming family's talismans are mostly defensive, so buying attack talismans from others during the competition was fine, but now they have to draw them on-site and use them on-site. So Ming Xian can only cram at the last minute. Just follow the strokes in the talisman book. Ming Xian slammed his head on the table, feeling hopeless. It's okay. It's okay. Yi Xiao comforted him. After all, Ming Xian was just stressed, unlike the person in the next courtyard, who had lost their mind and was laughing wildly. The strange laughter coming from the next courtyard made Yi Xiao dig in her ears and shout, "Who is it?" Laughing like a duck in the middle of the night. The laughter from the opposite courtyard abruptly stopped. The members of the Yueqing sect froze, their smiles stiffening in frustration. This Yi Xiao. Yun Kei bit her wolf hair brush, hesitating to put pen to paper. Why did the rules suddenly change? Not just the Changming sect was drawing. They were also trying. Song Hansheng was drawing talismans at midnight, casually lifting his eyelashes. If you didn't use a sword to challenge the talisman practitioners, we wouldn't have to practice at night. Suzhua couldn't help but speak softly. Junior sister, this really isn't good. The Changming sect can do this. Yun Kei turned pale at his reproach. Why did the rules suddenly change because of me? Zhaichen spoke fairly. They didn't cross the bottom line of the 8 great families, and they only used one match in the first few rounds. As the atmosphere among several close disciples subtly hinted at awkwardness, as if they were about to argue, the elder of the Yueqing sect quickly comforted them. No need to rush. This is good. It can just prove Xiao Kei's strength. Why not? Song Hansheng smiled. When he smiled, everyone turned to look at him. What are you laughing at? Suzhua didn't understand. Song Hansheng replied, I just like to laugh. Really? They had never noticed before that Song Hansheng was a boy who liked to laugh. His smiles usually carried a mocking tone. Zhaichen couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Song Hansheng didn't want to dampen their spirits, but honestly, with Yun Kei's level, using a sword against talisman practitioners could cover up her ugly skills. But when compared to other top 10 talisman practitioners, she would only embarrass herself on sight. So Song Hansheng suddenly remembered the words from the Changming sect earlier, leaned back slightly, and said plainly, those who understand will understand. Song Hansheng suddenly turned into a riddle master, and the others exchanged glances, including the elder, who didn't understand. They hadn't seen it before and weren't familiar with it. But Yun Kei was dual cultivating, at the same level as Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao can achieve this because her spiritual root is high, so Yun Kei, with a lower spiritual root grade than Yi Xiao, shouldn't be too far behind. Speak properly. The elder scolded softly. Don't be so fierce to your junior sister. Song Hansheng, TSK. The sarcasm is even stronger. All 4 talisman cultivators from the Yueqing sect made it into the top 10, while the remaining 5 spots were occupied by the direct descendants of the Song and Ming families. The personal competition is all about who has higher talent and who can become famous. A group of teenagers in their teens all yearns for instant fame. Such a good opportunity to prove oneself should be grasped well. The talisman competition venue was packed, with 5 direct disciples and 5 direct descendants competing. No matter who it was, they all came. A top 10 competition is definitely not to be missed. Ming Xian looked at the crowd and couldn't help but poke Yi Xiao beside him. Damn, What should I do if my legs are weak? Xiao, be a bit more confident. Hold your head high. You're the most handsome direct disciple here. She thought for a moment and pointed at Song Hansheng not far away. If you can't do it, just learn from him. Lift your chin and look at people through your nostrils. Yes, yes, that's how to maintain it. Be a bit more indifferent. Yes, yes, just like that. Xiao directed him, and if it weren't for the sect clothing not having pockets, she would have shown Ming Xian what it means to casually put a hand in his pocket, not knowing what an opponent is. Handsome. Mu Chengxi, hurry up, hurry up. Pushing Ming Xian onto the stage like a duck, all the top 10 talisman cultivators had already arrived, all adopting an indifferent attitude towards each other. In other words, no one looked down on anyone. With the referee's command, the talisman cultivators began to act. The fastest was Song Hansheng, with several other direct disciples closely following. Drawing quickly is more prone to failure, while others maintained a leisurely speed to draw talismans. There were not only quantity, but also quality to consider, and in the end, there would be a comparison. Among the Longming sect, only Xiao and Xie Chushua understood the craft. They observed for a long time and reached a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happens, Ming Xian should be second. But saying such things was a bit premature. Xie Chushua whispered, "We still need to see what Yun Ke can draw." The other talismans were almost finished, but Yun Ke was still dawdling, making it uncertain, so they didn't dare to speak too confidently. And there was still the competition part after the talismans were drawn. The several talisman cultivators next to Yun Ke had already succeeded and were beginning to work on their second talisman, causing Yun Ke to panic. She anxiously drove the wolf hair brush in her hand. Her consciousness pressed down fiercely, and the brush finally moved. The wolf hair brush extended along the talisman paper, and Yun Ke carefully drew downwards, much smoother than before. She felt a bit happy inside, and quickly put down her brush. At the moment of success, a slight smile finally appeared on her lips. An unusual phenomenon appeared in the air, and someone murmured, "Is it the blessing of the heavenly path? This year's big competition is really crazy, one after another receiving blessings?" Xiao was also surprised, looking up at the sky, where the edge of the talisman in Yun Ke's hand flashed with golden light. Just as the blessing of the heavenly path was about to take shape, the talisman suddenly ignited, turning to ashes inch by inch. The blessing that had not yet formed also dissipated. The elder of the Yueqing sect, who was full of expectations, had his smile slightly stiffen. A burning talisman meant failure. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Xiao casually glanced up and thought that this heavenly path might not be quite right. It was the first time she had seen a top 10 talisman cultivator fail in drawing talismans. Being in the top 10 meant either a direct descendant or a direct disciple. How could they fail? Hearing the murmurs of the cultivators, the Yueqing sect elder also felt a bit unable to hold on and raised his voice slightly. Failure is normal. Who hasn't failed before? Winning and losing are common in battles. He tried to find someone with a high level among the talisman cultivators to forcefully restore the dignity of his disciple. The other talisman cultivators all went on stage to compete. He didn't dare to disturb them, so he quickly spotted Xiao, who seemed unconcerned, and asked, "Xiao, you have failed before, right?" Xiao honestly nodded. "Yes, I have failed." "Look." He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly found evidence. "Isn't that normal?" Xiao leisurely added, "I was using a brush with split bristles back then." The crowd outside burst into laughter. "You know how to add insult to injury, Xiao." The Yueqing sect elder's face twitched, and he forced himself to explain. "Then you must have drawn for a long time, right?" Xiao rested her chin on her hand and smiled slightly. "If the east doesn't shine, the west will. Whatever Song Hansheng is like, I am too." "What is Song Hansheng like?" The Yueqing sect elder instinctively glanced at his own top disciple, who was drawing talismans at lightning speed. That swish, swish, swish speed amazed everyone else as well. Chapter 147. Ambitions of youth. Song Hansheng's speed was too fast, with a success rate close to 100%. The Yueqing sect elder watched in a daze and couldn't help but applaud. "Good. This is the level our Yueqing sect's genius should have," he said. After all, the Yueqing sect is a gathering place for talisman cultivators in the cultivation world. How could there be a case of a direct disciple's talisman self-igniting after completion? Mu Chengxi added, "One stroke, one success." After succeeding, the blessing of the heavenly path fell onto her talisman. Xiao lazily replied, "I haven't dared to use that talisman until now. Do you want to see it?" The talisman blessed by the heavenly path is said to be quite valuable, and she hasn't used it. The Yueqing sect elder's expression changed instantly. He shamelessly said, "Can we take a look together?" He had never seen what a talisman blessed by the heavenly path looked like. Xiao generously tossed the talisman to him. She wasn't bragging. It was indeed the blessing of the heavenly path. With a small golden pattern at the corner of the talisman, the Yueqing sect elder's eyes instantly lit up. What a good thing. Keeping it can broaden the horizons of those juniors who have never seen the blessing of the heavenly path. He shamelessly asked, "Xiao, can you give me this talisman?" Sure. Xiao hadn't thought about this use, but since keeping it didn't really serve any purpose, if there's a fool willing to buy it, then don't ask. If asked, she would naturally sell it. She extended a finger and calmly said, "Starting at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." Good. The other party readily agreed. Xiao instantly understood that she was about to profit. She waved her hand. "Is there anyone else who wants it? I can draw on sight." She vividly remembered the scene of drawing talismans under the thunder and receiving blessings with Ming Xian. Initially, some people were embarrassed to ask her if they wanted to buy it. After all, which of the 5 sects lacked spirit stones? Unexpectedly, Xiao took the initiative to speak. Yes. Who wouldn't want the talismans drawn by Xiao, no matter how effective they are? She has been blessed by the heavenly path. Buying it back can still be bragged about. Hurry, it's time to get to work. Hearing that there was money to be made, Xiao simply pulled out the talisman paper, too lazy to find a table, and directly laid on the ground to draw. It truly fulfilled that saying, whatever Song Han Sheng is like, so is she. The two raised their hands and dropped their brushes at lightning speed, leaving the crowd unsure of where to look. You just bought it like this? What if the effect is not good? Are you stupid? Even if the effect is not good, grabbing it back to keep as a collection is still good. Right, you are so smart. The other party suddenly realized that if it works, it's good, and if it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a collectible. With Yi Xiao in front. For a while, not many people paid attention to Yun Kei's situation. She was anxious to the extreme. But she couldn't help but want to see how Yi Xiao was doing, making her mentality a bit unstable. Song Hanxing noticed her chaotic aura and couldn't help but remind, "Calm down." He was really afraid she would lose control. However, Yi Xiao was indeed a bit outrageous. Which talisman cultivator competes while drawing talismans in such a manner? With Yi Xiao around, others couldn't help but take a glance or two, only to lower their heads in disappointment, comforting themselves that she is a genius. Yun Xiao's mindset, which couldn't draw, was somewhat collapsing. The people around her were discussing something, and Yun Xiao always felt they were mocking her. Drawing talismans required concentration and a calm heart, but Yun Xiao, who could not draw in the first place, was completely thrown off by Yi Xiao's presence. Her fingers trembled for a moment as she gripped the wolf hair brush tightly. But before she could finish, other talisman cultivators had already completed their drawings. Looking again at the various sect leaders gathered around, especially Yun Hen, who had already found a place to escape to avoid embarrassment. The elder of the Moon Clear sect was still shamelessly asking Yi Xiao for talismans. Once the drawing of talismans ended, the first to be surrounded were Song Han and Ming Xian, along with several other prominent talisman cultivators. When Ming Xian squeezed through the crowd, he saw his junior sister still drawing. He reached out and pulled her out, telling her to stop as it was already over. Yi Xiao had sold quite a few talismans, and seeing her profits, she prepared to leave gracefully. The competition was for talisman cultivators, but it was Yi Xiao who stole the spotlight. The Moon Clear sect was feeling desperate, as the embarrassment fell on Yun Xiao. Yet the attention of the entire audience was on Yi Xiao. It seemed that the Moon Clear sect should thank Yi Xiao for masking their own embarrassment. After all, they were a top sect of talisman cultivators, and their direct disciple had only managed to draw one. Yun Xiao had single-handedly dragged down the reputation of the Moon Clear sect, which had already been suffering from a poor reputation due to their overbearing behavior in recent years. Why couldn't she draw? After all, Yun Xiao was a genius girl, second only to Yi Xiao. The blessings of the heavenly Tao had fallen and dissipated. Why? Yun Xiao wanted to ask. She helplessly pinched the pendant in her hand, took a deep breath. She had always been favored by the heavenly Tao, that was beyond doubt. But for some unknown reason, it had turned into this. In recent days, there had been much discussion, and whenever she went out, she was under the spotlight. Not with the envy of the past, but with ridicule. The rankings of the talisman cultivators were finalized based on the final drawing levels. Song Han was first, Ming Xian second, and she was last. Sujua casually comforted her. Senior sister Yi Xiao also seems to be last. What status does she have? And what identity do you have? While the opponent has not been determined yet, what you should do is improve your talisman drawing skills. Song Han had noticed Yun Xiao's situation at the time. She had improved, but not by much. Su Zhuo rarely nodded, agreeing that the junior sister indeed needed to put in some effort. After all, being in the top 10 meant a symbol of strength. People would only remember the first and the last. She absolutely couldn't be the last. Yun Xiao's face turned pale, and she moved her lips, asking if there was no other way. Fighting with her own talismans was too difficult for her. Su Zhuo shook his head, saying there was truly no way. Once talismans were submitted, the drawing methods and talisman patterns would be remembered by the elders, and using someone else's drawings or bought one's Wunti work. The Moonclear sect had made a huge embarrassment as their main talisman cultivation sect's direct disciple had only managed to draw one, and it even caught fire halfway, leading to endless discussions from the outside world for several days. However, soon the cultivators were attracted by another piece of news. In the courtyard of the Changming sect, I'm fighting Qin Huai. Mu Chongxi jumped up. Are you kidding me? The draw order for the sword cultivators in the first round was definitely one of the points of curiosity for everyone. The sword cultivator competition was ahead, and after Mu Chongxi finished drawing lots and inquired about his opponent, he fell to the ground, feeling that life had turned gray. That Qin Huai was at the late stage of the golden core. Mu Chongxi flipped over, sitting up. He seems to have a trump card in hand, right? What do I have to fight him with? You are also at the late stage of the golden core. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Man, you have to be strong. In these past few days, they had not been idle. Yi Xiao and Ming Xian were going to compete, and they had saved up a pile of talismans, not knowing who to give them to. Since Mu Chongxi's competition was before theirs, she stuffed them into his hands. The elders and sect leaders of various major sects paid particular attention to the top 10 competitions. Duan Yu even rarely came over to comfort Mu Chongxi and brought them a piece of news. I've inquired. It's a spirit sword forged by the ancestor of the Chengfeng sect, called Qingfeng. A sword that has existed for hundreds of years in this world must have a sword spirit. Once a spirit sword gains intelligence, it can be extremely troublesome. Not to mention, it was forged by the ancestor of the weapon cultivators. On the competition stage, it was capable of killing anyone who stood in its way. What does this Qingfeng sword have to do with our techniques? Yi Xiao rested her chin on her hand. The Qingfeng technique and the Qingfeng sword. Why isn't this our Changming sect's treasure? That doesn't matter. Duan Yu waved his hand. It's all about speed. Qin Huai has a wind spirit root, which pairs perfectly with the Qingfeng sword. If you can fight, then fight. If you win, it's impressive. If you lose, it's also not a loss. After all, that Qin Huai is a tough character. Mu Chongxi nodded absent-mindedly. Thinking of the Qingfeng sword in Qin Huai's hand, he still felt a lack of confidence. The boy mumbled a couple of words, but if he got crushed, it would be so embarrassing. His sword is very strong, right? Duan Yu comforted him. In fact, spirit swords are not distinguished by high or low quality. It depends on how you use them. Since the morning and evening sword has followed you, it must really like you. Only when the sword master and the spirit sword's thoughts are in sync can the sword be utilized to its fullest. Zhou Xingyun, upon hearing this, silently glanced at Duan Shun. He felt that his sword was quite cheap. At this moment, both Duan Shun and Zhou Xingyun shared a mutual understanding, both feeling that each other's swords were rather cheap. Mu Chongxi silently hugged his sword tightly and nodded seriously. I will work hard, elder. Very good. A silly and sweet character has their own sword path. Duan Yu nodded in satisfaction. Mu Chongxi was not as thoughtful as Yi Xiao, nor was he as gloomy as Zhou Xingyun. With some motivational words, Mu Chongxi had no more worries. He was forward-looking and open-hearted. This was the most suitable temperament for the sword path. Go for it. Yi Xiao waved at him, smiling. You are one of the two sword path geniuses. In terms of talent, Mu Chongxi was actually not inferior to Yi Qinghan. Aiming high, the first in the world. Women would only affect her senior brother's speed of drawing the sword, Yi Xiao firmly believed. CC baby, go for it. Fans outside were cheering. Seeing this, Ming Xian also imitated. CC baby, go for it. Get lost. The two had never gotten along, and Mu Chongxi almost drew his sword. Stop messing around. Hurry up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Chongxi was the first to stand on the competition stage. The boy held his sword. The bright red color made his brows and eyes particularly attractive. The little girl in the audience suddenly became enthusiastic. I want to be a sword cultivator, like them. Killing everywhere. Sword cultivators are so good-looking. Seeing this, Duan Yu approached, rubbing his hands with a grin. Little girl, how about me? Allah! Monsters, get away. She looked at the scruffy middle-aged man and ran away, crying while covering her face. No love left. Duan Yu silently covered his wounded heart, turned his face away, and continued to watch the competition. Chapter 148. Sword Spirit Transformation. The spirit sword of the Changfeng sect, named Qingfeng, was almost invincible in this situation as Qin Huai, with his wind spirit root, launched the first attack as soon as he stood behind the competition stage. Mu Chongxi could only passively choose to defend, but fortunately, he had enough experience and was able to counter every move without any problem. I thought this situation would at least last for a while. With both of them at the same level, a quick victory was completely impossible. Mu Chongxi thought the same way. So he focused on defense while trying to probe for any weaknesses in Qin Huai. However, Qin Huai was more ruthless than Mu Chongxi and was willing to take action. Halfway through the fight, after a mistake by Mu Chongxi, Qin Huai seized the opportunity and struck down fiercely, nearly dislocating his arm. When Mu Chongxi missed his attack, he gathered his strength to take advantage of Qin Huai's momentary pause, slamming him down to the ground and fiercely stabbing down with the Chaoshi sword. Qin Huai dodged, and the Qingfeng sword coldly came out of its sheath. At the moment Qin Huai drew his sword, Mu Chongxi felt a sense of oppression. Qin Huai's expression turned cold, and every move he made targeted a vital point. Mu Chongxi's swordsmanship was excellent. He dodged, spun, and increased the force of his strikes against Qin Huai's sword. Each time Qin Huai seemed about to win, the situation was forcefully turned around, causing those watching outside to breathe a sigh of relief. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Managing to hold on for so long. Was Chaoshi being suppressed? Yi Xiao frowned. Duan Yu said, after all, it's forged by the ancestor of the Changfeng sect. Constantly at a disadvantage, Mu Chongxi dodged to Qin Huai's back. Qin Huai sensed the killing intent with his sword, transforming into a blade of wind aimed at Mu Chongxi's abdomen. Mu Chongxi did not dodge or evade, taking the hit head-on, grabbing his leg and pulling him down. In the moment Qin Huai lost his balance, the young sword struck fiercely at his arm. This was a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while injuring oneself 800. Qin Huai hadn't encountered such a reckless swordsman in a long time. Looking at the deep wound on his arm, which was bone deep, his brows furrowed deeply. For a swordsman, the most important thing is the hand that wields the sword. And now it was injured. The sword cultivator of the Changming sect was indeed ruthless. Mu Chongxi was not faring any better. His face was slightly pale, feeling as if his abdomen had been shredded by the wind blade. At the same time, Qin Huai's hand was behind him, and a magic artifact silently fell into his hand, suddenly expanding and tightening, catching Mu Chongxi unawares. This magic artifact was of high quality, requiring no activation and showing no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Coincidentally, Mu Chongxi had seen Duan Hengdao use it before. He scolded, "You're using a magic artifact in a competition? Shameless resource hog." Qin Huai remained silent, coldly striking down with his sword, too lazy to respond. Changfeng sect, after all, was the sect with the most magic artifacts. Resource hogs are indeed formidable. Originally, Qin Huai had already been ahead in swordplay, with a magic artifact in hand. Mu Chongxi, being stubborn, refused to admit defeat. As Mu Chongxi was bound by the net, Qin Huai thought he had a chance to eliminate his opponent. However, just as the sword light reached Mu Chongxi's face, it hit an invisible barrier. He was not discouraged and pushed down harder, but it was useless. The 72 sword techniques were all blocked by his talismans. Mu Chongxi took out a stack of talismans from his mustard seed bag. "Yes, a stack," Qin Huai exclaimed. It split open, laughing, "All resource hogs. Brother, don't even mention the second brother." Mu Chongxi was not lacking either. The pills and talismans his senior brothers and sisters had stuffed him with were nearly full. Damn, how many talismans does he actually have? Compared to him, Qin Huai felt like a minor mage facing a major one. Qin Huai glared resentfully at Yi Xiao, Ming Xian, and Shui Yu. He hated these talisman and pill cultivators the most. In any case, he disliked any cultivator his sect didn't have. Under Qin Huai's continuous use, the Qingfeng sword emitted a series of humming sounds and gusts of wind, creating an oppressive atmosphere that silenced the swords of the other cultivators present. At that moment, the Chaoshi sword beside Mu Chongxi moved. It seemed to have just woken up, the red sword trembling gently, moving forward on its own and producing a crisp clashing sound. What was this? Yi Xiao was stunned. What the hell? The sword can move? Just when they thought that was it, The next second the sword emitted a soft, pale yellow light. Look, the usually composed Duan Yu couldn't help but jump up. The Xiaoshi sword has transformed. The sword spirit stood in midair, its figure ethereal. The red sword image transformed into a young boy's shadow, perhaps due to the current instability of spiritual energy. It only appeared for a moment before disappearing back into the spirit sword. Oh, it's a boy. Duan Yu instantly calmed down. He had thought that the Changming sect would finally have another girl. As expected, it was a male sword spirit, and he felt deflated. The sword spirit naturally transformed according to its owner's gender. Shuiyu rested his chin on his hand, not understanding what the other was disappointed about. If they were really hoping for more girls, they might as well rely on Yi Qiao's bamboo shoot transformation. Mu Chongxi was also stunned. He had only heard of sword spirits transforming, but had never expected his own fated sword to be the first to transform. He stopped throwing talismans and tentatively grasped the Xiaoshi sword, the sword spirit merging with the sword, and with a fierce swing. A massive wave combined with raging fire surged toward Qin Huai. He instantly became energized, a cold smile spreading across his face. If you have the ability, blow it out. Let's see if you can extinguish it, or if I can burn you to death. Spirit sword against spirit sword, following the guidance of the Xiaoshi sword in his hand. Mu Chongxi finally was no longer at a disadvantage. The two engaged in a frontal clash, with the collision of wind and fire. If the fire was powerful, it would only grow stronger. The transformation of Xiaoshi stunned everyone present. Chu Xingji exclaimed, "Ah!" He was furious. How could this be? Such a beautiful sword. The first sword cultivator to have a sword spirit transform. It was the first time seeing what a sword spirit looked like, although it only appeared for a moment. It was a bit of a pity. Mu Chongxi thrust his sword forward, and at the same time, Qin Huai chose to snatch the sword from his hand. Mu Chongxi immediately kicked Qin Huai in the chest. He did not hold back, and Qin Huai's ribs broke too. He stopped and turned to thrust and stab. Both had sustained varying degrees of injury during the fight. Their strengths were comparable, and their spirit swords were similar. Continuing like this, it would depend on who exhausted their spiritual energy first. Mu Chongxi quickly distanced himself, throwing the Xiaoshi sword high into the air and stepping onto it. He slowly took out the talismans Yi Qiao and Ming Xian had given him from his mustard seed bag, along with the pills Shuiyu had provided. "I'll reward you with a talisman," Mu Chongxi said as he began to scatter them on the ground like a madman, attempting to appease Qin Huai. Qin Huai said, "If it's just an ordinary talisman, he's not afraid, but Yi Qiao's talismans have low lethality and are extremely humiliating." He didn't want to embarrass himself in the competition. Qin Huai could only awkwardly dodge continuously, and whenever he paused, Mu Chongxi would throw even more ferociously. Qin Huai gripped the Qing Feng sword, looking up, annoyed. "Come down." Mu Chongxi stood on the sword, frantically scattering talismans, and coldly replied, "You come up." The two maintained this for a whole day. As they neared exhaustion, Qin Huai could no longer contain himself and shouted, "If you have the ability, come down. If you have the ability, come up." Yi Qiao leaned against the side, almost falling asleep. "This is the longest duel I've ever watched. I don't know who will win. I just know I'm going to be exhausted to death." Other disciples silently shed tears of envy. Why didn't they have a junior sister who could refine pills and draw talismans? Whoever has more resources wins. As it dragged on, it would depend on who ran out of spiritual energy first, with just a slight margin. As Qin Huai finally could not hold on and showed signs of defeat, Mu Chongxi seized the opportunity to strike him down to the ground, kicking him off the stage. After Qin Huai went down, he also laid down on the ground, like a salted fish without any dreams. "So tired. I should have known not to become a direct disciple. Did I win? I won." The others were also slow to realize. "Damn, it's finally over. I'm exhausted to death. Who won?" Mu Chongxi. Chapter 149. Please call me a fortune teller. This exceptionally dramatic ending left everyone in a daze. In the end, did it really come down to winning through resources? The ultimate goal of cultivation is resources. This principle has remained unchanged since ancient times. The others had all rested well, and when they saw Mu Chongxi collapsed on the ground, Ming Xian dragged him back like a dog. "Ah, who would have thought? You actually won. Winning against Qin Huai means the next part will be easier. Thankfully, you won. Otherwise, you would have to face the ridicule of the sword sect." "What does Xiaoshi look like? Is it beautiful?" This was Yi Qiao's focus. She hugged the bamboo shoot tightly and noticed that the sword spirit's transformation seemed to match the color of the sword itself. Mu Chongxi had fallen asleep deeply. Shuiyu sighed at how heavily he was sleeping and said softly, "In that case, Let us not disturb him for now. With Mu Chongxi asleep, and considering how exhausted he was, the others went about their own business. Mu Chongxi had won against Qin Huai and had the sword spirit's transformation. Either of these would be a hot topic in the cultivation world. The matter of the direct disciples entering the sword cave to select their spiritual swords also became a hot discussion. Xiaoxi's transformation was amazing. Yes, speaking of which, Qin Huai should be the master of the Qingfeng sword, right? Yi Xiao is the master of the Duosun sword, and Zhou Xingyun is the master of the Duanqing sword. The names all sound nice, except for Yi Xiao's. Hold, our Wang sword is called the Bujianjin. How beautiful! That is the master of the Bujianjin sword. To be honest, the sword cultivator trio from the Changming sect, I would call them, going there was pointless. These 3 sword cultivators already have their life swords. The focus is still on the several direct disciples without spiritual swords, especially Yi Qinghan. What would his life sword be like? Let us boldly guess, the Hanshuang sword. It fits well with Yi Qinghan's spiritual root attributes. I think the Luying sword is also quite good. What about the Jinghong sword? It pairs well with Luying. Duanshui and Luoshui are also a pair. I bet on the Hanshuang sword. I bet on the Jinghong sword. Watching these idle cultivators placing their bets, Yi Xiao decided to join in the fun. She secretly sent a message, declaring, I bet on the Duanshui sword. Initially, no one paid her any attention, as there were countless cultivators chatting in the cultivation world. But, with just one mention of Duanshui, everyone's gaze converged on her. The Duanshui sword hasn't been drawn for hundreds of years. Are you sure? Yi Xiao replied, sure. After it's drawn, please call me a fortune teller. After showing off, she closed the jade slip, but shortly after she made her statement, her second senior brother came in, laughing. Some fool bet that Yi Qinghan is the Duanshui sword. Ming Xian walked in. Ha ha, come laugh with me at him. Yi Xiao swiftly kicked him out. Ming Xian, what are you doing? Yi Xiao, your smug expression annoyed me. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. Are you that fool? Yi Xiao, what do you mean by fool? Even if the sky falls, Yi Qinghan is still the master of the Duanshui sword. That's what I said. Shuiyu leisurely asked, how did you figure that out? Yi Xiao simply replied, genius intuition. She always spoke without much basis, so no one paid much attention. After Mu Chongxi finished drawing his lot, it was Zhou Xingyun and Yi Xiao's turn. The former's strength was evident, so there wasn't much to consider. Yi Xiao glanced at her lot, and then her eyes darkened. Yi Qinghan, a woman must be strong. Mu Chongxi had almost regained his spirits, and after learning the result, he patted Yi Xiao, returning her previous words verbatim. Yi Xiao, the next development far exceeds everyone's expectations. Yi Xiao will face Yi Qinghan. Initially, everyone was guessing who the unlucky one would be, the first to face the nascent soul stage Yi Qinghan out of the top 10. Unexpectedly, the unlucky one was Yi Xiao. Wow, did Yi Xiao let Zhou Xingyun help her draw this lot? No, she drew it on her own merit. It was rumored that these 3 unlucky direct disciples had performed some rituals before the draw. Why did it get worse? One Qin Huai, one Yi Qinghan. All the strong ones encountered by the Changming sect. Mu Chongxi won against Qin Huai, but no one knew if Yi Xiao could win against Yi Qinghan. It's worrying. Yi Qinghan has a domain and is at the nascent soul stage. What can Yi Xiao use to fight? The cultivators were ardently discussing this, while the direct disciples in the courtyard were unusually silent. Qin Fanfan was in a great mood. Each of his disciples was performing exceptionally well, and he was beaming with pride. Mu Chongxi defeated Qin Huai. He was bragging a bit too much in front of a group of old-timers. However, upon entering, all 5 of his direct disciples looked dejected, and even Zhou Xingyun had a rarely uniform expression. Qin Fanfan clapped his hands. Cheer up, it's just a competition. I believe that man can conquer nature. Why are all of you so down? Yi Xiao looked at her master's confident appearance and lazily said, I'm going to fight Yi Qinghan next. Qin Fanfan was silent for a moment, doubting if he heard wrong. Who? Yi Qinghan. Qin Fanfan spoke heavily. Since it has come to this, everyone should just wash up and sleep. Yi Xiao didn't expect him to give up so early. She felt a bit upset. Come on, master. Can't you have a bit of faith in me? After all, I'm a genius. Qin Fanfan awkwardly replied, mainly because that was Yi Qinghan. If it were anyone else, he would have confidently promised his little disciple would be fine. He said that winning or losing didn't matter, but now that it had come to this point, who wouldn't want to win? Just as Qin Fanfan entered, Xie Chuxue swaggered in behind him, smiling and waving. Hi, everyone. I'm here to treat you, dear disciples. What? Yi Xiao didn't understand. Ming Xian run. Yi Xiao, who was new and didn't understand what he meant by treat, was grabbed by Ming Xian as he tried to escape, explaining as they ran, "It means that the little master uncle wants to cook for us to reward us." The memory of Xie Chushua roasting them back then was too vivid. His cooking skills, can anyone eat that? Xie Chushua's dear disciples were running faster than dogs. The fact proved that your uncle would always be your uncle. Several of them hadn't run far when they were all caught back. Don't be downcast. Xie Chushua's tone was lively and cute. Hey, 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 aren't you all going to compete? The finals of the top 10, I'm here to cook for you. You can reward Yi Xiao, just reward her enough. Oh right. And Ming Xian, they're competing ahead. We can survive on dirt. Struggling was useless. Xie Chushua brought the prepared chicken soup to each of them. Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances with her senior brother for a few seconds. Seeing Zhou Xingyun drinking it, she leaned over and quietly asked, "How is it?" Zhou Xingyun had no particular emotion and replied in a similarly quiet voice, "It's terrible." Yi Xiao swallowed, tentatively tasted it. She found that saying it was terrible was flattering Xie Chushua. This cooking could ruin a kitchen and poison the heavens. It was hard to imagine how Ming Xian and the others had grown up safely under Xie Chushua's hands. After finishing the soup, Yi Xiao's face twisted a little. She decided to save herself. Song Hansheng. The girl lowered her eyes, opened the jade slip effectively. What? Yi Qinghan wants to invite me to dinner? Oh, Duan Hengdao and the others are there too, right? I'll go over now. What? You're saying Si Miao Yin and the others are also there? Okay, no problem, I'm on my way. Under her chatter, it seemed like all the direct disciples from the 5 sects came to invite her to dinner. Yi Xiao quickly escaped using this excuse. Xie Chushua mumbled, blinking her light brown eyes. What a blow. The remaining 4 widened their eyes slightly. What? Take me with you. Is there any meal they can't go eat together? Chapter 150. Suddenly, like a mad dog, Yi Xiao took this excuse and retreated completely, while the others weren't so lucky. After drawing talismans for an entire night, she woke up to find her 4 senior brothers with panda eyes. You guys, she pondered for a few seconds. Are you digging graves as a group? No. Shui replied weakly. I had stomach pain after drinking little junior uncle's soup last night. Xie Chushua exclaimed, he is toxic. Which family's uncle is so inappropriate? Yi Xiao drank the least, and seeing their plight, she hypocritically sympathized with them for a few seconds. How tragic. The competition venue was crowded even before dawn. Yi Xiao glanced around and saw that almost all 5 sects were present, along with 2 talisman and sword cultivation families from the 8 major families. Yi Xiao yawned and exchanged a glance with Yi Qinghan from afar. Please advise. The other party responded succinctly, his tone cold. Yi Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries, and a few petals fell from the air. She blew at the petals and said, please advise. Xie Chushua from below looked at her tired-looking nephews with dark circles under their eyes, tilted her head, and innocently asked, what happened to you guys? Shui replied weakly, I drank your soup and now my stomach hurts. At least little junior sister was fine. He could only be grateful that Yi Xiao drank less. Xie Chushua asked, since you all have stomach aches, doesn't that mean she doesn't have one? Does this thing have a lingering effect? Shui was shocked. Xie Chushua said, maybe. I even named this chicken soup a hint of sadness, he said, looking up with a melancholic expression. Shui replied, I don't know if you're sad. But Yi Qinghan might be sad. If this continues, Yi Xiao will really go crazy. Qin Fan, upon hearing that all 5 of them had eaten Xie Chushua's food, sighed. You guys eat everything. It will only harm you. Shui responded, I can feel it. But it wasn't about whether they wanted to or not. Xie Chushua appeared to be an incapable freeloader on the surface, but when he wanted to catch someone, he could do it precisely. Yi Qinghan was always a clean and decisive martial artist. After sparring with Yi Xiao, he found that she was like a slippery loach, darting around everywhere. Finding a position was easy, but Yi Xiao could arrange formations, which forced him to be careful. If he wasn't careful, as soon as he found Yi Xiao's position, he would be trapped in a formation the next second. Going back and forth like this consumed a lot of spiritual energy. This move, she learned from Xie Chushua. Back when Xie Chushua trained her, he was just as ruthless, with one formation disappearing only for another to appear the next second, often mixed with illusions, creating a sense of reality and unreality. Breaking formations only required wasting some time for talisman cultivators. It wouldn't cause them any loss. But for sword cultivators like him, it was a severe test of intelligence. Coincidentally, Yi Qinghan was the type who was too lazy to think. He furrowed his brow, looking at the chaotic talisman formations, not wanting to waste time with her, and shattered the formation with a single sword strike. This was also quite exhausting for him and wasted a lot of spiritual energy. Xiao was all about consumption. Why would she confront him head-on? She wasn't stupid. Next, it was a race to see who could set up formations faster. Her or Yi Qinghan. In an instant, the audience didn't know who to watch. Yi Qinghan was fast, and so was Xiao. The duel of two geniuses raised the atmosphere to its peak. Yi Qinghan could no longer hold back. Suddenly, under Xiao's feet, everything around him was sealed. And from the outside, it looked like the two had vanished into thin air. That was a domain. Xia Chushua whispered, a domain at the nascent soul stage. To have a domain emerge at the nascent soul stage, Yi Qinghan truly had a high comprehension. Every individual's domain was different. Yi Qinghan's domain was primarily about freezing, while Xiao Qi's was related to speed. The bone-chilling cold pinned her in place. Yi Xiao looked up and thought of KFC. The raging fire spread within the domain, and Yi Xiao's stiff fingers tightened around the stick in her hand, as it looked like a close-range kill was imminent. Yi Qinghan firmly suppressed her. In terms of speed and countering moves, who could surpass Yi Qinghan? The bone-chilling cold made Yi Xiao freeze in place. She suddenly thought of something. KFC. Roast it for me. Using a protective talisman to form a shield, the raging fire heated her, and Yi Xiao felt a moment of warmth. However, her defensive talisman couldn't withstand Yi Qinghan's onslaught. With one sword strike, it shattered multiple talismans. Her current spiritual sense was also at the nascent soul stage. So sensing Yi Qinghan's position wasn't difficult. The challenge was evading his sword. The pressure from the nascent soul stage made her abdomen and chest feel extremely uncomfortable as Yi Qinghan's sword light struck her abdomen, and she instantly felt sharp pain, which numbed her the next second. A single strike from the nascent soul stage could destroy the heavens and the earth. Xiao Qi approached at that moment, and the pressure disappeared. Yi Xiao swallowed a pill, the pain subsiding slightly, and suddenly looked at him. Your domain is over, right? Then it's my turn. The pitch-black domain spread beneath her feet, as if countless hands were reaching out, desperately dragging her down. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat, and his tone turned cold. Domain? Yi Xiao replied, correct. The audience outside was dumbfounded. 2 domains? Some had seen the 4th match, while others hadn't. When they saw the 2nd domain, there were gasps of astonishment. The head of the Song family asked curiously, 2 domains, 1 freezing. What about Yi Xiao's? Song Hanxing replied, speed. In her domain, everything will be slowed down. He had the fortune of experiencing the difficulty of that little ghost. Within the pitch-black domain, Yi Qinghan suddenly paused, stopping his pursuit of Yi Xiao. He quickly realized that this domain seemed to slow down his own speed. Although his strength didn't change, his actions faced significant restrictions. After Xiao Qi made her move, Yi Xiao finally caught her breath. Dodging wasn't the only solution, but Xiao Qi couldn't hold him for too long. Yi Qinghan was a warmonger and didn't forget to attack her even at this stage. In the domain, Yi Qinghan deeply understood what it meant to be a genius. The move he used the previous second, she could quietly remember the next second and evade. In just a few moves, he couldn't even touch her. He even got stabbed multiple times by Yi Xiao due to his restricted movements. Yi Qinghan's expression was blank. Have you learned our sword technique? Yi Xiao replied. I experienced it in an illusion. You all asked about the sword sect's sword techniques, so I'm quite familiar. As the domain dispersed, she calculated the time to step onto the clear wind and landed in a safe position. The ground beneath her suddenly cracked open, and Yi Qinghan's arm was still injured, remnants of the domain's effects. He grew furious, the sword light bright, and aggressively swinging towards Yi Xiao. After throwing several talismans, Yi Qinghan expressionlessly shattered them. And as he attempted to close in, another talisman was thrown. He dared to tear it apart, and the next second, mist spread, obscuring visibility. Yi Xiao hadn't caught her breath, yet when a sudden cramp hit her abdomen, causing her face to pale. Damn! She licked her lips, unable to resist looking at Xia Chushua's position, who smiled brightly. Yi Xiao felt her stomach pain intensifying. At that moment, she was completely provoked and didn't dodge. Instead, under Yi Qinghan's surprised gaze, she stepped on the tip of his sword and kicked him in the face. Yi Qinghan dodged just in time, but the ground cracked open a bit. If I didn't dodge, this kick would either kill me or leave me crippled. Elder, this girl is so fierce. Why is she suddenly acting like a mad dog?